Right on the other side of the coin, we've got Talpinator. I think is the top 8 wild card for sure. Has a pretty spicy take on this new meta, but is known for playing a wide variety of decks throughout the course of this competitive year. And when you have a little bit of experience with everything, being able to pivot to what is strong or call out a fresh meta game like these world competitors are competing in, he has maybe a unique take and a unique idea that can continue to carry him further. When you're dabbling in a bunch of different decks, but with a strong EMEA foundation, it sounds like a recipe for success to me.
Aurora has been around as well for quite a while. Aurora is in the last World Championship and has done even better this year. That improvement is something that's got to feel amazing for Aurora, but you can always go even further. Aurora, definitely one of the better APAC players, as we've seen. APAC has a very top-heavy roster of players, Aurora being in that list very, very consistently. I'm so excited to see if he's able to bring it further than he got last game.
ちょっと待ってね。これ確
And
かに
rounding out our
確か
top
中
8,
国
we've
の
got Shu
方だったっ
Luffy,
け
a player who, speaking of top
あれ
heavy, right,
どうだった
number
っけ
one
ちょっ
points
と待って
earner
ね。
in EMEA, a powerhouse region already, and it just
さっ
speaks
き
to
コ
his
メントでこの
consistency
人
as a
対応
player.
した気がする。
I want to play the best deck. I'm going to learn this deck
多分こ
backwards
の
and
人
front and just outplay everyone else on it. If you have a list that's
翻
tried and true,
訳で
proven to be strong, then you only need
中
to
国語
focus
で
much more on your
会話で
own
きりゃいいけどね。
gameplay and let the deck do
こん
its
にちは。
job. And when you
今
can
日は
take that
世
weight
界
off
大
of your
会の
shoulders as a
配
competitor,
信を
I think it's going to really pay off here in day
よけれ
3 of
ば
this
ゆっ
grueling
くりして
competition.
ゆっくりしていってく
What a
だ
nice
さい。
celebration of all of
長い
our
ので
players that are left in the competition to battle it out for that
ア
world
ーカイ
champion
ブで
title.
後
When we
で
take a look at the
見る
bracket,
の
you
も
can see how
い
they
い
are
と
going to match
思
up
いま
against
す。
each
これを
other
中国語で
and also what is in store for us
あれ
in terms of the competition. We've got Chenny and Seku that at the end of yesterday earned their
こうか。
spots in the winners finals.
中国
But
語
when
の
you
音
take
声の
a
翻
look
訳は
at
見
the
たい
lower
よ。マ
bracket,
ジ
this is really where we're going to be putting our focus for today. Kicking things
はじ
off
めまし
there with
て。
our lower round
オ
one,
ーラ
you can
is
kind
my
of see how
idol.
that's all going to
オ
shake
ーラ
out
さ
here.
ん
And
確
Scarzik,
か
it's going to be
そう
a
だっけ
pretty hard road here for all of our players that are in the lower bracket right now.
違うな。
Yeah,
C。
JO1,
まあ、
as
エイペック
Spid
の選手ではあ
said,
りますよ
the
ね。
favorite maybe to take it
はじめ
all
まして、はじめ
against
まして。な
Talpinator,
んて言え
still
ばいいん
that
だろう。
wild card, that
今日は
curveball that has made it this far into the
ルーンテ
tournament.
ラ
And
の
sometimes when you
世
have a
界
good
大会
lineup
の
and you are prepped, something can come completely
ミ
out
ラ
of
ー
left
配
field
信
to
をし
take
ま
that
すよ。
away. I know that Ty Guy is also going to be having a little bit of trouble no matter which
コ
one
メ
of
ン
these
トを登録
competitors
者限定に
advances.
してね。今登
There's
録
a
者
lot
限
of
定に
the
す
other
る
side
と
of this lower
人、
bracket
こ
also
の人
has a lot of
あれ
strong
だな。
players. Lulu, Flippy, and
コメン
Jersey
トできなくな
we've
る
seen
かもし
on
れ
the
ない。
stream
心
as
象悪い
well
か
as
ら今日は
Aurora,
コメント
doing quite
登録者
well,
限定じゃな
playing
くていいや。
tightly, playing to their outs.
概要
So
欄の方を
every
変え
single
ました。
person, despite only having one life left, like they can't
オー
lose
ラさ
anymore.
ん、
They have
オ
to
ーラ
win the
選手う
next
まいよ
4
ね、プレイ
rounds
ン
to
グ
try and
ね。
get in. It's going to be tight, but they can get
オ
through
ー
the nerves
ラ、
and try and get there.
英語ならイングリッシュ OK? オー
Yeah,
ラ
for
is a
sure.
good
Basically,
player.
all
I
of
think
today,
so
we're going to be
too.
looking at those lower bracket matches and sending somebody home
と、
every single time. So the stakes are very high for our matches to
正
kick
直
off
ね、
today. But the stakes are also high for both of you because I'm going to put your
マ
analytical
スター
skills
さ
to the
ん、どうも
test
どう
right
も。
now. And
そ
we're going to
う、い
be
つも
playing a
昼、
game called
時差
Is
で
It
す。
Lethal?
今か
Now,
ら
this is
始
going
ま
to
り
be a
ます。
way for
だ
us
か
to
ら
just,
俺は
you
今か
know,
ら配
ease
信をして
into the
7時まで配
competition
信をしま
today.
す。寝ていい
So
です
this
よ。
game show, knowing if you have lethal or not within a short amount
い
of
や、
time
寝
is
ていい
a
ですよ、
skill
皆
that
さん。
every
だ
world
からもう俺
champion
はもう
must
今日は低
have.
燃費でやる
A
よ。
board from
Oh
the
no.
community will be
コ
on
メ
the
ント
screen for
も
30
久々に
seconds.
平家
And
物語
you
を
must
流す
determine if
し、
the board state is lethal or not. If it is lethal, you must explain how it is lethal
あ
before
ら、
the time runs
すべ
out.
て見ま
And
し
I
た。ありがとうご
encourage
ざいます。
everybody
嬉しい
at
です
home
ね。
that is watching to
今後
also
と
play
も
along
どうぞ
with
よろ
us
しく。
because I know that you two are big brains on the desk, but we also have some big brain
ダメ
players
だ、俺、
that are
中国
also
語待っ
viewing
て、こ
the
れ、
World
Google 翻訳
Championships
ならいけ
from
るか。
home. So without further ado, let's get started. Spids, you are up
Google 翻訳
first.
なら中国
Let's
語
show
対
the
応してます
board, and you're going to have 30 seconds to say if it's lethal or not.
This one's a really tough one. I might need to check the Oracle Eye on this one. Just double check. There's nothing that could possibly prevent this. I mean, come on now. Anaka's gonna. It's not gonna pull something. You actually see that it's already not
Google
pulled something,
翻訳だったら
but this is
中国語
definitely
の
lethal.
さ、
I'm not gonna work out how much it's over. I would need an Oracle Eye for that, but I'm gonna say this
い
one.
ける。
I was
你
on the
好，
fence at
今
first
天
as
是世界
well,
大
but
会的
then
镜
I
像
saw
转
the
播。
key giveaway
如
that
果您
Shen
喜欢，
emotes,
请尽
and
情
now
享
I know
受。
for certain that
这
this
是
is
一个
certainly
很长的
lethal.
节目，所以请在档
Well,
案中观
You
看。
would be correct. It
だっ
is
てよ。
just a tiny bit more than 3 damage as well. So, Spades, you were right on the money.
今日は
Congratulations.
ワールド
Thank you. It was
の
a
ミラー
really,
配
really tough
信
one there.
お好きな方はごゆっくりお楽
I
しみ
think
く
the
ださ
Shen
い。
emote
長い番
definitely
組ですの
helped
で
me
今
at
後は
least
ア
to
ーカイ
do
ブ
the
でご覧
math
く
a
ださ
little
い。
bit more there. But
I
we've
think I've
got
been on the
another
receiving
one.
みたいな感じで。
end of that exact board
Yeah?
before.
寝たい人は寝てください。
That's a scary board. That's
朝
a
までは
very
無理。俺
scary
もそう思
board.
う。
This next one, maybe not so
俺
scary,
7
but
時過ぎに寝る
still
よ。
going
い
to
や、
be
実は
a little
ね、
bit
この
of
大会ね、
brainbuster.
3日間ある
Scarzy, you're
の。
up next.
Day3 って書いてあるでしょ、
Is
タイの
it
配信
lethal?
の概要欄に。
Okay. Hmm.
なんか茶
No
番やってん
attack
な。
token though. Pass.
なんか D サルクイ
Hecarim's
ズして
already
る。
here. Hecarim's going to attack for
ね、
5.
オッケーオッケ
He's
ー。
almost
ありがとう
leveled
ござい
up
ます。
looking at that orange
Day1、
arrow.
Day2 があって、なんなら、スイッチの
He's
方で
going to
は、
summon
Day1、
two
Day2
more
もミラー配信してた
of
人はいるんで
the
すよね、ちゃんと。
riders, and they're 5 attack.
俺は無理ですね。
The
だから、
755,
美味しいとこだけ持ってくわ、
3,
正直。
2,
remaining.
1.
I think he's one off.
It is lethal.
正直、最終日だけのミラー配信になりました。本当は Day1、Day2、
I'm not
スイスドロー形式
We were looking at
な
the
んて
board,
いう
but
の
it's actually
ダ
that
ブ
you
ル
know,
エリ
being able
ミ
to
ネーショ
drain
ンって
one
いうんです
from
か、
an
ダブル
ally
エリ
means
ミ
that
ネー
you
ション
just
の
target
スイ
the
ス
dragon
ドロー
chow,
形式
not
で
the dragon chow, sorry, that
トーナメントが行わ
Now,
れ
am
て
I
たら
allowed
し
to
く
look at
て、
that board again? Just
Yeah, let's
to
go
double check
back.
what they're talking
実
about?
は
Let's go
I
back.
thought the lethal was
Day1、
coming from
Day2 はすでに
Hecarim's
終わ
side.
って、この APEC、
Oh, tricky, tricky.
EMEA、ヨーロッパ、
Okay.
あとアメリカ、
The player who has the
NA
token
の
is the
3
one
つの
looking
地
for
域の
lethal.
トップ64のプレイヤ
Ah, okay, you
ー、
got
まあ
me,
いい
you
わ
got
かん
me.
ねえ、
You
出場
big
プレイヤーが
British
出揃っ
community
て、そ
submitting
のプ
these
レイ
boards.
3つの地域のプレイ
And
ヤー
I'm
が
the
That might
ephemeral
be on
player.
there,
Day1、
Scarzy.
Day2 でこのダブルエリミネーションシステムのトーナメントを勝ち上がって、
Anyway, yeah,
そ
that
の
was a tough
上
one.
位
That was a tough one.
64名か
I'm
な、
sorry
そ
to
の
put you on
上
the
位
spot there to do so
64
much
名
mental
か
math
な、わかん
because
ないけど、
I know one of the first rules of
ト
thumb
ッ
of
プ
being on
8 ブラ
broadcast
ケ
is
ッ
never
トっ
do
つってっから
math
今日めっちゃ
while
じゃあ
you are
短いか
live.
もしんね。
So
And
俺
Sad to
全
say,
く
great
さ
lesson to
状
our
況把
viewers,
握してないん
though,
だよ
that
ね、この
you can
大会
still
の。あれ
find
もしかして
lethal
この
even when
大
you don't
会で
have
ト
the
ップ
attack
8だか
token.
らすぐ終わります。
good
すぐ終わ
point.
るかもしれん。
Very good point. I would have never thought about that
マス
either.
ターさんに言った
So
手
I
前なんか
appreciate
終
the
わって
learning
寝るわ
lesson.
って
I
い
hope
う可
people
能
can
性もちょっ
also
と心
take
苦し
that
いけ
one
ど、
home and put it in the bank.
も
We've
しか
got
したら
another
ね、
question
早
here,
く終わる
and
かも
so
しれ
we're
ない
gonna
わ。
break the cardinal rule again. Spids, it's your turn. Let's do the math on
こ
it.
っから
And is
いつ
it
も通りの、
lethal?
なんだこりゃ。
All right, first Nopify is hitting the Mystic Shot, then Nopify, Nopify, Nopify on Mystic Shot. That means Mystic Shot's currently denied. You have the two get exciteds on the dome. We see
この
the
ミッション
deny
は通
going
る
on
で
that
しょ。
first Mystic Shot. That should
こ
be
れリー
6
サルじゃない
damage
のこ
going
れ。
through the dome.
これミス
Yeah,
ティッ
no,
クショ
if
ット
I'm
と超
counting
エキ
this
サイ
right,
ティン
it
グが
should be
1枚ずつ
the
通って
get
っから、これ
excited
リーサル
is
じゃない
first going to the dome. Mystic Shot. Just double checking these bounces.
んでもこれさ、拒絶さ、あ、拒絶は懲役に入ってる。
No, 3 of those denies came from the enemy gamer. 2 of them came from us. That shouldn't be lethal. We're
あ、
2 off.
違う、これミッションが止まってる。2点足んねえ
Show
わ。
the answer.
どうだどうだ。
Spids, you
Oh,
are
let's
right.
go.
It
ミッションが
is
飛んない、ミッションが
not
飛んない。
lethal.
The calculation there
ミッ
is
ションをダメ
superb.
ダメし
Without
て、
the
それをダメダ
oracle's
メして、それ
eye,
が
it's
さらに
hard
ダメダ
to
メされてっ
wade
から、リーサルじゃねえ
through
わ。
a lot of these situations. And the hard part is when you're thinking about that line and
と
then
りあえ
you're
ず
too late
正
putting it
直
on the
7時ま
stack.
でやるつもりで配信つけたんで、僕は
That was very impressive.
7時までこの
That
テン
was
ションで
that
や
was
る
like
つもり
the
です。
fastest mathy math
す
that
ごい
I've
場面
ever
ですね。
heard, like
ね
on
もう
broadcast.
あ
But that was
俺
great.
は
So you're gonna be
何こ
2
れ
for 2 right
手が
now.
入れられる
Yeah,
最善のゲ
beautifully
ーミング
done.
枕いいな。
Gotta bring it back, Skarzig. Gonna be the
え
final
手
question.
が
I
入れ
heard
られ
this
る
one
から
might
ゲ
be
ー
the
ミング枕ってど
hardest.
ういうこと
So
寝ながらゲームすんなよ。
Oh man.
I'm not
寝
sorry.
ながらゲームしていいのはスイッチと
Because I
さ、
know that you can do it. Let's show off
スイッ
this
チと
fourth
さ、
and
スマー
final
トフォン、
board for
タ
Is
ブレット
It
バイタルのゲー
Lethal?
ムだけで
You
しょ。
got 30 seconds on the clock, Skarzig.
Oh
Ari
my my
5
god,
分の
and Ari
3?
level up progress? Thanks.
アーリ5分
Let's
の
see
3?
here.
That's mean.
All
That's
right, so we've
mean.
got
チャーム
got
し
Verbal
て
Fish. 15? No, what? Okay. If I tag out my droplet, what card is on top of the deck? Shadow Assassin also potentially draws a
トッ
card.
プデックも
I'm
欲
going to
しいけ
assume that
ど
the next cards are dead.
レベルアップしてこれ5対7部でしょ。だから35、15
No
が
elusive
通って勝
blockers.
ちじゃな
No,
い？
I don't think Ari's got it from
レベ
15.
ルアップして
Just my
動画
gut
に
instinct.
5対7でば勝ちなんで、これはリーサル。
Okay, so Scarzik, you said
Yes.
no.
Oh
gonna
my
say
goodness.
it's actually lethal. I am just gonna read this off in case people are listening. But I was gonna say recall
これ楽し
droplet
いな。
with conspirator
これいい
and
な。
replay droplet. Recall
これ
droplet
楽
with
しい
charm
な。
to
これ
level
リーサルですか
Ari.
リーサルじゃないです
Gain
か
elusive and reduce the
20、
cost of
まあ、
droplet to
30秒以内に答
zero.
えてくださいってい
Play
うのいい
zero
な、これ。
cost droplet and either one cost minion, and then you full sling with the Ari for exactly 15
これ、
damage.
この
I
動
want
画
to
そ
go
のま
back
ま
to that
さ、
board and see if
音
both of
消
you
し
can
て
kind
別
of
の
break it down
BGM つけ
again,
て
because I
さ、
feel like that's a lot to take in for the answer.
Okay.
これを
So
動画
I
として単
definitely
体で
want to
切
say
り
that
切り抜き
I
としてあげよう
am
ぜ。
the player sitting across from this in the situation, kicking back in my chair and going, "There's no way
これ
they
いいで
got
すね。
this. It's fine." Before getting blown out of the water.
で、これ、
I think the
リー
best
サ
way
ル
to see
を
this is that level
考えな
Ari
さい
does
じゃ
do
なく
3
て、
elusive
リー
damage.
サ
So
ルで
all
す
you need
か
to
リー
make
サ
sure
ル
is
じ
you've
ゃ
got
ないです
5
かが、
attackers
なのがい
when
い。
that's
これ
happening.
とて、
I
と
was
て
trying to
も。
figure out how many you can play. You can play 3 units, but one of them
リーサ
forces
ル
you
で
to
すか
recall
リー
the
サル
other
じゃ
unit.
ない
But
です
what
か
I
って
missed was
い
that the
う、そ
charm
の
would allow
詰
Ari
将
to
棋
reduce that
で
other
はある
unit
んだ
to
け
0
ど、
mana.
詰
That's
将
all you
棋
really need to
で
work
はな
out
い余
for
地を
this
残してい
instance.
つつ、
Having this Ari progress 3
そ
of
う、
5
これ
is
ショー
really,
トだっ
really
て、これ
important. Thank you,
30秒
Icy
以内に
Terror,
考
for
え
this
てくだ
image.
さいね
Having this
で
Ari
答え
knowledge
合わせっ
can be
て。
really, really
これ、
difficult,
ル
but
ーン
seeing
テラ
that
これ
charm
ショートで
in
出
hand
す。これ
sort of
さ、
makes it
Day1、
make sense.
Day2 もこれ
Very,
やったん
very
か
cool
な
image.
これ全部
You can have
録画して
5 units
さ、
on field with
こ
the
れ全部
Ari
録画
leveled
して、俺
up
こ
to
れ全部
take
ショート
that
にして流
damage.
そうかな音消して
Very solid. I know that Ari is, a fan favorite champion. She hasn't been in the meta for a while,
元
but that legacy knowledge
元の
that
配
players
信か
might
ら
have
録画して
gathered
さ、
during the Ari
データ抜き取っ
Kennen
てさ、
days really pays off
データ
here.
抜き取るというか、
From
まあ、
when
画
these
面だけ抜
champions
き取っ
do
て
come
さ、
back into the forefront of the
で、
metagame.
編集して、
Thank you both
ルー
so
ンテラ
much
クイズ。
for going through that little game show. I hope
こ
all
れは
of
リーサル
you
ですかリー
viewing
サル
at
じゃないです
home
か
also had
シ
a
ンキング
good
タイムスタ
time.
ート。30秒。
Scarzik, that 30 seconds was not enough for you to
答え
have
は
to
リー
go
サル
through
じゃありま
that
せんでし
board.
た。
by the oracle's
どの子のどの子のは
eye.
どの子のどの子ので
I'm
どの子のどの子のでした
really
ルーンテラクイズまた次回
Thank
み
you
たい
so
な
much
ショー
for
ト動
that.
画
It's really awesome too.
出せたら面白そう
That's
だ
my
ね。
knowledge indeed.
いい
It's
な
a
それ。
good brain warm up as well, especially when you have to look at our
正
incredible
直
players
前
that are
回
going
前
to be
々回の
journeying through today to get to that
チ
world
オ
champion
ープ
title,
ン
because this is absolutely the type of knowledge they're going to need to have in order to get that
でスピ
big
ッツさ
W.
ん
Spitz,
がすご
Scarzik,
い
thank you
ね
both so much for
ル
having
ーン
such
テ
a
ラ
fun
の
pre-show
盤
to
面の
open
読み
up
取り能
today.
力高い
We're
な
going
っ
to
て
say
いうの
goodbye to
を
you
分かっ
for
てるんで
now,
僕
and
は
we
このス
will
ピッ
hear
ツさん
from
は
you
結
later to
構
take us through those games. But to
ス
start
タ
off
ー
the
とし
day, we've
て
got
信
our
頼してま
match
すね
number one
今のリーサル
Allen
クイズもちゃん
Boulevard,
と
and
リーサルじゃ
it's
ないって
going to
答えて
be
たし
JO1 versus
この人ルーンテラう
Talpinator.
まいで
Let's
しょ
go.
俺配信でこの人見たことないんだけどな
Indeed,
Oh.
it is Necro. But before we get into this competition, Alan, you
Oh,
got 4
God.
out of 4 on that,
Alan.
right? That was too easy for us. That's why they had to keep us
Alan-san,
off the
久々に見たな。
broadcast, right? It was simple, right?
Listen, as they mentioned, World Champs needs to know how to spot lethals, not casters, not analysts. It's fine for us to miss it, but the players, if they miss the
そう
lethal,
ゲームの
it
チャレンジは
might
詰め将
hurt
棋感
them.
強いそうでも
And
まあ
that
まあ
is
も
something
ちろん
that
マ
we
スター
might
さん
see
分か
today,
って
but
思い
hopefully not. We
分
are
かって
down
る
to
と思い
the
ますけ
wire
ど
here,
あえ
and as
て
mentioned, we're going to be taking
言
a
っと
look
くと
at
やっぱその
JO1
詰め
versus
将棋は
Talpinator.
詰めてください
Talpinator,
じ
you
ゃ
know,
な
we
いで
always
すか
joke
だから
math
パ
is
ズ
for
ル要素がかな
blockers,
り
and that
強く
is
て
going to be a little bit of both of these players. JO1
まあ
having
そっ
sort
ち
of
は
a
そっ
more
ちで好む人
aggressive
もいると思うん
lineup
で
with
す
these
けど
regular
マジで今の
elusives and these
時
portals,
間
but on the
制
side of
限付きで
Talpinator,
リーサルで
sort
す
of
か
the
リーサル
most
じゃないです
true
かの2
aggro
択
player that
で
we have left in the
答え
event
を
with
求
the
めて
Mila
くるの
Chen
が
as
難
well
易度
as that
低くて僕
Morgana
好きですね
Raven.
誰でもできるあれ
Most
は本当
definitely.
に
In terms of just purely players, let's put the decks
その
aside for
詰
a
めて
moment.
くださいって言ったらいや
Who do you
周りの
think
レ
is
ベルア
just
ッ
a
プした
better
後の
player
効
and
果なん
should
て
take
分
it
かん
down
ない
purely by
し
skill?
It's really
これ
hard
の
to bet
カー
against
ドのコストも
JO1
分か
if
ん
we're
ないし
talking about who
カ
is the
ー
best
ドの
player.
効果
He
も
has
分か
proven
んない
himself
し
on multiple
いや
shards
無理
on
だよってなっ
multiple
ちゃうけど
occasions.
リーサルですか
Definitely.
リーサル
Like,
じゃ
if
ない
there
で
is
す
a
かって
man
なる
that played
とまず
thousands,
盤面に見る
literally
じゃないです
thousands
か
of games in even across multiple seasons is JO1. That man
こ
was
れがいい。
holding top one on
さ
multiple
まずリー
charts.
サル
That
を
is absolutely
まあ、どっちも考えるんだけ
an
ど
astonishing accomplishment.
リーサルじゃないっていう選
And
択肢
hopefully
を
all of that experience can
変
pay
そういう
off
のが
when we're
答え
gonna
になるっ
dive
ていう
into the
選択肢を
deck
ぶら
list
下げた
here
上
and
で
show you exactly what these two
盤
players
面
are
を見
going
て
to be
もらえるん
wielding
で
in their arsenal in this
そ
head-to-head.
の多
Winner
分その
moves
問
on,
題
loser goes home,
を
and we're
解
going
こ
to
うと
take a
す
look
る
first at
人
the
の意欲が
Seraphine
違
card
うと
set
思う。
from
うわ、なんだこれ、カル
JO1,
マ
a
ピン差
personal
し
favorite of Alan's.
セラフィ
Not
ー
the
ンセト
first,
カルマ。
not the
う
last
わ、なん
one.
か欲張りセットみ
Sand
たいなの
deck.
出てきた。
This one is with the Seraphine, so a bit faster in terms
みな
of
そ
like
この
removal.
JO1
It
選手ですね
doesn't。go that well into the late game into those grindier matchups that can deal with the pursuit of
どの
perfection.
選手が
But
一
it's
番好きで
definitely
すか
better into those swarm decks that drop out early units which they further want to buff, like Poroki, like Nico decks. So definitely will be a good tool to find Talpinator, which brought a bit more aggressive lineup.
Then we take a look at the Fizz Yumi, a little bit more of a straightforward deck, a little bit less reactive on the side of JO1, and just there aren't a lot of elusive units in Talpinator's lineup, so this is going to be something that's very difficult for them to deal with. And of course, they are also running the standard Nora Elder Dragon that JO1 has just been feeding on throughout this tournament.
Listen, just drop Fizz, give him some Bone Club, wait for the Battle Fury, boom boom, there is no Nexus anymore. It's a Fizz, you can't really interact with it.
And of course, Alan's brand new favorite deck in the Poro
对
King.
不
This
起
is，
我
sort
将
of a
不是
little bit
通
more
过
of an
某个特定的
anti-control
人，
staple,
而
so
是通
not
过一
pairing
个
up
地
too
区
well
来
into
支
a
持
couple
亚
of the
太
decks
地
of
区。
Talpinator, but as we mentioned,
す
that
みません
respect your
特定
elders
の
deck
人
is
物では
still
なく
present
箱
in
推
the
しという
lineup
か
and
地
probably
域推し
something
で
JO1's gonna
APEC
have
を
their
応援す
sights
る
set
つもりですって答えま
I
した。
haven't seen Zolani
これで
connect
す
Nexus
ね
yet.
意外とね
The
ス
whole
ポーツ
3
観戦
days.
する時も
Is
ね
this the
なんか
series
その
that she
個人
might come
競技
in
でもその
with the
個人を応援することって
Oh,
あんまないんですよ
absolutely.
ね。
I
日
don't
本
know
出
about
身
these
だからまあ
matchups
日本を
specifically
応援
when
す
we
る
look at
かとか
Talpinator's list here, like the Neela Jana. It's a little bit too aggressive for that
なんか
late
僕そういう
game
見方スポー
Zolani
ツって
threat to
そういう
come
見
and be
方
the
するんで
stacking threat, almost like a Nasus in its own right.
まあ
And
e
this is
これ
just
も
not
e ス
really
ポ
the
ーツ
kind
っ
of
ていう
matchup where we're going to
な
see
ん
that
か
very
範
often.
疇で見てて APEC プレイヤーオール APEC プレイヤー
Not the usual staples you,
Okay,
you
thank
can
you.
see in the Nyla Jana list. But he's one of the few players that decided to bring it, and it's definitely paying him off already in top 8, looking for another victim for that
そうちょっと
old
ね
school
だから
deck being
ね
nerfed and still having a good
出た
success with.
ノラエルだ
I actually just want to shout out Talpinator for when we asked them about their favorite deck, they said Neela Jana aggro. So they have labeled this deck as an aggro deck in their own words. But now we're going to look at one of the more control-y decks, one of the more aggressive versions of this control-y deck, I guess you could say, is the Plaza Guardian and
Awesome,
Wiggly Burglefish are
こんばんは。
present. Something that I think towards the ends of the day, this is what we're going to be seeing more and more of out of the
な
respector
んだっ
elders.
けなんか
Yeah,
全
we
プレ
see
イ
that
ヤー
Talpinator
の持
decided
ち
to
込み
bring
デ
this
ッキみ
more
た
top
い
and
なの
heavy
確か
version
なんか
with the
あった
Plaza Guardian
な
on top of the Burblefish, where usually players decide to bring either one a bit and a bit more
これか
spells
レッドシー
that
ト
are cheap to deal with the early pressure. But then jumping into Riven Morgana, also not many players decided to bring, and then
持ち込みデッ
Talpinator
キって
goes
変わってない
on the doubles down on that aggression
の
that
の
goes
で
with
あれば
Riven
いいんだけ
Morgana,
ど
taxing on mana and then trying to push through with overwhelm
これが
damage.
ね
Yeah, this is actually the only Noxus deck left in the top 8, and also that Neela Jana is the only Bilgewater deck left in the top 8. So Talpinator representing some of the more forgotten
レッドシートで
regions
すね
in this top 8 bracket. But we're going to see the bans start to come out from these players. Alan, what way are you leaning for each of these
これ
competitors?
がこのチャットにやったのが
Okay, I want to root for the
レッドシートです
Talpinator EMEA, but
選手
his
持ち込みデッ
lineup
キの
will
はず
struggle a lot
公式
later on
Twitter
into the
旧
other
Twitter 公式の X
competitors.
で
While JO1's lineup is very cleverly done, where he can actually, if he takes this series, he can take it all down. But this
Google のスプレッドシート出していたん
worst
で
possible
そ
matchup
れ
for
でまあデッキの
JO1
中は見えるは
because
ず
of how much aggression there is. So JO1 needs to target that respect your elders because this is the matchup he was targeting. So if he manages to beat this deck twice, I'm confident he can take this down in series.
And we see the ban onto the Riven Morgana and the ban onto the Karma set. Talpinator changing their mind on the bans a couple of times, really unsure what they needed to get out of JO1's lineup. And that Karma set gone does mean that we're going to get the Fizz, Yumi, Freljord Elusives up against the Neela
世界
Jana
大会
here
って
in the
顔出
lower
し絶
round
対な
3, top 8, day 3,
なんか
game 1 of the World
でも
Championship.
なんかま
Let's
あ
go.
R
We have the
ルーン
Fizz
テラ
going
アイコ
into
ンで
the
止まってる人もいた
multiple
から
elusives coming from the Jana Nyla. So there will be
世界
blockers,
大会エ
but
ター
we
ナ
have to
ル
remember
ラ
that
ス
JO1
ラ
has
ブ
access
ハイタ
to
ハイ
the
ハリの向こうにいらっしゃる
overwhelm
らしい
tools coming through the buffs, so he might not care about those little elusive blockers and he might be able to punch through because again, Nyla Jana doesn't have really many
どうだったっけ？
tools to deal with those big gigantic elusives punching you with overwhelm.
No, it
Wait,
really
昨日
doesn't. It's
一昨日見
mostly
てねえ
just
んだよな。
Howling Gale, but
いや
Alan
つや
Talpinator has
もしくは
Marion
もう
Temple
他のゲームし
Caretaker
て
in
た
the
から
opening
さ
hand, and we have seen Talpinator do
あれ
some
でもなんか
crazy plays with this card so far this weekend,
ゾ
from
イとかい
the
ないわ
5 mana boat to just
ゾ
how
イとかい
early
ない
they're
から
going
これ
to
ス
rip
タ
a
ンダード
full
っぽ
shark
いな
and then find that
多分
card
こ
a
れス
little
タン
bit
ダードっ
later
す
on.
ね
Listen, there is still possibility to go for the turn
ゾイ
five
と
boat
かア
right
フェリオス
here.
みた
We
い
see
な
that
ああいう
potential
クロー
Marion
ト
coming
向き
down
の
on the boat
チャンピオン
on
が
the
いない
turn
か
two.
ら
Unfortunately, we don't see the pull shark to make this an extra draw in combination
上
with
級者
Marion
集まって
to
て
just
アフェリオス
upcut
持ち込みなしって
fleeting card.
ありえない
The
もんね
really brutal openers that can come from the Jana Nyla. But JO1 finds the Omen Hawk.
多分
And
スタンダード
that
スタンダードっ
opener,
ぽい
if
こ
we're
れ
gonna see some potentially fees coming
持ち込みデッ
unbuffed
キ見る感
already,
じ
that could give a
そういうの
Talpinator
デッキリ
a
スト見て
tough
みっ
time.
か
It feels like a lot of the rounds that we've seen JO1 play this list in, they've opened with that Fizz. This is one of the few hands where they don't have it, instead finding that other champion in Yumi, which can take a little bit more time to set up, and that's just more time that Talpinator has to turn on their effects like Master Lookout, drawing 2 cards in the same round. We're going to see a shuffle away onto the Tide Dancer, finding an elusive blocker.
So JO1 could have opted to go for the elusive drop down turn 2 into Yomi turn 3, try to start scaling, but he opts to play it a bit slower, develop a blocker for Mariam, so he doesn't lose that precious HP in this matchup. And I believe JO1 should be playing will be a bit on the back foot, because Talpinator's deck is a bit faster for this matchup. You can actually raise down the Fizz before they get to grow their elusives.
J1 はカルマデッキでとてもいいプレーをしました。いや、それは J1 さんですもの。そりゃ
prime targets for things like the Yumi and the Bone Club and the Battle Fury. But breaking it down, there's really not that many actual elusives in the deck. It's Fizz who kind of half counts. It's the Bandle Commando. It's Skip King of the Reef. But instead, JO1 not finding any of those. It's like the Omen buff going on. We're onto some of the more utility units within the list, but I gotta say the buff onto this Explorer is going to do a great job of pushing through damage with the non-elusive units as well as controlling this Neela.
Look at this Pioneer being 3-4 challenging that Nyla. This will be so brutal. Getting a buff on the Scholarly Pioneer is absolutely massive for this matchup, because it only not takes down the early threats that Talpinator can present, but also takes away a potential
こういう配信してて言うべきではないというかさ。
Which is something that we might absolutely
ブラケット見てんだけど、
got that clock
ブラケットってないの？言うべきじゃないと思うんだけどさ、これ多分12時間ゲーム配信するより6時間
Listen, this can turn into like you can see this
6時間ゲーム配信した方が楽なんですよ。正直6時間いつもさ、ルーンテラオープンミラー配信した後すげえ疲れるんだよね。で6時間ゲーム配信した後全然疲れてなくて、なんか正直もう6時間行ってもいいなくらいあって。ちょっと自分はね、実況解説というか、ルーンテラのミラー配信はマジで低燃費でやった方がいいなっていう。ブラケットありました。デイズリーブラケット。Twitter に上がってるわ。
saying I don't really care too much about this Yumi progression. I'd rather get you to commit a little bit more to the board, see if there's any more prime of a target than the Neela, which I can't think of one for only 3 mana. Janna and the Clockling are really what JO1 was kind of trying to save this challenger for, and both those were off the table as soon as the Bull Shark came down.
So JO1 will have to have in mind that the Galewind can come down, and after combat could potentially kill if you decide to challenge the Nyla,
トップ8って言いながら10人いるんだけど、どういうことなのか。
for damage. So now JO1 has to keep in mind, and he plays around it really well. Decides to keep the challenger, not lose it to potential threat of the Galewind.
トップ8で1試合1試合これしっかり見てくっぽいから、1回戦2回戦で区切らずに、その同じ1回戦だとしても1時間ごとに区切るっぽいから、これ組み合わせは1。
Talpinator makes a very smart attack. Decides not to attack with the Bull Shark, because what it sets
でも
up
ここは
is
一緒に
set
やる
up
の
a
か。
5 damage Galewind that can come down post-combat, but at this point, JO1 has so much mana to work with. He has that heal that can come down the challenger, so he has no fear of losing the challenger anymore. While Talpinator will try to take it down, will commit his mana, and will probably fail. So what he needs to do is to commit 1 drop, instead of opting to updraft it.
あ、これロアブラケットセミファイナルなんだ。
どういうこと？ロ
アブラケットセミファイナルで1位になった場合ってないな。あ、ウィナーオブアッパーファイナル、ウィナーオブロアファイナルか。はいはいはい。アッパーブラケットファイナルがあって、だからこれは1、2、3、4、5、6時間かかります。組み合わせどっかあります。一つの枠で1時間枠取ってっから、この枠6時間かかりますね。長いやろ。練習していい？動画走行していいか？それはさすがに無理か。
While that Omen Hawk is in play, sure, that's got the bird subtype. You'll get a draw off of that. The Bandle Commando in hand will also maybe come down a little bit later on. But so far, JO1 not even committing that Bandle Commando.
これ JO1 選手がめちゃくちゃうまく抑え込んでるように見えますね。
Only 1 mana left. That's effectively tapped out on the side of JO1.
Yeah,
ニ
so
ーラ
J1
止
realized
まっ
that
て、ジャ
Talpinator
ンナ
will
も
need to
これ
have
次
one
止められ
draw
るで
last
しょ。
game
ジャン
in
ナ
this
次止められ
scenario to be
て、
able to threaten you, and the worst case, you'll just
で、
reallocate
盤面の
the
サイズも
unit
負けて
following
てで、
turn.
これ
So
JO1
besides,
選手はかな
but
り
it's your
有利
thing
に
to
見え
do
ますね。
essentially, initially, to keep that Pioneer alive, because Overwhelm, you are not in a rush in this matchup, you can just outdraw your opponent with Challenger, so he opts to
ただまあ
hold on
次、
to it
ジャン
and
ナの
remove
効
the
果で
Janna,
3枚
remove
ド
the
ローす
Nyla,
るん
remove the
で、クラ
Elusives.
ウド
You
ワ
can
インダー
essentially
も出せ
just grind
て、
to
ハウ
zero
リング
Talpinator
ゲイ
at this
ル
point
も
where
多
he'll
分
just run
高
out
火
of
力で打
fuel.
てて、
Oh, and this is a turn that I'm really interested in, Alan, because I'm very curious if JO1 is going to proactively use the Inner Beast to give Overwhelm over to this Explorer and start to pack that on as an additional 9-attack challenging Overwhelm threat.
J1 goes for the development,
クラ
goes
ウ
for
ド
the
ワイ
soft
ン
pass.
ダー、
See
船乗
what
り、船乗
Talpinator
り。
opts to do.
お、
Decides
先そ
to
っち
just
か。
lose on
イルシブ
the
警戒したか。
lose on the attune to develop a unit and decides not to go for the quick
イル
attackers
シブのア
first.
タックを
And
警
he wants
戒
to
し
have that
て、
blocker. So basically, that's a
クラウ
bait
ドワインダー、
for,
船乗り、船乗り。
for the challenger because he might then not opt to go
ハ
for
ウリン
the
グゲイル
Janna,
でまあ誰か
which
処
could
理し
be
て。
leveled up next turn. So J1 obviously knows what's the bigger threat in this position and opts to kill Janna instead.
It does open up Talpinator to potentially play another Janna, but I don't think you're too worried about your opponent constantly stringing multiple Jannas together, because that's not actually
ミラー配
garnering
信する
any
ために言ってる
card
んですけ
advantage
ど、
for your
マ
opponent.
ジ
They're
でこ
shuffling
の、
away 2 cards to draw 2 more
今回
cards.
はこ
You're
の
much
公
more
式ア
worried
カウ
about
ン
the
ト
string
だけ
of
ど、この
Windborn
公式アカウン
Mariners
ト
and
で日
Exalted
本語
Cloud
キャスターが
Winders,
採
which
用
is
され
exactly what
て、
Talpinator actually does have. And so
配
while
信をしてくれるん
Talpinator
だったら
stands going
僕は
against
ミラ
small
ー
at the
配
end of
信
every
をし
turn,
な
it's
くな
going
り
to
ま
be
す。
refilled
する意味
pretty
がないん
immediately.
で。
If Talpinator had
僕
second
のアカウ
Janna
ント
like
で
J1,
僕の配
it would be
信とかこ
probably
のアー
played
カイブ
to
がある
just
のを見
buff
て、
up the
ルーンテラっ
Mariam
て
to
こう
take
いう
off
世界
the
大会の催しやってるんだなって日本勢にも伝わってほしいみたいなところでやってるんで、
But again, you cannot be playing around those type of cards forever. Therefore,
公式がそれやってくれるんだったら正直僕がやることは何もないので、
potentially die later down the drain to that challenger.
これあべこべの標識強い。あ、でも打てなくなった。
Anchala just going to be the play for JO1. Has a couple of options here. Drop the bomb will be able to kill the elusive, and that is going to be the pickup. But JO1 can't take it out this round if they want to hold up protection for their Scholar. Alpinator continuing to sort of pass priority back with these 0-mana Windborn Mariners, but JO1 has the answer in the pie toss.
Yeah, you definitely don't have to be in a rush to remove the elusive. You can just
主
hold
に
on.
日
You
本
definitely
ライオット
value
JP
holding
頑
the
張ってほ
mana
しい
to
な。
protect your Pioneer. Also, Talpinator is aware there is a card picked up of the Pioneer, which is one of the Explorer cards, and that's definitely not a landmark removal. The
Howling
second best is
Gale
just
で
not
言うに
heal or
7
keyword
7-4
removal. And in this case, you have to expect that
い
J1
い
has the heal. And if he chooses not to
もう
use it,
あの
then it's
あの
probably
探
that he
検
has
家
a
さ
Sky Spitter in the hand
2
or
回
some
殴
sort
った
of
よね。
other protection
あの探
for
検家
this
2回
challenger.
殴ったから次殴られると
Slipstream,
レベルアップ
Janna,
される。
and Exalted Cloudwinder off the top. Some heavy hitting draws for Talpinator going into this attack turn.
ルナイルナイ
A
さんい
lot
らっ
of
しゃい。
board to chew
X の
through on
更
the side
新
of
が止まった
JO1. Something
JP
that now
頑
that
張
we're
っ
in
て
the
くれ。
later stages of the game, Alan, the Talpinator's going to have to keep in
まあ
mind
まあ
is
まあ
the
それ
three
は
copies
あ
of
れ
Battle
は
Fury that
あ
JO1
の
is packing.
統合したから。
This is very interesting
統
turn
合
from
したらしい
Talpinator
から。
because he can level up Nyla by playing the Slipstream
はい、
and
ジャンナレ
then
ベルアップ
go
でき
from
ま
there.
す。
And that's what Talpinator really wants to see JO1 wasting mana on removing those irrelevant units because you have so much board refill from Talpinator's side. And that's what he'll opt to play first. Ooh, those are decent pickups. You can opt to remove 1 unit, develop the Nyla. Pretty solid pickup.
And I also want to shout out Talpinator for sandbagging the second Windborn Mariner from this round, from the previous round into this one. Just get one
JO1 選
more
手は
stab
かなり
onto
優位
the
に見えます
Howling
ね。
Gale.
Yeah,
正直
definitely.
序盤
Since
の
he
抑え
knew
込み
he's
で
gonna
も
be
う
drawing
全く
from
顔削れてなくて、ここからもう
the exalted bird to the
氷弾
next
トカゲ
turn,
の
he
バ
will
フ
need
も
to
入
be
ったユ
enabled
ニ
for
ットがまだ
Zona
並ぶわけだ
regardless.
し、
There
天
was
波もあるし、
absolutely no reason to
内なる
trade
獣
last
天
turn.
波、
It's better to just hold on to it for
で、
the
うっ
better
かり爆
game
弾などの
level
除
of
去
the
札もあり、
choose not to use it in previous one.
And now we're down to the point where Talpinator's got some decisions to make, but JO1's the one thinking about what to do from here. There's no way to actually remove the Nyla. I believe JO1 can bounce it back to the hand
た
with
だ
a
この
quicken,
ニーラ
just
を
attacks
咎め
the
ることが
mana of
現状
Talpinator
そ
a
のア
little
タック
bit.
前に咎
But
める
2
ことはで
mana
き
is
ないの
such
で、
a non-committal thing. Maybe
ちょっ
maybe it
と
looks
だけ
appealing given that there are two fleeting
JO1 選
cards
手
in
側から
Talpinator's
する
hand,
と、
and you'd
あ
like
の
to just
ニーラ
continue
が
to
めんど
tax
く
them,
さい。
maybe get a blowback out of your opponent's hand
た
for
だま
now.
あそ
But
れもアタック時
ultimately,
効果使って もらってから天波使ってブロック 氷山トカゲでも
So
ブ
at
ロ
this point,
ック
Joe
入っ
has
て
to
し
be
まえば済む
aware
ことではあ
that
ります
which
かね。
cards were fleeting and that the Talpinato didn't play the fleeting card quite yet. So as you mentioned, the recall is available, but also there are cards like Eye of the Storm in the deck, which would heavily punish you for doing so. And then Talpinator could respond on the stack, damage your challenger, and potentially get a swing with Brush, and try to chip out with the
ま
just burn down to
あ、朝
the
3秒
J1's
でいい
Nexus.
香り。化
So
粧
he
水、
opts
美
to
容
go
乳
for
液、
the safer play.
モイスチュア&バラ
And
ンス。
this is a very complex
Yes,
step
yes,
because
yes.
there are so many options you can lean towards.
Okay, we're going to see the
5点か。
Howling Gale. There are
こ
a
れ
couple of
で
answers for
内
this
な
on the
る
side of
獣
JO1. Even
使わせる
Inner
感じ
Beast
か
would
な。
be just
内なる
enough to
獣
keep this
使わ
card
せ
outside of
て
the range, but Sky Splitter and even Puzzling Signpost are still
まあ、
available.
天波か内な
It
る
is
獣どっちか
currently
使
the
っ
only
てくれ
thing
っ
that
て
will
感
be
じ
able
だ
to
ろう
block
な。
the Neela. But if JO1 tries to save it with a Sky Splitter, that's still not going to be the case, as the Neela ability is going to come through and knock it down to just 1 HP.
天波。
Inner Beast was definitely a solid option, so you can block later with the Sky Splitter with
っていう
any
ことは
of
ニーラ
the
のアタッ
units
クに
of your
対してはどう
choice.
対応す
But
るの？
now
人天か？
it's no longer an option unless you commit more on that Pioneer.
で JO1 選手の
Talpinator's
盤
just
面
gonna
強
go
い
into
です
combat.
ね。
Actually, not throwing their elusive into combat just yet either. Debating
熱々のココア。
on whether or
確か
not
に。い
it's
や、
worth
まあ、
trying
そ
to
の、
trade that into the Band of
てか、
Command, or
食らった後
potentially
に飲ん
even
でもい
just
い
the
しね。
Omen Hawk, which of
フォ
course
ーカ
was
スだから
originally
コンバ
built
ッ
to be
ト
able
に
to
対
block
してニーラ
elusives.
の
That's
ブロ
that
ッ
sort
カー
of
には使えない
purple
けど、
swirl going on around. Actually going in with the pull shark as
正
well.
直、
Pulling
最
back
初の
on the
盤面が死ぬほど
elusive
強いん
Talpinator.
で、
Okay, nope, just back to the original attack. A little ring around the rosy here.
Yeah, so essentially because of the Nyla level up, everything is gonna be brought to 1 HP, so there is no real downside in attacking with Pull Shark
こうやっ
because
て
it's
ちょっと
gonna
お
be
茶濁
trading
してブロック
regardless,
した後
and you
に、
kinda want to get some board space because you're looking into drawing
普通に
3 more cards just by
飲
recycling
め
your
ばいい
hand.
話だもん
Unfortunately,
な。
blowback is not
まあ
particularly
ブローバック
useful
打つ
this
とした
turn
ら
and
有
will
名
be
に打ち
discarded
ま
since we
す。
should be seeing Exalted Cloudwinder being dropped down this turn to just get deeper into the deck, find the Janna, to find more Nyla and get those sleep
あ、これちゃんと
swings
ブロー
going.
バックケアしたのか。
It's really important to string
も
together
う
those
一枚
exalted
ハウリングゲー
Cloudwinders,
ルがあっ
especially
たら
given that
しょうがない
Talpinator
と
is
し
a list that
て、
is not playing any
ブ
copies
ロ
of
ー
the
バ
Sunken
ック
Temple.
があっ
So that's
た
sort of
場合
like late
は
game
最大
assurance
3
of the
点出て
infinite
くる
card
か
draw
ら、内な
engine,
る
the
獣
infinite
の
cost
プライチ
reduction
プライ
throughout
チ
your
で
deck.
買わせ
With
るよう
Talpinator
に、
not immediately slamming
コ
it
コ
down,
アを
perhaps thinking
ネク
about
サスで
maybe
は
it's
な
worth
く、
not necessarily using the
案
blowback.
件
It's
化
a
に
little
飲
bit
ませ
too of a
て、
costly
ブロー
card
バ
for
ッ
a
クだけ
situation
ケア
like
したん
this,
だ、こ
but
れ。
maybe using that second Howling Gale to attempt to kill the Explorer while the shields are at least a little down for JO1.
So definitely
確かにフローバー
there's a
的そうで
consideration
で、これ
keeping
で
a
ハウリング
game
ゲールを
for
使っ
potential other
た
threats
ら、
because if you
これ
keep
は
killing
それ
your
で盤面
Pioneer,
に打
then
点
the
飛ば
unit
な
will
くて、
come
まあ
down
JO1
on
選手と
different
しては分かりようがないけ
units
ど、ここで
and if you play
ブローバッ
Derwin
クが
now,
フリ
you
ーティングっ
slow
ていうの
down
が、
your
お
whole
難
progression
し
because
か
look at the
った
mana
ん
next
で
turn
す
we
け
Starknetter was
ど、
looking at 8 mana and the
ここで
Cloudwinder would not be enabled. So you have to
ハウ
make
リ
a
ングゲー
choice
ルを
you
使
either
っ
play
て
Cloudwinder
83を処理
or
するより
Cloud
も、
and the progression would be so much slowed down. So I'm pretty sure you cannot
ドロスを
afford to
優
do
先
that
しましたね。
even
ドロ
though
スを優
Pioneer
先
is a
して、
threat. Oh my god, drawing Battle Fury here. JL1 can start pressing
ドロスを
Talpinator
優先
pretty
して
heavy.
継戦火力を持って
I
きま
think
したね。
Talpinator's line
顔
of
がこれ、
reasoning
顔
for
が
potentially killing the
ハル
Explorer would have been
ハルピ
what
ネイター選
happens
手からする
if
と、顔が
JO1
多
goes
少
for an
削
open
れたの
attack,
で、ここ
pulls
から
my
継
Big
続
Rash
火
to the
力で
side
さら
and
に
slaps
打
a
点を
Battle
持っ
Fury down
て
onto
き
this
て、も
Vandal
しかしたら
Commando.
削り
Is
つけ
that
るんじゃないか
something
っ
that I'm
て
going to be
いう
able to handle? I'll lose
感じで、
9
で、
of my
実
life,
際こ
I'll
の
lose
ニー
my
ラが、
elusive, and then on the following
この
round
ニーラ
I
が
will
処
be
ら
on
れ
a
た後
one
に、
turn
ニー
clock
ラ
unless
もう
I
一
throw
回
down
来るじゃ
another
ないです
elusive,
か。
which there's enough removal in JO1's
ニー
list that it's
ラ
not
を
a
随時
guarantee
投
that
入
that
された
augmented
場合、
clock
結
is going to be able
構
to stick.
辛い。
Seeing
実際の
JO1 take
話。
their first action here, it's going to be drop the bomb onto the Vic Rash, getting that elusive threat out of the way.
はい。
So JO1 can either opt to
そうで
finish
す
the
ね。バンド
turn
ルコマン
in
ド
2
のネクサ
turns,
ス
or
ス
he
トライ
can opt
ク
going for more
から
board
の
control.
腹ペ
But
コール
since
キャ
he
ット
has
に
seen
よる
already
横
bunch
の
of
壁
sleep
展
being
開
shoved
を
to
し
the
ない
deck,
と、
if he opts to play
じゃ ャンナニーラに対しての横展開殴りに対して、横展開クイックアタックアタックに対して、回答ができないので、JO1 選手としてはイルーシブのアタックを通したいという判断でしょう。ここで、氷山トカゲのバフが入ったバンドコマンド。これでまあ戦場の方向こそ打てなくなりましたが、人点腐ってんな。
Maybe in the next couple of rounds I draw another Bone Club or a Battle Fury, and I can just pressure down my opponent on the next round. But as you mentioned, those slipstreams are a house and something that JO1 has to be incredibly cognizant of. As there are 2 in the hand of Talpinator, making effectively a 7-card hand.
So Joan opts to not play it faster. He could have played Inner Beast into
あれ、2回か。
Overwhelm on the
レベルアップすると思ってた。
Pioneer. Opts to keep
あと
the
1回か。
mana for the Signpost, opts to keep mana for the Recall, and played incredibly slow. And that might actually cost him the game, because now,
これワンチャンあ
oh
るぞ。
my god, dropping the boat, drawing the Nyla from the boat, and then next turn we're gonna see some slipstreams coming through, and that might be actually a big struggle to deal with, and that might turn into the litter from the
これ
Tarpinator
腹ペ
side.
コールキャット全体にブラッシュ付与されちゃうとブロッカーとしての仕事が機能しません。内なる獣でリジェネつけて
handle this, but with double slipstream, Talpinator might just be looking at lethal on the next turn.
So J1
次の
can
一
set
斉ア
up
タックすげえ辛くない
lethal, pretty much
J1 選
OTK,
手。
setting up Overwhelm on the one of the
どうだ
elusives, and set it up on the elusive, on the all, can set it up on the
うわいい
Pioneer,
カード引いた
on
ね。
top of the
おて
bottom
んぱ
three in following turn, drawing Wallop on top of that, which can be used for both offensive and defensive purposes.
Yeah, Wallop is a huge pickup for JO1,
まあ
whose
ま
mantra for the
ず
turn is just, I need to survive a little bit longer. Eye of the Storm, the
時計
perfect
人形
pickup
か
from
ら動き
Talpinator.
たい
Not
気はする
only
けどな。
is it another burst speed spell to try and activate this Tide Dancer ability, but it will also take Quicken off the table as an answer to the Tide Dancer itself.
Look at this setup. You're gonna be having 4 units getting buffed from the boat. Unfortunately, there is a Wallop coming down, so there will be blockers available to
時計人形から動いていたら
since Nyla
船
cannot
の
attack
バフ
anymore
先
due to the
1体増えた気がするんだけどな。
very good high instant play from JO1.
There's still a lot of damage packed into the hand of Talpinator, though, and we're going to see a little bit more Divine Whirlwind. A potential
Divine
pickup from this augmented
Whirlwind.
Clockling would be active thanks to the Slipstream, but it's going to be
あ、打点
Acorn
じゃ
the
ない。
Hextician, and there is the proc of the Tide Dancer. Only 3 units getting that buff, as Nyla is not able to
これ
attack herself, and whatever comes down from
時
here
計
on out.
人形船乗りプルシャークって出してたらブラッシュもう1体いたと思う
Definitely.
な。
Having the Tarpinator might be opting to try to remove the elusive and at the same time removing another brush blocker.
それ
The
さ
downside of that
相
is
打ち
you
でいい
don't
気がす
get
る
to
俺
play out the storm this turn.
相打ちしちゃってさ ドロス使いたくない
Farther into deck, try to find this lethal, those mystic shots, this blowback, this divine
プルシャー
whirlwinds.
クと
I'm curious what's about to
1枚
happen
あれ
here
は十
because
分
JO1
か
does have the puzzling signpost, and it would be
そう
a
スタンは
full
めちゃ
3-man
くちゃ
on
強い
Howling Gale, so while
マジでこの
Talpinator
コ
could
テン
make
パ
this
ン
play again,
は
it would cost them the rest of their mana, but JO1 says this puzzling signpost needs to be saved for something
めちゃくちゃ
else.
偉いっ
It's
すね
not quite worth using just to save the one elusive.
これさ内
This
な
is a
る獣
very
で
smart play from J1 because what he's planning to do this turn,
11-3
he
に
wants
し
to
つ
set up
つ
the
ヘ
inner
ル
beast
獣の
into
方で
overwhelm
プラに
and
プラ
then
に
keep up the mana for the recall for
でブラッシュ
defensive
に対して
purposes to
の
set up lethal with the battle fury
ブラ
because
ッシュ
there
に
is
対
again
し
reminder
て
there is
のブロ
nothing
ッカーを
absolutely
2
nothing
体にす
Tarpinator's
る
hand that can stop this swing in the next turn. So unless Tarpinator can find lethal this turn or enough damage pushed to set up a lethal with burn in the following turn, this might
この
be
ターン
game
取るの
over.
は8点
Talpinator going to go in for the attack. Only one brash blocker on the side of JO1 means whichever one they block is however much life they're going to be left with, but there's still that elusive threat, and they are going to lose their challenger by blocking here. That's going to be 5 life left on the side of JO1. Not a high amount. We can still see either multiple Mystic Shots in the Divine Whirlwind or that one blowback left in the list with a Mystic Shot in order to actually finish off JO1. But JO1's got a lethal setup of their own. We're gonna see
あのエイコン
the
聖なる
stance
陣
swap
風だったら
line
めちゃく
up
ち
here.
ゃあとミッション2枚で終わるんだけ
Definitely
ど
an
な
overwhelm gonna
5
come
点
down on
か
top of the Yumi. Probably on all. Yeah, because of there is like you have to be aware of another Howling Gale Wind. That there is one more.
でも JO1 選手
one
も
more in
急
the
に
deck,
厳しくなったな
which
あの船が
you
強い
don't want to
やっ
lose
ぱり
automatically by playing the
船
on
で
the
ニー
elusive.
ラ
And what you
次
can
の
do,
ニー
you
ラ
can
持っ
just
てき
set
つ
the
つ
overwhelm, set the battle fury, and take the
全
fast
体に
swing
こうやって
with the
バフがかかるわけだから
final
めちゃくちゃ
lethal
強い
with battle fury.
なるほど
And the Eye of the
なるほど
Storm is fleeting, so that is not going to be available for Talpinator. They
14 点
do have a little bit of an out in the slipstream here.
14
Currently,
点
Battle Fury plus Quicken will be lethal. There's the
oh my
blowback
God!
and the Mystic Shot. There's a
マジで
puzzling signpost for
なんだ
JO1 though. If they don't use the
あ
Quicken,
ー
oh,
マナ
they
が
don't have,
足り
they
ない
only have 11 mana, Alan. It's not enough for Battle
マナ
Fury
が
plus
足りない
signpost. It's going to be lethal for
すげえちゃん
Talpinator.
と持ってきた
What a turn! And also, this is a beautiful setup with the recall because you need like to find.
そう、まあでもまずこれ足んなくて、船の5点がある、5点の壁があるからまず足んなくて。
Really prevent the lethal is both. So you either had to have Eye of the Storm to prevent lethal here, to counteract with the recall, or find a lethal of your
そうね。
own.
で、あべこべの標識も打てない。
Development of the lethal going to the face, and there is nothing, absolutely nothing JO1 can
トッ
do.
プ光ってんな。
No, Talpinator gets the draws, finds the burn, and that is why they like these aggressive lists. Even with their back against the wall, they're able to pull that out. A win without the attack token for Talpinator, but they're not out of the woods yet. That is not the matchup that JO1 was looking for.
探検家に優につけてね、システムユニットニーダとかジャンナを徹底的に除去しても船1枚で盤面返しましたね。船のポテンシャル高えな、マジで。
JO1 decided to play a bit slower than he could have, and he could have set up lethal while
ニーダジャンナの本体やっぱ船だよ。これニーダジャンナと動画で対面してるとき、いつも船さえ引かれなければ勝ちって言ってんもんな。あの船ポテンシャル高えって。
It's really difficult to take
あべこべ打てたら、4コストの、ごめん、ど忘れした。YouTuber ゾーンの4コストの覇気の札の覇気札が足んないっすね。
Yeah, the fees is so detrimental in this matchup
ブローバック。ブローバックの覇気札がないんで、あれ1点しか出なくなっちゃうんで、2点足んないっすね。
And that's about it. Once the fees comes down with a bit of protection, that fees just takes you down in 1, 2 hits.
だからブローバックにあべこべの標識打ててたらまだワンチャンあった。あったかねえな。横展開されまくってたから、あれ横展開からのオーバーアタック、オープンアタックで負け。オープンでもいいし。盤面の面が足りなかったから、そっちの方向でそもそも辛そうだったな。
Sort of supplemental of the elusives. When you're looking at Bandle City Failure, you don't actually have that many elusive options. It's pretty much just, you know, Fizz, and then when we're looking at the cheap ones, Bandle Commando and Skip King of the Reef. So Pouty Poro having that Empower 3 to grant Overwhelm, Toughen, Regen. It's not quite an elusive, but Alan, I think it's good enough.
Another 2 deck is bitter against Nora. ノラデッキに対して相性のいいデッキを2つ持ってる。であれば、まだ。今回は負けてしまったらおしまいなのよね。何バンされてんだこれ。カルマスラフィンセとかこれ。コロキンかカルマセットだから、セットカルマでね。確かに確かに。除去力が高い。ノラエルダーって要は除去力の高さと6コスト以上のユニットのその生存能力の高さなので、生徒で除外できたり、除去力が足んないくらいにバフしつつ横に展開できる。
Talpinator opts to start playing with the removal because he needs to fish for information. Okay, are you gonna be protecting
このデッキだったらワンチャンあるんですけど、まあだから JO1 選手としては相性の悪いこっちのデッキを通したいところはあるんでしょうね。相性悪いというか、まあ相性イーブンかなこれは。ノラエルダー強いですね。
This wall-up pickup is huge for Talpinator. When you look at this list from JO1, what it's really lacking is protection.
エルダードラゴンっていうのがやっぱいいルーンテラ地域出ますよ、あいつは。
そうなんです
よね、ブロメン鏡がいるから、もうグルショーブルメン鏡とかさ、普通に。これは壁のラですね。で、これでブロックした瞬間にブロメン鏡の射程圏内だからね、リジェネつかない限り。
Bundle Commando to finish it off with later on with the Broadmain and keep such important card as Wallopus for later on. But definitely you do not want to get chunked by 7 damage.
これノラはもうさ、バンドルコマンドの壁用として出しといていいと思うわ。なだれないでしょ。
But unfortunately for JO1, this is not a matchup where stacking all of your resources into one unit is going to pay off. That Broadmain just does so much work in terms of dismantling a strategy like that. Now, JO1 has a little bit more refuel with the Glacial Saurians because this is a Yordle in play.
一回パスでもいいけどね。
So in this matchup, you'll see Nora mostly being just a champ blocker. She doesn't get to swing that often, and like you don't hold her for level up. She's just there to give you that extra life and block those big ass elusives.
そのプラザガーディアンと8コストのクラゲでしょ。あのクラゲを低くして、ブロードメイン鏡ももともとヘルスそこそこ高いのにタフとかデスデスがつくから、あとまあプライチされるだけで結構除去しづらくて、だからね、展開力、除去力、序盤からのアグロ耐性、アグロ性能と言うべきか、アグロ性能もあればアグロ耐性もあるから、まあアグロ性能はないけど、序盤から小型も出せる、中盤以降の圧倒的な展開力や安定した除去力もあるっていう感じで、まあ、結構なかなかにね、良いデッキとしての条件は満たしてますね。
And then there's only one remaining in the list. Of course, Wiggly Burblefish still on the table as we see it off the top there from Talpinator. Something that I think scared a lot of players off of elusive lists was just the presence of Burblefish in the Respect Your Elders.
So J1 will be looking for the open attack to take down that Nora right away. You have already damaged Bundle Commander, you don't really want to protect it. You want that Nora to actually block you here, so you can drop down the Fizz.
で、戦場の方向刺さった方にコテンパン打って、
Before the Fizz comes down, you want to accumulate some more cheap spells to actually be able to
で、ブロメン鏡で返して、あ、そうか、このターン、ノラブロックス入る必要ねえのか。ノラを大事にしたいんだったら。これノラはブロック入らずに、ノラブロック入らずにブロメン鏡で77切っちゃうって手も一応あんのか。いやでもまあ、プラザガーディアンと海クラゲ引けてるから、再燃もあるし、正直ノラそこまでもうなんか仕事はあるって気はするけどな。ここで7点、ここで7点食らうことを引き換えにして、このノラそこまで仕事してくれるかって考えると結構微妙じゃない？
Look at this bait from Talpinator. He's like aware that there is might be Battle Fury in the JO1
俺は差し引きこっちの方が得だと思う。戦場の方向温存。さあここからブロードメイン鏡がバカみたいな働きするぞこれ。
There is a lot of cool lines you could have taken, but we see Talpinator drawing into those elusives back to back, being able to potentially stabilize soon with enough removal. And we see those group shots, we see Palstry, we see Wallop, a lot of stuff that enables your broad main. And J1 outside of the End Tomb has really not much tools to deal with it.
And I wouldn't even be surprised to see Broadman
come
down
on Glacial Saurian
here, lock that weapon onto the Bandle Commando, but that's not going to be the outcome. They want to get this weapon and this elusive out of play, understanding that there are not that many copies of cards like this in J1's list, so you're going to see the mountains of vigor going down onto the Broadman. It's going to be +1/+1 and tough. J01 now has to make a decision about protecting this unit or
この後 J1 選手としてはフィズ軸で攻めるしかないね。フィズならかわせる。フィズならあらゆるスペルをかわせるんで、フィズで攻めるのがいい選択肢だとは思う。
We see Fizz, we see Bone Club. J1 didn't want to show that he has Fizz before because that would alternate the Talpinator's lines probably to the J1's unfavor. But now the J1 is looking definitely confident.
うちの獣があるんで装備して、まあ、3コストで3回打点飛ばすのは無理でしょう。グルショ3枚持ってない限り無理。グルショとパイ投げか。グルショとパイ投げを合計3枚持ってないと無理なんで、まあ、ここは使っちゃっていいかな。
There's two spells that have to connect Fizz to take it off.
まあ、物騒なパイが1枚見えてるんで、物騒なパイが1枚見えてるっていう公開情報がありながらなお2コスト残して武具を装備したってことは、持ってても対応できるぜっていうことなんで、裏を返せば。あ、このジェム強い。このジェム強い。このジェム強いよ。
because the Bilgewater champions or the Bilgewater spell pool is
はい
removed, so no
イン
blood
パクト
bait.
かな。
You're looking at pie tosses, you're looking at group shots, additional
ちょっとこれ
combos of
外
the
で
cards
す
that
ね。
you already love
お
to run. But for now, it's going to be third
回復
Nora
にしたか。
picked up off of the sign-in Thousand-Tailed.
Not quite enough mana to play her, but Tarpinator realizes he needs more cards, more to try to deal with the Fizz. So he opts not to go for the elusive development. He's not afraid of losing the Fizz to the Fizz in following turn. He says, okay, I should have 2 lives. I can just go for the redraw here, and I'll go for the elusive blockers in the following before the next swing coming for the lethal. So for now, he just goes for the more damaging spells, gonna try to take down that Fizz. And JO1 has to decide if he wants to commit here the Battle Fury and
JO1 選手の勝ち筋マジでこれフィズだな。
to defend that Fizz. And you don't really want to commit in
フィズが通れば勝ち。フィズが通らなかったら負け。トラピネーター選手的には、だから、ユダユダクラゲウオは結構マストで出しておきたいカードではある。まず、ね、デフォルトでイルシブが1体いるよってなると、JO1 選手としては獣の肩でオバパつけちゃえば関係ねえのか。そっか、オバパつけれんだ。強いな、おい。
So you know that if your opponent has 2 1 damage pings, then you have actually thrown away your Fizz. Not only your Fizz, your chances of winning this game, but your spot in the top 8 here at the World Championship. I'd be very surprised to see JO1 go for it, but it's certainly not off the table. The Glacial Saurian does feel a little bit safer, but thanks to the health totals of the units on Talpator's side, it doesn't really look like any overwhelming damage is going to be coming from this game.
リソースを今考えてる。
So in this position, there is too many one-cost damage spells in the Terminator's deck to go for the battle line. Because if it was only like 2 group shots left, I think you could take that line because like it's very unlikely to draw both of them. But then there are 2 Pythos left on top of that, which is definitely too risky line take versus that.
With the swing here out of Talpinator, kind of curious if JO1 is going to trade the Glacial Saurian for the sign-in. There's no Deathless on it. You know, with this being a damaged overwhelm threat with the broad main in play, it feels like it's kind of past its prime. You might as well use it to get something out of play on the side of JO1, take a little bit less damage, and maybe just prevent yourself from sort of randomly dying to just a wide board of Talpinator down the line. Actually even gonna gem up one of these units to try and make it a little bit more of a threat.
So about the Saurian and the Broadman in the plane, like it's never, the spell will never come on top of it because every spell that Talpinator will have will be raining on the Fizz.
JO1 選手、今では瞬きもした様子です。すげえ、JO1 選手、ずっとカメラ目線でこっちを一心不乱に見つめ続けている。極限まで集中しているんだ。まるで写真のよう。実際苦戦をしてはいますからね。そこで1枚、そのスローの適当な打点投げられた場合、JO1 選手としては、氷の3姉妹切らざるを得ないんで、そこ投げるよね、ここでね。これまず1枚投げるよね。これは食らっていいんじゃないか。ゆうさん。
Oh, he decides to use Three Sisters, and then the following turn,
you
won't have much else to do. He'll have Battle Fury open attack with the only Wallop as to back it up to protect it.
Yeah, this is a really rough position for JO1, and currently the Battle Fury is not even going to be lethal. Because that's a Bone Club, not a unit, there's no growing. Yeah, it's only going to be 18 damage if that's what JO1 decides to go for. And aside from the wall, there is that group shot in the hand of Talpinator. It's definitely a rough position for JO1, who's got to try to set up a 2-turn clock into a Riptide Rex round. We're going to see Pouty Poro actually come down. Again, Empower 3 will turn on Overwhelm, Regeneration, and Tough organically for this unit. He doesn't... I think JO1's just going for a playful trickster line and saying, hey, I'm going to attack with both these units. I'm going to immediately pull the Pouty Poro out of combat, give that keyword over to the Fizz, and see if I can just 2-tap you for 10 damage.
The
problem is, like, you need to pre-commit a spell, you need to pre-commit Trickster before the fight starts.
多分ここでユダユダクラゲを出すんですよ、これ。ユダユダクラゲを出して、
Like, you're probably you're not gonna use Wallop. So it's either Trickster or Battle Fury. Since he's already committed on the Bounty Pro line, it's probably not gonna be Battle Fury. So he's committed to just playing on stack the Playful Trickster. And now, if Talpidato decides to just go for the Broadmate play, then like he might need to commit the Wallop, because if he goes for the Battle Fury line, it's kinda bad. Talpidato decides to target Bounty Pro instead, playing in the hindsight that might be actually Playful Trickster coming down.
Such a rough position for JO1. Only one unit in play. Not a
これ
great
で
way to
戦
play
場の
with it
方向を使っ
offensively and
て
still
補填
protect it,
板
because
を
Battle
補填
Fury's
に
got
す
to
る
be
のは
committed.
できなくな
JO1
った
wants to get the elusive down onto this and actually push this unit through. They've done so much work to make sure that this Fizz remains
そうタフはあ
undamaged.
んま役
And
に立たない
now
ですね
Wallop, the only spell in hand that can actually be used at any given
Not
moment to
quite.
protect this Fizz.
Because we just see a pivotal top deck, one of Yordle Squire coming clutch,
いやその
because it will
あの
provide you
あ
a
れ
spell
グルー
that
プショ
you
ット
need
って
to
4 体からじゃなか
fix,
ったっけ
connect for 11 damage this turn, and have a wall
グ
of
ルー
as
プ
a
ショット
backup
で
to
22
protect
の
it.
ポロに対して
Really,
圧力
really
か
big
けれる
top
か
deck
なっ
from
て思ったん
the
だけど
J1 side from the Saurian.
It's true, and we see Talpinator debating lining up the Perilous Pastry, but at the moment
4体だよ
doesn't
ね
have the
グル
mana
グル
for
シ
the
ョ
Pastry, the
が
Wallop,
クラゲを出
and
す
the
とグルショ
group
出てき
shot. So
て
even though this Tiny Spear or Shield is focus speed, it's going to be the activator for the Fizz that you were talking about there, Alan.
You definitely want to keep the 4 mana to have in combination to stop the Fizz, because you still know that there needs to be a spell that comes down from JO1, and the last turn he had to use 3
いやでも
sisters
こっ
to
ちのでも
protect
どう
his
せ
Fizz.
グル
So
シ
you
ョ
know
の
that
グル
his
ショの
spells
条件を
might
2
be
点
actually
にしつ
awkward. If
つ
that was his the best
グルショの
spell
条
he could have
件と
used,
だったら、
and
そうね
we know that he topped
凝
one
縮ブロード
card,
メイン鏡の
which
方がいい
Talpinator is
これ
not
は
aware
僕の
of.
ちょっと視野が狭かったですね
And he pre-commits actually Playful Trickster. He doesn't go for the Yordle Squire line. That's very interesting. Opens up the threat on the east.
うん
And this is going to, I believe, at the end of the day, be a disaster. You kind of force Talpinator's hand, even if they don't want to try and play against this Fizz, they're going to
あ
have
これ
to
テルストー
now,
ン持ってたら
using the
傷
Wallop,
に
using the group shot.
傷にグルショコテンパン打つの
Damage,
怖え
get the
な
Burblefish down. It doesn't
これ
seem like an effective
傷
one,
に
given that the Fizz has the
傷に打つの
overwhelm.
怖え
So
な
Talpinator struggling a little bit, trying to
傷
figure
に
out
打つの
JO1.
怖す
What
ぎ
is it that you have in your hand? What are you up to with that
傷
single
に
mana
打
remaining?
つのめっちゃ怖
Yeah,
え
it
こ
has
れ
to be like you have to assume it's either a top deck spell or it's a Three Sisters, and he doesn't
うわ
opt to
裏
go
目
for
警戒
the
したう
Wallop
めえこの
here,
人
which would have been so big for him. He just plays around here like one mana spell,
そうトリックスターケア
and
し
he
つつ
decides
さら
not to
に
take
そう
a winning line.
グルショのを2点にしてっていう方が思うけど、いやでもブロメン鏡出すんだったらグループショットを2点にするの意味ないわ。気にしなくていいわ。いやだから実際僕はずっとグルショを2点にしてポロに対して圧力かけるってことだけ考えてたんで、凝縮ブロードメイン鏡の選択肢なかったわ。確かにそっちの方がいいわ。
And looks like they're going to commit the Yordle Squire. This is a tap out from JO1. Talpinator now has the green light.
Yeah, you can just go for the pulse string to group shot. Talpinator could have taken also a
マナな
safe
くな
line.
っ
He
ちゃ
could
っ
have
た
went
か
for
ら
Wallop line into the Nora if the
ここで出すとマナなくなるから
and now
も
he gets
う
a
ないよ
free
ね。
green light to go for the group shot. Those JO1 took the line to just develop a unit that would get blocked off anyway. Like pretty confused. Why would you go for the development of the other square, which doesn't really offer you much on this board?
Not only that, but Talpinator didn't have to use the Wallop to do this line, Alan. So now JO1's future potential lethal with the Glacial Saurian will be
まあ使い
stalwart
切りま
by
した
that
ね。
card.
なんか
JO1 has
殴
to
っ
find a way
て
to
野良に
survive
ブロ
this
ック
turn
入って
and
って
find
いう
another
展
copy
開
of
になるの
Fizz.
かなっ
But
て思っ
even
たんだけ
then,
ど
that Nora is sticking around, and there's no
違いま
more
したね。
overwhelm on the next Fizz. This might be JO1 getting eliminated from the World Championship.
Yeah, definitely. That would be absolutely devastating for him. But also, what Talpinator wanted to do, I believe, he wanted to stay at 2 HP, block the Fizz with the Nora, set the damage part is, and then he knows that he can finish off the Fizz always. So he was playing to an out of just staying at 2 HP and having Wallop as a protection tool against any sort of overwhelm that would come down if he doesn't find lethal this turn. So actually a great game plan for Talpinator that I missed.
セーフウェイトプレイ、もうアタックしてから
Talpinator's getting
出してもよかったかなっ
extra
て気が
damage
します
onto
け
the
どね。
Burblefish, and Alan, we might be looking at lethal on the side of Talpinator this round. The Wallop from JO1 going to help
Respect.
a little bit,
Yes.
but
Nice respect.
Impact
Double
2,
impact.
oh, it's such a heavy hitter.
Yeah, the double
あいつ
Battle
5点
Fury
もある。
opening hand was so detrimentally bad for
ユ
the
ーミを
JO1.
横
Really, he couldn't
展
work with
開
it
して
since the
出
Broadman
し
hit the
て
board. Because again, it would be always a tap out against the Broadman on the board. Oh, it's such a painful to see him being in this position.
なんかユダユダクラゲ王から生成されたスペル
Be
全部強
another
くない？
Purplefish overwriting one of these units that's going to be +1/+1 and fearsome. Just a little bit more damage pushed on the side of Talpinator, who is now sort of looking at this like, I wonder if I actually have lethal from a position like this.
We see that we can see double commitment damage on
で
the
顔にも打てるから
remove
さ、
one of the
ポイズンダンス
blockers
って顔に打てるん
and
ですよ。
develop the Plaza Guardian
あ、
for
横
additional
潰
points
しに
of
来た。
damage. We could see even a group shot coming on the Thesaurian and then the dart going to the face for even more damage.
横潰しに来たよ。
Back over to Talpinator. Not taking any actions yet, but the rope is coming down. Plaza Guardian committed for 1 mana. We're not going to see that group shot plus dart like you
チャレンジャー
mentioned,
付与。まあ
but we
この
are
チャレ
going to
ンジャー
see
付与ってさ、プラ1ないだけ温情だよね。
Very interesting why he chooses not to go for group shot. He's scared of that he won't have still lethal, so he opts to play a bit safer.
5-5でユーミ引っ張っ
Even if
て
you survive this
1-1 で
round, what is your next plan? The wallop, the group shot, the double broadmain. It seems insurmountable. It seseems like
ブロ
Talpinator
ード
has
勉強
all of the
強えな。
answers, and JO1 is starting to
ブロー
run
ド
out
勉
of
強
questions.
強えな。
Isn't Dart going to take out the Glacial Sorry? And we see the GG Shen
ブロード
from
勉強 GG シェ
JO1,
ン。
and I think they know that their fate is sealed.
Most definitely. Talpinator opted to play Dart
これは
on the
無理だ
unit
ね。
instead, just as a heads up for Talpinator. He opted to keep group shot because it's a fast pace removal that he can play in combat in defense.
凝縮ブロード勉強がうまかっ
And
た。
opted to play defensively so he does
いい
not
判断。
die in the following turn. But instead, he finds lethal and he
いや、
goes
残念。
2-0 against
GG
JO1 being eliminated.
And JO1 not even using the wallop in that final turn, looking at their hand
やっ
state,
ぱ
looking
瀬戸
at the
カ
board
ル
and
マ、
understanding that there is
瀬戸
no top
セ
deck
ラ
in
カル
all
マ
of
バン
Legends
さ
of
れてましたね、
Runeterra that would get them
JO1
out
選
of
手。
this one. And so that is going to be JO1, our first player eliminated here from the top 8 of the World Championship. And congratulations to Talpinator.
試合の
Yeah, it was
間
a
に
really,
喋る
really
人
tense
と
match.
試合中に
Scars and I
喋る
were
人が
talking
別だ
about
か
the
らさ、
removal of the Tide Dancer early in the
片方
hand,
の
which we
陣
thought
営が喋
may
っ
have
て
been
る
a
間
little
もう
bit of a
片
throwback,
方
but
が
because
休
the
憩で
deck
きるの
draws
いい
so
ね、
many
こ
cards,
の
you
シス
can
テム。
find it back later. But that was the key card that
あの
allowed
ス
that
カー
matchup
ジ
to
グ
go
さ
that way.
んの
But
さ、
J1 also showed really,
あの
really
ネク
good
タイピン
matchup
良くな
knowledge
い？
for playing for a little bit of a controlling
あのル
version
ー
for
ンテラの
Fizzy,
ネ
which
クタ
kind
イ
of
ピン良
rare
く
for
ない？
that deck.
Yeah, it is still a Freljord deck going for mid-range.
あのネクタイピンいいな。
That is, you know,
ネクタイ
the
ピン、なん
matchups
つうの？
that John and
バ
Neela
ッチか。
historically struggled
ネ
against.
クタイ
The
ピ
old
ンは
Jax Horns, those old
真ん
Warden
中につけるやつ
builds.
だ。
And then suddenly you've got Bandle City
あれ
Pinks
な
to
あれなん
back
つう
you
の？バッ
up.
チ？
Deals cleanly with Windborn Mariner,
ルーンテラバッチ
etc.
か。
So it seemed like he was in a really good position for most of the game, despite lacking
あ
the
のルーン
fizz,
テラのアイ
just
コンの
wanting
バ
to
ッチいい
control
な、あ
the
れ。
board state. But Talpinator has the
あれ
double
もうちょっと
blowback
こう
build,
サイズ
having
ちっ
that
ちゃくして
additional
丸っこ
top
くした
end
やつ、そ
burn
れとなん
is
かシュレ
something
ッ
that
ドつ
John
け
and
ておきた
Neela
い
had
わ。
moved away from. But this
これちょっとまあ
particular version is
普段使い
well
するには
suited
目
to
立ちすぎっ
get
けどさ、
over
なんか
that
あれ
last
パッと見、
bond.
あれ
It
ちょっ
was
と、
very,
ちょっ
very
となんか装飾
nerve-wracking
のあ
for
るボ
sure.
タンかなみたいな感じのさ、見た目に
Then
し
you
て
look at
さ、
the game number 2, and correct me if I'm
そういう
wrong,
オ
but
タ
it
クグッ
felt
ズ
like
しれっとつけてえ
JO1
な、日常
maybe
生活
had a
で。
little bit of a matchup there when you look at just a
凝
little
縮して
bit
も
of
そう、
some of
基
the
本コス
aggression that
ト、
Fizz
基
Yumi
本
can
コス
actually
トが
come out
6なん
with.
で、
So
6以上な
what
んで
happened
ね。
in that game number 2 that really
基本コ
allows
ストってい
Talpinator
う
to
概
get the
念出
win
てきた
there,
のいいよね。
Spitz?
Talpinator had a really, really good defensive hand. Sometimes with disrespect to Elder's deck, there are different types of the ways that defense can appear, but having the broad main,
リサン
getting
ドラ
the
も基本
healing
コスト
boon,
8にしま
being
せん？
so
Oh,
intricate
yeah.
in which boons you go for. There were so many micro decisions.
凝縮
Every
奴隷兵
single
でウォッ
like
チャー出そう
unit you
ぜ。
play has like 3 different decisions to make, let alone deciding on that unit, but thinking ahead, making sure you're planning in your future turns, knowing
あ、
exactly
カ
what
フい
your
いで
win
す
cons are and your
ね。
lose conditions are. Talpinator
いいな、
showed
こ
exactly
こ
what
れ
you
これ
needed
い
to
い
do with that
わ。
respect to Elder's deck. Incredible
これ
matchup
さりげ
knowledge,
なくていい
incredible
わ。
intricate gameplay.
Yeah, the only
俺、
play
でも
that I
俺、
was a
やろうと思え
little
ばできんだよな。
startled
俺
by
もこの
was
左下のこの、何
killing the Bandle
マフラーってい
Commando
うか、包帯の
with
ところ
that
にさ、
first Lord Broadmain. I
包
thought,
帯の
oh,
と
you
ころ
know,
にさ、
maybe he's got this
R
elusive
って
under
書いてつけれ
control.
ば、
Maybe you
用
leave the
途が
Bone
つけれ
Club
るんだよな、俺。
stranded on this unit. But after
自
he
分で
pinged
作
that
ろうか
down,
な。
had condensed to get the second Broadmain, and the pings came
作
through
ろう
thanks
と思
to
え
the
ば作れます。
Burblefish top decks. It was looking really back and forth. When you see a 2-0, go. You think it might have been a nice one-sided easy match, but Talpinator was
リ
fighting
サ
for
ン
his
ドラも
life
基本
the
コスト8以上に
entire
してくん
time,
ない
I
かな。なん
swear.
か今。
I was thinking to myself that whenever card gamers are
なん
kind of
か
getting
ス
these
カーリル
amazing
さんが
plays
さ、ちょ
in
っと
top
顔上
decks
に
to
向け
kind
る
of
とさ、
bring
黒
them
巻きで
back
メガ
into
ネ
the
が
game
気持ち
in
悪
the
いことに
mid
なる。
late game, you give them this protagonist
ほらほらほらほら
energy,
ほら気持ち悪
and
い。
Talpinator was definitely channeling a lot of that during this set.
最近奴隷兵的環境ついていけなく
I
て。
think that Talpinator has truly become the
うん、
main
あれ
character, especially after
基
taking
本コスト
down
8にしてくれ
such
たら
a
な。
behemoth of a player. Spids, this was maybe an unexpected result. Just looking at how
エ
well
ルダードラゴン、
JO1
リ
had
サンドラ
done
エルダードラゴ
throughout
ン
the
でさ、
season up until this point.
リサンドラエルダードラゴンでクラゲ
Yeah,
と
Yeah,
さ、
JO1
I mean,
was
we're talking-
very
クラゲと出てこねえ。カード名がプラザガーディアン、プラザガーディアン。クラゲとプラザガーディアンをさ、エルダードラゴンで出しまく、コスト下げて出しまくってさ、それでリサンドラのレベルアップ条件食べようぜ。基本コスト、リサンドラのレベルアップ条件基本コスト8以上にしてくれたらそれで済むんだよな。リサンドラも基本コストにしてくれません？フレオだとスペルカウント、まあ、獣の方でしょうね。獣、内なる獣とか、フレオルとテルストンは氷の三姉妹、内なる獣。ウォッチャーでさ、山札残るし別に良くないって思うけどな。なんかね、今、魔王界レベルアップさせるの結構簡単だしさ、割と。大変ではあるけど、以前。この環境、ウォッチャー出されても、ゲーム終わるってことはあんまりないしさ。言うて多分出てくんの8、9ターン目だと思うんだよな。自前奴隷兵1枚で、プラザガーディアン2体、クラゲ2枚で、リサンドラ引いてないといけないし。Would you play World Championship next year? Me? Maybe yes, if I can.
Oh, it was very good. Actually, I was in World Qualifiers last year,
But
and I
I'm
almost qualified.
not good at
And my
Runeterra playing.
was crazy about it.
My playing is poor.
Qualifiers.
So
right now it was even better. That I
Maybe-
was qualified for Worlds.
I cannot.
Right now I'm signing for.
I cannot go to World Championship.
It will be enough for me. But I win it all. Oh, that would be great.
まあね、モッチャーもね、アタック事項、まあそうね。まあ
All of the
相手にデッキかさ増しされても繰り返し消せるっていう利点はあるけどね。魔王界とは違う。
Not much of RNG aspect compared to other card games.
もうリサンダーのレベルアップ条件緩和しちゃっていいと思うんだよな。
Community is very good also.
基本コストっていう概念出てきたからどんどんそういうの取り入れてほしいわ。
Another Polish player qualified for the tournament. It is,
あと8分休憩です。
And if we meet in finals,
あれこれもしかして岩戸さん出てるや
but,
つ
I definitely don't want to meet him earlier and like eliminate him or he eliminate.
なんか俺見てねえんだけど、ルーンテラの各地域のルーンテラ配信者の
will be there with him. That would be great. And like other person, I don't think like there are a lot of great players out there. So I think whenever I
インタビューしたってやつかな。あれ確か岩戸さん出てたはずなんだよな。
I was very nervous
選手に聞いたら大体ゲっぽいか。
in the first tournaments
なら大丈夫だけど。
when I was like, oh, I can
な
actually
んか
qualify and stuff.
本人の許可なく勝手に俺の配信出すとなんか怒られそうで怖いんだよな。
Just for fun. So I don't
まあ
feel
でもこれは不可抗力でしょ。
taking part in the tournament.
なんかインタビューしたらしい。あの人なんかなんか岩戸さんは名前出していい？まあいいか。俺が出したんなら出していいわ。岩戸さんはなんかそういうプロ系のプロ e スポーツプレイヤーに対してのリスペクトがすごいらしくて、でまあ僕とは対局なんですよね。僕はそのさっきさ、プロプレイヤー誰を応援してますかって聞かれて、誰も応援してませんって答えたぐらいには、僕マジでそもそもスポーツ観戦するときにマジで個人を見てないというか、 なんか人を応援することあんまりないから、僕は正直あんまりなんですけど、あの人はなんかそういう楽しみ方ができる人らしいので、そっち方向でなんかね、足しげく活動してたら声がかかったらしいですよ。ね。エドワール盛り上げ界隈の一人がね、そうね。頑張ってるね。俺はマジで、自他共に認める生粋のエンジョイ勢でありたいと思ってて、語弊があるな。別に競技シーン好きだったらエンジョイ勢じゃないってわけじゃないんだけど、俺個人の話だな。俺個人が単純にあんまり正直だから、僕多分そんなにプロシーンに僕多分興味ないんですよ。この配信しながら言うことじゃないんですけど、絶対に多分言っちゃダメなことなんだけど、僕がなんでこのミラー配信してっかって、僕ミラー配信するたびに毎回言ってっけど、ダイオット JP が日本語のキャスター雇って日本語配信やんないから、俺はずっとこのミラー配信やってて、僕もルーンテラっていうコンテンツを広めたいなっていうのは思ってて、だから僕がこうやって日本語ミラー配信すれば英語わかんないよって人にもまあ大会を楽しめるかなっていうアクセスにYouTube 側のアクセスになればっていうのを思ってやってるところはあって、逆に言うと本当にそれだけですね。でまあ僕がルーンテラっていうゲームのルールが分かってて、少なくとも水準以上に、ちょっと失礼な言い方かもしれないけど、水準以上にプレイングが上手い人がゲームしてくれてるから、なんか見てワイワイ騒げるって感じですね、正直言うと。どっちかっていうと僕が遊びたいですもん、見てる暇があったら。まあだからで特にでもそれでもだから僕がそのカジュアル層にもこういう大会があるんだよっていうのを伝えたいからやってるっていう、僕がやりたいからやってるっていう側面はまあもちろんあるんで、僕はやりたくもないことを公式がずさんだから無理にやらされてて、やりたいこともやりたくないことを無理にやってるんですよみたいなことを言いたいわけじゃもちろんなくて、これはこれでもちろん楽しんではいるけど、願わくばもっとねコンテンツとして健全ないい状態になってほしいなとは思いますね。これはその動画じゃなかった。毎回これやってほしいな。なんかイージス e スポーツさんがなんかその協力してくれるのはありがたいんだけどさ、イージス e スポーツさんの本配信をこう限定 UR コードでミラーしている認可を受けた配信者をさらにミラーしている状態ってすげえなんかちぐはぐだと思うんで、なんか毎回この公式アカウントでやってほしいな。っていうのがもうそういう音の事情とか一切関与してない僕の率直な感想ですね。ダイオットがね、ダイオット大元の公式がルーンテラに関してはミラー配信 OK ですって許諾を出してるから、それを信じてそれを免罪符にして僕は勝手に他の人の枠をミラー配信してますけど、あんまりよろしいことじゃないなっていうのは僕も薄々思ってるんで、公式からやってほしいなずっと。 あと1分。このセクって人のなんか、待って、ごめんな。アルピネーターさん、結構整った顔立ちしててかっこいいな。発信打つでいいな。ウエスタンって感じがするわ。それこそ日本語解説者がつけばすべて解決する。そうだよ。俺はこのミラー配信をしなくなるよ。俺もこのツイッチとかでその日本語解説者が話してる配信を見ながら俺は編集作業とかをする感じになるよ。個人的にはその方がいいよ、俺は。
Hello and welcome back,
あれ
everybody. We are
アランさん
on
こっち来た。
day number 3
お
of
い
the Legends of Runeterra World
アラン
Championships, which
スピッ
means
ツ
we
を
are
返せよ。
inching closer and
違うか。
closer to determining the next world champion.
練
I've
習
got
って
Alan
日に
and
どれくらい
Skarsig
や
on
っ
the
てるん
desk
で
for
す
this
か？
next game.
まばらで
And
すけど。
this one is going to be an EMEA showdown. Alan, we get a chance to see Shlulu Flippy on broadcast for the very first time.
デッ
What can you tell us about this player?
キの
Oh, he does love
その
Ionia,
まず
same as
デ
I
ッ
do.
キを
This
作っ
man
て
might have
肉
played
付
even
け
more
して
games
AI
than
戦
I
で
did
鳴らして
with
まあ
the
動くなって
Navili
いう
when
調
back
整
in
の
the
段
days.
階
Listen,
で
those
一
are
気に
two
デッキ作っ
great
ちゃうんです
players
よ。
that I've battled hundreds of times on the ladder,
4、5個一気にデッキ作っ
it
ちゃっ
really hurts my
て、
soul that one of them
デッ
will
キ
go
ができ
down.
た状態からなんです
I
け
mean, you were
ど、
hoping for an
そのデッ
EMEA
キがある
finals,
程
so
度
this is
できた
probably going to be
状
your
態から待って
consolation
ください。
prize,
これで
Alan.
さ、ここで
That's a good
1、2、
point.
3、4なんで、
At least one of the
あと4時
EMEA
間かか
players
り
will
ます。
surely
あと4時
take
間ですね、この配
the
信は。
trophy
少な
back
くとも。
home today.
Yeah,
そ
and
の
Shlulu
AI 戦で鳴ら
Flippy
してまあ
got a
動くなっていう状態
2-0
から
over
スタートした場合、
Aurora in
一
that
度が1時間
previous
です
lower
ね。
bracket match
1
in
時
order to
間
make it
ちょっと越す
to
くらいかな。
facing off against Yuzurno. So I feel
3、
like
4試合
we
くら
are
い取っ
already in
て、
for a
3、4
treat.
試合
And
くら
at
い
this
取っ
point,
て、2、3
Skarsig,
試
I
合、
think
まあ沼ん
Shlulu
なければ
Flippy
ね、
might
たま
be
に沼る
warmed
から、
up
たまに
and ready after
たま
taking
に
down a
結
player
構
like
重い
Aurora.
動画もあるんだけ
Yeah,
ど、その
absolutely.
作
You
業
can
量
even
って
see
いうか
the
時
2-0
間
for
が。
Chow as
3、4
well, a
本取
player
っ
that,
て、
and
そ
when
の
you
う
see
ちの
2
2、
0s
3
like that, I think
本
it
を
just
動画
really
に使うっ
demonstrates
てなっ
that you
て、編
have your
集
band
し
locked and
て、
really well. You're looking to target
投
a
稿
specific
し、
thing
う
or
ん。で、
weakness in your opponent's
3、
lineup.
4本はまあ
And when you
30
compare
分、
that to
3、4試合
Yoshino, who's also
30
bringing a
分かか
very
んないくらい
standard
で、
lineup trying to
で、
win.
編
I'm
集
curious
で
if we might get
15
a lot
分
of
ちょい
mirrors for this
で
upcoming
書き
set.
出しつつサムネイル書き出
Listen,
し終
you
わ
can
ってか
see
らサ
here
ム
the
ネイル
lower
つけて
bracket,
概
the
要欄カ
clear
タカタカタっ
dominance
て
of
書いて
EMEA players.
20、まあ
We
1時
just
間
like
ちょっ
to
と越すくらいだ
play
ね。1
more
本あたり
games.
1時
Like,
間ちょっと
why
越す
would
くら
we
い
stick in the winner bracket
で
when
上
we
げ
can
てま
just get
す。
more games in? Also,
だからまあ
It's the
get
best strat. Earlier when the competition started, right? The
寝
players
る
were
前
so
にちょっと
excited
2時間くらい
for
やるだ
the
ったら
concept of
12時くらいに寝るかっつ
international
って、
competition. It's
僕結構
rare
寝る
that
のい
these
つも
top
1時、
competitors
1
get
時
to
2
play
時くらい
against
なんですよ。ゲーム
others
しない日
from
は。ゲー
around
ム
the
する日はもっ
globe,
と遅
so
かっ
they
たで
want
す
as
け
many
ど、
games as possible. I can't argue with it.
get more prep into the
12時くらい
finals,
に
you know?
もうやっことないなっ
That's
て
true.
て、
getting there, it's just a
2
matter
時
of
間
where
く
we're
ら
gonna
い
be
編
fighting
集した
against.
ら2本くらい
Yeah,
は
I
上がり
mean,
ま
I
すか
mean the
ね。
winners, the players that we have in the winners finals
編
there,
集っていうか
right?
作業
I
時
think
間。
it's Chenia and Seku. They're gonna be
Mhm.
cold. They need some warm up games, I think, but they're not gonna get it because they are already sitting in those
なんか
comfortable
なんか
spots.
日にどれ
But
くらい
we
やるか
are
っていう
just
のはちょ
gonna
っ
go
と
right into the action
別に
here.
決まってない
Alan
ですね。
Skarsig, this is gonna be a
動画
doozy of a
1本あた
matchup.
り
Alan, I'm
っていう
so
話だ
sorry
った
for
ら
your
そうい
heart,
う話
but
はできま
let's
すね。
take it away with Shlulu Flippy versus Yoshino.
As we jump into the decks, I know that it's going to be hard to see these two players. One of them has to be eliminated, but
それでも
I
毎
am
日投稿は
so
結構
excited
辛い
for
から
the
ね。なんなら。
caliber and quality of gameplay that we are about to witness, Alan.
Yeah, we've seen the lineups before and like how they play out. We didn't see much Lulu yet. We've seen plenty of
デッキ
Yejino.
解説
And
パート
Yejino
結構
just
丁
coming
寧。
with the
あれが一
standard
番短いよ、
lineup,
俺。
and we see how
あ
he
れ、あれ
has
一番短い
already
よ。
locked in,
あれ、あれ
like
2、
you
3分だよ。
mentioned, proper
あれ
bans,
2分くらい
and
だよ、
he
い
knows
つも。
what he wants to do. On
あ
the
の
other
尺
side,
その
we
まんま
see
よ。
Shlu just
デッキ
dominating
解説
2-0 here,
冒頭、
2-0 there.
冒頭のデッキ
So
解説
he
パートでし
had
ょ。
just a small fluke dropping into the lower bracket, but
あれ、
again,
あそこいっ
maybe
ちゃ
this is
短いっす
the
よ。
whole part of
概要欄の話？概要欄は
Yeah,
概
even if
要
you've
欄
got
は
the
結
best
構確かに。
matchups
でも
in
あそこ
mind,
それ
a
でも
really strong
10
lineup,
分くらい
sometimes
カタ
the
カタカ
cards
タカ
fall
タ
either way.
マジ
I
で
know that
その
competitors
投
have
稿
always
始めてから
appreciated
投稿終
having
わり
this new double
を
elimination
で
format to make
投
up
資で
for
10
those slight
分くらいでその
variances.
10分の
But
うちにカタカ
Yoshino
タして書い
is
ちゃ
a
ってますよ
player
あ
that
れ。
has shown his ability to continuously
なんだろう
adapt,
なんか
not
言おうと
just
思うとなん
within
か言い
this
たいことがど
tournament,
んどん
but
どんどん湯水
leading
のように
up
湧い
to
てく
the
るんで
World
それを全部書
Championship.
き
So
殴る
taking
と
a
いうか
closer
タイ
look
ピン
now
グ
at the lineups the players have
タイピング
brought.
殴るという
Nora,
か
Elder Dragon, respect your elders. The most brought deck for this tournament, and now in the top 8. Shlulufip
ライブだ強い
Flippy
な。
only has 2 copies of Early Bird and only 2 condensed. Okay, I was
あ
worried
昔
for a
の動画
second.
より
2
長い確かに
condensed,
確かに。
wants to double down on the Rex, wants to double up on the broad main. Pretty solid build, I'd say.
そうね、なんかデッキ解説の部分が5分、なんか兵将の動画とか5
It's a
分くらい
card
あっ
that
たね、
I
確かに。
identified early, and I'm glad that the players had enough
逆音
time
だ。
to test and identify how strong it
前ずっ
was.
といるな。
And speaking of strength,
あ、雪犬い
Jack's
る。
Orn, what a heavy-hitting
雪犬
historical deck at this point. 3 copies
雪
of
犬
Battle
オー
Fury.
メンホ
This
ーク
one's not
採
trying
用
to do
型。
any
雪
funny
犬
business
オーメ
going
ン
right
ホ
for
ー
the throat.
ク。
We've seen Jack's
銅
Orn
山トカ
perform
ゲ。
greatly on stats, but we haven't seen it much on the broadcast just yet.
天井の
So
方
I'm
向
very happy
3
to
枚
see
マ
it
ジ
perhaps today, and it won't be banned. And we see on top of that 3 copies of
お
Wild Claw Ferocity also coming clutch as a potential finisher for the Jack's Orn deck.
モルガナモ
Flippy
ルデ
also
か。
bringing 3 copies of Spectral Ironhound, one of my favorite cards in the Mordekaiser archetype.
それでも
Gives you so
そん
much
くらいですよ
pressure, so
1
much
時間ちょっと足出るくらい
wide
1時
threat.
間
You don't need to sit
まあ
back
1時間
on
15分か
the
な
threat of Mageseeker Inquisitor or
そんくらいですよ
Mordekaiser's level 2 or Morgana. You have this additional set of cards that can just
で
give
まあ
you
そのなんだろう
board
人の配
pressure
信
in
見な
order
が
to
らと
convert
か
your state
人の
into
だら
a
だらでや
win.
るとね伸び
Comparing
ちゃう
this to
ちょっと
Yoshino's idea, only
人
2
の配
copies
信
of
見ながらと
Ironhound still
か
likes that somewhat
アニ
aggressive
メ
slant
今自
for
分まあ呪術
Morgana
廻戦とフリーで見て
Mordekaiser,
るんで
but
すけど
might
クソリアの独り
not
言
be
見よう
able
か
to
な悩んでんだよな
consistently get the Ironhound on
今
curve
んと
into
こ
the
その2本しか
Mordekaiser
今見
that
て
is
なく
its
て
strongest play.
Yeah, we see here 1 extra crumble, 1
バ
extra
ンケット
soul
モールで持ち込み
harvest
と見
in
たい
the
ですね見たい
opposition
けどなんか
to
ああ
the
いう
Shulufip
なんか
Flippy.
一回
Definitely
致命
taking
的な
this
対
a
策され
bit
なんか
more
カウ
on
ン
the
ターカードポン
heavy
って置かれた
side
瞬
because
間
you
に
know how
冒険
tight
か
on board
探検
space
か置かれた
those
瞬間に
decks
破綻
can
するよう
be.
なデッキではある
Moving
ん
on to
であれ
the
って
respect your elders. This is the another
ああいうなん
version
か
of
致
just
命的
running
なカウン
both
ターが
Plaza
存
Guardian
在
and
する
Belt
デッキは
if
多
very
分ここまで
vicious.
勝ち上がってくるのは難
So
しい
clearly
と思い
those
ます
decks
ね
want to just cast some spells,
致命
get
的な
those
カウン
discounts
ターは
as
存
soon
在
as
せ
they
ずに
can on the
うまい
back
プ
of
レイ
the
ングが
broad main,
伴
just
えば
controlling the
高い勝
board,
率
continue
を
to
安定して
present
叩き出すことので
those
きる
threats
デ
to the
ッキ
opponent.
が
This
今こうし
is
て
one
上が
of
っ
the
てきてる
decks
と思う
that
ん
players
で
really dislike seeming to play the mirror match. If it's brought, it's usually banned. The
なか
early
なか
bird
その
really
無理
throws
で
a
はない
wrench
とは
in
思う
how
け
you
ど相
calculate
当
the
厳
mirror.
しい
We'll have to
話
see
だ
how
とは思い
that
ますね
plays out. Alongside Karma set, 2 copies of 9 lives. This has
なん
been
か
a
アニ
key
メ見な
card
がらは
for
ちょっ
this
とアニ
deck
メ
to
に
have a
集中
little
したい
bit
か
more
らアニ
staying
メ見な
power
が
in
ら
its more
編集は
difficult
しないけ
matchups
ど
to
人の
line
配
up
信
into
見なが
a
ら編
sunken
集とか
temple
はする
turn.
んで
My read so far, Alan, has
僕
just
よく
been
人の
if
配
you
信
get
潜ってん
sunken
ですけ
temple,
ど
you're usually in a good spot.
Yeah, most
そ
definitely.
うバンケッ
With
ト
Yasuno
ナイ
is
ト
one
ね
of the few players left with the
あとモル
karma
デ
left
カイ
in the
ザー着
lineup,
地狩りされちゃ
but
ったら
still
それはそ
brings
れ
me
で辛い
joy
し
that we might see
あのデッキまあ
more
決まれ
of
ば
the
強いけど
karma
弱
set
点も多いデ
gameplay
ッキではあ
because
るん
it's such a
で
joy just to watch and talk about it.
Yeah, thanks to Topinator, that's going to be one less Poro King, right?
なんか
Out
そ
in
れ
the
とは
field
別にちゃん
to
と
farm
し
these
たその
Karma
安定
decks.
した勝率を高
Yasuno
い
is
な
a
んか
little bit more
なんか
well
いいプレイングをすれば
positioned
安
when we
定した勝
evaluate
率
the
を叩き
overall
出せる
metagame.
別の
If
軸
he
の
can't advance over
同
Slulu
じ地域で
Flippy,
別の軸の強い動きがあってサブエンジンとしてそのコンボも実はちょっとあるくらいだったら
to take it all. But when we're looking
かな
at the
りありえそうな
bans
気は
now,
しますけど
Alan,
ね。でも
is there
まあ
anything obvious that you're just going to
ノク
snap
サスシャ
ban,
ドウ ワイルで確定だろ。ノクサシュシャドウアイルだと、ビエゴかな。奴隷兵、脱走兵ビエゴかな。脱走兵ビエゴに、バンケットホールつけて、無理ではない気はするか。ビエゴ・モルデカイザーがどんくらい、ビエゴ・モルデカイザー、まあ、ちょっとアグロというか、アグロ寄りのミッドレンジに対してぶん回られた時が辛そう。ああ、雪犬が走ります。
could be overrun. Shlulipi with Jax on turn 2.
バフが乗ったジャックス出てきた。
absolutely devastating. Doesn't have to worry about Soul Harvest. Is going to go right in with this attack token.
How do you feel about Omen Dog? Omen
で
Hawk
も最初の方はね、マジで一つのデッキ作るのに1週間とかかかってたんで何も分かんなくて、本当に初期の方ね。なのでまあ、それに比べれば、その編集速度とか、もろもろの踏む手順の踏み方っていうのが速くなって、
Legion of the Severed into the Inquisitor looks strong.
Seems
Seems
like
like
the
the
only
only
available
available line.
Will
Sulu develop or float for Wildclaw?
We see both
っていう
players
のはあります
not
かね、
drawing.
正直
We
言
see
う
Legion
と。
Severed into Inquisitor into Morgana. On the other side, we see potential float mana into Combat Cook
パス
plus
カウンターストライク。次、ここで雪犬出すよりも、戦場の料理人、カウンターストライクを構えつつ、戦場の料理人を出した方が強いと判断したんでしょう。ハンド悪いっすね。ここでヘイトスパイクとか引けてればよかったんだけど、ここで2コストにユニット出してれば次復讐構えれたんだけど。
But notably, going into this next turn, Yoshino's only on 5 mana.
ここで復讐使えません。
Seems like a pretty safe wild
5
claw
コス
for
ト
us.
しかない。
Flippy bringing 3 copies
こっ
of
ち
it
か。
to go absolutely hog wild here in the mid game.
Goes absolutely crazy in. It decides not to play on Dev's
もう
ground.
使うん
He's
だ。
not worried about keeping his Jax
4
alive.
ターン目
Decides
に
to just go
7-6
full
オバ
ham
パは
on the
強い
damage.
か。
Decides not to go for the combat cook
はい。
line. Decides to go for the
いや、
big
これ、
open
でも
attack.
強いか。復讐1枚切られたくらいじゃもう無理。
But now he has no
モルガナ
option.
出すしかない。
If Gino decides to open attack, threaten Jax, there is no option to protect it because there is a
モルガ
suppression
ナ
in hand
出
which
して
prevents
7
any
に
spells
止
from
め
being
て、
played.
Yeah, Yoshino really likes this
いや、
opportunity
カウ
for
ン
the
ターストライ
open.
クある
Don't
から、
worry
カウ
about
ン
any
ター、いや、
combat
っていう
tricks,
か、
no sky splitter. Take
無
this
理
Jax
か。
off of the board.
変派の可能性も考えると、これ結構リスクない？
And suddenly you're taking all the spells out of the equation potentially, enforcing just a board-based chump fest. If Yoshino really does want to keep chumping down,
ああ、呪い嫌
prioritizing
っ
this
た。ま
overwhelm
あ
does
確かに。
make a lot of sense.
So definitely Ijuno's more scared of the overwhelm
で、これでまだ呪いが出て
just
くる。
yet not being threatened by his level up, and we see there will be a Morgana coming down or following up on either overwhelm
じゃあもう意に
or
介さず、
Jax.
単
I
体
believe
単体除去さあ打ってください。
the curse cast on, and then
強いの並べま
will
すっていう
struggle
状態だ
because
な、これ。
again there is a 4 mana suppression, there will be 4 mana shackles.
モルガナ
Like
止め
those
る
are。piling
で
up. And this
抑圧
is
の紋
so
章
much
との
mana
コ
you
ン
need
ボ
to
で
spend to even start playing the
8
game.
マナ払わない
This is
と
so
あの氷山
wild.
トカゲは動
Yeah,
きません。
very beautiful lineup here with the Morgana. Not enough mana to cast
耐えた
both
な。
of these.
これ
Even
は
if
耐え
you
ました
suppression,
ね。ダー
your
クバインドが
Saurian
できた
will
し。
remain shackled. Sulu Flippy can just go for a combat cook
このターン
development,
氷山
but
トカ
this
ゲは
passes
絶
the
対動
priority
けな
back
い。
over to Yoshino to keep this board under
オ
control.
ーメン
It
フォー
was
ク
looking
雪
like
犬雪
Sulu
犬しない？
had this aggressive idea that was going to end the game quickly,
オー
but
メ
the
ンフォーク
Morgana
雪犬雪犬で
beautifully
今後の
coupling with the Maidseeker Inquisitor
今
to
後
stop
に期待
this
しない？
mid-game cold.
Yeah, we talked about how both players have nutted the draw, and clearly we see how mana taxing the opener for Yoshino
こ
is.
こから
And he
モル
can
デ
just
カイ
follow
ザー
with
が出て
another
きて
Legion
ヘイト
7
スパイクみたいな感じになったらかなり強いけどね。モルデカイザー引けてないのが辛いか。
aggressively his Morgana not caring about
モルガナ死ぬことを前提の
and
プレイン
just
グです
get that
ね。
extra HP back and just follow from there. While Shlulu can't really do anything with those curses. He can just all he can do is just develop more units and for now abandon attacking with the buffed up overwhelm.
アタックすること自体がジャックソンレベルアップ条件につながっちゃうんで、ダークバインドを打つんだったら今打った方がいいんですけど。
Don't have to worry about the Glacial Saurian anymore, and I think even with this combat cook attacking with Jack's level, Yoshino's going to put even more shackles down. Sulu Flippy is falling deeper and deeper into
そう
debt
ですね。
here,
蘇生
Alan.
召喚時効果再発動
Those
なんで
shackles
ね。
are detrimental because first of all he has
いろいろ
to
と悪さで
cast
きますよね。
the suppression to start even doing anything with those. So like even though it's just 2 mana, it's
で
not
も
just
7
2
コス
mana. You
ト
have
も
to get rid
ね、
of suppression
払
in
っ
the
て出
first
す
place.
ユニットなんだから、そんくらいやっぱね、影響力のある効果を持ってないと困るとこは正直ありますね。
All you present to me, this is such a great spot for Yoshino to be at.
A free block here on Legion of the Severed. Deathless was placed on the Rekindler in hand. If Yoshino can use the Spirit Leech to find Mordekaiser here in the next round, can absolutely run away with this game. 2 blockers unavailable because of the shackles. Flippy still can't get rid of all the curses from here, and with Jax going down, that's going to really throw even more of a damper into this aggressive game plan.
And look at this top deck from Yuzino. It's just a free hand refill. You get to develop Prey, you get to develop Leech, and just get a cycle going in. You have a backup Hate Spike for following turn. You have the Vengeance. You have all the protection. All you want to find now is just more to lock this in for yourself.
When your opponent has that big 4-mana suppression in hand, you just attack and block and do whatever you want with so much confidence. Not a care in the world because you know there won't be any combat tricks.
私を忘れないでくれしてから魂すすりでドローするしかねえかな。マルファイトを救ってあげて、プレイ時にスタンするようになったじゃないか、やつは。なんだろうな、このゲーム中に破壊されたランドマークから一つ選定してなんか召喚するみたいな効果とかも欲しい。じゃあマルファイトが場にいるときにさ、破壊されたランドマークはさ、もうカウント1の状態でもう一回全く同じコピー出すようにしない強すぎるな。モルデカイザーの焼き直しすぎるな。プレイジスタン、ランドマーク再生効果つけよう。体岩でできてるんだし、ランドマーク再生してよくない？ダメ？そう、毎ターン奴隷兵出てくる。毎ラウンド奴隷兵出てくる。うまくいけば。
Once this mid game comes to a close and we're getting into the later stages where Flippy's only hope at victory is maybe getting an orange.
正直7ラウンド目以降の毎ラウンド開始時の強みくらいだったら別にそういう効果でいいと思うんだよ。いやまあね、カウント進めるカードもあるから、それと悪用すると、いやでもな、1枚につき1枚だからな。あ、あれだ。ダメだ。岩熊買いととんでもないこと。ダメだ。ダメだ。岩熊買いと合わせると、ボボボボボボって出てくるからダメだ。岩熊買いでさ、いるとさ、奴隷兵出てくる。違うな、さっきランドマークが壊れる、カウント1のランドマークが出てくる、奴隷兵出てくる、奴隷兵にこうしてカウント進んでまた壊れる、もう一回コピーのランドマーク出てくる、奴隷兵出てくるで。岩熊がいとマルファイトが場にいるときに奴隷兵をっていうか岩熊が割れると盤面がいっぱいになるそのユニットでダメすぎるダメすぎる想像しただけでめちゃくちゃ強くて笑っちゃった。
For the Shululu just performing not so scary attack, and Yuzino has to decide: do I want to start taking out those attackers? Do I want to develop a board of my own?
奴隷兵は無理だね。岩熊で行くしかない。
Should be seeing soon this turn Rekindler because this attack is not
as
scary. We might see glimpse into
岩熊かロッコストのさ、なんだっけ名前も出てこねえ。ザインなんだっけガザイン。
Instead, so we'll opt not to develop it. And just we will go for
the
following turn, just going for sentry, some extra cycle, and go from there. Because this turn is so passive from the Shulu side. And we know how heavy is he on battlefield, where this vengeance might become.
ロッコストの蘇りし祭壇から出てくるダミーイン。こいつスペシャルオーバーパワーなんですよ。ドラゴンのインビオラスボックスが出てくるのも、まあ、もう当然強いんだけど。やっぱスペシャルオーバーパワーダミーンを岩熊がいとマルファイトがいる状態でダミーンが4体出てくる。これでレベルアップするんかい？あー、悲願で割ってモルガナにしてってことか。これモルガナレベルアップします？悲願でモルガナレベルアップしますよ、これ。
Yeah, when leveled up Morgana attacks, she's going to automatically shackle a target. This is -1 blocker. plus lots of AoE
しない。
damage. And when Jax Ornn loses control of the board, this
から悲願。
badly, it's so difficult
あ、
for
ヘイト
their
スパイクもう一枚引かん
plotting
とも厳しい。
development game plan to bring them up. And now Mordekaiser.
モルで
I
出し
don't
ても
think
い
this
いな。
Mordekaiser will even matter. We'll see Death's Grasp coming down on one of the
なん
units
か音
and
楽聴いてるこれ。
three Morgana swinging, which all of them will be leveled up, all of them applying the shackle, all of them dealing damage to Nexus, healing back to full HP. But Juno decides not to go for level up. Oh, he's gonna go with the level up on the stack. Beautifully played.
レベル上がるんか。じゃあ打っていいわ。これ勝ちじゃん。何点入るこれ。4、4、4、4、10。あ、勝ちです。
Oh, I love this
凍
because
結
normally
なきゃ
when
勝ち
you
です
put
よ
a
これ。
spell on the stack like this, your opponent can still assign that unit as a blocker before it resolves. But because of the shackles, this is purely to level up Morgana. 18 damage on the
凍結がな
swing.
きゃ勝
There's
ち。
the Shen emote. Yoshino takes game number 1.
What a masterful play.
しかもブグ燃えてるわ。
Start how those both decks had absolutely insane openers,
へ
and we
え。
see which deck just comes on top with that naughty draws. Just too much mana taxed. Like all Shlulu was doing at the
あれ
mid
行動
games
負
to
荷が
late
重
game
複
was
してないの
just playing
偉いよね。
curses.
行動
While
負荷を持っ
was
ていない敵に
advancing
束縛の鎖ぶん投げるからさ、モルガナ。複数回並べるとゾンビアッシュみたいな感じでブロック負荷アタックを仕掛けることができるんですよね。あれ偉いよね。
being able to attack confidently, not needing to worry about Sky Splitter any longer to make sure those trades goes through. Any threat that was unshackled was quickly answered by the position.
と明かりの相性もいいし、まあモルデカイザーでモルガナの蘇生濁るじゃんって思うけど、モルデカイザーが出てくる分にはその方が強いしな。なんなら。
Respect your elders while having some Nora early board presence. There is not much Shlulu can do to defend against Nora, just developing those extra blockers from
そう
the
そうそう、バーストしたんだね。
なん
ならアッシュはさ、その攻撃力0っていう条件をさ、天波とか含めたそういうバーストバフスペルがあればブロッカーとして前に出すことはできるんだけど、モルガナはそれすらできねえもんな。天波考えるとここでパイ投げを打っておかないと、次ノラ出してパイ投げしようと思ったら天波で守られたらどうしようもないから乗ってんな。うん、このプレイングは正しいですね。
list like this, if you get one or two portals, that additional blocking potential makes it so easy to get to that mid-late game that Respect Your Elders has become known for. Jax is in play. Free damage going over to Yoshino. Gonna take that very easily on the chin as long as there's not a follow-up Omen Hawk to stop this pressure.
ただまあポータル埋まってるんで、まあそうなるよね。
Right on the top, don't mind if I do, is also going to bring her additional defensive power.
これって召喚時だっけ？あれ？これって召喚時も効果あるっけ？ブロックしようとしたら拘束される？アンブッシュした時だけだっけ？ちょっと待って。
And we see there will be a combat quick development, and we see already this ferocity
アンブッシュで変化しラウンド中限定だよね。
Oh my god! Look at this weapon combination.
殺意の塊。
Next turn, this attack from Shlu might become massive.
ジュゲム殺意の塊。
Shares these to duplicate the Shepherd's authority. Does that level Jax?
On the Jax swing, yeah, it will. It depends what he goes for, but we'll see that there is 8 mana
そうな
available.
パイを投げとくだけ投げるしかないわな。
If the Jax will not fall right now.
アンブッシュのみだった。ちょっと俺もね、そうだと思ったんだけど、これ召喚時に出てきたらとんでもねえなと思ったけど、これ青い稲妻マーク、青い稲妻マークついてないし、なかったか。ああ、まあ天波あるんだったら今使えと。アタックに使われるよりかはっていう感じで使ったんですかね。多分まあコテンパンがもう1枚あるし、スペルのプレイカウントの回数稼いでおきたかったし、という多分事前の策でしょうね。
Into sign and into sign, and that's the worst part when you play
that
much habit open, that you just might break when you are drawing. And this is the case where you see 11-9 overwhelm coming at you, and you don't have any more access to that second wall up, which might.
俺ちゃんと右の方で みんなのコメント欄の隣にレジェンド・オブ・ルーンテラモバリティクス開いてるから大丈夫。モバリティクスちゃんと開いてカード見れるようにしてるから大丈夫。レベルアップ早いっすね。
If there is no broad main, there is no stopping to this board. The essential card for this matchup is
突然始まるユーシブビー
so
ト
we might see
だ
just
が
Sinan to cycle back, cycle a bit more farther the hand, but you
もう
definitely
コテン
need
パ
to
ン
find
使っちゃってんだよ
something to stop this board.
な。
If
最
you
年
don't
召
get the broad
喚
main next turn,
だ
like
と
we are
し
staring at
て
the
もま
leveled
だ
up
足り
or
ない。
coming at you.
Sinan thousand-tailed buffs up this elusive board.
爆裂
Yoshino
バ
is
ッ
thinking,
ク
is it
パ
better for me to just
ッ
open
ク
attack right now, get another portal,
ブ
get
ラ
some
ザ
free
ーガーディアン
damage,
も違
trying
う
to play
な。い
around
やでも
potential
最年召喚するしかないと
Omen
思うよ
Hawk
俺
being
これ。
developed to chump this down. Violent Shadow Seer is not really a great pickup off the portal.
ね、
Just a
最
little bit of
年
extra
で
damage this turn. Decides to play around Omen Hawk and just go for it here.
最年出せばここは12点入る
This
よ
is。a really interesting turn because Yejino has to set up lethal here over 2 turns because this is the board that you are
ただ次
can't
戦
really
場の
stop
方
without
向
broad
を
main. So he
で
needs
ぶ
to
ん
find
殴っ
a
てく
way
る
to stay alive
あいつが
next turn and find lethal in the following turn 8 swing. So I believe that Sinan is crucial
Yeah,
in
Sinan-
this
今
turn
コテ
before
ンパン
swing.
使うべきじゃなかった
Yeah,
の
Sinan
か。
thousand-tailed, maybe get
もしかし
Challenger.
て
If anything, you get a
こ
lot
の
of HP in play to
さっき
block
の
overwhelm
物騒な
damage.
カイと合わせて使う分にはいいとして、
Opts
For
to go for the Plaza
Plaza
Guardian.
Guardian. Having the quick attack plus Challenger would have been major here. Try to get that
チャレンジャー探
attack
しに
to
行ったと
thin
思う
out
の
the
か。
board while
テン
maintaining
ハ
a
ーさえな
body.
ければ、
Picks up the
まあ、ジャ
heal,
ックスを
however.
倒せるかもねって
This is a
いう。
very interesting turn because we know Ferocity cannot block. So this 11-8 is just sitting there and is only available as an attacker. The only blocker that's available to Shlulu right now is Jax. But what
大人じゃないんですね。そ
Shlulu
う
can
あまあ
do
ね、2体
is
おパ
just
パが
to
行くか
decide
ら
if
コ
he
テン
wants to
パン
block
1枚
here
じゃ無理
or
か。
he's gonna be taking a full damage swing from Yejino.
これ残り
trying to
4
finish
点
the-
だった場合っ
the,
てさ、
Yejino's
無理だもんな。
Nexus
最
in the
年出
following
して
turn.
プラ1タフ
Yeah,
つ
if
いた
I'm
としても、
calculating this correctly, that's 14 damage being presented. And against Bandle
ちょっと
City,
足らんな。
because of, perilous pastry and the
1
threat
枚
of
目のコ
impact
テン
from
パンを
these
使う
boons,
べ
it
きじゃ
is
なか
quite
っ
a
た
lot
ん
of
か、
damage
この
to
デッ
take.
キに
But
対しては
Yoshino。doesn't want to fully extend, keeps a 5/5 alive with the Plaza Guardian to have some overwhelm defense.
So if you are aware, if you are Shlulu, you are aware that there is no wall-ups left. So pretty much, and you should be aware there is no broad main. So Shlulu can actually plan around
これは
having
折り
lethal
返し
this
そうです
turn.
ね、
That's
1-1で。
pretty much unstoppable. The only cards that save the
Next.
Yejino would be Trinket Trade potentially.
And
そう
now
10
for
コ
the
ストあ
open
るん
attack,
で
Shlulu Flippy just has to
1回殴って相手の出方見た後にバフスペル重ねがけでも良さ
Jax
そう。
is leveling up. He's going
ま
to
あ
get a
戦場の
bonus
方
from the
向
Wild Claw. Still has a
と、
weapon equipped. The Shepherd's authority was
まあ
so
共有の精
strong
神の
to
方が
pick
バ
up
フ
on
量
that
は多いか。
combat cook. And it just, you can see the way it accelerates Jax. With the downside of making that unit unable to block, it's still quite good. But he's going to just extend with Ornn.
ただ、オーンレベルアップしておりません。
An attack with the Battle Fury backed up by the Sky Speeder or Sherezis for the maximum damage. Opts to go for the Ornn instead. It's a very interesting line to opt for instead.
Yeah, very daring. There's
そうかそうか。
Broad Main, perhaps a little bit
ブロードメイン
too
教いなか
little
ったん
too
か。
late. Yoshino has two decent
そうね、そう
blockers
です
in
ね。コテン
play,
パン
but
で
Shlulu Flippy just couldn't
ストライ
turn
クしてな
down
かったから。
duplicating that Light of Acacia and giving the Ornn
そうかそうか
overwhelm.
そうか。
Normally he
ブ
doesn't
ロメ
do
ン
too
教を
much
引けていれ
until he's
ば、
flipped because of the
ロ
lack
キ
of
は間
that
に
key
合ってい
aggressive
た可能性が
keyword.
非常に高いですね。
But 14 damage being put down on the stack. One more unit potentially being sacrificed to play around this. And Shlulu Flippy has mana for Sharesies.
Definitely, if there is no block on the Jax, that's gonna be a lethal from the Shlulu side.
これは、
He needs to block with the
多分
Nora or Bearable Fish.
アルファ
the
ワイルド
Jax,
クローの
or it's
武具
gonna
を
be
ジ
game
ャッ
over.
クス
But
に
you
移
have
し
to
替え
also
れば
think
リーサ
about
ルか。
winning in the next turn. So I believe that should be Nora blocking and just maintaining the
来
Bearable
年
Fish
出
for
し
the
てたら、
impact
ブロード
damage.
メイン教
And
でア
yes,
ルファ
that's
ワイルド
exactly
クロ
what we're
ー
gonna see.
オーン出した返しにブロードメイン教
Yeah, I
で
fully agree. The
Alpha
purple
Wild
fish
Crow
is threatening 6
倒して
damage right now thanks to the double impact. We just got to find one more card. Sign in Thousand Tailed, maybe drawing that
これ
perilous
ギリ
page
入
three.
るか
It's
足んなくない
maybe all there,
1点足んなく
Alan,
ない
as it stands right now. Yoshino is surviving by
ジ
the
ャ
skin of
ッ
his
クス
teeth.
に4点バフが責任。あ、違う。
Definitely.
オーンが
Shloom
レベルアップす
might
るのか。
have taken an
オーンがレベルア
overstep
ッ
by
プする
developing
から。
Ornn here because, like, if you think what
いや、オ
possibly
ーンが
could
レベルア
stop
ップす
Lethal
るこ
here
と前
from
提で
the
11点か。
Yezhino side because
Mhm.
we are watching already
え、
double
あれ
world
ば
play.
1
The
点足り
only
ない
out, there is no brawl main play. There are no really cards available to Yezhino outside of the RNG trinket trade, which he might not even have in the hand, that could have stopped your lethal. And by developing Ornn, you just give an option to Yezhino to develop another
多分
blocker,
必死に計
potentially
算してると
heal
思う。
with the boon. So yeah,
あれ、これ、
that just
クラ
might be a
ゲ、
misstep.
クラゲリーサであり
The
ます
Shlulu missing out the very much guaranteed lethal.
And this is an even greater punish because of the buff from Sign and Thousand Tailed, giving more HP and therefore more blocking potential against Overwhelm. Ornn does level up here, but Yoshino is in a position to
上
threaten
の
that
選
lethal
手か
next turn.
カル
Gonna
ル
come
フ
down
リ
to this next
いい
attack
選
token
手
for
も
sure,
さ、
Alan. If
オーンレベルアッ
Yoshino
プして
is
たと
not
思ったん
able
じゃない
to
もし
A,
かして。
find lethal or B, get monstrous amounts of
オーン
things
レ
to
ベ
help
ルア
with
ッ
this
プした
Lord
と思ってた
Broadbane to
説な
clear
い
the board. I think Flippy will still be able to take this second game.
Yeah, there is like we have on top of that we have another sign that come down that like there is not
イル
many
シブ
cards
先
that
生
can
生きて、
stop
まあ
this
これ
lethal.
で
Silent
そう
Shadow
ね。
Seer!
埋めない
on
から
top of
ね。
that we have another
これ
impact
オーン
weapon.
レベルアップしてたって勘違いした説があると思うよ、俺正直言って。
confidentially.
And of course, the IRL Shen
そう、ちゃん
emote,
とイン
the
パクトは
honorable
ね、
is
前のターン
there.
引いて
He's
ましたね。
feeling good about himself. Yoshino played that incredibly well. We thought the lack of Broadmane would spell defeat, but Yoshino comes out on top. We
そう
can send
ね、
it
プラ
right
ザ
back
ガーディア
over
ン
to
出した
the
タイミング
analyst
で
desk,
最
and our
年出
viewers
して
can
た
get
ら最初の
informed
ターン
even
ブロメン
further
鏡も
about
し
what we just saw.
コテンパンって2枚3枚まあコテンパン探しに行くって手もあった
Thank
と
you,
思
Alan
う
and
し
Skarzik, so much. I'm here with Boulevard and Spitz to break
Boulevard,
down that
Boulevard.
match. And first
おい
off,
カメラ回ってる
what
ぞ
style
カメラ
coming
回っ
out
てる
from
ぞ
Yoshino there. I
やっと笑っ
love
た
the call out for the IRL Shen emote and then just
おい
jamming
笑っ
out
て
to
ブ
the
ルーバード
music. Boulevard, it really
Boulevard,
feels
笑って
like
くれ
Yoshino's in his
俺は
element
ブルー
right
バード
now.
何なんだ
Absolutely. Ruben called this out as their dark horse for the tournament, and the fact that
そ
they
うね
are
再
equipped
年
with
再年出
just
して
one
れ
of the
ば
more
まあブロ
standard
メン鏡実際
lineups.
引けててそこで
Yeah, at the
アル
end
ファ
of the
バ
day,
イド
we
ク
get
ローオ
later
ー
and
プンア
later
タッ
into
ク
the
さえ
event,
され
we
なきゃ
keep
処理
talking
で
about
き
like
て
okay,
て
standard lineups are what these other
で
players are
も
looking to pick on.
ジャ
But
ク
Yoshino
ソ
is
ン
here
が
in
も
full
うあ
force
そこ
showing
で
why
さ
this was the best and most played
一
lineup going into
回
this
オー
tournament.
プンアタックした
Yeah,
後
I mean, when
に
you're bringing
戦
the
場
best
の
decks, you're
方
saying that even
向
if there's some losing matchups,
と
these losing
共
matchups
有
are
の
like
精
40%
神で
at worst, right?
勝って
Sometimes
た
you
よう
draw
な
what
気
you
も
need,
するんだよ
sometimes you still
な
get in. We've seen this throughout the history of LOR. Even though there are anti-meta decks to
あ
try
の
and beat the meta, typically the winners of these things are the people on the triple meta.
ジャック
Yeah, I
ス
mean,
の
we
レベル
did
アップ
see
条
that
件
just
がアタ
in
ッ
our
クしてこう
previous
オンを
match,
与え
right?
た
The
攻撃
Fizz
力
Yumi
そう
just
で
not
すねで
necessarily
コ
getting
テン
the
パン
job
コ
done
テン
where
パン
he
でス
would
トラ
have
イクできていなかったん
expected
で
it to be
オン
able
の
to
レベルア
get
ップ
that
条件は
win.
満
And
たせ
so
ていなかっ
taking a
た
look at how Yoshino
わけな
can
んですけ
really
ども
move forward. Spitz, was
ま
this
あ
a
皆さん
matchup that you
忘れちゃいけないのは
expected
今日こ
that
こで戦っ
Yoshino
ている
would be
方々
able
は
to
すで
win?
に昨日一昨日
I
と
don't really think
6
so,
時間
but I
12
mean,
時間以上
you can't ever know these things,
戦い
right?
続け
Every
ている
single
プレイ
game
ヤーな
of
の
LOR
で
is
多
completely
分
different to one
みんな
another.
めっちゃ
So
疲れてる
it wasn't really what was on my bingo card, but my
連
bingo
日
card has changed every
連
single day. from what-
日めちゃくちゃレベルの高い試合をして
Boulevard, you know
て
what that feels like.
相当疲労
Look,
してい
the
るはずな
existence
ん
of my
で
bingo card has been called into question a couple of times. I assure you it is real. I had things pre-written down and they have been playing out expectedly or unexpectedly. But we
多分
saw why
集
Jax
力の
Omen has
糸
been
はみんな
stable
細い
throughout
よ
the game, right? Even in just game number 1, we saw the Omen
も
Hog
う
onto the Jax hit. That is something that
わ
so
ずか
many
な
players at
細い
home
糸
have
の上
felt
綱
they've
渡り
had
して
to
ると思
fight
うみ
through
ん
that.
な
And Yoshino was able to get it done. This very aggressive version of Jax, or not what you typically see with the bone clubs.
そ
The
れを
alpha
ね
cult,
まあ
the
最終日だけ
alpha
こうやって
velocities
決
and
勝
the
戦だけ
battle
見
furies. It's
て
like really
ワイ
trying
ワ
to
イ
put
言おう
pressure on
っ
the
ていう
mid
のは
game
ね
and
まあ
just
やはりかなり
didn't
虫
have
のい
things
い
line up exactly like they
配
needed
信で
to.
は
And
ある
that's
わけ
been
ですけども
cognizant of Battle Fury decks so far today.
Yeah, Jackson is a deck that really tries to like design its turns that it's trying to win, right? It has a very specific type of clock. And when the other clock gets brought in forward more, right? The portal basically added an extra clock of an extra turn, and that single portal changes the clock by one
まあ、お
extra
かめ
turn. and that
8目
changes
って言葉もあ
everything
りま
about
し
how this
て、
matchup goes. There
お
are
か
two
め、
typically
旗から見
linear
てる
esque
人
decks
ね、
going
旗から
towards
見
each
て
other.
る人のこ
Whichever
とをお
deck
かめっ
says
て言
I
っても、
want
おかめは
to
黙ってろ
will
なん
win
て
and
ね、言い方もあるんです
change
け
that
ども、
entirely.
旗から見てる人は
You see
8
some
目、
good
これ
portal
囲碁で
pulls
ね、
too,
1
I
手
feel
のこと
like
1目
Boulevard.
2目
When
な
I
んて
just
ね、
look across
8
the
目、
board
8
at
手
some of
先
the
ですね。
matchups that we've
8手
seen,
先、
portals
旗
have
から見
been
てる
very,
人は
very
その
impactful.
囲碁とかの盤を囲んで対戦してる人よりも8手先を予想して見ることができるっていうね、当の本人以外からは意外とそれは冷静に見えて、冷静に見ることができて、で本人たちが気づかないようなことにも気づけるっていうのね、おかめ8目なんて言いますけどもね、今がまさにそうでね。でも僕らはね、もうゆっくりこうやって何のプレッシャーもない状態で見てるから、まあああだこうだって言いますけどもね、本人たちは賞金がかかったでっかい大会で、昨日一昨日と6時間以上、累計まあ10時間以上おそらく戦っている消耗した状態でねやってるんでね、そこをまあ皆さん組んであげてください。それでもまあなんかこう、いやプレイングはこうだって絶対こうだってよ、あれは間違いだよってまあ言いたい方もいるでしょうから、まあ、もちろん尊重します、そういう方はねぜひこのなんだったかな、レジェンド・オブ・ルーンテラワールドチャンピオンシップ、まあ、トップ8、まあデイ3までね勝ち進んでからぜひ行ってもらえるとね、同じ条件なので僕らも確かにな、同じ条件に行った人が言うんだったら確かにそうなのかもなって分かるかもしれないんでね、ぜひデイ3まで勝ち上がってもらって文句言ってください。
very happy about that because it's a very fun deck name to say. We're going to be seeing a lot more of it as the tournament progresses. But Boulevard Spins, thank you both so much for breaking down this match. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to have another match in the lower bracket where sadly someone else has to go home. So let's get ready for that.
本部長なくなっちゃった。まあ2時間までなくなるわな。僕はもう夏はお湯沸かして麦茶作ってそれを冷やして飲んでるんですけど、もうこの最近はねもう寒くなってきたんで白湯ですね。お湯沸かしてそれを魔法瓶に入れて、僕なんか去年の冬も白湯飲んでるっつったけど今年も白湯飲んでまして、で魔法瓶に白湯ってただのお湯ですけど、魔法瓶にお湯入れてついて飲むだけじゃちょっと味気ないんで、お得用で昆布茶スティックでワンスティックでこうサラサラって入れてお湯注いで飲めるやつ、魔法瓶の他にそのマグカップ、蓋付きマグカップ、蓋付きマグカップの中に昆布茶作って飲んでるんですけど、美味しいけどねなくなっちゃった。こっからは白湯の時間だ。まあ、白湯もそうやっぱね、その寒い時にさ急にただでさえ寒いのにさ急に急に冷たいの飲むと胃がびっくりしちゃってお腹下しちゃうんですよ。やっぱ寒い時期はあったかいものをゆっくり飲むのに限りになって。一応冷蔵庫の中にねクラフトボスとか入ってっから、ワンチャンそっちもう左右すらなくなったらお湯沸かすの時間かかるんよな。ティファールではあるんだけど、今お湯沸かしてきていい？お湯沸かしてくるわ。お湯補充してなんなら昆布茶もう一杯作るわ。一旦離席します。時間間に合うかな。
Also, a chance for us to talk about what we're working on, solicit feedback, kind of talk through some ideas with the community. All that said, we want to maintain hype, especially around those cards in the unreleased build. So we're not going to be streaming the event, but I'm sure content creators who come are going to put out some content around the trip. They'll talk about their experience. Once we have visas sorted and the final list of attendees, we'll let players know kind of who's coming and who's going to be part of this kind of community event, this lore invitational. So that's what's up with the mystery event.
We're looking forward to it.
Yeah, I think end of January, early February, I think is like current timing.
Oh, awesome. So, that's what I'm probably the most excited for next year. But what are you the most excited for the next year in LOR?
Yeah, I mean, there's so much going on. There's passive champions, there's all the sets, there's competitive. I'm pretty excited that our first expansion of 2024 will have the first V2 of a champion releasing, so we can kind of see the story of that character kind of progress and grow. I worked a lot on that champion back in the early days, so I'm really excited to see player response to the new version, the V2 of it, of them. I don't want to spoil who it is, but I'm very excited about it.
Gotcha. We'll keep that one a mystery for now. So should we expect the same patch cadence next year that we got this year?
Yeah, our current plan is to keep the same patch cadence. With that said, kind of how we release content between those monthly patches might shift around, so kind of stay tuned. But yes, the current plan is to keep that same patch cadence.
Awesome. And for our final question, will a follower designed by the world champion be something similar to Adnir?
The card we created with Adnir is kind of a super special case. This is like something we did with Rusticles that probably can't be replicated with somebody else. Not only was Andrew an incredibly accomplished competitive player, but also just a huge figure in our community, obviously, and we're able to kind of fully lean into his story and kind of show a lot about him as a person. With the Architect of Legend card, that's going to be a reward, the follower reward for the winner of Worlds. It's going to be much more heavy focus on kind of the mechanics and getting something that player is excited to see in Legends of Runeterra kind of brought to life. The team's approaching it kind of a very separate project. It's a lot different than kind of what we did with Adnir. So still exciting. I think still a really cool prize, but I think we'll be approaching it a little bit differently because it's not going to be as much about the personality of that person and a bit more about what they want to see mechanically in the game.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dave Tron. Now, back to Worlds.
よし。昆布茶2杯目。エイプリルフール2日目。おのぼさんいらっしゃい。冬でもアイスコーヒーと麦茶でローテしてる。すごいですね。胃腸が強いですね。なんかいつも昼からやってんのに、12時から始めて人来ねえだろうなと思って、コメント欄とか何もやってなくて、意外と人が来てびっくりしてます。皆さん、頃合い見て寝てくださいね。 ぜひアーカイブで見てください。クラフトボス持ってきたよ。昆布茶も作ったし、お湯多分ね、マックスで沸かすと間に合わないから、半分だけ沸かした。張力から優先して再生させた。再生持ちのやつが、再生を攻略した攻撃をしてくるやつに対しての攻略法ね。再生をこう部分的に加速させて。こいつ右目だけ、片方の目だけ先に再生させやがったって。あれね。目型の巨人のやつね。決勝はいい時間に、そう、時差でね、しょうがない。クラフトボスのね、なんか限定、ローストアーモンドラテっていう、なんか期間限定。今回私がご紹介させていただくのはこちら。サトリーさんから。クラフトボス、ローストアーモンドラテということでね、実際これ飲んでみようと思います。紹介商品系 VTuber と商品紹介系合わなさすぎんだろ。実写できねえよ。相性が悪すぎる。あとさっきなんか文句言う人は Day3 で行ってからうんぬんと、僕がその再燃出してればオープンアタックしてればうんぬんって言ってて、矛盾してんじゃねえかって思ったかもしれないですけど、あれね、そういう盤面を見る意見は別にいいとして、あれね、決勝 Day3 なのにこんなにこのミスみたいなプレイしてて、ルーンテラの世界大会決勝低かったなみたいな、そういう意見ね、僕が言ってんのは。そういう意見のことを言ってます。いつさん、なんか画質悪くない？カメラの画素低くない？ボールバードなんで最初若干真顔なの？カメラ回っとるぞ、お前。
interactions between these players and these decks.
Oh, absolutely. And it's only going to get more complex from here. We still haven't seen a Karma Set mirror. We still haven't seen a Mordekaiser Morgana mirror. Like there are so much more complex matchups that we can remain to see, but you really get to see the caliber of the players shine through on just how they take these more straightforward matchups and really turn it into a complex puzzle.
カフェインの利尿作用の耐性罰なんやな、俺。カフェインとか俺アルコールとかもさ、なんか利尿作用のある飲み物を飲むとめっちゃトイレ近くなっちゃってさ、飲み会とか行った時もさ、途中からずっとマジで吐く方じゃない、普通に尿意を催してずっとトイレから出られなくなったよね。俺できたって行って戻ってきて、でまたグビグビって飲んで5分くらい経つとトイレ行くわっつって5分に1回トイレ立つからね、俺。ああいう時ってお冷や飲んだ方がいいのかな。体内のアルコール濃度が高すぎて、アルコールとかカフェインの濃度が高すぎるからトイレ近くなってんのかな。
So
Taigai
needs to get that international win, right? That is the purpose of the World Championship. Is you get to play against the other shards, and now
配信しながらコーヒーとかのレッドブルとか飲めないんですよ、僕。いや、多分ね、今自分がこうやって持ってるこちらのクラフトボスアーモンドラテ、これくらいは大丈夫。なんだろう、耐性の許容量があって、それを超えた瞬間にね、もう雨あられってなんかトイレは雨あられっていうのがちょっとあれだな、なんかそう溢れるんだよね。溢れるも違うな。許容量をオーバーするとその症状が出ちゃうんだよね。多分ね、500ml 一発くらいだったらよっぽど濃いやつじゃなければ大丈夫。 だけど、そ
Thank you so much, Necra. And you know,
う、
when we
3
talk
杯目、
about
4 杯
later
目
stages
くら
of the
い
tournament
飲
now
ん
down to the
で、
top six, we're
1
going to talk a lot
回
about
席立つ
main
と、もうあとは
character
ずっと
energy and
席
who's
取っ
really
立っ
got
ちゃう
that. And I
ね。
gotta say, Talpinator is the only player repping
だ
the
から俺、
Mila.
だから、
And
そ
the
の飲み会、
story of the Fates Voyage
飲み会行く
expansion
とき俺い
is
つもね、
Mila
度
coming
数が
through
高い
and
酒
slaying
頼ん
all
で
the
る
big
わ。
baddies. So
ウ
I
イ
would
スキー
say
とか日
that
本
in
酒と
that
か。
regard, the protagonist energy definitely lies with Talpinator's lineup.
I mean, you're invoking your champions when you're playing this. This game isn't just like a logical game. It's very
まあ、
emotional.
付
You've
き合
got
い
to
の
make
飲
sure
み
you've
会だ
got
った
the
ら最初
vibes,
ビー
got
ル
the
飲むけど
feeling,
さ、
got the power that
も
you
う
can
俺の
actually
そう
take
いう
this.
事情を
We're
知っ
trying
てる
to
人と飲み
convert
に行く
that
とき
very,
は、
very
もう
important.
俺が
But we
一番
showed
最
this
初
now
に濃いのを
Taiga
頼ん
here.
で
This has
も、
been his year. He has been
まあまあ
going
ってな
through
る。
this, making sure that he's always got the best energy as well. I've worked with him before. He is a vibes-based guy, and when he feels it, he can also bring it in.
タワーとかはビール飲んじゃうと俺、もうだから許容量超えるんだよね。だから度数じゃないんだろうな。多分アルコール自体を摂取した後に、わかんねえわ。自分の体質がわからん。確かに配信と相性悪すぎんな、それな。配信中僕いつも白湯飲んでるんで。白湯とか麦茶麦茶ってカフェインあるよな。お茶ってでも別にお茶を飲んで俺利尿作用トイレ近くなったって思うことないんだよな。
But we are going to try and look at the deck lists to work out what this matchup actually looks like because these deck lists are very interesting. We were talking about the Nilajana. We're talking about this very prominent deck over the past couple of months. And this version is very, very interesting. It's on one boat but no elephant. It's on the cold shot. It's on the 2 blowback. It's got a lot of cute tech cards that have helped Talpinator get to this position.
ローワーファイナルかこれ今。
Talpinator's described this as an aggro deck, and no region or no shard has been more aggressive over the course of the year than the Americas. So we've seen Talpinator able to take out APAC, but now going up against an Americas player, this should be something that Taigai's a lot more familiar with, a lot more equipped to handle.
Moving into the Nora Elder Dragon, one of the more common decks. I mean, Talpinator is on 2 really awkward decks, but also, or not awkward, but different decks. Then brought this main deck, the Respect Your Elders. Very, very interesting list. We do see the Plaza Guardians and the Burblefish keeping that mid-range presence much better at doing the aggro stuff as opposed to the Nar versions we've also seen run around.
And much to the dismay of Sparzig, only one copy of the early bird, just used as a little bit more proactive accelerator of these other lists. But then we get into the Morgana Riven. Talpinator, one of the only 2 players in the event to say that this Riven archetype is still alive and well, that the Enraged Fire Spitter Might is still an adequate finisher for the World Championship.
And this is an incredibly well-teched deck. We have 1 Armed Acquisitioner, which is not that common. 3 Ruby Eyed Conjurer, which is not that common in these Riven Morgana lists, but giving that spell shield against this control focus meta is
いつも
quite
クラフトボ
important
スは
as well
デフォル
as the
ト
blinded
ブラ
mystic
ックでも
targeting
ないや
very,
つ
very specific
抹
cards
茶
that
の
you
やつ
want
とか
to
フルー
silence
ツオレ
them
の
with
やつと
things
か
like
さ
spell
ちょっと
shield.
ブラックな
Moving
や
to
つ
the
とかあるじゃん
Morgana Mordekaiser
じゃ
from
なくて
Taiga.
マジで
Again, Taiga
デフォ
has
ルト
that
スタン
main
ダードな
3
クラフトボ
decks
スを
lineup,
い
and
つも飲ん
Morgana
でるんですけ
Mordekaiser is
ど
one of them.
Absolutely, and rounding it out with the Karma
これに
set
比
as
べて
opposed
ね
to a set
本当
Seraphine
に
or a
アーモン
Jackson
ドの
like we've seen
風
a
味
couple
と
of the other competitors do. But again, we just want to shout out Taigai for being one of the
チョ
players
コ
to
レー
bring
ト
the
かななんか
spectral
ミルクっ
Iron
ぽい
Hound, one
甘
of
さが
those
強い
one
ね
of the few tech choices that players kind of have when it comes to this
本当になん
Morgana
かアーモン
Mordekaiser
ド
list.
チョコのなんか美味しさをそのまま足しましたみたいな
on the Dark and Halberd, but what the Spectral Ironhound does is let you go for that mid-range beef.
普
It
通
was
の
combined with Karma Set, one of Taigai's, you know,
デフォル
favorite
トの
decks
や
has
つ
been
より
released
も
in nearly every single
強い
tournament that he
風
possibly
味
can,
と
sometimes in
甘
Taiga,
さの
sometimes
味わいにな
in
ってい
PNZ.
ます
And it's got the 3
クラフトボ
9 lives.
ス
It's
アー
got
モンド
this
ラテ
very
ロースト
aggro
アーモンドラテ
defensive thing, right?
冬季限定
You
発
can
売
either be
皆さんぜ
aggressive
ひ
with the 9 lives or be defensive with it.
And while there's no Caustic Rift, there is double Rocket Barrage, and that's going to actually
美味
play
しい
out
これ
pretty well into both of the lists, both of the aggressive lists that Talpinator has brought, with Riven and Morgana on their level 1 side having that 4 HP. Same thing with the Enraged Fire Spitter, and then clearing out things like Windborn Mariner in another
いやこれ
matchup
まずい
in
な。
here.
いや美味しいんだ
We
け
can
ど
take a
これ
look
めっ
at
ちゃ飲んじゃう
Taigai's
わ。
version
まずい
of
まずい。
Respect Your Elders with triple early
ちょっ
bird.
と
I'm
ず
sure
つちょっと
Sparzig
ず
is
つ飲も
doing
う。
backflips backstage, but still on that Wiggly Burblefish
これは
Classic
美味しい
Guardian
からま
style.
ずいよ。
Yeah, this one is not as a defensive against aggressive decks. Typically, when you want to be defensive against those decks, you want to be on things like Junk Construct. We just don't see this in this version, which is interesting for what
And then
Taiga
Maru.
is going. You see these other decks with these sort of aggro defensive cards that are able to stall out, but we don't see that as much in this Nora Elder Dragon,
Daima.
which means it's probably going to be kept up.
You know,
アン
the
トリー
later
さ
we
ん
get
の
into the stages of this tournament, the less and less
アン
junk
トリーさん案件
construct
くだ
we're
さい
seeing, and I
ダメだっ
wonder if
て
that was a little bit of a crutch
VTuber
for some of the
と
players.
商
And
品紹
these
介
other
系
players that
絶
are
対
playing
相性悪い
the
っ
Wiggly
て
Burblefish and the Plaza Guardian identified that as one of the first cuts for more proactive spells like the early bird in order to discount the Burblefish and the Plaza
逆に見て
Guardian.
みたいけど
Maybe
ね
get
なん
online
か
a whole turn ahead of a junk
VTuber に化
construct
粧
player.
品の案件行ったらどうなんだろうなって
Yeah,
思
I
うんだよ
mean, we've seen throughout the last year that Nora and Junk Construct have thought had this hand-in-hand relationship. Add in the Portal Palooza and you've got these 9 cards that you
た
add
だの
to
アッ
every
プの画
Mana
像と
City
か
deck.
使うしかねえ
But
のかな。
identifying that maybe we don't have to fall into that system, you're able to get out of the junk construct, is definitely an interesting idea, and it's the sort of creativity you need to do well
どっ
in
かの
Worlds.
VTuber の断った企業案件で化粧品来たことあるみたいなこと言ってた人いたな、そういえば。断ったらしいけど。あなた VTuber って知ってますかみたいな。
And it's something that Talpinator has ripped through multiple times throughout the last couple of days. 10 plus matches under their belt against lineups like this or this exactly. So
企業も企業で何を考えて女性 VTuber に化粧品の企業案件持ってったんだろうね。受けると思ったんかな。
Guy has probably been watching this tournament, has probably seen Talpinator's plays, and is probably able to
サン
identify
トリー
what
さ
that
ん、
ban
自社
is
の
and
VTuber い
ban
る
in
じゃあダメ
response.
か。
You can
じゃ
also
あダ
see
メ
the
か
way
ではない。
Talpinator is trying to play the game and try and deal with that, but we have seen the Nilla
あ
Jada
なんか
ban as well
な
as
ん
the
か
Karma set.
聞いたこ
Karma
とあ
set
る
with
気
all
がす
those
る
9
ね。
lives
サ
makes
ント
sense
リー
as
さ
the
ん
ban, and
いる
Nilla
かな
Jada
で
showing
もい
how
た
aggressive it
ど
can
んな
be,
人だっ
needing
け
to be banned out.
Opening up
Santori
with
Nomu.
the Respect Your Elders list, we called out the lack of junk construct might be a little
サン
bit
ト
of
リ
a
ー公式
hindrance in a
VTuber、
matchup like this, but
YouTuber、
going to
サン
take
トリー飲む
the
特
high
設ペー
road
ジ。
here and just ship back a wallop, get a proto pioneer, and honestly, this is a good number of early game units here for Taigai, the Nora and the portal
ファンの文
pioneer.
字む
It's
ず
going to be a little bit before Talpinator's really
す
throwing
げ
down
え。
overwhelm heavy hitters like that red bar Razor Mace. So
な
the
んか
portal
昭
pioneer
和感ある。
a little bit in terms
なん
of
か
protecting the life total of Taigai, but the Explorer spells aren't great in a matchup like this because the overwhelm
明
tends to
治
come
か。
in
明
combat, not something
治
you can actually counteract with
な
the
んつう
focus
のこ
speed.
れ。なんつうんだっけ
Nora
こういう
also
の
having the
明
attack token on 2 is
治時
massively
代
gonna get the portal that extra
的
turn
な
earlier.
ノスタルジ
Talpinator
ー
doing a
的
little
な
bit of an
雰囲気
interesting
の
mulligan, trying
こうい
to
う
get
雰囲
these
気なん
good
つうんだっ
mid-range units.
け
There's a 1 drop, there's a 2 drop. We do see the 4 drop that can also be drawn.
で
Never
も
mind,
ちゃん
the
と
attack
カラ
token's
ー
wrong.
リン
It's
グで
actually
透明
Taigai
感って
that's
も
got
う
it,
試合
which
始まっ
means
てる
that the
わ。
portals will be coming a little bit later, which is a
サン
little
ト
bit
リーノム
concerning.
さんの
If
こと調べてる場合じゃない。
Well, now Talpinator's probably not going to sandbag to try and get the challenger down into a Nora, but this is actually a great position for Taigai to get a decent trade-off with the portal
後で
pioneer
動
as
画見よう。
opposed to a chump block.
3分でわかる。
Gonna see the
サント
portal
リー
pioneer
公
come down,
式
take
バーチャル
keyword removal,
YouTuber
which is what you need
サ
to
ン
take
トリ
as
ーノ
much.
ム
But as you were saying, applying keywords
随時
in
動画
combat
投稿を行
changes
って
things.
ま
We
いり
see
ま
we
す。
already have the might
参
and
り
the
ます区長なんだ。
I think this is the overwhelm granting one. I'm pretty sure I've got my runes remembered. We're gonna see the attack come through and the block come through, denying any
検
early
索
chip
協
damage
力と
because
は
that
も
is important for Talpinator's deck to get that early chip damage in.
And now with the Ruby-Dyed Conjure, this is going to be a keyword that Taigai does have a window to interact with either the Overwhelm or the Spell Shield. And with 2 units in hand, that one already having Overwhelm, the other being paired with the Might, I would imagine it's going to be Spell Shield off the Conjure. But Talpinator lining up a stun onto the Nora to kick things off.
Trying to deny the
これ
keywords
サントリー
and
ノム
also
さんと
force
しぐれウイさんとポンポコさんコラボしとるやん
see
け。
this hover. There's a lot of things he'd be doing here, and the dark binding does
ダメ
come
だ、試合
down.
内容入ってこ
Like I
ん。
will have to spend the
や
mana
めよ
to
うや
get
め
rid
よ
of this
う。
over the
試合
next
見
couple
ま
of
す。
turns, but denying this
試合
unit
見
means
ます。
that this is a deck read, right? We know Taigai doesn't have early blockers. We've already seen the 1 portal pioneer come down, and if you look at the deck, there aren't actually any other early units.
はい、
So
ターゴンノクサ
Talpinator's
スと
reasoning,
エル
hey,
ダー
I'm
ノラ
not
です
gonna
ね。
let you get those early units. I'm gonna smoke in right now.
出た
And Taigai not removing the shackles from the Nora,
ネクサススト
understanding
ライ
that
クで
this
呪い
card's
が来るぞ、あ
likely
い
to
つ
be
は。
challenged, and so it would just be a little bit of a waste of 2 mana unless this trinket trade can pull out something worth stopping. But no, it's actually going to be the Portapalooza to kick things off. Not going to be the trinket trade looking for a group shot, and instead going to find Scrap Heap, Bursting Backpack, and of course the always present Otterpuss.
But this does mean that the red bar
まあ
Maze Maze is going to be able to
その
strike
の
into
方
the
が
Nexus and apply that Ica being
ま
a
あ僕は普通
3-cost
に
curse that you need to play. And with only 6 mana next turn, it's a big investment to play.
僕
Obviously,
は普通
one
に
benefit that
ね
Taigai does get from it is that it discounts these Plaza
僕
Guardians
自
and
身
Verbal
も
Fishes. So
VTuber であり
it
なが
only
ら
costs 2 mana in this instance, but still not something you want to see
VTuber
while
オタクな
also
もんで
dealing the
ね。
burn until you get rid of it.
And
Honto
you know,
ippai
for all the
ですね。
Talpinator that we've watched so far this tournament, I believe that's the first
ああ、
time we've
解除に
actually seen Iker make it into
解除に
somebody's hand.
手
And
間
now
取るけど、
Taigai
でもこれ呪いを
spending
解くこと
5
によっ
mana to
て
remove curses to go
カウ
in
ン
with
ト
the
進
Nora,
むん
and
か。
Talpinator has another copy of
なる
Dark
ほどな。
Binding if they want to
そ
stop
こま
this,
で
but
苦ではないって
would
感じ
take
か。
them off of the Might plus Enraged Fire Spitter combo for their turn 6 attack token.
They also have to, like, Talpinator has to be thinking, how am I going to be
いや
applying this
普
pressure
段
as
ね、
best as
これ
possible? We see a
全然
Riven
なん
enhance,
か
we are
隠
able
してる
to
つも
try
りは
and
一切ないんです
blade.
けど、
You can apply
僕
all
は
three
結
blade
構いろ
fragments
ん
to
な
one unit and then give the blade to another
個
unit. You have
人、
to decide
企
which
業
unit
問
you
わ
want
ずい
that
ろん
on.
な
Maybe it's the red bar
VTuber
Brazen
という
Mace,
か、まあ
maybe it's
配
going to
信
be
者
trying
含めて
something
いろん
else.
な人見てる
But
ん
Taigai is
で、
also starting to get towards turn 6. They're going to be able to finally play their big units, get those boons, get the +1/+1s or the challenges, and be able to develop the board quite wide. We're going to probably see these Plaza Guardians come down in 2 turns time as well, giving back that tempo after Talpinator has their power turn coming up.
僕は全然そっち側の人間なんで、ね。
Power turn on turn 6. After that, a lot of the wind is going to be out of their cells. Of course, the resiliency of the Riven Morgana is one of the reasons that players bring it. Even if this Fire Spitter might combo doesn't take things out, as you called out, the Blade Fragments are still there. Riven is waiting in the wings to get that Blade of the Exile, double up her attack, and go for a lethal. But once Taigai gets that Lord Broadmane down, things become so much more difficult for Talpinator.
Taigai is a
僕はまあオタクって気持ち悪いよねっていうのをある程度理解して、これリベンでよくない？リベンじゃダメか。リベンでよ、レベルアップしてよ。
Having things like 10 sixes typically attacking is going to be really difficult for Taigai to deal with. We're going to see a discard hovered, I'm pretty sure.
I think this is the Ruby-eyed Conjurer looking to target something. Either give Spell Shield over to the Riven
フォーカスオープンアタックでよくない？ダメか。
Again, curves out nicely, right? 2 mana on the unit does mean that this will still be okay. Goes onto the Riven.
どっちか俺噴煙竜にオーバーパワーつけっかなと思ったんだけど、多分今リベンにつけました。噴煙竜にオーバーパワーつけてリベン出して、あスペシリベンにスペシか。もう一旦これでお茶濁して、でここからバースト実質フォーカス実質オープンアタックして。あ、まあ噴煙竜に武力つければいいのか。関係ねえか。ここでこのアタック通したいか。
But third Plaza Guardian off the top is making this such a heavy hand for Taigai. The only real option they have is to try and pull something out of the trinket trade.
モニター増設してけどちょっともう電源的に無理だな正直電源が足んねえわ僕もうすでに私すでにね、モニター3枚なんですよね。4枚目のモニター欲しい。4枚目のモニター欲しいな。今、正面と右と下なんだよね、正直。で、3枚モニターあるっつっても、3枚目の下のモニター、これペンタブなんだよね。ペンタブを普段は3枚目のモニターとして使ってるんだけど、上に欲しいわ、モニターつけて。上に、そのメインのモニターの上にもう1個モニターが欲しい。モニター4枚でやりたい。もともとデュアルだったんですよ。もともと前と右でデュアルでやってて、で、ペンタブ買ったらペンタブこれモニターとして使えるねっつって、ここでブルク使っちゃうと、噴煙竜の圧力なくなっちゃうから無理です。だからここでターンをラウンド回してしまうと、6コスト以上のユニットが出てくるからちょっと火力の通りも悪くなるんですけど、正直出てくるのはブロメン鏡、対燃といったところで、そこまで致命的にはならないって判断したんかな。ただ、ここからキーワード削除しない。
really afford to spend too much more mana on things that aren't developing the board.
受けた。
Talpinator is really threatening a 2-turn clock, right? Taigai's already down to like 5 health and Talpinator has that burn in.
で、呪い解除して悪ふざけでマナがかなり下がる。どうだこれ、このラウンドどうなる？さあ、タイガイ選手はこれラストラウンドか。ここを決めきらないと、もしくは盤面をまくりきれないと厳しい。さあまあダークバインドでしょう。さあ手札にチャンピオンはいないので、おそらくこれで相当見える。ブルクが今避けた。ブルクバレてない。ブルクバレてないよ。
I don't know if Taigai's in a position where they can afford to run out all these Plaza Guardians, or if they just need to draw cards off of Sign and Thousand Kill and really hope for the best. But this is gonna be a Challenger an option, but we do know that Dark Binding is available for Talpinator to protect the Riven.
We did see the pranks to the dark binding is a little bit less enjoyable for Telpinator. It does have to cost
逆にこれ大概選手ハンド事故ってない結構これ
Using the Explorer's Blunder on the Riven to allow for a
固まりすぎてる気がする高コストカードプラザガーディアン3枚は素晴らしいけど
Try and find that Spell Shield Shackle card, but if you do that in a certain amount of time, it can be a little bit mana awkward. Depending on how that comes out, but Taigai is trying to develop some units, and Telpinator thinking about how they want to respond. Do they want to use the dragon to deal with the Nora, or do they just want to hold their mana for the dark binding?
The one thing that this prank has done is stop Telpinator from developing and holding up the dark binding, at least while maintaining mana, right? At the moment, that would be their entire turn, and I think if Telpinator plays out the Red Barb Razor Mace, then Taigai really knows where that last bit of mana is going to be going, assuming they can get a challenger pull onto one of these Plaza Guardians to threaten the life of the Riven.
でもプラザガーディアンプラザガーディアンプラザガーディアン
next turn, so they're planning, okay, how can I most
でも
play it
終わんねえよ
around
な
Taigai's possible hand states, right? Taigai could have so many different opportunities for how you want to play this. There could be things like the Wallop, there could be other sort of cards that are able to do it.
封煙竜がいるからさこれ封煙竜がいるから残りヘルス実質3点でしょ さあプラザガーディアンがたくさん出てきてちょっとハルピネイター選手の表情がちょっと曇るの面白いな
Level 2 Riven ability is way too
あ
much
れは
attack for anything on
バ
Taigai's
ン王
border,
見て
even
る
in their
ジャン
deck
プラ
to
のジャ
stand
ン
up
プラ
to
の
in
バ
terms
ン
of
王って
withstanding
漫
overall
画で
damage.
さ
But
主
if
人公を
the
応援す
Wallop
る
is drawn, if it does go down onto
そ
the
の
Riven,
仲間のキャラク
does
ターがいるん
might
だけど
somewhere else actually slip
その
through?
人が
Do you need
劣
the dark
勢にな
binding
るのを
for
見るの
that?
が好きなのねそいつってその人の気持ちがわかるな
These lethals, these combo decks, like we call Telpinator's lineup an aggro lineup. It is
フリーになっ
also
た
a
途端
combo
に
lineup. Both Janna,
人
Nilla,
間の
and this
フリーになった
Morgana
時
Riven
に
deck need to play for their
表情が
combo
一気に
win
曇る
cards.
あの瞬間を
Figuring
見る
out
の
what
が
you can
たまらん
use
みたいなこと言ってたけ
defensively
ど
versus offensively is one of the
気持
key
ちわかるわ
decisions to make. It has been the decision to use it defensively because we see the dragon come down, deal with this Nora, deal 2 extra damage to the Nexus, have that extra blocker if that's necessary for these Plaza
頭を抱え
Guardians.
る
But we're going to see the heal come down, and Telpinator's very upset at this play.
Yeah, I
だ
really
けど
didn't
リ
expect the
ー
triple
サ
Plaza
ルに
Guardian,
は
and
至
Taigai,
ら
I
ないか
believe, never got offered challenger on any of
2
these
体
Plaza
壁に
Guardians,
捧げれ
so
ばリ
unable
ーサ
to
ルには
take
至
out
らな
that
い
Riven is now
1体でいい
completely
のか
dependent on a wall up top deck, but
1
even
体でいいんだ
then,
な
I think the Might plus Enraged Fire
ただ
Spirit
その
means that
44
Telpinator's
意味ある
just going to secure this.
Taigai is going to be so upset at not seeing the challenger. You had 6 looks at it, and you still couldn't find it. The chances of that are very, very minuscule. And that's what Taigai is probably really upset about. That they're like, okay, I can tap under this. There's no harm here. And then it ended up being. So going down to 5 health is something that Telpinator's okay doing.
ダークバインド
They know
で
they're
スタン
threatening
で
their
き
clock
る
on
ん
one more
で
turn. They don't need to care about their Nexus health all that
い
badly.
や
We
この
see
残りの
so
3
many
コス
overwhelm threats
ト
coming
で
in
なん
that
かされたら
Taigai's
怖かっただろうけど
going to
大
need
丈
to
夫
draw
さあ
something crazy to get out of this.
Don't even know what it could
い
be.
や
It's going to
重
be
いね
Lord
タイガイ選手
Broadman. A second stun off the top for Telpinator. Spids feels like Taigai's going down in
で
this
まあ
series
一旦
0-1.
こうしときつ
This
つ
is what Telpinator's lineup's
武
trying to
力
do.
を
It's
後
trying
乗
to
せて
beat
いい
these
ね
respected elder decks, trying to beat these slow decks that
これで
aren't
一
able to
旦
pressure enough,
決
don't have
定
good
し
enough
て
interaction for what Telpinator's trying to
い
do,
や
just trying to line up
ど
the
うだ
attacks, making sure
こ
you're
の
checking the
剣
deck
のか
list
けは
units
何
whenever these players play slow. It's
そ
really
の
just
剣のかけ
checking
は
the
何で
deck
すか
list
それ
constantly. You've got to double, triple, quadruple check when you're in these like
クイッ
very,
クアタ
very
ック
tense
だっ
games.
たら44にクイックアタックをつけておく
The
と
fact that Taigai's been playing this game
12
so
のブロッ
slowly
クを誘え
ran
る
out a triple Plaza Guardian turn, that doesn't necessarily read as
そんな
oh
こと
they
ねえな
have 5
もう
other
プラザ
6
ガーディアンでブロッ
drops
ク
in
するわ
their
絶
hand,
対
and that's why they're playing so low. You're very cognizant of what defensive tools have
オ
they
バパ
been
持ってっ
sitting
から無
on
理
here.
だ
Well, how do I play around the
で
potential of a double wallop? Do I still have lethal if that happens? And I believe in this situation,
武力
will a
を
double wallop? I'm
84
not
に
gonna
つけ
bother
る
to
で
map
し
that
ょ
out.
ま
I
ず
think it's still there with the double dark binding and the might, but it doesn't matter because it
てか
is
トップダー
not
クバイン
there.
ドが
And once
勝ったな
Telpinator commits one of these spells, either
コテ
dark
ンパン
binding
3
or
枚
the
とかじゃ
might,
ない
that
限り
will
勝ちだ
just
わ
be
こ
the
れ
end
は
of game number
I
one.
mean, even when you're doing these matchups, we have seen some trinket trades come down. We have seen some random generations.
スタ
So
ン
you
で
want
ど
to
か
be
す
making
方
sure you're
法
checking
も
this
あ
in
る
place. If you've
し
been hand tracking, you'll know that there wasn't anything there. But these are so many things
これでも
really
リーサル
scrolling
で
through
すと
like the action tracker to make sure everything is being played properly. We do see the might come down, and that is game 1 for Telpinator in what was supposed to be what Telpinator was looking for, right?
3連プラザガーディアンビビるよな
Telpinator absolutely no reaction when Taigai hits the OK button to take the lethal. I think just in a state of shock there that there wasn't even an
飲ん
ounce
で
of
ます
fight
なんだあ
left
れ
in Taigai's
なんか飲ん
hand
で
in
る
order to stop that from happening. But
宣
now
伝しようぜ
with that win on the Morgana
ここで
Riven, it
こ
is
こ
going to
で
be
ここで
respect
ク
your
ラフトボ
elders
ス
for Telpinator that needs to pick up one more
ロー
win
ス
either in a
ト
mirror match or against the Morgana Mordekaiser.
Seen Telpinator this play be extremely clean.
ロ
And
ース
these
ト
decks
アー
with
モンド
the
だって出
boons,
そうぜ
with
こ
the
こで
Nora stuff, you do need to make
口飲ん
sure
で
your play is absolutely as clean as
カ
possible,
メラに向かって
surgical
掲げ
even
よう
with
よ
how much you need to be preparing
こ
for
れ
your
ライオットに怒られる
lines,
な
making sure every single click that you make is the best one. If you go for the second best one, that could be the reason you lose as opposed to win.
All right, how are we feeling, Spids? Mirror match or Mordekaiser?
ノラエルダーミラー
Morgana
か
into
な
Respect Your Elders?
I think if you're Thai guy here, you're probably trying to not
Oh,
do the
違う。
mirror. You're trying to make sure that you can get that edge early on. You don't want to be
今回
going
の
into
新
like
パッ
after you've
チ
already
いい
lost
ね
one,
ちゃん
have to go
と
into something that's
モルガ
so
ナ
even.
エル
The
ダードラ
mental
ゴ
might
ン
just not be there, so Thai guy is going to not go for the mirror. And we see very interesting hand from Thai guy with the with
モル
the
デカイザ
Legion of the
ー3
Seven.
体
Just
みんな
exactly
さ
what
ち
you
ゃん
want,
とい
but
るじゃん
nothing to
環
really
境
put
に
it on just yet.
That guy throws away the Glimpse Beyond in the mulligan only to
協
draw
賛
a separate
協賛
copy
サイ
of
トリー
Glimpse Beyond. The hand looking
いい
exactly
な
the
ついて
same.
ほしい
You
な
hate
協
to
賛
see it happen. Meanwhile, Talpinator, I believe, is still debating on how they want to play out this mulligan trinket trade. Not the, you
サ
know,
ン
it's
ト
a
リーさ
low
んだけじ
cost
ゃな
card
くて
which don't
ね
want
普
to.
通になん
Okay,
か
yeah,
そうい
I don't
う
know if this was pre or post mulligan for Talpinator, but
なん
that's the
か
hand
法
that
律あ
they've
んのか
got
な
here
なんか
for
ゲーム
game
の
number
大会っ
2.
て賞金商品に関する法律なんかガジガジって聞くんだけ
Very
ど
interesting
その
hand. These
せいで
trinket
なん
trades
か
are
そう
really
いう
good.
の
It's
で
one
きない
of
の
the
か
few ways you
な
can get 2 procs for
で
your
も
purple
さ
Fusion plus Guardian in one
二
thing,
次
and also
三
develop, you know,
次
and
の
also get some hand information.
クズ
But
ハ
it's
さ
also
んが
not
さ
really
ク
the
ズハ
power
カ
card, and
ップ
typically in these high power matchups
PUBG
where
で
you're
やっ
both
た
running
時
the
とかめ
strongest
ちゃくちゃ
decks,
協
you want
賛
to
つ
be
いてたよ
finding those
ね
power cards. We're going to see the fading icon come down, pretend to apply some
だ
pressure,
からで
although
きない
might
ことは
be
ないんだろう
high
な
toss,
多
just
分
developing your early units, seeing what the hand states and the board states are going to look like going into the mid game.
I can't count the number of times that we've seen this happen in the early game. The 3-1 comes down, the pie toss is available for the Respect Your Elders player. Some players like to kill it, some players don't. Talpinator actually holding on to this one as a countermeasure for one of the self-sacrifice spells the Thai guy will play a little bit later down the line. We can see a couple copies in the hand. Probably going to take this open attack with the Nora, but maybe Talpinator going to get a little spicy, develop the Conchologist, maybe try to threaten the life of a severed Legion if it comes out, but instead it's going to open with the Trinket trade. Wallop, not a bad take, but Otter Puss is the standard.
Scrap Heap's also a very interesting option, getting some mid-range presence, being able to pressure a little bit. We do see the Ottopus. It's the standard option, is what you go for, but Taikai has also drawn their Rekindler. They finally have a target for that Legion of the Seven, and they are on the 3 Rekindler. We're going to see the Scholarly Pioneer come down as a way to try and deal with this Nora without committing too many spells, taking the Blunder to deny keywords either from the Dragon Boon or from the Plaza Guardian or from the Elusive. There's so many keywords you want to remove. You would wish that you could play this multiple times.
Whenever I see the Explorer's
倒
Blunder
産に
taken
対して規
against
制はない
the
けど
Respect
報
Your Elders
酬
deck,
がしょぼ
honestly,
くな
the
るから
first
スポン
keyword
サー
that I
が
think
つ
of
きにくい
removing is a Deathless Dragon Boon from either a Sign-In Thousand-Tailed or a Lord Broadmane or a Burblefish. Just so many of these cards that have these on-summon effects that will re-trigger once the Deathless goes through, but for now, it's not
で
going
も
to have
さ
enough
そ
mana
の
to stop this
そ
Nora
の
from coming
注
and
目度の
connecting
話
and
で言っ
putting
て
a
もさ
portal
その
into
バロラン
Talpinator's
トと
deck
か
instead.
リーグオ
These
ブレジェ
portals
ン
have
ドの
been
大
so
会で協賛って
monumental
なんかあんまり見なくないです
in the
ついてんのかな
Gonna have to see what that ends up being. The fact that it can change the clock. We're gonna see the portal already, and it is a Camavoran Soldier getting extra blockers. A 3/3 is a rather big body for this board.
集まって大会っていうよりお祭りみたいな形で盛り上がればたくさんついてくれたりするみた
I
い
don't think this is the time for it. I think you. Never mind. We're gonna put
あんた
emphasis
じゃダメ
on
なん
this
だその
Nora. We're gonna see the wallop
そう
come
い
down.
う世界大会みたい
And
な
I
感じ
wonder if this is
じゃダメなん
indicative
だ
of the portal that they got. With Talpinator hitting this Camavoran Soldier, they are now 2 closer to the Nora level up progression as opposed to just the 1 because it will summon another unit. And now Talpinator getting to pick between Glimpse Beyond and Glimpse
まあ
Beyond
ル
on
ー
a
ンテ
body.
ラにはおそらくまあついて注目度がね他の大会に比べるとゲームに比べるとやっぱ低いからそこは否めないからまあルーンテラにはつくのは難しいよなとは思うんだけど
That's actually a really interesting play because now
ビッグタイトルドルとかバロラントの大会で協賛のイメージがそんなないあったのかもしんないけど
Yeah, I really like that option being open for Talpinator because looking at Taigai's board, yeah, this was a pretty nice time to throw in a Spirit Leech. Go ahead and eat up the O1, draw a couple of cards, but now it's going to have to be Legion of the Severed.
一時期変な水がついていましたへえそうなんだ
It might be the Rekindler if Taigai's looking for later on in the game combo plays, but looking at the hand of Talpinator Spids, we're not seeing a lot of action. They've done a pretty good job up until this point of maintaining their board and getting the portals accelerated, but from here on out,
服には
it's
つ
a
く
little
け
bit
ど、まあ、
of
お堅
guff
い
unless
と
we see
ダ
a
メ
big draw for
か
Portal
まだ
Palooza.
e スポーツにそこまでそういうイメージお祭りイメージがないんだよなワールドカップみたいな
There is that opportunity to go like below what Taiga is trying to do.
だからああいうやっぱ企業に所属している大手 Vtuber がああいうのを旗起こししたら
Gonna see the trinket trade come down, see Wallop, Early Bird, and Ottopus. The
Oh,
Early Bird's probably
早起き。
taken. Thank you, Skarzig, for making sure that it would appear as much as possible. Probably going to try and get this Rekindler, and if it was targeted by the
ただ
cultist,
ああいう感じ
it
で
means
協
that
賛つ
that
くん
extra
か
value will be gone unless that play is isn't done.
And Talpinator might not even fire it off this turn, might wait until turn 6 just to give Taigai another opportunity to draw either the Mordekaiser or the Kindler, and that's something that we talk a lot about with early bird is some of these decks have very specific top ends.
全国チェーンのファミレスとかはね、食事券とか出してましたよね。あれいいですよね。
And that means that it's always going to be either a Kindler or Mordekaiser that is hit by this early bird. Those key combo cards for Taigai, great hand control by Talpinator.
We do see the hate spike come down, making sure it's on a 4-2 instead of the 3-1 to try and deal with the possible pings. We're going to see the Electro hop in and the drop the bomb because they're slow speed. They can't interact with this. And I mean, like, when possibilities or anything, the drop the bomb is going to be a decent option for future, though, dealing with certain things. But the Nora does come down, which is going to feel unfortunate for Talpinator because this was a Nora they were trying to protect for a little while.
うっかり爆弾
I'm
で
curious to see if Talpinator actually does use the drop the
う
bomb
っかり
this
爆
turn.
弾
Not
で
so
チャ
much
レ
out of a
ンジャー除
necessity
去
to
して
kill
お
one
い
of these
て
units, but more so to set up for the potential of the top or the turn 8 top deck Riptide Rex.
It's a very common play in Jin Bandle City when that was even harder to try and organize. And because Taigai has tapped out, you can get this drop the bomb out before something like a Glimpse Beyond comes down. So this is a very, very good time to use that drop the bomb. It's almost like everything's going up for Talpinator with this position, dealing with the Scholarly Climber, making sure that you're not able to try and kill something.
アンコス42の新カードの弾頭兵
I saw the Fey 8 and thought it was another early bird for a second. That owl cat just sitting
フリーレンのせいでさ、あいつ見るたびに弾頭台のアウラが頭によぎるんだよね。
destroy the hand of Taigai right now, and I'm sure Talpinator's waiting for that Spirit Leech to come down onto the 0-1 for Taigai to have 3 additional cards in their hand to take aim at either the Mordekaiser or the Rekindler.
Quicken and Pytos are both really, really difficult options. Typically, with cards like Quicken, you want to make sure that whatever you're recalling gives you a mana advantage. That's one way of getting a massive amount of tempo, not only on the board, but also with the mana. But the way Morgana works, where she makes Talpinator spend 4 mana just to play that card, meaning that if you Quicken Morgana, she's still actually giving a mana advantage to Taigai in that instance. We are going to see the Quicken be taken through some defense, maybe interact with things such as Glimpse Beyond and the Grasp. But very interesting and difficult decision to make. Definitely interaction pieces that you need to be thinking about.
Taigai's going to go for an open attack with the Morgana, just heal themselves back up to 20. Talpinator's got a couple of chump blockers available, not too attached to the auto.
早起きより打たれたら、まあワンチャン2枚目の明かりとかでデスデスを守るためにドロスを回すかな、多分。でも悲願に対してよ、あ、でもそうか。7ラウンド目の主導権はタルピネイター選手側にあるから、7ターン目まで早起きより打たなくていいのか。
Talpinator's last 2 draws have been absolutely amazing. Having Plaza Guardian as a big beefy unit that is able to try and deal some damage on turn 7, be a little bit pressuring. We do see the early bird in hand, but not even played. This is the turn that you wanted to play early bird, right? You wanted to get it just before the turn 7, but trying to threaten the mana, get all of these awkward advantages whenever you can. Very, very interesting play and very, just so interesting, right? This is one of the things that I think you can analyze to all end.
Talpinator has first action on turn 7, so they actually can wait on this early bird until, like, have it come out as the first action on Taigai's turn. Wait for them to just draw as many cards as possible to see if it's the Mordekaiser, because nothing would feel worse than to Talpinator right now than playing this early bird, discarding something random from Taigai's hand, and then they top deck the Mordekaiser and start to pop off.
それに対してタルピネイター選手はイエティが埋まる。
One of the interesting things about that, though, is that you haven't seen this deathless keyword yet, which means you know that it has to be something on his hand right now. ちゃん
と強力なカード引けてるんで、さあここで早起き鳥。これ悲願で2-3指定しなかった場合、パイ投げでヘルス1咎められちゃうんで、そうだよね、そっち正しい。ここはちゃんとパイ投げやグループショットをケアしております。
That's a wild play to me because the only things that are going to fit the bill are other Rekindlers or Mordekaiser, and surely you'd rather lose that Rekindler than Mordekaiser.
いいですね、今のプレイング。そして、ゼロコストで出せますね。クラゲがゼロコストで飛んでくる。ゼロコスクラゲ、呪い解除。いや、呪い解除しなくていいか。普通にもう1コストプラザガーディアンでさ、3-3踏み潰してよくない？
I guess Taigai was just making a calculated decision that, okay, even if I draw Mordekaiser here, I'd rather lose that potentially than my Rekindler, and I'll start to just play for, you know, the multiple Morgana
ここで
angle that we've seen a couple of these
モルデカイザー
players
引い
fall
たと
back
し
on,
て
just
も
saying
ちょっ
that is
と
my
辛
easiest
そうに見え
angle
る
to
けど
chew
な。
through this
まあ、ヘイ
board
トスパ
that
イクはある
Talpinator
から
has。established, which is going to get even gummier thanks to the portal Palooza. Is there a portal on top? There's two actually, and
早起き鳥。
another early bird picked up for Talpinator.
早起き鳥2枚目。
Skarsgård has got to be celebrating. He's probably like jumped up and down every single time that he's seen this card. It's definitely something that has been
関
excited to
門
see
ど
all
ころ
day.
の
But
得じゃ
Talpinator
ねえ
going
な
to。have a really threatening attack on the coming turn. We have this Riptide Rex that'll deal with a lot of this board
タ
going
コイ
into
たち
these
踏み
other
潰して
zero
ゼ
mana
ロ
developments. And
タコイた
Taigai
ち踏み
doesn't
潰
have
し
a
て
lot of defensive
出してよ
potential
くな
in
い
their
か。
hand. They do have these things like the Grasp and the Hate Spike to try and deal with some things, but none of them kill
まあヘイト
Rex.
ス
None
パ
of
イ
them
ク。
are going to kill this Plaza Guardian if the buffs come through, unless you do the Death's Grasp. So very difficult to deal with.
And I'm starting to get a little concerned for Taigai when we look at the next turn.
ま
It's
あ
not
フィア
going to
さ
be
も意味ねえ
Talpinator's
けど、ま
attack
あス
token,
タッ
but
ツ
the
上がる
board
の
is
偉いよ
going to
ね
get。destroyed by this Riptide Rex. You know, assuming that they feel like playing fair and equally distributing their cannon barrages amongst Taigai's board. But we're getting to the
さあ
point
まあ
where
5
we talk
点
about this
トラメ
Mordekaiser
ンだっ
combo
たら
and how it's so
今
powerful. But if you
打
don't
たない。
have a board to go with it, if you just throw down a Mordekaiser into nothing, that's not a winning line more often than not. You really need that combo potential, and that requires you to maintain a board state going into it, ideally with some additional summon effects that Taigai might just end up losing here.
We didn't end up seeing the Grasp used, even though it would have been able to kill the Plaza Guardian before the Dragon Boon gets applied, meaning that Taigai's thinking about just either taking this damage or blocking it, needing to keep the mana for future. We do see these two Explorers blunders in hand, but none of them trying to get rid of the keyword. We're going to see Morgana heal up a little bit. This damage isn't too
多
much
分これ
right
ト
now,
ッ
but
プでイエテ
Taigai
ィ
doesn't
来るか
have
ら
great defensive potential going into the future turns.
相投
Taigai's
げ
going to
を
need
だ
to
け
draw
打っ
something that'll
と
allow
い
them to
て
actually
あ違
threaten
う
the
わ
win.
これ
Things
次
like
レックスいけ
Rekindler,
んの
things
か
like Mordekaiser,
ラン
but
ドマーク
this
見てなかった
extra early bird in hand
そう
is
か
going
そう
to make
か
that really
この
difficult.
ランドマーク割れてネクサスに1
Barring
点
the
飛
early
ん
bird,
でこのラウンド
Rekindler's
中レッ
currently
クスが打
still
て
a
るん
dead
だ
card. Taigai hasn't had a
はい
champion
はいはい
die
はい
just yet. This Morgana's been sitting here persisting, and unfortunately still
ノ
very
レックス
far
クソ
away
強え
from
な
her level
パス
of
すんだったら
condition.
一
If
回
production could
クラゲ
flash
出
that
すの
for
も
us,
あ
we'll
り
have a
か
better idea, but I imagine can't be more than 4 out of 8 as we're not seeing the second part of that
クラ
arrow
ゲ出
start
し
to
て
glow
デ
yet.
スデ
So
ス強え
even
な
if
おい
Taigai were to get out those multiple Morganas, get this one
あ
into
違
the
う
death pool, get the Rekindler,
デ
5
スデ
out
スじゃ
of
な
8,
い
never mind, looks like it's a little bit higher than I thought, getting baited by these arrows. But that does mean that there still has to be a
インパク
hate
トか
spike or a death grasp fired off before the multiple
これちょっ
shackles
と
can
ハン
come
ド
out.
少なめに見えるからリソース欲しいかなって思っちゃった
Alpinator's boons have
で
been
もまあ
really good so
2
far.
ラ
They
ス
got
ト
the
ブレス
perfect
ワン
verbal
ドロー
fish
い
boon
る
of the
し
+1/+1 and the 2 strength, making this verbal
まあ
fish
別
that
にいい
number
の
does
か
2 damage, dealing 5. Something that Taigai is going to have a little bit of difficulty dealing with unless they want to shoot off the hate spike. But shooting off hate spike and all these like self-sack cards can be really awkward into what Talpinator's got with this 2 damage removal and the 1 damage removal. We're going to see this come down. The Riptide Rex dealing with the board, trying to kill all of these units, and even the
こ
challenger
のチャレ
going on
ン
it.
ジャ
All
ー
of
フィオ
these
レッ
boons
ク
are
ス
so
強
powerful.
いね
Oh, and funny enough, there's not actually going to be an opportunity for Talpinator to respond to this
ちゃん
because
と
the stack
パイ
is
投げ
full.
ケア
Even
パイ
if
投
the
げケア
sacrifice had
で
gone down onto the Ceaseless Sentry, there's no
死の
room
呪
on
縛
the stack for Talpinator to use the group shot or the pie toss. But it looks like
ズリン
Taigai
グ
calculated
ツ
it
ル
out,
リ
and I
ン
guess
グ
more shots
ダ
were
ブ
going
ル
at
ウ
the
ォー
Morgana,
ルグ
and
ラ
this is
ス
just going to save the
グラ
most
ス
health.
か
No, I think
これ
that
なん
Darius
かグラスあん
face
ま
palm
割れ
shows
るか
that
ら
they've
好きじゃ
just
ないんだよ
realized that
な
they've just realized they've taken that extra damage because of the spell stack. It's such a specific thing,
そうかアタックトーク
making
ン
the
そっちか
stack go to 9, but we're
アタッ
gonna
クト
see
ークン
the
そっち
Morgana come
か
down, add the shackles, level up, shackle another thing, get the lifesteal. Really nice play, and Talpinator's not enjoying the second Morgana, and now
あ
has
これは
turned on
デスデスを
Rekindler
付与しておくべきだった
And
っ
once I
て
said
盤
it, I
面ですね
realized
じゃ
that
あ
okay, yeah, it actually doesn't ever make
クラ
sense
ゲ
to
も死
second
ぬ
Morgana. I think you're right. Taigai just didn't understand how the stack
クラ
was
ゲ
going
も
to play
死
out
ん
there,
で
which
し
is
まう
funny for a Karma set player, one of the most prolific players for filling up the stack in a situation like this. But thanks to the level 2 Morgana, we are going to get
あこれは
to
結
kill
果
the
論ですね
purple fish with that level 2 ability. And again, the hand of Talpinator not looking particularly threatening. That Yeti that came out of the Aberration
お互いに決め手にかける状況
for Taigai to deal with. And now we see a Bandle Commando, a second Riptide Rex. Never mind, Talpinator has drawn a great threat here.
2枚目のデックスは
I
反
really
則
want
で
to
す
point
ね
out from that previous turn the use of the grasp and not putting it on that Plaza Guardian a couple turns earlier, seeing that in this instance it would be able to be used against the Riptide Rex to prevent that open attack
まず
fear.
早
We're
起
going to
き
see a spell put on. We're going to see the early bird get rid of this 6 mana card that does give a read that that there is no 7 mana card in the hand and helps Talpinator feel a lot
これ
more
はね、
secure.
亡
You
霊
can
剣
see
が
on the face
消え
thinking, what
て、
could
な
this
ぜか
hand be?
盤
What
面
is
に
in your hand, Tiger?
見張り版が
And the vengeance will be protected by the spectral Ironhound. Talpinator
なんか出てき
still
ました。
has mana for Riptide
そして
Rex
なお
and an elusive that can make it through to
見張り
connect.
版普段の関心
Gonna
か。
go in
普
for
段の
the attack.
盤面になぜか
Not
普段の
fun.
関心が
Shackle
出
their
てく
Plus
る。
Guardian.
消える。
Taigai has to know that
8コ
something
ス
is up
ト
here.
を保った状
Thinking,
態
okay,
で
you're holding up 8 mana. I know what's going. Never mind. We're gonna see the
X はこの
shackles
ターン打た
come
ない。
out. Make sure this extra damage comes in. Talpinator realizing that, like, hey, I probably can't get this Riptide Rex through. If you've got cheap cards, that's going to include ways of interacting with this elusive. So I'm just going to unshackle this. And because it's got fearsome, it either has to be interacted with spells or blocked with Morgana, which you don't want to do.
Taigai going to preserve the health on their Morgana, not using it to block down the dog, which now will eat the Morgana shackles for the following round, unless Talpinator plays out this Yeti or... No, the Faybird not going to
自
do
信
it.
だ
Would
ね。
not
もう
be
そこのね、
stronger
このモルガ
than
ナが
this
処理
dog.
さ
So
れちゃう
actually
と
gonna
対外
heal
選
up
手
the
マジで
Morgana,
勝ち筋
all
なくなる
three
んで。
Explore spells in the hand for Taigai, who just
それ
really...
は正しい。
Even at this stage of the game, Spids, how impactful would a
で、これによって
Mordekaiser
タ
even
ーピネ
be?
ーター選手は、
At this
ま
point,
あ
it、doesn't really do too much. We'd have to see the level up progress because if it's quite high up, it would
ま
be
あね、
nice.
ブロー
We
ドメ
haven't
イン
seen
鏡を
that
引かない
many
限り
units
は、
die on the
モルガ
side
ナ
of
の処理
Taigai.
は
It's been
現
so
状
many
難
spells
しい
drawn
か。
and so many things discarded from Taigai's
まあ、
hand.
ス
It
ペ
feels
ル
like he's
全部
only
使えばい
played
け
like
るんだけ
70%
ど、
of the
グルショ
cards
2
he's even
点、うっかり
permitted to
爆弾
draw.
2点
We're gonna
で、
see what they end up trying to get over the chance because this
一応
has
いけるん
been
だよ
a
な。うっかり
slightly
爆弾まで
lower
撃つか、こ
power
れ。
version of this matchup. We haven't seen them
た
blow each other
だ、
out of the
次のラウン
water
ドト
just
ップ
yet.
でモルデカイザー引かれた場合、
One
こ
of
こ
the
で撃
concerns
った
of
う
the
っ
deck,
か
we
り
talk
爆
about
弾
that
全く
Mordekaiser
意味
needing
な
to
くな
come
るん
down
で。
on curve because again, like we just mentioned, a
ト
top deck
ッ
here,
プ
yeah,
モ
what
ル
do
デ
you do with
カ
this
イ
Mordekaiser?
ザ
I
ー。
guess you actually don't even sacrifice the husk. I think regeneration on your Mordekaiser is an extremely appealing option. And it's not like it's just Taigai, right? Talpinator up to this point still has not drawn any copies of Sign
死の
1000,
重
has not drawn
爆も
any
持ってる
copies
か
of Lord
ら、
Broadmane.
ター
He
ピネー
still
ター
knows
選
that
手
would
が打
help you
点
lock
で
down the game and secure your
ユ
victory.
ニ
Both
ッ
players
トを
just
処理しにかかるの
not
はもう無理
drawing
で
the
すね。
best cards in their deck, and hopefully, again,
モル
we
デカイ
can
ザー
get
まだ
a
レベルアップ
flash
し
on
な
the
いの。
Mordekaiser level up. I believe it's now going to be a little
まだ
bit
しねえん
higher,
だ。
maybe 11, 12 out of 15, but not something that you can get done. And so many players cutting the 5 attack units from these lists really hamper the level of progress of the Mordekaiser.
Talpinator's got to be thinking, do I want to go for this Riptide Rex and how do I want to organize it, right?
4
And
体。
it's really
遠い
difficult
ね
to。try and deal with this Mordekaiser because if only 3 procs go on it, it means that the Mordekaiser will stay alive, or even 4 procs. Mordekaiser will stay alive and then be able to regen back up. There is the extra pings in hand, but there is the opportunity for that to not pan out. We're going to see the attack come through, deal with this board a little, that heal on Morgana, keeping her alive through things like pings, dealing with the board, trying to see what could end up happening. Taigai playing very, very defensively, but he doesn't have the opportunity to try and pressure all that much.
If Taigai... Oh, we're going to see a couple of group shots down onto the Mordekaiser. That's going to be 5 damage on the Mord, which is enough for Talpinator to finish off with the drop the bomb, the pie toss, and the perilous pastry.
モルデカイザーを先に処理しにかかりましたね。ちゃんとグループショットの打点が2点のうちに全部打ち切り、ここでパイ投げと物騒なパイ全てを使って、
There's no sort of defensive cards. These decks aren't on form up. There's nothing you really need to be scared of. The only thing that could like help Taigai in this situation is something like Eclipse Beyond, so it doesn't feel as bad. But as soon as
ここで
Taigai draws his one good
死
card that
の
allows him to
重
try and get
爆は
things to happen,
使わ
Talpinator
なく
answers
て
with
い
it
い
and
ん
still
じゃ
has
な
that
い
Riptide Rex to
か。
punish in the future turns. And Taigai doesn't have a lot going on.
No, but now, very importantly, we talk about, okay, yeah, you draw Mordekaiser in a situation like this. It's not that great. You don't have a lot going for you. You don't have a board. However, now Taigai is opening up themselves to a Rekindler
モルガナ
top
の
deck.
ヘルス回復にも当たるし、敵の盤面処理もできるしという、まあ、いい案な気はしましたが。
That Talpinator with this hand probably will not be able to stop. And the question now is going to be, does Taigai have a
そう、
read
モルガ
on
ナ
Riptide
蘇生
Rex? Is
の
it going to
選
be a
択肢も一
block
応あ
of
ったん
vengeance
で
to
すけ
ensure
ど
that no damage is coming through? But Taigai still not drawing that Rekindler, and they are one of the players in this tournament that is on the full 3
通る。
copies.
じゃあここでレックスがまた通る。
Don't see the vengeance come down, meaning that this plunder has been procced. We can see Riptide Rex try and deal with this board a little. And Taigai did hover a spell on the stack just a little bit ago, and the Talpinator is doing a little bit of hand tracking. They know that 2 of these cards are Explorer spells. Now they know that 1 of them is another spell that can be played for less than 6 mana. I mean, all of them can be played for 6 mana or
デスで
less.
すかな。
We're going to see Mountainous Vigor or Chemtech Blight come
これだったら
down.
デ
And
スですね。
we're going to see how these procs line up. Is Morgana going to
パス
die?
か。
It does seem that she will.
Now Taigai has a difficult decision between the Vengeance and the Death's
まあ
Grasp.
関
Gonna
係な
use
い
the
ね。
Death's Grasp once again onto this Riptide Rex before the... Actually, it's tough that was picked
さ
up,
あ、
not
これで
Deathless.
タイガイ選手はモルデカイザーのレベルアップ条件は達成しましたね。
Which again, this Yeti, such a threat, and yeah, you could argue that it did eat up a draw for Talpinator. Maybe they'd be a little bit lower in their
で
deck. They'd have a
タイペネーター選手は
$10,000
モルデカイザートップで控えた
but
時に困るから探検家出しておいてキーワード削除をつけておかないとめんどくさい。うわあ、この野良強え、この野良強え。 このトラツ映
It's a
像。
poor top deck. It does block the 5-2. It's better than drawing something like a hate spike, which you literally wouldn't
これ
be
で
able
レ
to
ベル
play.
アップ、
Into the
間違え
Portal
た、
Pioneer
キーワード
coming
除
down,
去取っ
probably
ておい
going to
て
take, I imagine, keyword removal for if Deathless is going to be applied on something in the future. But we do know, you can see that Deathless wasn't applied to anything by looking at the action tracker and the choice mechanic. But we are going to see Blunder come down to try and deal with other sorts of keywords. We're going to see Nora come down, who is leveled, will need to get hit by Vengeance probably. And it's going to be a really slow game. What are the top decks going to be?
実質対外選手、タルピネイター選手が把握していればですけども、探検家で作ったスペル2枚あるって把握していれば残り1枚っていうのは分かるはずなんで。
Riptide Rex is a potential top deck. Actually, Taigai picking up a hate spike as well, so could really deny a lot of damage here, but still hanging on to that vengeance. No, it is going to be a
ね、カード1枚のバリュー大きい。そしてここで復讐切らされるとなると、いよいよトップエルダードラゴンが厳しいですね。あとそうね、こういう怪力学者とかさ、そういう感じでバリュー持ってくることもできるんで。お互い探検家のスペルしか持ってない。
All reliant on top decks or reliant on single unit. It's probably going to be the Yordle here to try and get another unit. Fade also develops another unit. This increases Talponeda's clock by so much. Instead of being on a 2-turn clock, it's probably now going to be a 1. We're going to see what ends up being taken. It's going to be the Fade because getting a 3-1, I think it's a 3-1, a 3-2 spell shield is going to be quite powerful against what Taigai needs to do. There needs to be a draw here. Crumble.
Yeah, that's about the only reaction you can really have to something like that. Crumble. And unfortunately for Taigai, even if they want to try and kill this Hellcat, which looks like the line that they're going to go for, Talponator draws the Perilous Pastry and will be able to deny this.
苦しい。
What top decks does Taigai have? Is there another Vengeance in the deck? Is there something that can
いや、
try and
僕は
deal with
世界
this?
大会の決勝トーナメントでこの試合見れて、ちょっと楽しくなってますね。
Inquisitor, I don't think. I think that was the previous game, and now it's just another copy of the Fading Icon. Does not bode well for Taigai, who will be going down here 2-0 and being eliminated from the World Championship.
待って、まだエルダードラゴンのレベルアップ条件達成してないんだけど。
Bringing this anti-meta lineup and being able to dominate every single player they try and deal with. Talponeda's definitely showing why they deserve to be here, why they're so good at this game with very, very clean play. I mean, we've seen the Dragon Boons be really good. We've seen the use of things like Group Shot at just the right timing. Every single look for an out was possible. We're going to send this over to the analyst desk to see how this can be.
お互いもうボロッボロになった状態のフラフラの殴り合い大好きなんだよね。ウォルバードなんでそんな興味なの？
Thank you so much, Spids and Boulevard. I'm here with Skarzik and Alan to analyze this
タル
match
ピ
we
ネイ
just
ター、
had.
僕の固定コメント
I
に
gotta start off
すべ
by
ての
going
人の
back to the
デッキあるん
beginning,
ですけど、
Skarzik.
タル
Talk
ピ
me
ネ
through
イ
that
タ
game
ー、
number
タル
one
ピネイター。
and what was really at stake for both of these players.
In game number 1, I think that it was correct for Taigai to respect the John and Neela. We've seen that Talponator bringing this wildcard deck, but still playing into perfection. Even some very deep lines that we were having difficulty kind of foreseeing, Talponator was able to bring to the forefront, and Taigai didn't want to deal with any of that. Says, I'm going to get this off the table and try to beat the other two, but with Riven Morgana showing up to the fight, the deck, I think other players have typically banned instead of the John and Neela. The aggression was just too much. The key turn, I think,
エルダードラゴンのレベルアップを狙うデッキではないとは思うんで、でも復讐を切った後にエルダードラゴン着地してほしかったな。絶望すぎるでしょ。デスウスまでちゃんと付与されちゃって。復讐切った後にエルダードラゴントップで引いてほしかった。展開としては一番面白い。
The essential part for the Morgana Riven is to get your opponent to the point where they have single-digit HP, and you, like Skarzik mentioned, having multiple threats on the board, where you have to respond to potentially with even 2 spells already on the stack, and then they can go with their might, with their stun, on top of the overwhelm unit, and just present you lethal in the other way, where you can no longer interact with it, having that protection with the black shield. And we clearly see in this game having that early
アランさん多分これ部屋に物がなさすぎてめっちゃ声が反響してるんだな。
Might with the binding, like there were so many tools for the Talpinator to just close this game.
Yeah, and that leads perfectly into the fact that he went for the Blade of the Exile on Riven. Instead of going for the open attack, wanted to juice that attack even further, passing priority back to Taigai and saying, I don't think
この
you
張
have
っ
it.
た
I don't know
声
if
が
he
こ
had
ん
the
だけ
sickest
響いて
hand
る
read
って
of
こと
all
は、
time,
多
or if
分
he's just that
アランさんの
audacious.
部屋マジで物がない。
I'm gonna go with the
ミ
I'm
ニ
gonna say
マ ミ
both,
ニマリスト
actually.
的な
Both
部
could
屋
be
になっ
true
て
in
ん
the
じゃないかな。
situation, and Talpinator,
で、
as I
声が
think
反響
everybody
し
has
ま
been
くっ
saying up to this point,
アラン
really
さん、あなた
has
配信者ですよね。
maintained that main character arc, that plot armor, and I feel like it just has such a strong case to move all the way to the end. But in that game number 2, it was very back
なん
and
か
forth
駆け
there,
出し
Alan,
駆け
and
出
it
しの
came
配
down to
信
the top
者
decks in those final few turns.
が
Was
よ
there
くやってい
anything
る
that Taigai could have top
なん
decked
か
that
音
would
の
have been able
使
to
い方
win
と
him
い
the
うか。
game, or was it just all coming up for Talpinator?
Alpinator had a really great setup on turn 5 with the drop the bomb, setting up the Rex, which he didn't have in the hand yet. He played with his whole deck. I was assuming he's gonna draw one by turn 8, given the odds, which he did. Getting him a complete board wipe, killing that Morgana, which was kind of problematic, leveled up for a certain period of time. But what really set them apart this game was hitting that early bird on the Deathless Rekindler. That absolutely
う
shifted
ん
the
デ
game
スレスの
because it
つい
made
た明かり
Taigai
が飛ん
run
だ
out
の
of the
辛かっ
steam
たな、今の試合。
completely. Even top decking Mordekaiser in the right time was just not enough.
Yeah, you need that extra value and that extra greed, especially to get over an Elder Dragon deck. This Respect Your Elders list is board-based karma set where you're just going in completely over the top with resources and threat potential. And we were even speculating, spectating the game from the analyst side of things, of there's a chance in this top deck war that a raw Elder Dragon being played would end up being
これ
Talpinator's
マ
win
ジでこの
condition.
3時
And
くらい
when
にな
you
った
get
ら
the
もう
early
視
birds
聴
and
者
that
数、同
grind
説
with
2、3
your
人くらい
portals,
で
forcing a top
これだ
deck
けずっ
war
と喋って
is
る感じ
something a
で
lot of decks
行くんだ
never
ろうな
like
と
to
思ってた
do,
ら、
but
同
something
説
that Vandal
10人
City
のす
seems
ごい
to
な。みんな
always come out
眠か
on
ったら寝
top
てく
when
ださい
that's
よ。
the case.
So the crucial
アーカイ
moment
ブ
also
残
for
す
the
予定です
Taigai
し、
that
この
didn't
配
go
信。
his way on top of losing that Rekindler was
なんなら
also
公式ア
fizzling
カウントで
the
やってっから、
glints,
まあ
which
公
just
式
didn't
のアカウント、
result. He needed
YouTube
to
だ
take
ったら
extra
全
card
然
draw. He
残
went
んだろ
for
う
the
しね。
greedy line.
まあ
When
日
the
本語じゃ
early
ないけ
bird
ど。
hit, he tried to draw a card that will get discarded instead, like another Mordekaiser, like the first Mordekaiser or another Rekindler, just something that would get hit instead of that Rekindler.
ここ、まあ、
And he
僕の
got heavily
枠がなんか
punished
の不具合
because
とか
there
も
was a
含めて
recall
なんかアー
in
カイ
which
ブ
he
残んな
then
かったとしても
foresight
最悪ね
that was
YouTube
picked
の
up by
公式アカウントから
Talpinator
見ること
from
も
the
当然できますし。
oncologist.
Yeah, and
これに関しては。
also what's great too is because of the way the pranks were going back and forth due to the trinket trades, Talpinator had a lot of information when that first prank
Twitch
went
も
off,
一
saw
応
the
ね、
spirit
配
leech
信
and the
のア
glimpse
ーカイ
beyond
ブ
and
永久
recognized,
的に
hey,
残すこと
I've
は
got
できるら
kings
しいけ
and
ど
things to
ね。
answer this glimpse beyond, but if I can delay the
なん
spirit
か
leech by one turn,
正しい
I can
細かい方法
delay
は知らない。
Mordekaiser maybe getting the key cards required. And you know, the Inquisitor never
ちな
showed
み
up
に今
that
折り
game.
返しで
Maybe
すね。
taking some of those spells
多
off the
分全
table
6
would
試合
have
やって
given
今3
Taigai
試合
a
終わったか
fighting
らもう
chance.
3時間って
But
感じ。
I'm not even gonna lie.
あ、
I thought
6
the
時過ぎか
Morgana would just buy
な。
so much time with
多
the
分
life
終わる
steal
の。
shackle lockdown, and the top decks just weren't there for Taigai.
You can see when the deck fights in more a fair manner, when there is no that Inquisitor just taxing you on the spell mana so heavily. It's more of a fair fight
今
for
更だけ
this
ど、この
matchup
ネクラ
for
さ
the
ん、これ
Respect
セラ
Your
フィーのコ
Elders.
スプレしてる
Respect your elders coming up big once again. Taigai did not
なん
want
か
to
セラ
have
フィー
to
ンっぽい
play
な。
the mirror matchup in
多
that
分セラフィ
case,
ーンだこれ。
and sadly is going to be knocked out from the tournament. But Talpinator is on a tear through that lower bracket right now, and we're gonna have to wait and see if he can continue to do just that. On the other side of this break, though, we've got the winners finals, where Chenia and Seku have been waiting to be able to give us that epic showdown. We're gonna be right back.
「俺はもうこのプラザガーディアン3体目を出された瞬間に頭を抱えたタルピネーターさんのリアクションが大好きだよ。ああ、カットしないでよ。なんでそこカットするんだよ、お前。そこでカットしないでよ。この試合で一番面白かったとこでしょ。ああ、見せてほしかったな。いいね。なんか他の地域の、特に俺が APEC の試合ミラー配信し終わった後、基本的に疲れててさ、見る余力がないってのもあるけどさ、 他の地域の上手いルーンテラプレイヤーを見れるの面白いな。構築もやっぱ個性というか、若干地域によって違うだろうしさ。あの時点で15分の14だったんだ、あれ。いや、もう、マジでその、試合終わった瞬間にもあんな感じで、本当に疲労困憊だろうな、これ、マジで。
I don't really practice for LOR anymore. I've just kind of like built this skill over time. That's
もうセクって人結構男前じゃない？
working with that and then
なんかモデルさんみたいな顔つきしてはるわ。そのジャニーズ系じゃなくてそのマジで。
I didn't really expect to do this well. There was nothing that changed over like this season.
なんて言えばいいんだ。クリスチアロナウジーニョ的な。
This was the season that the metas lined up and my luck lined up that I finally just like tipped over the edge.
阿部寛的な。そっち系の男前だわ。ちゃんと彫りが深くて。
I feel like so many of the people who are participating in worlds know each other at this point.
ひげがいい仕事してんなこれな。
Even if you're not qualified for worlds, if you just like know those,
ひげがいい塩梅出してるわ。
in that group anyways, like being part of that like top whatever percentage that makes it to worlds, it's kind of just like the same.
なんだ自分はね、夕方からちょっと夜にかけて仮眠取ったんで、多分自分は全然大丈夫だけど。
But I guess maybe it'll feel different when I'm playing, you know. Take a break from LOR briefly and play TFT. It'll make you think faster and be better at LOR. If I did, that's the only variable that was different between last year and this year. So that must be what did it, you know. Take a break, go play TFT, think faster, come back to LOR.
これは KR。なんだ、流すだけか。エイペックからもね、やっぱ KR 勢強いんだな。なんかゲームとなんかこういう系のなんか、まあゲームと言ったら韓国ってイメージあるもんな。強いのは。こんなとこどのとこ広告キャンセル入りました。こんなことできるんだ。エクさんイケメンやな。なんかタルピネーターさんもなんかウエスタンハットかぶってさ、リボルバー持ってほしいわ。俺だったらあそこで遊戯王カード持ったりするけど多分ダメなんだろうな。オーロラ選手の顔初めて見たわ。さて。 いやー、サントリー公式バーチャル YouTuber サントリーノムさんのキャッチフレーズ、キャッチコピーいいな。これ冷蔵庫からこんにちはだって。いいな。俺もなんかそういうキャッチコピー作ろうかな。どこからこんにちはしようかな。冷蔵庫からこんにちはいいな。サントリーノムさんにレコードレド歌ってほしいな。レコードレドっていうね、いいボカロ曲があるんですよ。オリジナルソングあります？まだね、ちょっと YouTube チャンネルは開いてないんだけど、まだ、音流れと家だから、まだ開けてないんだけど、まあ、あるよね、そりゃね。企業 VTuber、オリゾンあるわな。レコードレド歌ってほしい。ダメかな。みんな今聞いてみ、レコードレドって曲。いい曲だから。対象グラフィックっていうかなんていうか。ああいうレトロな感じの、そういう雰囲気のいい曲なんですよ、あれ。サントリーノムさんにレコードレド歌ってほしいな。冷蔵庫からこんにちはいいな。ずっと言ってるやん。感情などないのに言葉を照らしたのだったったっていうね。レコードレードいい曲なんですよね。この雰囲気にはなんか合ってる気がするわ。この見た目だと。全国の自由空間のドリンクバーにいるサントリーノムさんにはお会いできましたか？自由空間にサントリーノムさん行こうかな。これもうキャンペーン終わっちゃってるか。2ヶ月前だ。
We started today with 3 incredible matches in the lower bracket, and now it's time
ロ
to
ースト
turn
ア
our
ーモンドラテ
attention
だけじゃな
to
く
the
て、まだ
two players
飲ん
that
で
are
ないんだけ
waiting
ど、
in
なんか
that
いち
winners
ご
finals. It
甘い
is
いちご
Seku
ラテみたい
versus
なやつも
Chenya,
あっ
and we've
て、
got
それも買っ
Skarzig
てあ
and
る。
Alan on the desk to bring us through this next one. And Skarzig,
カ
this
フ
is
ェイ
the
ン、
doozy that
ト
I
イレ近
think
くなるって言ったけど、
everybody
やっ
has
ぱ
been
なん
looking
か
forward
クラフト
to.
ボス好きなんですよね、
These
自分。
are
よく飲
two
むんですよ。
incredibly strong players. If you were ever doubting over the first 2 days of competition,
で、
you
ま
have to be
あ、フルーツ
convinced
とか
by
抹茶
now
と
that
か、
they
な
are
ん
the
か、
cream of the crop,
いろいろと
and the
期間
lineups
限
are
定っていうか、なん
also
か、お、
nothing to
なんか
sneeze
新しい
at.
の出たなって思ったらいろいろ買って飲んでるんですけど、
We've seen some great games from both of the players in the recent 2 days.
その流れで買ってまだいちごオーレみたいなやつが出て、まだそれ飲んでない。
Would you put your money on
今度飲んでみますわ。
Skarzig?
I mean, Seku, he just got that charisma. I mean, during the winners interview, the headshots looking all right. You can tell he's really feeling himself, you know, and that's definitely a big factor, I think, heading into this third day of grueling competition. If you're kind of in a good state, you're feeling confident, you're feeling kind of loose, I think that he's not going to get too gummed up on this incredibly difficult ban decision he's going to have to make soon.
But have you seen how Chenya was drawing in those days? Like his top decks, he's created portals. Like, man, this man is on fire.
Sometimes you do have plot armor, and the vibes can't overcome that.
That's a good
true.
point.
That's very true. We heard Seku though at the end of yesterday the confidence that he has heading into the remainder of the tournament. And just to set the stage a little bit, it hasn't been an easy road for either of these players. Chenya on the top side of the bracket has had to take down some huge opponents. Runeterra, Chao, and Taiga back to back. On the other side, Seku taking down Aurora, JO1, as well as Yoshino. So some very heavy-hitting players to both make it into the winner's final.
よりはちょっともうちょっと新しいか。千本桜とかは完璧に大正ロマンなんだけど、大正ロマンの明治版ってなんていうの？大正ロマンじゃなくて、
Oh, most definitely. I would make a
明治
spicy
ハイか
one.
ら。
But listen, good that you mentioned the second prize because clearly there is a
明治モダン。
player gonna be stealing it from one of them coming from the lower
明
bracket.
治モダン。
That's true. We only have 4 players
明治モダン
remaining
って何
now.
ですか？
We know we're going to be seeing Seku and Chenya up next,
わかん
but
なくなってきた。
following that match, we have Talpinator versus Yoshino, both of them being able
大
to
正
make
ロ
it
マン。
into that
昭
top
和レト
4.
ロ。
So congratulations to
昭和
both
レ
of
ト
them
ロ。
as well, and they still have
昭
that
和レト
second
ロ。
life to be able to make it into that
う
grand
わー、もうネッ
final.
トサーフィンの
So
波が深い。
I am
溺れそう。
pumped. Seku versus
溺
Chenya,
れそう
these
だよ。
awesome lineups. Skarzik, you
昭
mentioned
和
that
レト
this
ロ。
ban phase is going to be a
あ、昭
difficult
和レ
one.
トロで
So
はないな。
I'm just going to let you and Alan get
明
right
治
into it to
モ
talk
ダン
about
か
these
な。
lineups and why that is going to be so difficult.
明治モ
So
ダン。
let's go ahead and call out the elephant
明
in the
治モ
room.
ダン。
Got 2 Poro Kings here, Alan.
あ、明治
And
モ
we
ダンです
saw
ね。
earlier that Seku maybe doesn't really like to play the mirror
明治モ
after
ダンっ
we
ぽくな
saw
い？
how difficult it
こ
can
の
be
感じ。
when one player gets Poro King and the other one does not. But at the same time, Poro King is still very well positioned to take a free win off of Karma set.
明治モ
We've
ダン
got a
感ありつ
weird
つ、
rock,
古
paper,
すぎない
scissors
なん
kind of
か。
developing.
ただデザ
Yeah,
かな。
most definitely. And if you are in the second position and you've paid attention how Chenya was a drawing
ここにしよう。俺
champion
も
so
な、
far
そろ
in
そろ
those
自分の
2
キャラデザ
days,
しっかり作んない
man,
といけないん
I
だ
would be
よな。
actually scared not to ban the Poro King going into Chenya.
Yeah, the Elder Dragon, I think, has been one of the most unsung decks where Seku has just been bullying people with it. It's very strong into other Poro King decks. You know, Shyvana versus Poros. Poros is a matchup that goes back pretty long ways, and that might force Chenya's ban. The Shyvana Elder Dragon just wants to curve
はい、
out.
見ましょう。
We've got a
お、
and
セク
usually in
選
the
手
olden
VS 待って、
days
ブラ
of
ンケッ
dragons,
トに
right,
よ
they
る
really
と、
didn't do much up until turn 3, turn 4. But over the course of time,
これあれ
Demacia
か、
has
アッ
gotten some
パーブラ
fantastic
ケット
units.
ファイ
The
ナルか。
Dragon Allegiant that was just released,
アッ
Scholarly
パーブラ
Pioneer,
ケットフ
gives
ァ
you
イナ
some
ル、これ
play
に
and some
勝った方
utility
が決
as you
勝戦に
build
行きま
towards
す。
this incredibly beefy mid game with
で、合
Cloud
って
Drake
る？
for discounts and Dragon Guard Lookout for rallies.
Yeah, we've seen this Gentle Gem Dragon just scaling these units up, even though they are cheap, to the gigantic sizes at this point. Going into the Warden Nikonar deck. This deck was a big surprise so far.
これに勝った方が決勝戦に進出して、で、ローアーブラケットファイナルが行われて、決勝戦。
Yeah, we've seen like
で、合
Jax
ってる。
Orn, for example, try to go for this
Maybe.
board-based, stat-based Freljord idea, but Nico
Nico nada.
takes that and just puts the jet fuel into it to try to beat down even faster. Meanwhile, this version of the Poro King is running Yumi.
セク
That
選
means that
手
some
って
additional
横
threats
並べ
like
好きなの
Daring
かな？
Poro and Pouty Poro do become some extra utility and threats for this list. Just only one copy of Sunburst, however, you can already tell that Seku wants to be the one in the driver's seat.
Man, I want to see some Zolani beatdown finally. 3 days and there was 0 Zolani beatdowns. Come on, man. One time.
Players just respect it too much, just like Fizz Yumi. A lot of players feel like they have to leave this deck up. You expect it to take maybe a free cheesy win and try to 2-0 the other deck, but we've also got a preview about how this can kind of play more control.
We've seen how Fizz can choke into some decks, especially if it draws too much of the top end, like drawing double Battle Fury, and your hand starts to clank up. You are lacking those cheap spells that allow you to protect that Fizz. Hopefully not gonna be the case for Chenya this time.
Yeah, when we look across at this build of Poro King, a couple more Sunbursts in here, a couple Black Shields to protect that Poro King and Zolani. I don't know if Seku feels as though he can win this mirror, or if he'll just leave the Poro King up and let the cards fall where they may. Regardless, I think every single potential matchup we could see is going to be incredibly exciting, Alan, and I cannot wait to see what the players do when confronted with the threat of Seraphine Karma set.
Absolutely, Skarzik. In terms of Seraphine Karma set, we've heard yesterday Seku talk how he was targeting this type of lineup, but again, Karma set is a bit worse position
JO1 選手もこのデッキ持ち込んでなかったな。
Seku, but this deck has a bit more wider variety of the spells that allow you to clear those early threats.
正直さ、このデッキと当たった場合ってさ、もうケアのしようがないからさ、正直もう自分のデッキの上振れの動きぶつけてさ、対抗策、対カウンターの札をプラセット側が持ってないことを願ってさ、最大限の動きをぶつけるしかないよ。もうケアの使用で1枚しか採用されてないレッシン賞とかケアしてプレイングとかも正直無理だからさ、もうこのラウンド中の最大瞬間風速これっつってぶつけるしかないと思う。正直何番したん？テク選手の持ち込み俺好きだわ、正直言って。俺も横並べからの全体バフビート好きだからさ。だからまあでもエイペックから進出したチェニア選手にも頑張ってほしいですね。両方応援したいね、これはね。
Yeah, Moslev, we see that very nice in hand of the Seku, which could be crucial going into the Poro, because again, once the very nice drops, all of the units get obliterated and replaced by the landmarks. You can have that little swing, and there is nothing that Chenya could do against it in the late game.
And once the Poro King comes down into play, you're kind of incentivized to keep developing Poros in order to get more snacks. If the Poros aren't big enough and Chenya has to develop into Buried in Ice, it could be a game-losing disaster. We've got Omen Hawk versus the Plucky Poro. Hopefully this buff lands in a good spot.
We have a pretty solid opener from Seku. Getting that one drop is pretty crucial. Getting this Necro conversion here, we see already some cats, Nico itself. We have the Harsh Winds for the later. Not a very good throw early on, but also Chenya doesn't have a tool of the event, missing the crucial cards, which is the Poro King himself and some snack to scale your units up. You can trade early on and start scaling your Zolani for late game.
そうですね、おやつちゃんと引いてバフした上でポロをぶつけておかないと後半のゾラーニの強化につながらないので。
Another Nico deck that's also filling the board with a motley crew of a zoo. You aren't going to be able to sneak through that damage around the sides. Chenya might be incentivized to just hold back.
Seku finds a Poro himself, as I'm gonna be developing. That's shortly trying to get a Nico level up. Potentially turn 6, we could see leveled up Nico swinging, already buffing your board. Would be pretty devastating for Chenya if he does not draw his buffs to the Poros.
Seku debating whether or not he wants to get rid of this Daring Poro. Is this really going to be a big threat down the road? Or saves the Omen Hawk, wants to keep that to get credit for the Nico level up. Seku's already mapped out how this game needs to go in order to spell victory. And once you get the 6-wide board with Nico's level up and AoE buff, that seems like a pretty dangerous situation to me, Alan.
犬を引いたらいける。他になんかあるか、サブタイプ。引いた！お、強えこれ。
So this is gonna be on turn 6, most likely flip on the Nico coming down.
これ3バーストで焼かないとまずいぞ、ペニア選手。
Those units that came from the Seku. Meanwhile, Chenya's hand is just a bunch of more 1-1 Poros. No scaling whatsoever.
聞いたの偉いな。
Nicoからまあなんか適当なフィアサムとか持ってくるだけでもだいぶ強いですが。犬。ドレイクハウンド、あれ絶対ニコだろ。なんか採用されてないカード出てきたんですけど。
I actually have no idea, but it's gonna be great on this board. is gonna be great on this board due to the fact that there is just no pings.
Level up はしません。
It's not a reptile. It only counts as a dog.
レベルアップはしませ
This
ん
is。pretty good given that Seku's
こ
dog
れ
has been
犬っ
removed.
て
So
さ、
I
これ
think
カウント
the
されなくない
Quick
か？
Attack Dog is as good as the Snow Dog. Doesn't buff your deck, but still will be
これ
pretty
犬っ
good on
て
this
アタ
board
ッ
given
クした
Quick
扱いなんなく
Attack
ない？
have no good traits, and Chenya has to start shot blocking with his Poros.
これ犬
which you
の
really
出て
hate
くる
to
タイ
see.
ミングとさ、ニーコのレベルアッ
And
プ
what's
カウ
great
ン
about
トの
the
タイ
early
ミング
game,
かぶっちゃっ
you
て、
assume
犬
it's
って
just
これ
going
っ
to
て
be a
カウ
lot
ント
of
されるんだっ
1-1s
け？
and
わあ、お
2-1s
やつが
crashing
ない
into
の
one
つらい
another.
な
But。because Seku has this additional angle with the Precious Pet and the Sinister Poro, getting
フォロー
fearsome,
餌
getting
抜
a
きで
little bit of
す。
chip damage, every little bit counts. Chenia has no reliable healing in this list despite being in Targon.
だからこれ多分セク選手今レベルアップカウント見て何を思うかって感じだよね。さあ、おやつブラフアタック。うん。おやつのこと考えると無理だよね。で、こっからまあ猫出して、さあ、98。
Overwhelm coming Tritail in, and this is such a massive board already coming from the Seku. Chenya is in a very, very bad spot.
Absolutely disgusting. The Tritail getting massively buffed thanks to the Omen Hawk and this full suite of different subtypes in play.
We see Chenya flipped that Poro King in the deck.
ポロキング引くだけでもだいぶ楽になるけどね。
And that's not, but on the other hand, that's a Poro Snacks generation. Quite a bit expensive though. What do you think about that Aurora Paralis addition to the deck, Skarsik?
It always ends up being such a strong hit when you're desperate for snacks, but I find that in the games where you do draw in and you're able to play it, you seem to not have the hand space even get it done.
盤面相手だら勝ってたね。
And you have to wait till next turn to get the snacks, and this is already
こ
after
れ
all
盤
of your
面
trades
残
are
した
being
ブロック
forced
しちゃったのが
down.
裏目に出てる。
I'm kind of
これ盤面が空いてたらシェイプシフターで
Seku
98の全く同じコピーを召喚時効果でさらに出して勝ってたな。
And I believe he is one short of looking at Nico.
Yeah, most definitely. So Seku is just deciding what
殴
does
る
he
しかない
want
これ
to
は。
swing with to prepare for the potential like something like reptile top deck to get that Nico flipped. We definitely swing with the overwhelm.
方面フォークも殴ったことであと1体ですね。
The dog will get
デッキハンターから持ってくるしかないところは正直ある。
Do we swing with the hawk? Do we swing with the cat? And do I want to trade those units off for free?
水分補給大事。
Seku decides that he's struggling a bit on the board size.
これ
So
オー
he's
メンフォー
completely
クに天
fine
下打っていいんじゃない？
attacking with those.
Yeah, once you kind of have gotten credit
ユー
for
シ
that
ブブロッ
subtype
カー貴重
attacking,
す
you
ぎる
have
でし
account
ょ。
for Nico, trade down on the board. This
あ、で
second
もオー
deck
メンフォークしか死なねえのか
hunter
これ。
in hand will certainly find the final subtype for Seku.
わ、これわざとやったんかな。違うわ、フィアさんブロッカーいねえんだ。たまたまこうなったんだ。フィアさんブロッカーがいなくて、98に対して HP が一番多いユニットをぶつけるとこうなるんだ。
To damage at the board, and we see that Seku has a way to interact with it. So we see the Poro Snacks are coming, which Chenya might be looking to set up 2-turn lethal. So he needs to put Seku at 6 HP, develop blockers, and try to stay alive. But the problem is this striker 9-6.
シェイプシフターで止まっちゃうからって思ったけど。
Yeah, Chenya, I think, has one copy.
そう、犬がね、そうだよね。犬がカウントされてたら6分の5のはずなんですよ。フォロー、猫、クモ、フォロー、猫、クモ、鳥で4だよ。フォロー、猫、クモ、鳥で4で、犬がいれば5のはずなんだよ。でも5の犬がいないから5になってる。あ、4になってる。確かこれニーコのアタックに入んないんですよ、これって。今犬が足りない。で、まあドラゴンとヨードが出てきてくれたから、一応レベルアップは可能なんだけど、このターンは10コストあんだったら吹きすさぶ風とドラゴン召喚。
I wonder if Seko's going to take this bluff and say, well, I still have a big overwhelm unit in play. I'm still +2 regarding attacking around the sides. I think I might take this round N and swing on you.
China needs to definitely set up the lethal over 2 turns, because if he tries to take a slower angle and he does not develop anything,
セクさん
he's
の
not staring at
こ
the
の2個の選定あと何だったのか気になるんだよな。
And what a wild situation to be
でもまあ
in.
4-1 クイアタの打点って考えればまあレベルアップのことを度外視で考えれば悪くはないのか。
Yeah, that's a great addition to the deck, providing that extra
おやつ2枚は見えてます。
even if you don't get to level your Nico,
言うて食らうの6点だろうな。
No need Warden, no need Nico level up. Yeah, just give me a trial with a bunch of other subtype units, providing the.
おやつ2枚食われたら意味ないぞ。
And we have to go back to the beginning, definitely, Alan, to calculate how much damage, right, the Precious Pet and the Sinister Poro have pushed through because Chenia got no early snacks to begin scaling to
これ
actually
で
threaten to
4-1 引
trade
っ張ら
down,
れる分にはそんなに痛くない。
It's all coming down to this point. Chenia can swing through with 2 damage, and Seku is going to come roaring out of the gate with this next attack token.
This Precious Pet swing 3 times, which is 6 damage. On top of the Fearsome Poro, that's another 2 points of damage. This is a high damage from 2 1-drops coming down. That's a lot. On top of the overwhelm, those 3 units single-handedly carrying your victory right now.
いや、フィアサムがもう意味ねえのか、そっちだ
Now
な。
with the attack of the unit, wow, Seku's even going to develop the dragon, the fused
で、
firebrand.
これで
has
ヨード
spell
とドラ
shield
ゴンが
getting
加算されて
even
6分の
larger.
4からプラス2で、
And we're gonna see
6分の4プラス2イコール6分の6っていうよくわかんない数式が。これでニーコがレベルアップしますんで。
Quite yet, so should be flipping, but we see also a Yordle now in the
Yeah,
play.
Yordle and Dragon should be able to do it.
Yes, and then we'll have see elusive, which Chenya needs to block as well.
これちゃんと出るよね。出てアタック事故が出る。出るか。出るんだ。
So here is the AoE buff. Nico is a gigantic elusive unit that can be blocked, but the extra point on this overwhelm and a massive dragon besides forces Chenya, even if he's able to survive this turn, to sacrifice all of these Poros, it might be a little bit too slow on developing any threat. No Poro King in sight to begin hyperscaling these Poros to stand up to this Nico.
いや、おばぱが無理すぎる。
Yeah, Chenya is just trying to stay alive.
おやつ食わんと無理だな。
But like we see that Precious Pet being such a crucial unit in the is a board where he needs to sacrifice even his elusive Poros to stay alive. And there is no win content. Like even if you find Poro King, even if you find Zolani, does Zolani make it? He has nothing to back
いやいや
it up.
ポロと命知らずポロ
But, like, the
逆。
units will be chipped down on HP a bit. Null should be probably the highest HP defended coming next turn.
いやでもニーコいるからイルシブアタッカーがそもそももう意味ねえんだ。
But it will be definitely above 10 damage. So we should allow Seku to still be alive on top of having harsh winds. So he should definitely be feeling quite safe here.
Another Poro stories, another
で、セク選手のハンドには、まあ、
It has to be Poro King off the top to even pretend
必殺
to
ぶ
have a
風があっ
chance.
て、一応ブラックシールドを使えばスペシを貼ることができるんですけど、スペシを貼ってしまった場合呪いがかかって動けなくなるんで、4コストかかる。スペシアタックするためには4コストかかる。
We see the black shield on the side of Chenya that are just piling up in the hand. They are not doing
ス
much
ペシア
against
タッ
Seku.
クするためには4コストかかるし、スペシアタックするのが強い状況の盤面でもないから、トップゾラーニでも凍結で止まる。
And not give the priority to Chenya to cast black shield in response.
うん、トップゾラーニでも凍結で無理だった盤面ですね。
Another Daring Poro is 3 damage.
Nico can't block quite yet because we see on the Chenya side there is a challenger
命知らずポロから、命知らずポロ、
So technically,
インパクト1点、命知らずのインパクト。
we can hit another elusive Poro on top of the impact. Could be lethal. Meanwhile, we know that
イルーシブブロッカー生成だ。
which will be able to stop that.
So all in all,
シェイプスプリッターを使うことで、全く同じコピーを1体召喚して位置を入れ替えます。この場合は、イルーシブアタッカーに対してイルーシブブロッカーを生成し、このラウンド生き残ってしまえば、次のアタックで勝ちという盤面ですので、セク選手は、延命のためにイルーシブブロッカーを生成しました。
Probably he will have to gamble something of the Poro slot because
こっからイルーシブが出てくる可能性あるでしょ。で、勇気のポロがチャレンジャーを持ってるから、まあ本体のニーコ引っ張るとして、
even though it seemed awkward right there in the mid game where Nico wasn't leveling up as much as we would have liked to see, Alan. The Tri-Tail and the Fearsome units did all of the early homework to establish this board state right now. Lucky Poro going to take down that big cat, but still Gnar, Mega Gnar, another overwhelmed unit that needs to be responded to.
オーバーパワーメガナーがいるね。そうだね。
We see that there is a double Sky Splitter and the Harsh Winds. So the mana is perfectly aligning for Seku to defend the
いや、天波吹きさぶ風で済むな。
Nexus at the same time to be able to push the little.
あ、偉い。イルーシブが出てきたのは偉い。
There was an option to actually win the game if Seku had no harsh winds in the hand.
こっちにだけ天波打てばこと済む話だな。
Provide the elusive blocker. So that was actually winning this position while having such a bad hand from the Chenya's position. That's absolutely crazy.
で、まあ、そうね。
There always is, you know, a possibility for an out there. Chenya probably has a hand read of the harsh winds after seeing the sky splitter.
で、犬が出てきて、まだニーコのアタック時に全体プライチバフがかかるんで、トップ静寂でも無理か。オバパユニットが3体。無理っすね。
Seku's going to take game number 1.
Even the Tailstones was not enough with the Harsh because
フルブロックしてもオーバーパワーの貫通のダメージが高すぎるので GG となりますね。いやー、おやつすりきとポロキングが引けてなかったのが辛いね、チェニア選手は。
We know that against faster aggressive decks it is more difficult for Poros to find their footing. If you're against something a lot slower that doesn't put on a lot of pressure, you have way more time to stall with, you know, even a 2-2 Poro.
の話は2枚引いたのは良かったけど。
Until you get the king and then
いや、おやつ1枚引いてるだけでだいぶ違ったと思うけどね。
But now that Seku has access to Elder Dragon Shyvana, this is Poro King's other terrible matchup.
Time for a snack, and that doesn't mean a good way for Poros. The Shyvana Dragon deck are looking hungry right now.
Even finding Ruined Dragon Guard, so there is still some early game play. Seku debating keeping the Gentleman's Duel in a single combat just to have responses to Poro King when he comes down. But Chenya has the King potentially for his curve. And oh no, Chenya is going to count to 5, and Seku is also going to be counting right along with him with this lineup.
Yeah, look at this opener from Chenya. He has all the different Poros. Lonely Poro generating another Poro. So this is gonna be around 5 level up on the Poro King. On the other side, we can see there is a pretty good curve coming from the Dragon side, just curving out into the Challenger Dragon, trying to take out the Poro King. However, Seku needs to find some combat tricks. We see only dragons, which can be a big downside of the deck when you don't find those combat tricks. Alongside
このデマエルダーってドラゴンなんだ。すげえの持ち込んでんな。テク選手。てっきり聖軸かと思った。ドラゴン軸なんだ。
Getting the affectionate Poro is key here to pull the next single development to the side and keep this onslaught going.
テク選手のシバーナエルダードラゴン。こんなデッキが。こんなところまで。
Has to be other Poros, but if you play him unleveled, he'll begin to create normal Poro
snacks. So there
is still the threat of some scaling, especially because Seku does not have those key combat tricks.
GM ドラゴン入ってる。あれ、勇敢なるアラティス入ってないんだ。
Decides to instantly pay the extra Poro to go for that flip on the
私愛さん、急降下さん、紳士の決闘に。
Because it's such a win condition in this matchup.
I think getting the Poro King down and flipped as
た
soon
だ
as
今回は
possible
ポロ
is
キング
key
デッキが
because
し
you
っか
get
り
the
回ってま
special
すね。
snack, which is cheaper,
レベルアップ時に
easier
スナックを生成するので
and
2
the
コストあれば
longer
ス
you
ナ
wait
ック
to
は
get the
作れ
Poro
ます。
King
強い
down, that's one more draw that Seku's going to get to potentially have a combat trick. The single combat fortunately comes through here, and the King is just a little bit too big for the current Dragon board to deal with.
And we see a hot dog coming for the Poro King. So they style parting those snacks, and we see that there is a follow-up from 2 poros that will be able to generate even more. Question is, do you attack with the Poro King here as well, just to apply a bit more pressure? You run into that single combat problem.
How safe can you keep this Poro King? The Screeching Dragon will get a block. Fury will activate. Maybe it can attack next turn to pull the Poro King. With this Pepper Snack, he will go become a 6/6, maybe a 7/7. Dragons are so good when they're able to outscale, but there's a chance this Poro King might get too big.
We see quite a good chunk of impact. Chenya was considering going for the just straight up lethal here with the hot dog, but opts to keep the Poro King alive just in case of the potential death. But like, if he does the straights, then doesn't the challenger grow enough where he can single combat the Poro King post combat due to the Dragon Guard Lieutenant?
Yeah, has the Hush in hand that
Oh
might
my god, he
help a
doesn't
bit.
see it.
次ポロキングをしっかり引
Yeah,
っ張
goes
る
for
た
the
め
single
に
combat. Thinks that as long as I can just chump block the Poro King and keep it from
そっちを
attacking,
強
I
くしていき
should
ま
be
した
able to
ね。
control
で
from here. Now up to an 8/5.
レベルア
That's
ップ
pretty
して、で
gargantuan. Along with
次
Shyvana
ポロキング
leveling
に
up
お
on
やつを
Seku's next
生
open
成
attack
され
will
る
get
前
strafing
に
strike for another combat
開幕
trick.
引っ張って倒すつもり
Kenya
だ。
can potentially respond with a sunburst if
た
Seku
だこれ
chooses to
さ、
develop
でも
instead.
シ
But
バーナ裏返ってくから
because
その限りで
Kenya
はない
also has
か。
Poro stories in hand, we can make sure there's always going to be plenty of hands in the bakery to keep the snacks up and running. Seku smartly open attacks, make sure to get that strafing strike to take down the king before it's too late.
あ、これそうだな、沈黙っても沈黙ってもダメなんか。沈黙ってももう急降下が見えてるから無理だ。ただ、まあ、おやつ1個打ててはいるから、3バーストでモルガナだけ焼く
a chance of having another Poro King, but it's just going to go wide. Uses the Poro stories. Sees how far I
ここ
can
で
push
並
this.
べる、
Only
まあ、
one
急
special
降下
snack
一
was
発
put on the
あ、まあでも
stat,
急
but
降
these
下
Poros
使うってことは
are
6
still
コ
going
ス
to
トの
be
ユニット出
much
せないってことだから
wider than
急降下
Dragons.
使わ
Seku
せ
down to
るのもありなん
6
か
HP
これは
already. If he can't fill this board, if the strafing strikes aren't
セク
there,
選手とし
he
て
will
は
get
もう
swarmed
顔が
down
6
by
点
the
しかない
fluff.
のにポロのお話使われたからあと3体並ぶよって言われてたもんかだから急降下を使う余地を残しつつユニットを展開6コストにユニットは出せない出さない
just to stay alive, and Strafing Strike will be able to take down one of the Poros. We can imagine that Chenya will be.
Yeah, getting the refreshments is basically like developing a blocker against the 2/2 Poro, yeah?
うん、で、急降下を使わせなかった。で、そのトップ、うわ、どっちもトップが強い。
Yeah, Go ahead. I was just going to say, not using that strafing strike to take out another Poro is
まあ、デスレスは召喚時効果をもう一回使えるけど、ジェムドラゴンじゃないんだ。てっきりジェムドラゴンかと思った。
I'm not going to extend further and give Chenya more opportunities beyond this combat trick to develop now.
And we see a 6 white Poros on top of a on top of Impact coming in swinging, and there is nothing, absolutely nothing Dragons can do.
Got a lot of blocking potential here. Gentleman's Duel, thankfully in the hand, trying to make it work, but Chenya has Poro snacks. I think this might be just enough to do it.
Yep, we have 2 impact, we have 3 damage coming in. That's exactly lethal.
Chenya
あ、そっか。
finding
騎士の
the
決
line,
闘ってお互いにストライクだからダ
absolutely
メ
able
だ
to。get there with this ridiculous Poro swarm draw into the king on curve, forcing Seku to respond to that one big target and take a turn
あ
off
そこ
of
で急降
controlling
下打って
this
るとしても
wide
まだ
board state. The
ポロはハ
redevelopment
ンド
was
にいるから
monumental to keep Chenya in this series and bring it to a game 3.
We've seen that Chenya could have opted to go for removal, to go for slower. He opted to go for the fast, instead faced the swarm and smoking down, getting a perfect lethal on the Seku, just finishing off.
ゲーム3行ったの初めてじゃない
Actually winning a game, hot dog with them Poro snacks coming from the king himself.
Unbelievable
プロ
that
デ
Chenny
ッキ
was
って
able
プ
to
ロのお
beat
や
that
つをすり
really
切りでき
rough
るか、
matchup
プロ
and
キン
take
グ
it
持
to
って
a
これ
game
る
3.
か、
Now we've got Elder Dragon Shyvana
と
versus
プロのお
Seraphine
話、
Karma
この3
set
つだな、やっぱ。
another big
おやつ、すり
fee
き、プロ
mid-range
キン、
deck for Ionia PNZ to attempt to
プロ
deal
のお
with.
話。
Yeah, so this is all about how much pressure can Seku have in
お、瀬戸セラ VS ドラゴン。
1 to 4, 1 to 5. And
瀬戸セラ VS ドラゴン。
set Karma doesn't have really that much good removal going into
どうだ
the dragons. Because those units are usually a bit too big. So if Seku weaves here, he might be in trouble if he has not
相性わからん。
enough pressure and
相
Chenya
性
can
全
just
くわからん。
develop. And an insane card for this matchup is 9 lives because it actually provides you good blockers that can trade. 4 damage is pretty
めっちゃジェムドラに効かなか
for
っ
this
た。
matchup.
Yeah, Chenya has multiple win conditions in here,
ジェムドラ
simply
似た。
being able to block down versus any early game, or multiple recalls and
手札。
stuns lining up against
プロ
Seku's
対面
single
じゃなくてよかったな、お
developments.
い。で
This
も
is
まあ、
going to be
瀬戸セラ対面だからわざと
a
軽い札
bizarre
返したっていうのはある
one,
か。
Alan, because it's going to be double Gem Dragon, double Cloud Drake, just trying to
またプロ出てるよ。
create this massive board state that
Look at the
Chenya can
Seku's
only kick down the
hand.
board.
This is absolutely
あ、いい、ダメダメ。
bad spot for the Seku. You have pass on turn 1, 2, 3, absolutely zero pressure burn, even 3 mana, while Chenya has a great development of just 9 lives.
この命を使ってネクサス攻めたってことは、チェニア選手はもうネクサスに対しての打点の詰め切り、もう盤面の圧殺は多分考えてない。
premium in this matchup in terms of removal. You just need slightly more mana to work with them.
And Seku doesn't want to take the risk of attacking because that 9 lives is a 4-2. It sets up the damage-based removal nicely. Seku's strategy from this point is just to passively develop all of these big units and hope that Chenya doesn't hit something ridiculous like Sunken Temple to really snowball this game. That's looking to take down Shyvana and forces Seku to respond here.
We'll see Seku probably challenging the Poro to just grow Shyvana to protect her
ダメダメ
from the
読み
set.
紳士の
And
決
this
闘
is a great turret for Chenya. He can opt into just Nopify, into the Shyvana to threaten her, and that Gentleman's Duel is definitely the best card for the Seku to play here. The unfortunate part is that he has no combat tricks here to really protect the Shyvana. He can try to kill
ここで
the
急
second part
降
of the
下
9
を打っ
lives.
て
Obviously, there will be also Mystic Shot coming down.
密書で死ぬんか。ダメか、打てねえわ。
4-2 Liminal Guardian has already dealt 8 damage to Seku's Nexus. I know that this matchup is mostly about control, about outlasting the dragons, but
Without
we're
the Drake,
seeing the
多くない？
potential for a Seraphine deck to become the beatdown.
And again, that's a pretty good hand. The problem is you need your Wincon. The Wincon is Becalibar, Second Temple to get those discounts going. Even though it's looking pretty good for Chenya, it might go fast out of the control given how explosive is Seku's hand. He can just develop the Cloudy Drakes into Cloudy Drakes, get your hand discounted, and quickly this board will be gargantuan.
Yeah, at the end of the day, this is still an Elder Dragon deck, so we know that the power spike comes at round 6 and beyond. Cloud Drake hits the board, gets Challenger, puts some pressure down onto the set, and is recalled. Sets up another potential play for an open attack. Strafing Strike now put on the stack and is nopified. Cloud Drake goes away. Set stays alive. This is another 8 damage threatened with Chenya's attack token.
いや、ここののしか出てくる境界の番人のアタックがね、3から2になったことによって。
You are threatening another 8 damage. That's a little coming out soon with like another Mystic Shot paired up. Maybe Seraphine can create something.
Yeah, Chenya is thinking, I think that Chenya is definitely saying Seku can only realistically develop maybe 1 unit this turn because it's a dragon deck. I could bully a bit
まあ、セラフィーン出して出てきたのをフェイスブレイカーでスタンさせてっていう動きも見えるけどな。
pull to the side whatever is developed instead. Likes the 8 damage though. It's a hard offer to turn down.
If Chenya had some sort of damage development, it would be definitely worth it. Because it could be followed up by the recall and just going for the lethal. Because we again know that Seku is most likely being able to only develop 1 unit per turn.
Imagine being forced to take healing in the mid game versus Seraphine Karma set. It's only the World Championships you're going to see absolutely nonsense games like this. Matchups completely turned on their heads. Here to help, used to heal upset.
And grant him the extra damage because whenever the unit is damaged, it also gets the bonus damage on top of that. So like it'll be challenging the Cloudy Drake whenever he tries to come and get it. And then we'll see the Chenya stop that are absolutely crucial now. He needs to find the Sunken Temple to shuffle this hand because again, the great hand will protect your board, but it doesn't necessarily win you quite yet.
This would be so important for Seku to stabilize from this point. Now with Cloud Drake being chained into Cloud Drake, going to be massive development after massive development. But because Chenya has managed to work in this early tempo, set Seku down to 5 HP, all Chenya needs to do is kick back and defend. What the deck specializes in doing is just wait for the burn top deck to come through.
Look at the set spell coming in, stunning the Drakes, absolutely massive for the stalling. We'll see probably advanced until this turn to just cycle a bit hand, try to level up Seraphine. But like, look at these cards provided. We might see another Drake come down into full bolt of dragons following up next turn.
Yeah, Chenya has Unworthy Soul. If you keep developing Cloud Drakes as your threat, it is a card that your opponent is disincentivized to recall. It just makes itself cheaper. So many of the other units in hand cheaper. But Chenya has the body blocks. The dragons aren't overwhelming as long as you have that defense. That's all that matters. Seraphine is just on the cusp of leveling up. And if Set is able to stick around the showstoppers, what doesn't matter how big a dragon is, the showstopper will put it to its end.
There's a screeching coming down, threatening Set, threatening Seraphine, and we see immediate recall. Chenya checks if there is any single combat before he decides to draw, because he had a deny backup, and now we'll see if he decides to tap out of deny and go for the draw. If he wants to set up level up on Seraphine, there is a lot of lines. It just depends how greedy does he want.
This is very similar to what we saw before. As long as I have board parity, I think I'm okay. You really want to draw into another answer for the Screeching Dragon or that challenger.
So this
grabs
is
another face breaker, punishing these developments, getting rid of 2 blockers, and getting ready to attack with everything.
I mean, this is the turn where you get double Showstopper, you get double Divine Draft, you have just 4 damage coming from the Seraphine spells, and like we're gonna see the Strafing Strike, but there is already Deny in the hand, and there is nothing else that can interact with Chenya's board. And Chenya's level up Seraphine, and this is where the magic will start happening. Seraphine will level up. And he can infinitely grow quite a bit of cards. So this turn looks really, really bad for Seku, even though he can develop quite a bit of discarded dragons.
Chenya is just defying all logic in this best of 3, Alan. Every way we thought that this matchup would go, it has gone the opposite. Never have I seen a Seraphine set deck generate this much early pressure in Temple.
で、これで、ショーストッパーが出てきて、
on board, duking it out. This is exactly what Set is known for. And now with Seraphine leveling, the dragons cannot keep up with this. The face breakers are monstrous with doubled up Divine Draft to bring another blocker low.
Oh, this is the classic Seraphine beatdown deck. Did you see it yet? We see that there will be Set generating Showstopper, set up on the Showstopper damage killing of a whole board. We know that Seku can develop 2 more units, which should be not enough to stay alive. Because we'll have 3 attackers. He needs to get heal
これさ、ショーストッパー、まあ死んでるわ。ショーストッパーネクサスに入るか。無理か。ここで回復引ければワンチャンあったんか。いや、ここで回復引ければワンチャンあるぞ。違う？ここでもう一回ジェムドラ、あ、違うわ。ごめん。アラティスの効果と勘違いした。味方全体を指定するんだったら回復めっちゃできるじゃんと思ったけど。
Seku has only
ダメ
2
だわ。
blockers that he can commit, and that's gonna be lethal.
一枚足りない。
Seraphim delivering the final punch.
Unreal. Absolutely unreal. It is all I can say. That when you take players of this caliber and you tell them the matchups, they're going to look at you and say, never tell me the odds. We have nothing left to say. The analysts have to take this one.
そうね、最後ジェムドラゴンで回復引けていたら
Thank you so much, Skarsgård Allen. Yeah, what a finish for that
ワンチャンありま
match.
したね。
Spitz,
まだ
you're
2点足ん
shaking
なく
your
て。
head right now. What is going through your mind looking at trying to analyze that third game?
All three of those games were really, really weird. They went like the exact maybe the first game went the way I was expecting, but every single game went the opposite I was thinking they would go. That third game, when you have Ionia decks versus Demacia decks, there's like two ways you can think about it. Ionia has always beaten Pantheon. You can recall these big units and reset them, but it's always lost to Aatrox because Aatrox is much lower to the ground and consistently tries to pressure. We saw Shyvana, a deck that normally looks like Aatrox, feel like Pantheon there. It was too bricky. There was so many like awkward draws. I mean, if you just look at that mulligan, you must have been so upset.
That was definitely a rough one. I mean, Boulevard, we looked at that hand and went, this is going to be an uphill
そう
battle
ね、良
for
くも悪くもや
Seku
っ
to
ぱス
climb
ク
in
リー
that
チドラ
third
ゴンと
game.
か竜の
But
加護
you
でチ
still
ャレ
have
ン
to
ジャーを
give
引いた
respect
ロ
to
ックス
Chenia
ドラ
for
ゴンとか
finding
で
that
瀬戸とか
aggression
セラ
so
フィンに
early
対
and
してチャレンジャー
identifying
で
that
圧
that was the
力を
right
かけ
thing
て
to
い
do,
くよ
right?
うな
It was
展
incredibly
開じゃ
heads
ない
up of
とデ
Chenia
マ
to
シア
pull
側
the
は
trigger
厳
on
し
the
かった
9
ね。
lives that early and say, yeah, this is not
ただ
plan
ユニ
A.
ット
It's
並べ
not
て
really
殴るだ
plan
け
B.
だ
In
と
fact,
どう
it's
して
not
も
really in the
瀬戸
playbook
セラ
at
側
all.
に
But that's kind of what Chenia has been doing
っ
all
ていう
year, is
話を
writing
多分
their
今
own
したんだと
script
思
and
う、キャ
saying,
スターの
yeah,
スピ
when
ッツ
you're
さんは。
down and you're in a matchup where you're not supposed to be winning, you have to make weird plays like just jamming through 9 lives and hoping that that's enough to get there, making a read and understanding that one of the only ways you're going to win a matchup like that is if your opponent's hand is in a similar state to what Seku had and really push that advantage.
いやトップセ
When
ト
you're
強かっ
playing
たな。
decks like the Karma set or
ト
the
ップセ
Seraphim
ト
set, you
で
need to be identifying what is the best value that every
フェイ
card
ス
is
ブレイ
doing.
カーからの
And
フェイス
Nine
ブレイ
Lives
カー
does
は
have
強かった
different
ね。
ways of showing its value. Typically, it's a burst blocker, but you don't need that as much in this matchup. If you can make sure
た
you're
だ
using your
エイペック
mana
ス、エイペックス
effectively,
で
then
これで
you're
決
able
勝
to
進
try
出
and
よ。
get as much
つま
value
り
as you can. Seeing the hand, making an understanding of what these cards are doing. Chenia was really, really clever with not only that play, but everything else throughout the entire game, using those recalls aggressively, knowing how to tax mana against a deck like Seku's.
Yeah, it was just so beautifully played out there. And as you said, Spids, this was already two very difficult game 2 and 3s that Chenia was going to have to find a creative out for. But it goes all the way back to, I feel like, the bans that happened for this matchup, where you look at these 3 deck lineups and was it the right call there for both of our players to ban what they did? What do you think, Spids?
It's always so awkward because once you lose, you're like, okay, what could I have done better? What could have been the right play? But unfortunately, this results-based analysis for something like a ban is something you're not really allowed to do because that feeling you get of losing those matchups would have been so much worse if those bans didn't end up being the case. So I think they were the right bans, but it always feels awkward. And you always have that in the back of your mind. What if I didn't do that? What if I did something very different from the start?
Yeah, it was sort of a call out on the side of Chenia saying, I really don't want to play a Poro King Mirror, especially when Chenia is already at an inherent disadvantage in that matchup due to the lack of Yuumi, because that's already been committed to the Fizz list. So I think that while the Dragon list from Seku looked like a mountain to climb for Chenia, especially given how Seku's matchups previously in the tournament versus JO1 went,
デ
who's
マ
on
ー
the
シ
same
アド
lineup,
ラゴン
the
はもう
Dragon
なん
versus
か
Poro
動員令
matchup
とかも
looks
ないと
abysmal
厳
for
し
the
そう
side
だ
of the Poro
な。
player, and Chenia
見た
finding
感
that
じ。
very
あの感
sneaky
じのハンドで
exact lethal
フィオナ
wedge
に
to
動員令とか
double
がまたあっ
impact
たら
Poro
もっ
was
とと
just
んでもない動き
massive.
で
And
きたような気が
yeah,
する
you
ね。
maybe could go back and say, yeah, Dragons looked so rough, maybe you should have banned it, but Chenia found a way to 2-0 that list regardless.
The Poro King looked really
Wild.
weak throughout the first 2 games, right? It's this Swarm deck that doesn't actually get its Swarm going on until after around turn 7, but we saw Chenia find that opportunity to use Swarm early, but when we saw it against the Nico deck, Nico is able to Swarm
やっぱ
so
ゲー
much
ム
more
3まで行
aggressively,
くと見
so
応え
much
あるな。
earlier. Nico's Swarm potential comes around on
あと
turn
2
4,
試合
turn 5,
もう一つの
Poro
準
King
決
6 and
勝と
7. We
決
have
勝
seen
戦であと2
the
試合
issue
か。
of the clock and when you're actually threatening your damage be quite relevant all throughout today.
Yeah, we've already seen the tempo get set by a few of our players to be just a touch faster. But that is what makes Legends of Runeterra so exciting, is when you do see that dance on the field. But Chania, with that 2-1 victory, gets to move forward to the grand finals where he is guaranteed a second place or better. So congratulations to him. Seku still has another shot dropping down into the lower bracket where he will be waiting in that loser's finals. But who's going to face him? Only one way to find out, and that's after this break when we go to our next match.
まあ、ジュニア選手もやっぱその最初のプロデッキがちょっとおやつもポロキンも引けなくて事故ってただけで、あとはもうすごい堅実な打ち筋だから、やっぱねうまいプレイヤーしかいねえな。もうここまで来ると当然だけど。頭抱えてるいいな。俺今回の配信でタルビネーターって人とセクって人ちょっと好きになったな。配信とかやってないのかな。アルピネイターさんのさ、Twitter アカウント多分見つけたんだけどさ、アイコンがネオスペーシアングランモールなんだけど俺も好きだよそのカード。ネオスペーシアングランモールだこれお、セク DC この人かな。配信をしないんか。よくかっこよ。配信すればいいのにな。よし。あ、急に温度差が。 ツイッチの方とかで、ツイッチの方でさ、昨日、おとといと連日連夜、この配信してた人すげえな。俺、1日がマジで限界だよ。よかったら1日だけにしといて。あとさ、ドワーフ、LOR ファンの方でもさ、なんか観戦会が毎晩開かれてたんだよね。俺1時くらいまでしか見てなかったけど、これ、今もやってるところ、毎晩やってた。この人たち生活リズム大丈夫？明日から。ドワーフね、なんか、最近いい感じに盛り上がってて僕は嬉しいですけども。雑談の方で、最近、LOR 以外の方が盛り上がってるみたいなこと言ってたけど、僕は、どっちかっていうとそれを望んだんですけどね。ルーンテラというゲームだけの場でなく、ルーンテラ以外のゲームもまんべんなく遊んで、ゲームっていうコンテンツを遊ぶための場としての提供ができたらいいなって思ってて、こんだけ部屋増やしたんですよ。酒場とか、別ゲー中はあったっけ？バロワイリフ TFT。ゲーム部屋こんだけたくさん増やして、いろんなゲーム遊んでいいですよっていう感じの雰囲気を作っておいて、やっとですね、最近、別ゲー中とかで Apex とか遊んでくれる人がやっと出てきてくれたんで、僕は嬉しいですね。ああいう感じでルーンテラに限らずいろんなゲームで、そのゲームを橋渡しにして、楽しい思い出をたくさん作ってくれる場になってほしいなって思ってやったけど、なかなか人が来なくて、やっぱみんなやんでんだなって思ってたけど、ようやくだわ。喜ばしいことですよ。で、大元の看板でルーンテラのサーバーですっていうのを崩さなければ、多分ルーンテラのそういう本筋から外れてどっか行っちゃうみたいな、なんか他のコンテンツに乗っ取られるみたいなことは多分ないと思うんだけどね。あと2分。お手洗い行ってきます。よし。あと2時間あるぞ。この時間にやんの日本的にはやっぱ結構きついものがあるな。
Welcome back, everybody, to the Legends of Runeterra World Championships. We are getting closer to determining who will be the world champion this year, but we still have 3 more matches to go. To bring you through this next zone, we've got Skarzig and Spids, and it's going to be Talpinator versus Yoshino in that lower bracket.
右見て左見て正面見てってこうなんか目配せしたのいいね。
Talpinator has
自分のこ
continually
のカメラの位
surprised
置も
me
分かった上で
playing
ちょっと
very
カメラ芸してま
audaciously,
したね。
taking the big gambles that are necessary when you're on this kind of off-kilter lineup, trying to keep the catch the opponents off guard. I think that he might just have some ridiculous hand reads that not even I can comprehend. He's going up against another somewhat standard lineup, and we'll see if that magic holds true.
Yoshino is the last vestige of the standard lineup. He's the only person on that XYZ, but sometimes you know that someone's going to do well with this deck. You know that when we looked at LOR in the past, sometimes this is the thing that gets to the top. We're going to see if Yoshino can actually do that this time.
Yeah, what's really interesting actually is if you take a look at our bracket, this is a rematch. We saw Yoshino and Talpinator play yesterday in that winners round 2, and that's where Yoshino was able to take that match to
選手が進
win.
出
So was able to get the job done with that more standard lineup. And so I wonder, Spids, if that's going to continue to ring true today. What do you think?
Sometimes history repeats itself, sometimes it does not. Talpinator's gotta feel so sad that the only other person they have to play is the person they already lost to in the top 6. It's gotta feel awful. Well, Yoshino is probably feeling so comfy. I've done this before, I can do it again.
オーロラ選手と JO1 選手に勝
player
ったの
like
か。
Talpinator, who's been fighting tooth and nail to stay in
や
this
ることやってん
tournament,
だな。
might be exactly in the mood for a grudge match. When you have decks like Morgana Riven, decks like Jana Neela that are so draw dependent, if you shuffle up the deck and let them go another time, we could see some gargantuan high rolls, and Yoshino cannot get too complacent. Oh, I've already beat this matchup before. I'm definitely favored. Who knows if he might overthink. It wasn't as close as I would have liked it to be because it was a 2-1. Am I going to change my ban?
じゃああともう3時間だわ。
These are the sort of factors that really come to a head this late into a 3-day tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially after looking at the lower bracket run that Talpinator has been able to complete up until this point. That is so many players that Talpinator has had to knock out left and right. We got a chance to watch that JO1 versus Talpinator matchup to be able to kick off this stream. And then it was a 2-0 versus Thai Guy to now face Yoshino. And sadly for Yoshino, it's been a lot of EMEA versus EMEA and had to knock out his compatriot in earlier on. But it's all about this next match here. Only one EMEA player can remain after all of it is said and done. So, Skarzig, I'm going to just hand over the reins to you so you can talk about this upcoming match.
いや、日曜日の朝6時に起きるのは首相なことだけどね。
Thai Guy were both trying to bring that standard, that XYZ to the tournament. And so Talpinator has gotten a lot of practice, so to speak, throughout the
この試合
tournament.
は
Now,
あと
especially
BO3 があと
today,
3回ある。この
is
この
the
大会は。
strongest decks of this newest meta.
BO3
Is
1試合
there
1
any
時間
shifts
枠
that you
取って
can
っから
identify
この
that
大
either
会
of these players should be making for this
今
matchup?
配信時間3時間
I think when you're
59分
on the
30秒
XYZ, you have to have seen what has been
こ
going
の
on
配
throughout
信
the
は
last
7時
tournament
間あ
and
るぞ
try and see what you're banning. You can use what Thai Guy banned and see if that was the right play or the wrong play. I mean, Thai Guy did lose, so maybe it was the wrong play.
いや
But
もう
maybe
キャ
you
ス
can
ター
use
も
that
大
logic
変
and
だ
say,
し
hey,
こ
this
こ
is
まで
where I
勝
saw
ち進
Thai
んだ
Guy mess
選
up.
手の
Maybe
集
I
中
can
力もよ
play a
つ
little bit
よく持つ
differently
し
in those spots. We did see it on stream. We've seen Talpinator
昨
on
日
stream.
一昨日とミ
Like,
ラ
I
ー
think
配信
5
した人
times
す
over
ご
the
い
last
な
3 days is definitely a fan favorite for us to watch.
俺は Day3 だ
And
け
when
で
we
精一
look
杯だよ
closer now at the deck list, for those of you who might have missed those early matches or want a refresher on what Talpinator has brought to the table, this is Jana Neela on the double blowback, no sunken temple, one copy of called shot. These are the key differences from the standard builds you might be used to, is trying to go very aggressive with this
まあ
build.
2枚目以降はい
Talpinator
らない
has
ってのはあるか
really
実
surprised
際
us in earlier parts of the stream by updrafting Tide
ピン
Dancer,
差しに
just
しとい
trusting that he'll
て
redraw
強いっ
it
ちゃ強い
again.
けどピン
And
差
we'll
しに
have
し
to
とい
see if
て
that luck
別の
holds
強さを
true,
探るか
combining that with Nora Elder Dragon. Respect your elders, a deck that is usually picked, usually banned. Whenever it seems to get through, it
さっきの
does
ね最
pretty
年2枚
decently.
競
I
争
wonder
曲3枚
if
エル
Yoshino's
ドラ
going
ピ
to
ン差
take the
し
bait and ban this one out.
It's like been the main deck of this tournament. This has been like the main thing we've been talking about. More than 50% of players brought it, and Telpinator still remains in with it. It's trying to cement this lineup, right? Telpinator's got two really awkward decks. This is the main big one. Bringing that one early bird to try and discard certain things is combined with the Riven Morgana, the modern version of what we saw last season.
すげえな、持ち込み3デッキ中2デッキがちゃんと新チャンピオンいるよ。エルダードラゴンとモルガナで。
In this list, we see the Armed Acquisitioner, the Ruby-Eyed Conjurer, the Blinded Mystic. So many ways of interacting with what Yoshino wants to play.
いい環境だね。
Yoshino doesn't take a more aggressive, proactive stance. Time and time again, Telpinator gets 2 or 3 overwhelmed targets in play, and then there's just too many threats to deal with. Morgana, Mordekaiser
なんならしっかり対面のこと考えると
3種類
ちゃんといるわ。
having a little bit more board-based play.
モルデカイザーもいま
The
す。
crumble also very nice for opponents that are trying to play on curve, don't have as much interaction. You can very easily take down
でもなんか
a key
完全
target
に
while
淘
still
汰し
getting
たわ
that
けでも
slave
なくて
proc.
さ、ちゃん
Cycling
と
for Mordekaiser.
ね、
If
他のデッ
this
キも
deck is
一
going to
応
come through for Yoshino, it's going to be
活躍の余地は
purely
若
up
干、そ
to
の
I
ポロ
think
キ
the
ング
draw
とかの
quality.
活躍の余地はあるからね。
Now we're seeing the other version of Nora Elder Dragon, a little bit of a slightly different list. This one's on
モル
3
ガナモル
early
で
bird versus
ノラエ
the
ルダ
one
ー。
that
この人、
we
新
saw
環境
earlier.
満喫してん
That
な。
3 early bird can be quite relevant. It's going to get rid of cards like Enraged Fire Spirit. It's going to get rid of cards like Morgana or the Tide Dancer. We've seen the Tide Dancer be critical to try and win this game, and the early bird being able to discard that is going to feel awful if that matchup ends up happening.
This is looking like the sort of deck that would get banned. But
で、
when you
手とかでは
have this combined with Karma Set, you have these two incredibly late game oriented decks that are both hard to deal with. You have to take a big risk versus Karma Set. Can I put on enough early pressure before 9 lives blocks me out, or even Sunken Temple or Set comes through to really explode in the mid game to carry Yoshino to victory? These
ラフィ
players
ン
have
軸より
played
セトカル
before,
マの
like
方
we
が
said, and remains
ア
to
イラ
be
ンダー
seen
構
if they're
築に
going
す
to
る
stick
必要
with
な
the
いから
same
さ、
bands
パワーカード
or jump in with a
組みやすくていい
new
よね。
strategy.
I think Telpinator has historically banned Karma Set. There's been so much going on throughout this tournament. I don't fully remember if that's entirely true, but I can
think that's
imagine
true.
that being the ban. But Yoshino does have a little bit of difficulty. Are they going to go with what Thai Guy went with? Will they not? It's so difficult to decide because this isn't an XYZ versus an XYZ. Telpinator has got that protagonist energy, bringing slightly different decks. We're gonna have to see what ends up happening.
Right, and Yoshino has been kind of light and breezy, been kind of rocking to his music, relaxing. Telpinator, you can see the look on his face. He's been playing some very,
ピン
very
カード
hard
投入
sets
され
to
てし
stay
っかり
in
と
this
そのメタ
tournament.
で
And
強
I
いデッ
have
キ
to
を把
imagine
握
that
し
that
て
fatigue is starting to
短
wear
い
on
間
him.
でメ
There
タを
was
把
one
握し
key
て持ち
game,
込みま
right,
で持ってき
against
てここまで勝つっ
Mordekaiser,
ていうのはすご
where
いよね。
the
なん
Inquisitor
か単純
gumming
な
up the
さ、
John
カード
and
ゲーム
Neela
の
deck
上手さ
was
だ
just
けじゃ
too
ない、
much to
何、
deal
メ
with.
タを
And I
読む
wonder if
力という
Telpinator's
か、
going to shift his
そういう
focus to
全体
get
の流
rid
れを
of
読む
this
力、
potential Inquisitor
情報収
replication
集力、
idea that Yoshino has rounded out the
判断
lineup with.
力、このカードのプレイングとは別に、カードゲームとは別の何かの違う能力の高さを求められてるよね。ここまで来るのって多分。こういうその1週間とかその短い期間で、はい、環境をしっかり読んで持ってきてねっていうのと、煮詰まった環境で勝てるデッキ握って勝ち進むのって多分というかおそらくほぼ間違いなく使ってる能力違うと思うんだよね。
Exactly, you're trying to gamble the strength of your draws versus the opponent. We've seen Mordekaiser brick before. We've seen it make ridiculous comebacks, even with the hand not looking that great. Karma Set continues to be Telpinator's ban, and Yoshino wisely bans Respect Your Elders. This deck is just too consistent, has way too much late game to really play around. Morgana Riven is a deck with a stronger means of interacting with it or disrupting it. Mordekaiser Morgana is probably going to get a pretty easy win.
ミイラ
And
vs
it's
エ
going
ル
to
ダ
be
ードラ
up
ゴ
to
ン
this Respect Your Elders to find a line instead. Yoshino opening up with it now.
Telpinator's got a really good early curve, a 1-drop, a 2-drop, a 3-drop. That's all you really want to see in your aggro decks or in your slightly mid-range decks. We even see the Acon come down on 1. Might be answered by the group shot, but that does allow your units in future to be protected because Telpinator runs so many X1s and X2s.
The pings line up so well against Telpinator's early swarm.
まあプロ免許のこと考えると細かい除去は切らせ得ではあるんだよな、早いうちに。
But with Neela having Brash, the Windborne Mariner and Exalted Cloudwinder having quick attack, this deck doesn't actually mind having to chew through a few more portals. We'll see if Talponator goes for an open attack now. He historically hasn't valued Slipstream too much, but is more than happy to just get this free chip damage.
Very cool play there. Not wanting to play your Vikrash and get it easily killed. We're going to see the Portal Palooza come down, summon a Vora. Decent unit, can attack next turn, deal a little bit of damage. We have seen this Nora Elder Dragon deck need to be able to deal that chip damage early in order to find their wins later on, especially against a deck like Talponators that will put you on a clock because all of their champions, all of their main cards are quite aggressive.
ここで亡骸出てきても、海流学者のヘルスが1上がってもブラッシュのブロッカーにはならない。ちょっと手前が苦しいか。ノラエルダー側が苦しそうな展開に見えますね。まあ実質このアタックはパスですね。
Yoshino's got a really interesting defensive hand. It's so many, I mean, just Broadmain for now is the expensive unit as well as this Burble Fish, but two Wallops are going to do a great job here when you get to around turn 7 to able to get the Tident that comes down when Nilla might be attacking, doing at level 2, if you pre-commit that Wallop, it deals with so much of Nilla's power. So while this hand looks sort of okay from Josino, when we go into the future, it's going to look even better. Talponator is going to have to find those power cards to deal with what Yoshino's doing.
行くしかなくない？もうここできるか。早起きは3問の得。クラウドワインダーが飛ぶ。さあ、クラウドワインダーが飛んで、大きくうなずく。
The card gets discarded. Pool Shark might come down this turn. We have seen Talponator be really aggressive with these Pool Sharks, and this seems like a relatively good time to get Pool Shark down. Everything that you could draw is going to cost 5 mana or less, or it's going to be the Tide Dancer, which gets revealed as opposed to given fleeting. We can see that Triton come down, but you might also want to play it in a future turn to try and get that sort of triple combo, but you know that you're going to be drawing your Slipstream soon, and that could be a little bit of a concern piece. If this draws Slipstream and then that draws into expensive cards, that could be concerning. You got to think about where are my Slipstreams, where are all these fleeting cards coming from. Talponator does decide to play the Pool Shark, try and get those cards sooner rather than later.
Conjologist finding a group shot.
凝縮でビクラッシュ引っ張ってくるのもあり。
Further development, further wide attacks here. I could certainly see Heroic Refrain as an idea. Try to get some additional up trades and strangle Talponator out of resources. A lot of players have fallen prey to this mentality. I can certainly run John and Neela out of cards, right? And you would certainly be mistaken. Condense. And you can see there's a case to be made for all three of these cards. And Yoshino has to think fast.
ブロードメイン教用にグルショ持ってくのありか。EU だ。マジ。あ、そうかそうかそうか。ブラッシュに対してのブロッカーになるのか。そうかそうかそうかそうか。わあ、何？味方をリコールさせていないのになんか出てきた。偉いなあいつ。はい、まずいって、ウェイティング流撃を引いて引っ張ってきたのはまあまあ使えるカード。
Quite a good card to get fleeting on because it's just like a 2 mana spend a card, put something into the deck. You don't really care too much. It sort of like gets rid of fleeting on itself and it does.
あとはハウリングゲーで使えば終わりか。
But Yoshino, you can see that they're vibing. They've drawn everything they wanted to at this point. They got the perfect portals. They got what they wanted off the Conchologist. They're going to be able to go into the
今何枚引いた？
pretty comfy. And seeing this Nilla attack when you took this Heroic Refrain, expecting this has got to feel quite good.
Having the ability to uptrade into this champion is so key. 10 out of 16 we're seeing on the
いや、このレベルアップカウント出てきてくれるの助かるわ。
You know, you're getting even more slipstream in the deck when you're attacking. You're getting free AoE damage, free chip damage. But Talponator continuously wanting to value the slipstreams in this matchup.
ノラエルダー側ここ耐えれば次ブロメン鏡とかクラゲが出てくるからかなり楽になるんよな。
Is a small case to be made for maybe kicking back on this pile of spells, but no, decides to commit.
That Heroic Refrain coming down has got to feel awful. When you're looking at the deck list, you're trying to see what is every possible card they could have. There aren't any buff spells. You're not able to play around things like Form Up or anything. Just seeing that's got to feel bad. But we do see the Divine Whirlwind in response. It's discounted. It's going to get rid of this card, keeping the Nilla around. This is going to level up soon. It'll probably be leveled up by the time it's the next attack token. You see that Burpin attack try and deal with things with wallet right at the open attack. You can't deny the level 2
野良はお互い
effect
通ん
from
ないから
Nilla.
な。
It's going to be quite good. So keeping that Nilla
こ
around
れ
very, very
この
important.
クラウドワイン
for
ダ
the
ーすごくいいね。
This is such a beautiful sequence now with the exalted
遊撃からクラウドワインダー出して
Cloudwinder
次の
just to
ラウンド
play on
ニーラ
this
デベダ
off
ッ
turn
ツ
and then
は
go into the attack token with even more resources alongside Slipstream. A free 1-for-1 block here, 2-for-2. Talpinator keeping the
トリン
board
ケット
narrow.
トレードか
Currently
ら
no
ポイズン
portals
ダー
available
ツ
for
と
Yoshino
か
to
グループ
refuel
ショット
after
かパイ
this.
投げを持ってこない
It
結
will
構あん
be
な
with the top
を持っ
deck
てこ
and
ない
the
限りはこの
Slipstream.
ラウンド中に
Nila
ブロメン
should
鏡
be
の効果
leveling
込
up
み
to
で
be
ニー
a
ラを
lot of
処理する
damage
のは不
coming
可
out
能
of the gate.
Jorginho has quite a few options for how they want to be
まず
defensive
遊
here. You are
撃
able to
クラウ
do
ド
the
ワインダー
trinket
の効
trades.
果が
You're able
下
to
がる
develop 2 verbal fishes. If
マ
you
リアム
even
いい
get
ね
another cheap spell off that, you can get 2
遊
verbal
撃
fishes
まず
and
打
the
って
Nora.
マリア
You can
ム
also
で
go for broad
返
mode,
せ
say, hey,
ば
if I want to try and top deck something or try and get something off this trinket trade to deal with the board,
まあこ
that
の
could
フ
be
リーティ
quite
ン
a
グ気に
line.
な
We
ん
do
なく
see
て
Talpinator do a bunch of drawing here, get the Mayim able to put something back in and get the Master Lookout, which gets the buff because of all the draws that we've
うん
Yeah, just recognizing I want more Swarm, I want more resources. I know that when I'm playing against Respect Your Elders, this is the turn
1コス
where
ト
they
の
usually commit
打
to
点は
one
引けない
singular development. So Talpinator fully exploiting what his opponent
い
is
う
most likely to
陣
do
点
by
もありだけど
committing
な
to this counter Swarm idea.
陣点だね
see the Quicken come down. A good way of dealing with 3 damage, right? Quicken sort
で
of
マ
in
リ
this
アム
moment
で
just
ニー
says
ラを
heal
返し
3,
て
which is what
ス
you
ペ
want
シ
from
ス
a
ペ
deck
マ
like
スペルマナ
Yoshino.
回復
Talpinator's
し
about to go
て
so wide with all this
次のラウン
swarm
ド開
potential.
始時
Getting
に
the discounted
クラウ
Cloud
ド
Line
ワイン
probably
ダー
gonna
の
go
効果
into
で
the
2枚
Mayim.
ドロー
Either
し
the
てニー
draw
ラレ
or
ベルアッ
mana
プです
both are
ね
pretty justifiable here. And Yoshino thinking, how am I going to deal with this? Because this looks really aggressive, and my only answers for it in response are going to be things like Wallop and Quicken. That's not going to feel amazing.
Talpinator has a very interesting idea with Mariam. Shuffle back that second Nila, get some spell mana, maybe to use the Mystic Shot to clear a board spot. Yoshino wants to save this Quicken to answer
一
Nila.
旦パスしてマリアム出たの確認してからニーラをおおマジか
See the broad main come down instead of developing multiple units, setting up one larger unit. It is playing around things like this Mystic Shot, but not necessarily playing around Howling Gale. I'm pretty sure Howling Gale will be able to deal 5 in this instance, so we could see Talpinator go for the mana, then go for the Howling Gale, deal with the broad main, prevent the capacity for something like a Pie Toss or a group shot to deal with Nilla coming up, because there won't be the broad main on the field anymore. Perfect sequencing from Talpinator. You can see it on Josino's face. They're so upset at this.
倒せんのかタフ出なかったから倒せんの
Tough on the Lord Broadmain results in this exquisite tempo play from Talpinator into this open swing. Nila leveling up from the card draw thanks to Exalted Cloudwinder, thanks to the double slipstream last turn, and this is almost lethal. Double Mystic Shot in the hand. Thankfully Yoshino has Wallops.
プロメン鏡こそいないけど
Eye of the Storm as well. Everything you could possibly want. Talpinator got the best draw they could, putting Josino down to like 4 HP. We're going to see the Wallops come down.
打点見てから打点後乗せでもいいんかこれ
But what an amazing draw and sequence from Talpinator. And Yoshino doesn't have a great way of coming back to
マリア
the
ム
Quicken
に
to get rid of the Master Lookout, but
ストー
down
ム
to
アイスト
10
ーム
health
オ
is
ブア
not
イ
what you
なんだ
want
っ
to be
け
as
嵐の
against an
ね
aggro, against a combo, against a burn deck.
あ攻撃力上げてリコール避ける
counters Quicken. It only recalls units below 3 or less
素晴らし
attack.
いで
Has to commit the second
はいはい
wallop
はいは
now
い
just to sustain this damage.
コ
But
テン
what I
パン
love
コテ
so
ン
much
パン
about this swing is that Nila put Slipstream
いや
in
ル
the
ーン
deck.
テ
She's
ラら
already
しい
dealt
スペル
2
の応
damage to
酬
the
でいいです
Nexus.
ね
You feel like you've already gotten so much value even if her pure attack doesn't connect. Yoshino sitting at 10 HP, still pretty difficult without a Riptide Rex to really swing this
正
one
直
back in his
勝負はまだこ
favor.
っからなのよなですこ
We're
れ
gonna
は
see these
咎める
purple
しかない
fish
で
come
しょ
down, and they can create some amazing
通す
cards. This bursting backpack, not really what
これ
you
通った
want.
の
It's
だい
not
ぶ
what you were
あり
really
がたい
looking
あり
for.
がた
But
い
if
ぞ
we can see something like a pie toss come down, if we can see something like a group shot out of this purple fish, we can try and see something. So I'm going to see Oceanic Will or Mountainous
回復
Vigor as options. You can go for the heal to try and be defensive, or Mountainous Vigor to try and deal with other things. We're going to go for the heal. We're going to see the Bandle Tellstone that is able to deal with one of these units, such as the Nilla, such as the Master Lookout. But Yoshino is going to have to try and rely on that draw and try and set up for a Riptide Rex. If it's drawn, it's not.
Plaza Guardian, maybe trying to find Challenger from the position. Who knows if it's going to get even more healing. Yoshino really needs this Nora to connect to potentially get more blockers. But as long as Nila stays in play, because she also damaged the opponent's board, There's
タ
not
フ
going
取ん
to
な
be
か
a
ったこと
lot
で
of
ミッ
ways
ション
to
ミッション2
block
体落ちちゃうか
Crash.
ら。
Master, look out. Neela, this is guaranteed 8 damage when they hit the Nexus, and Talpinator is getting into this late game scenario where all the slipstreams are allowing him to dig and dig
とりあえ
and
ずマリ
dig
ア
for
ム
burn. Blowback double Mystic in the hand.
プルシ
Just
ャー
by
ク踏み
crunching
潰
the
してマ
numbers,
リ
you
ア
can
ム
see
で
the
船乗
lethal
り1枚
already
返し
there in
て
game 1.
でもな回復しない
Telpinator's sitting so
That's
pretty.
the
They've got a full board. They've got nearly a full hand. They just have to wait and see what Yoshino
どうせ
tries to
パイ投
go
げあん
for.
のか
Just, always asking for passes. Hey, if I don't need to do anything, I'm not going to do anything. We're going to see the Pytos come down on the Neela. We're going to try and see if this Perilous Piece comes down on the Master Lookout, try and deal with as many units as they can. But even when these units die, they're just going to be replaced with these Windborn Mariners. More 3-1s, more total aggression from Talpinator's side. Giorgino feel awful about what's happened throughout the last couple of turns.
Slipstream is a great play here just to find some additional resources because of Mariam in the hand. If you get something you don't like, something with fleeting you don't feel like casting, you can just shuffle it right back in and dig again.
この船
There
乗り出
is
しち
still
ゃ
the
う
parallel
と
convergence
ブロー
lurking
バッ
in
ク
the
は
deck
まだ打
as
たない
well
か
to double down on this wide board.
除去も兼ねてネクサス
That
進
would
め
be
てくから
so
ブロー
hype
バ
if
ッ
we
ク打
saw
つかなって
Perilous
思ったんだ
Convergence
けど
come
ま
down
だ
in
打たない
Wells.
です
That card has never seen play for so long. Cold Shot's always been way too cute. Even from Echoes like Champion
いや
Spell,
流
it's
撃を
rarely
もう
seen
使
play.
う
And
の
if
か
that
流
came
撃
down, I
使
would
ってマ
pog
リア
out of my
ム
god
で
personally. We're going to
アップドラ
see
フトして返す
just
って3
more
段階でブロー
passing,
バッ
I
クの吐き
imagine.
札
We
に
can
も
see
するの
some
かな
cheap develop. Josino's hand is so small that you're able to just play these units and say, hey, even if your 3 cards answer them effectively, I've got so many cards in hand, it doesn't even matter.
And so much mana to
ハ
play
ンドは
them
3
with
枚
more
あるけ
besides.
どまあ
Talpinator's
把握して
probably
るんだったら
calculating,
クラゲ
okay,
王
is
か
there
ら
the
持
Brittle
って
Fish,
き
the
た
Plaza
スペル
Guardian?
が2枚
Being able to take these zero mana
残
like
り反動
interstitial
2枚は
plays
1
just
コ
to
ストの
force
スペ
your
ルと
opponent
い
to
う
take another
ことが
action
分かってる
is
は
one
ずなの
of
で
the
タルピネーター選手的
hidden
には
strengths of John and Neela for sure.
だからあとこっから
Yeah,
び
you're
っく
combining
りする
discounts
のは
and
基
card
本
draw. It's
的に
going
は
to
出
feel
てこ
amazing
ない
every single
という
fight.
判
Like
断
we
で
do see the
間
challenger on the
違い
Plaza
ない
Guardian that's going to be able to take out one unit and keep itself around. Sort of the
アウ
best
ター
thing
ゾ
you
ー
can
ン
hope for, but when you see
ALZ
Talpinator's hand,
M3
you're
マ
going
イ
to
ク
be
ロ
able
フ
to
ォン
see
あ
all of these units be
これスマートフォ
killed
ン
like
スマ
the
ートフォン
Nora,
ある
like
の
the
か
Burblefish, and the attack seems pretty wide. I don't think it's deterministic lethal just yet from Talpinator's perspective. There is a lot of things they need to be able to draw and try and deal with, but it's such a tight scenario for both players right now.
Yeah, Talpinator,
SOS のクラ
after
ゲってい
tracking
つ
the
割った
hand,
方がいい
knows
ん
that
だ
these remaining
で
2
ここで
cards
ワ
are
ン
the
ないで次
Burblefish
ブローバックとかで
hits.
割った方がいいの
And just has to
そう
say, is this most likely pie
バンドル
toss?
の1コスト
Isn't
何で
really
もあっかん
relying
な
on the 3-1s to reliably connect to the Nexus and is
1
calculating,
点打
okay, I've
点
got
でも十分
Cloudwinder
だしな
minus 1 unit being pulled by the Plaza Guardian. So I think Talpinator has to keep his nerve and not overcommit this burn to keeping the board narrow.
あミッションミッ
I
ション
wonder
ブロ
what
ーバッ
reads Talpinator's putting in
ミッ
as
ショ
well
ンミッ
into
ションか
the
なミッシ
timer,
ョンミ
right?
ッ
If
ション
Yoshino's hand was something like 2 pie tosses or 2 group shot, it's pretty easy to try and work out what you want to be targeting and what you
ブローバッ
don't.
クも落ちた
So
これ
knowing that it's not
ブローバッ
those
クにしよう
cards
か
and thinking,
じゃあこうなっ
okay,
たら
well,
も
I
う
know the pool. It's really small. I think there's only 6 options. You might end up having Bandle
ブロ
Tellsuits
ー
and
バ
you're
ッ
trying
ク
to
に
figure out,
し
is
よ
this
う
this card worth it or not? We're going to see the Eye of the Storm. Was that Eye Storm? Was that Slipstream come down, try and draw some cards?
Yeah. Slipstream into Eye of the Storm and Augmented Clockling, fleeting in the hand, a little bit awkward here, difficult to play both. I think you have to Clockling and commit to Mariam to shuffle something back in if you want this Eye of the Storm to not leave your hand.
There's a lot of draw in the hand
ブ
of
ロー
Talpinator,
バ
and
ッ
there's a lot
ク
of things
で
they
この
want
フ
to
リー
draw
ティング
into.
2
There's
枚
still
破
that
棄
tie
し
dancer that's
て
really hard to
野良
interact with. There's that parallel convergence as you were saying, extra copies of Burn. There's another blowback, another Mystic Shot. I think 2 more Divine, no, just 1 more Divine Whirlwind, as well as just a bunch of future draw cards. We're going to see the Mystic Shot come down, deny the portal. That could have been one of Talpinator's lose conditions. Getting an amazing portal like the 4-2 lifesteal unit would have been a massive blowout. So denying that portal is quite powerful.
ああそれでを返して アイ
Mariam's
オ
just
ブス
going
トーム
to
使うん
shuffle in
か
the Augmented Clockling, still
なるほ
6
どそういう
wide,
回し
has
方もあるの
mana now
か
for Eye of the Storm to draw 2 more.
ラウン
After
ド限定バフ
sacrificing
で
that
すが2
potential
枚とロ
Nexus
ーする
damage
ことが
by
い
Mystic Shotting
いやーそこだ
Nora,
とゲーニング引いちゃうの
but redraws the Augmented Clockling
Riddle.
back into the hand anyway, and that fleeting destiny cannot be avoided.
いやブ
Talpinator
ロー
has
バ
a
ックで
great
破棄
open
したい
attack
札が
now.
ね
3 versus 6 on the stack. Yoshino
ハン
with
ド持ってたか
no
ったね
pings, but still 12
such a tough-
HP.
This is such a Talpinator moment. Redrawing what you updraft. This is everything that is done. He's done this like 3 or 4 times so far. The attack comes in, putting Josino down to 7 health. You can see 5 burn in hand, and healing is not easy to come by. There is the healing boon, but can only appear 1 out of 6 choices. You're going to see the sign and come down, try and get some draw, try and get some pings to stabilize the board. Maybe a Riptide Rex, which we haven't seen all game. Weekly Bevelfish and Nora, not what you want. They are defensive units, but you need to eventually find that Rex.
We are getting a lot of resources and a lot of pings here. However, the Deathless Burblefish revives itself, creates a poison dart in hand. Yoshino has another option to get another ping to keep this board narrow. Janna is the pull for Talpinator, shuffling those other 2 cards back in and keeping that burn in hand. Slowly but surely, Talpinator's on this chip damage line, and we'll see if it can bear fruit.
Josino is starting to add a little bit of pressure though. We see 3 damage Burblefish, 3 damage Burblefish, 2 damage impact from the Sign-In. When this Nora levels up, it'll also deal 2 damage. We can see possible impact from the Bloodstone Seedling combined with the burn of Poison Dart and the Electro Harpoon. Talpinator's gotta start thinking, hey, am I starting to need to block? And if you are starting to need to block, that's gonna feel really bad when your aim is to try and do a Swarm Lethal.
With Neela out of the equation as well, Talpinator's chain of draws and slipstreams are beginning to evaporate. The Janna was so important here to dig a bit further into the deck. Still some key win cons lurking deeper in this card pool. Yoshino is very tempted to take Portal Scholar here.
これで4。
See that choice come down, get the Portal Scholar, get the extra units, try and look for absurd outs like Lifesteal units, like Challenger units. We're going to see the pass offered. This sort of doesn't tell too much. I know it's like a lot of mana being burned, but because of what Talpinator's hand has looked like over the course of this, you can say, hey, these probably aren't units, because if they were units, you'd be more aggressive. They are likely to be spells. You can probably have a really good read that these are even burn spells, because if it was something like a Divine Whirlwind or a Howling Gale, they probably would have been used to try and interact with the board a little bit more.
Another Janna drawn, Eye of the Storm, a bit more card draw for Talpinator. Yoshino, meanwhile, finding another Oceanic Will, slowly stabilizing. This is still game number 1. Both players are struggling to the best of their might to keep things going. Talpinator searching through the deck for a little bit more burn, perhaps, before the ceiling connects with the Nexus.
If that did turn into a Mystic Shot, that would have been game right there. Talpinator has drawn so many Eye of the Storms throughout this game, as well as Slipstreams. Drawing 2 is their middle name, as they finally find that Tide Dancer, finally find that way to add Brash to whatever they want. And Josino doesn't have good answers to it if they use up their attack token here. Talpinator's got free reign to play this Tide Dancer. All they have to worry about is burn now. They might shoot some of their own burn at the Elusives, because now they've got this side win condition.
Eye Dancer with a wide board, the Plaza Guardians and the Sign-In Thousand Tails will still be able to potentially block that. Maybe with Neela being tutored, right? Because that's how boats work. We get the AoE damage. And yeah, it's going to be a bit harder to block down versus Brash.
Talpinator doing the math saying,
hey,
okay, I've got a decent hand rate into your hand. I know what your burn ranges are, even if you get them through the Burblefish. If it's something like a Bandle Kelson, you do have to discard a card, and if it's something like a Perilous Pastry, that means you're not interacting with my board, so I'm willing to go down to 7, because I'm going to be able to set up this Tide Dancer in a 6-white board, go for the attack, and I can even use blowback to get rid of some of these Brash blockers. Nilla will deal some of that, and then the blowback might be able to do the other bits.
あまあミッショでノラ打たれるのが嫌だったんか。ミッショでもノラとクラゲウオに英雄弾つければミッショ1枚じゃ無理。まあそうかそうか。もう確定勝ちではないね。除去が一応まだ間に合うから4コストで2枚破棄すれば一応除去は間に合ってはいたんで。
conditions start to come out.
ブローバックさえなければ勝ちっていうプレイングではあった。
Talpinator has remaining in deck before this parallel convergence comes through as well.
We gotta talk about Talpinator and these one-offs. This Tide Dancer has come up every single time and has been the win condition pretty much every single time. It's like Talpinator's addicted to drawing the Tide Dancer. He's looking at this and thinking, oh my god, what are my outs? How am I gonna deal with all this Brash? We do see Broadmain, so if enough actions are given, Broadmain could be doing something to it. All of Talpinator's cards do take a lot of actions, but if you put all 3 spells on the stack, Josino won't be able to get any action.
Incredibly clutch draw. Mystic Shot blowback. Get rid of the entire hand, putting everything down.
アタック時全体2点、アタック時全体2点入るが、意外とブラッシュに対してのブロッカーはいる。
Vandal Telstones and Heroic Refrain, buffing these units just a little bit more to find some different brash blockers. Plaza Guardian goes down. Signed and sacrificed. Portal Scholar also going down. Nora and Burblefish can't block the remaining unit. And Exalted Cloudwinder gets that final hit on the Nexus alongside the Mystic Shots.
ミッショブローバックで7点だ持ってくのって、ミッショブローバック2でアタック時効果で9点持ってくるのか。
Being the last vestige of the XYZ lineup and Talpinator saying, hey, you beat me once, but I can beat you again. I can try and deal with this now because I'm gonna get my payback.
なんかそうだね、ノラエルダーに対してニーダ・ジャンナって除去力追いつかないかもしれないな。なんかどっちかっていうとさ、ブロード免許細かいユニットは細かい除去で、大きなユニットはブロード免許を主軸にした細かい除去で倒すっていうコンセプトだと思うんで、ジャンナニーダっていうね、ドローをガンガン回してユニットをどんどん供給していくよっていうデッキに対しては、ノラエルダー側が息切れを起こすんですね、あんな感じで。
In your strategy and pull victory. Talpinator now on Riven Morgana, the final one left in this tournament.
タルピネイター選手の、ね、ニーダ・ジャンナの回し方がうまいっていうのも多分あると思う。途中ね、いろんなルートの分岐があったと思うんですけども、アイオブストームをあんな感じで使っていくのは面白いですね。ドロー4コス2ドローフだとしてガンガン使っていくっていう、あの割り切ったプレイングはすごくいいなって思いましたね。
But Jersino also has a really good defensive curve against an aggro deck. We see the Pietas, we see the double Conchologist, we see that being able to curve into a weekly Burblefish when that comes down really around turn 5, considering how many spells are in Jersino's hand. We're going to see the pass. When you're playing the defensive deck, you can always take these even passes when the board is empty like this. We have the Rune Reaver come down and then the Conchologist.
It is important to note that Talpinator's early aggression is based around a lot of 1 HP units. Very easy for Bandle City to deal with. It isn't until we get to Riven Morgana
打点はありがたいけど、2コススロー1点はちょっと弱すぎる気もするんだよな。相手が剣を生成してラウンドを回したタイミングでいたずら触手を使えば剣を落とせるかもしれないけど、まあちょっと限定的すぎるな。ビッグブレードって言ってて多分同じこと言ってるわ。タルピネイター選手、チャンピオンが引けてない。ちょっと厳しいか。これはスペシを付与してトカゲで攻めていく感じになるか。
Great way to deal with a lot of these mid-game threats.
そこにスペシ付与
が
まあ悪いかな、選択肢としては。ここで早起き取りすると強いぞ。ここで早起き取りできるかどうかだいぶしないよな。次早起き取りするかな。
Okay, what's Talpinator really wanting in this matchup? We did say early aggression is important, but I actually think it might be more important to go for the Riven and the Morgana. These are champions that are unable to be answered with pretty easily at all by Jersino, and not having the Riven as the target for the Ruby-Eyed Conjurer is something that look, Red Bud Maze Mace is okay, but you really need that Riven in this matchup.
ジャージュの選手、次のラウンド開始時に早起き取りを打つかどうかちょっと注目ですね、これは。なんかスペシカオーバーパワーを付与したいいユニットがいるんじゃないか、ハンドバフしたんじゃないかってここで早起き取りをキャストするかどうかした。偉いって。偉い。バカな。スペルシールドはスタック、場にスタックしたスペルやスキルを防ぐのではないのか。スペルシールドを付与したユニットがなんと挑んでしまいました。
And getting rid of the spell shield, that's absolutely insane. We did see the Riven be drawn, so we are going to be able to see that.
でもリベン引いたからまだ全然可能性ありますね、これ。
Very important way for Talpinator to try and win this game. That isn't a great way of dealing with big
人点はレベルアップしてしまうからもう意味がない。妖精供給もありっちゃありだけど。
We do see this Conchologist try and look for something. Face Grab can find a healing unit. Quicken can get rid of Riven. Vandal Telstones can get some little bit of burn, some little bit of damage. We're going to see the Vandal Telstones come down as the choice.
I was really rooting for the quicken there. It's a
プロ免
little bit
許
too
のこと考えた
unreliable,
か。
but if Yoshino's confident in finding the key moment to
まあ、
play
ブロック
that,
するわ
it
けが
could
ない
be
から2
once
点
again
殴り
incredibly
得って考
devastating
え
towards
たんですかね。
Talpinator. Now that the attack token goes back
さあ
over to his
普通に
side,
ハンドにいいパーツ
Morgana
が
is
集まって
being
きた。
offered up as additional development here. If
プロ
Talpinator
免許
doesn't
もこの
want
ター
to
ン出
just
てこないし、もう
overextend
全部ぶっ
into
破しちゃっていいと思う
all
わ、俺今回。
Alpinator's got some
かけら剣ってやっ
choices
ちゃっ
here.
ていい
You
と思う。
have seen both the Pytos and the Perilous Pastry come down, so you know, or you might have the possibility of seeing that there
古典版が
isn't
裏目
that
か。
many things. I don't think
さす
that's
がに
something
か。
you're allowed to say, but we do see the armed acquisition come down. That's what I was talking about. I was going to say, can you play armed acquisition or not? Because Riven asks you to spend
ブ
4
ロ
mana
ブロー
on
ド
her
メイン教に
spells, 3 to get the
対
blade
しては
and
こ
then
の
1
回
to try
復
and
が
get the
生
blade,
命線で
like
すね。
actually play the blade. You really want to have 2 units when that happens. Alpinator is going to put some stock into this armed acquisitioner, and if they open attack, they can get through this slow speed spell, but I presume you want to play this
まあ
blade to
打
get
点
Riven to be,
1
I
点の
think,
打
an
点
8-5
吐けや
from
っ
memory
て
is
感じ
how
の
this
圧
deck's
力を
lineup.
感じるね、これね。
Yeah, Talpinator has already shown us time and time again that he's willing to
ブロード
play
メイン
a
教
little
着
bit
地する前にお前
disrespectfully,
ハンド
knows
にある
that
1点
this
の
is
打
the
点
best
吐きな
chance
さい
I'll
という
have to
圧を
really
感じます。
capitalize on my deck's aggressive strategy. I
で、
certainly
利
would
便が生
not
き
be
残る可能性上がる
surprised
んで、
if
これ
Blade of the
1点除
Exile
去多
is
く
assigned
吐か
as
せ
your
ると、
predicted spids.
これはいいヘイトコントロール。
Do you see the +2 blade on the armed
そうですそう
acquisition?
ね。
And
で、
when
ここ
this
までやっちゃ
inevitably
っていい。
does
古
get
典
pinged
版が
up,
ない
we're
限り
gonna
裏
have
目
to
じゃな
ask at
裏
the end
目
of
じゃ
the
な
game,
さそう
hey,
だから
did
ね。
that 2 damage that could have gone on Riven matter? Because counting down to 20 is something that you need to make sure you're doing when you can with these like combo aggro decks. I
ジ
presume
ャージ
Yoshino's
の
gonna
選
respond
手
with the
的には
proximity
一
puck
応
cap. It's
次
really
ブ
hard
ロー
not
ド
to
メ
in
イ
this
ン
instance.
教からの
That
バ
does
ンド
mean
ル
that
テ
2
ルス
damage
ト
will be
ー
missed
ン
just
か
because
ら
of this
の
one sequencing of the blade fragment. And
打
these
点
minor
が一
sequencing
応
things
ある
are
っ
so
ちゃあ
important
る
in a。tight competition like this Worlds tournament.
戦えないことはない。ただ、ちょっと顔面が痛い。
needs to hit you for, 6
そも
or
そもこの
8
利便がちょっ
across
と
the
痛い。
course of the early mid game and then line up that final 11 to 12 HP in another
できないの
wide
か、そうか。
combo
ブロードメイ
swing.
ン教のスキルが
Missing
飛んだ
2
後に
HP
回
now
復され
and
ちまうん
not
だ、これ。
having that
ダメ
layer
だ。
could be absolutely devastating.
利便取れない
Yoshino
ですね。
also demonstrating from game number 1 the potential to just keep healing after some of this chip damage is dealt.
We look
利便
towards
取れ
the
ないんだ。
future a little bit. Yoshino does have
で、
this
もう
broad
今
main
回
and
今
is able
ケツ
to deal with
1
things,
の
but
ブロッ
doesn't
カ
have
ー
a lot
1
of
体
ping
しかい
options,
ないので
just the 2.
13点
Just
の
the
オー
Beetle
バーパ
Tells
ワー
us
アタッ
with
クが飛んで
proximity
くる。
puck
これ
cap.
はちょっと耐えきれないから。
This Morgana isn't too far away from flipping. If you're looking at the hand,
打
we've already
点
seen 4
切らざる
targets
を得
with
ないで
these
しょ、これ
blades.
は。
Then we've got the
ケ
Blessing
ツ
of Targon, we've
1
got the Might,
取
we've got
っ
the Healing
て、
spell. Picking that off the Armed Acquisitioner was really, really cool, by the way. It's
7
the
点
only
食らう
spell
し
that
か
you're
ない
allowed to
か。
target your own units
ブ
with.
ロック数意味すら
Contingent
ねえ
on
な、
what
これな。
Yoshino's trying to do. You could take the Keyword Denial, but this one allows you to beat things like Broadmane as well. Very cool option. If Talpinator just throws
マ
one
ジ
more spell, that means they're able to... Wait, no. Morgana flips on her own because she is the 4th target herself. Never mind. Morgana is currently flipped in hand once all of these cards come down.
And Yoshino does
ここで打点を入れておくんだ。
not commit
エルダー
to the
ドラゴ
proximity puff cap.
ン
Instead, gets
エ
Electro
ルダードラ
Harpoon
ゴン
off of the Bandle Tellstones, discards Elder Dragon, the most expensive card that you aren't going to be able to play
Elder
this game
Dragon は
at
吐き札。
all, in
いや、
order to
この
set
判
up
断
for
かっこ
Lord
いいな。
Broadmane to take down Riven.
この判断めちゃくちゃかっ
I
こいい
believe
な。
I got caught up in my ramble and didn't even notice that that wasn't going to be the play. Trying to set up this Broadmane is it's an identification of what is important in the matchup, right? You're saying, all right, I need to deal with this Riven in the most effective way I possibly can. This is how to get around Explorer spells by doing it in this action. When you're tapped out as the Riven deck, you weren't able to put that spell on the with your mana, with the actions, with everything that matters there. This is a really, really good play
ここ
from
から
Yoshino.
噴
It
煙
does
竜と
put
か
you
出てく
really,
ると
really
また
low.
それは
It's
それで
losing
辛い
to
んで
plays
すけ
like
ど、
Might or
まあ、
Fire
トカ
Spitter.
ゲ
That's what
44
you
の
have
なんだっ
to
け
do
レ
to
イ
try
ザ
and
ー
find
メイ
out
ス
your
だ
way
っ
to win
け
against Riven with the
1枚
Spellway.
と利便を落とせるわけだからこれ
Slowly
で
coming online.
ア
That
グロデッキ
is
とし
an
ては優
option
秀
to
なアタ
get
ッカー
more
2体飛
pings
ばし
as
たわけ
well
で
as Sign in Thousand-Tailed.
十
Talpinator's
分
not the
か。
only player who's looking deeply into the future here. Yoshino's going to have to keep up with his protagonist energy to draw some
ここ
key
から
cards
トラ
off
ピ
of
ネ
the
イター
top.
選手
And
側と
once
して
this Lord
は
Broadmane sticks, every single development that Talpinator makes is going to come under heavy fire. Only a single ruby-eyed conjurer drawn from the deck. Maybe a spell shield can still be
これ
established.
噴煙竜引いて噴煙竜武力できれば言うことないか。
Talpinator's got a really interesting method of going for lethal. You've got this Morgana, you've got this Might, you've got the Blessing of Targon, and you've got the stun spell. You're able to do this famous thing with Might decks where you're able to stun in front of the blocker to get that damage going straight into the Nexus. Now, if Eugeno doesn't draw a wallop here, this sort of play might end up just going for a lethal because I'm pretty sure if you do the Might and you do the stun, you're just one away from leveling. You can then play the heal spell to get that final spot. You have enough mana to afford it, so Eugeno just needs to try to find that wall up. I think that's their only out towards that win con.
Morgana lining up into the Lord Broadmain here is absolutely glorious. No mana left to pay for the shackles. Goes for proximity puff cap to remove a unit. Recognizes that if I try to pre-commit this onto Morgana, because of the refreshments in hand, it's simply going to heal her. And now it's all up to Topinator to put all of these spells on the stack, giga buff this Morgana, and try to full send it. Yoshino gets one draw off of the top to get a response. Maybe a wallop will rescue, give him one more turn, but it's a purple.
Verbal is exactly not enough to see 9 mana from Topinator's side. They can afford everything they need to. Yoshino earlier having to kill the Riven but taking the extra 5 damage because of it could be the reason why this game has gone this way. This matchup can be played in so many different ways, but Topinator's deck is one that says, hey, if you make a slight misjudgment, I am going to punish you very, very strongly. That's what Riven excels at, punishing really, really intricate decisions to make. We're going to see all of the pre-commit come down, get the Morgana leveled up, and Talpinator is probably going to take this once all of these spells are committed.
Might. Targon tells Stones hush.
レベル上がるんだ。
Taking away the effect. Yeah, taking away the hush from Broadmain. This is important to note. It's still immobilized. That keyword comes from the curse in hand. That means that if there were to be double ping in the hand, Morgana is still safe. And there is the combo finish from Talpinator.
うめえ。
Talpinator taking
ちゃんと
down
利便を処理する判断したジャージの選手もうまいけど、トラピネーター選手のモルガナのレベルアップカウントを把握した上でしっかりと安牌を持っていくのはうまいな。これで仮にコテンパンがあったとしても、モルガナは生き残るし、呪いを解除する手間もあるし、コテンパン打たれたとしてもまだそこまで損じゃないんですよ。呪いモルガナがちゃんと仕事をしてるんで。
Yeah, definitely. Respect your edges, just falling slightly short in the game one. We've seen that absolutely masterfully played turn 6 when the
今のお互いうまかったな。
Yushino decided to develop his Broadmain, but then the Mariam came down with the updraft for mana into Galewind, which completely swung the game in the Talpinator's favorite. But then Yushino being able to play this double 0 mana Burble.
ターピネーター選手はノラエルダー、モルガナリベン、でニーラジャンナで結構前より、なんでボルバードなんで虚無なの？なんでしばらく虚無なの？
with the sleep streams to finish off the game number 1.
You would never guess by looking at the gameplay alone that they're only on one copy of that card, right? This boat has been so big for Talpinator. It's very thematic, right? The Tide Dancer, the Neela coming through and defeating all of these big bads. It's just exactly the way that it was written.
Script writes itself sometimes, honestly. It's been so fun to watch, though, because it really is a unique deck, Alan, in the sense that we don't see many of these, and Talpinator is able to show us such a great show of why it's still so skillful. So what is it about the Janna Neela that you feel like, outside of just what it was able to do in this match, you feel like Talpinator has wanted to lean on for this tournament?
Yeah, definitely just the ability to cycle through your
初めて知ったわ。呪いって沈黙じゃ消えないんだね。あれは手札にある呪いのカードの効果で沈黙をかけ続けてるわけだから、沈黙しても意味ないんだわ。まあちょっと言われてみれば当然だけど、これどうなるんだろうなってこううっすら思ってたことだったから、ああなるんだね。
by drawing a burn when you need it, and if you draw too early, you can updraft that burn and just cycle.
オルバードさんもうちょっと口角上げるとかした方がいいと思うんですけど。
There's a really nice read on the meta from Talpinator. When you look at our top end, you've got Respect Your Elders and Morgana Mordekaiser. Both of those are incredibly late game decks. So you've got a bit of a window in between, you know, like turn 4, turn 6 to really put a lot of pressure on your opponent. And some players went the Jax Ornn route, right? Trying to put the pressure on that way, but it's not always quite enough. So what the lineup from Talpinator is doing here is saying, okay, I know that aggressive strategies have a window, but I can't really go for the 12 1-drop versions. There's too many pie tosses and group shots in the Respect Your Elder list. If I just try to play 12 1-drop pirate aggro style, it's not really going to work out. I need an aggressive deck with late game gas, and those are hard to come by. And it really is just these Riven lists that we've seen in recent months, as well as this incredibly aggressively postured Janna Neela with the blowback.
Perfect that you bring up the Riven, right, Alan? Because Morgana Riven versus
ニーラ・ジャンナ
the
の
Respect Your
ブロー
Elders
ミッ
deck,
ションミッション
that's
ブロ
how
ーバックに
Talpinator
持っ
was able
てい
to
き
get
方
it
も良
done
か
in
った
that game
ね。
too.
Listen, getting Riven down early, getting her leveled up on turn 5 with that blade swinging, pushing so much overwhelm damage on top of the followers, getting to 7 HP,
そのまま
Respect
次
Your
の試合まで
Elders
ず
was
っと
just
喋っててほしい
enough.
わ。
Later finish it off with the Morgana leveled up herself.
What a phenomenal performance there from Talpinator to be able to move on. Sadly,
い
this
やー、今の
does
試合
mean
どっちもうま
that
くてよかっ
Yoshino
た
is going to be
な。
out in 4th place.
で
But
そ
we
の
only have 3 players
そ
remaining
の
now. So up next, we are going to be
わかる
looking
か
at Talpinator taking on
リベン
Seku
の
in the
リ
lower
ベンのそ
finals
の
before we conclude with
ブ
the
ロードメイン
grand
卿の
finals
除
to
去をめぐ
determine
って
who
の
is
あの
going
駆
to
け引き
be
めちゃ
this
くちゃ
year's
熱かったんです
Legends of
よ。
Runeterra World Champion. You're
ちゃ
not
ん
going
と
to want to
探
miss
検
it. So
家
stay
で
tuned
回
after
復を
this
持って
break.
おいて、そのユニットのプレイ時のスキルとスロースペルだけじゃ取り切れないようにして、じゃあアタックしマナーを使い切ってアタックしたタイミングで先にちょっと除去を打っておいて、こっちの優先権返ってからブロードメイン卿を打ちますね。フォーカスの回復は間に合いませんよねっていう。本当は除去をケツ1のユニットに打ちたいはずなのに、ここでここでケツ1のユニットに除去を打つのを我慢してブロードメイン卿をここで間に合わせるっていう、この判断すごくねかっこいいなって思いますね。実際コテンパン1枚あればなんとかなる盤面だったんだよな、ここな。いや、ここからリーサル引き導き出すのかっこいいわこれでね、もう1体いたとしてもケツ1の帰り学者じゃ10点のオーバーパワーは止めきれないと。待って、ジナの選手最後あれやん、負けたのにちゃんとこうじゃあなピッてこういいな、カメラ意識した。俺今の人すごい好きだな。あの人やってないのか。配信してないのか。
Now that the year is over, how do you feel about this year's competitive system?
I feel really good about it.
見てなかったけど、ちゃんとカメラに向かってファンストしてた今。俺のこと見てた。
Mainly, we've added daily events for players to play in. You know, it wasn't so long ago that you couldn't actually play best of 3 Legends of Runeterra on a daily basis. We've got competitive tournaments each month, which is, you know, a huge win for everybody out there trying to grind their way to Worlds compared to our previous 2 or 3 month cadence. We've introduced new prestigious rewards like winning player titles, and also stuff even to the extent of creating a card with the Legends of Runeterra team for winning Worlds. So overall, I think that this year has been great.
ああ、そうかそうか。アッパーで負けた人がローワーの次にこうやって回ってくるんだな。なるほどな。
capstone of the system is the new Worlds
仕組みを
tournament,
理解していないのである。
international Swiss play, having 64 players in there. So I'm really excited to see just what people come up with and who comes out on top.
Absolutely. It's a huge change to the system. But going back to something you mentioned earlier, how successful do you feel that the Gauntlet system was?
So Gauntlets definitely filled a role for us in terms of having those daily tournaments that players can flex and play in. I definitely think they were successful in getting players into the game on those weekdays playing in competitive like events. But I would say that there's always room for improvement, and maybe something we'll be looking at in the future.
アイコンがツイステッドフェイトだ。
There is like the competitive versus more casual events and how those should be run in the tournament and whether those should feed into Worlds or not. But overall, I'm pretty happy with it. I think that Gauntlets in the past were very much for a very secluded portion of our audience, but now we've brought in a lot of different players that can play best of 3. They can play casual modes. And they give you those short and medium term goals season to
最
season
後試合の終わり
to
が
your prime glories and
試合
get
の
ready
終わ
for
り
big
際に
tournaments.
カメラにア
Overall,
ピールするのよかっ
we're
たな。
hopeful that Gauntlets really is not the ultimate decider of who's going to win Worlds. You know, you got to go into the Runeterra Opens, you got to go into Worlds itself and compete. So as a sort of stepping stone for players, I think it has worked out. Definitely some room for improvement though, and we'll be potentially looking to make changes in the future.
Excellent. So looking back at the year as a whole, what was your favorite moment of 2023?
My favorite moment of 2023 was getting to work on Fate's Voyage Onward and Beyond with Riot Dirtle. We basically worked together as a team for the entire portion of the set development as two designers, him as the lead designer and me as a partner designer, co-designing sets.
ああ、7分間
So
休憩です。
everything from curses to Elder Dragon,
プロセ化していいか
Dragon Boons to stuff
プロ
from
セ化するわ。
Fate's Voyage Onward, where with slipstreams and card reduction and card draw, and a lot of the Titanic units we see really come from Tyler and I have a shared love for just playing giant units. And that really comes to show through the set that we made. And also just shout out to the rest of the design team and lore team who, and narrative and art, everybody that contributes there. It's not just one person on lore. Like we all make our mark on cards. But yeah, it was really an honor to work with him on that stuff.
I guess that leads us right into the next question. Then, what was your favorite card that you worked on?
It's got to be Elder Dragon. Like Elder Dragon, the initial idea from Riot Dirtle was like, okay, what if we do a Runeterra slice with just big boys? You can play whatever big units you want in your deck. And when we were developing it, we kept getting tripped up because we kept trying to cost reduce them. Obvious card gamer brain. We're like, well, these things are too expensive. Let's make cost reduction. And that didn't quite work because that's not really the fantasy of slamming big units down. And we also had the idea of like, okay, what if kind of like Dragon Chow Shyvana style, your big units were eating your little units, but it really didn't play out how we wanted to because you just ended up kind of behind, and if they removed your one threat, it didn't really work out. And the one really big breakthrough was Dragon Boots, which was like, okay, what if we just give you big units, but we give you even bigger units, right? You get extra buffs on top of that, you get healing, you get challenger, you control the board, but if we just make your cooler units even cooler. So I think that design on Elder just is so fun. You can do tons of stuff with the slow, listening to slow and skill kind of Elder cards like Ocean Drake that we added. Sorry, it was a long answer, but Elder Dragon is really close to my heart as just a really cool thing that everybody was been so pumped on the team to get it out. And also once again, I'm responsible for bringing dragons to Runeterra because I'm always just like, hey, what if we had dragons in the set? And everybody's like, hell yeah. So yeah, Elder's kind of my guy.
Love to see the passion. Thank you so much, Ruben Zhu. And now back to the desk.
選手、僕が調べた選手の人のツイッターアカウント僕いいねしてるんで、ネオスペーシアングランモールのアイコンの人、トルピネーター選手で多分。ネオスペーシアングランモールってね、遊戯王のとある、低級モンスターなんだけど、戦闘した場合お互いを手札に戻すっていうめちゃくちゃめんどくさい能力してて、盤面ロックっていうか盤面の遅延性能が高いんだよね。遊戯王ってさ、召喚権が1ターンに1回しかなくてさ、それを使ってお互いに召喚権をで使ったモンスターを手札にリコールし続けるっていう、当時生贄召喚、アドバンス召喚したユニットを手札に戻したらそれだけでアドだからさ、当時はめちゃくちゃ強かった。特殊召喚、そんな連打しないような環境のネオスペーシアングランモール。嫌われ者。マッシュマロンと同じくらい嫌われるやつは。プロセカ固まったんだけど。なんで動いた。 24とか5くらいやったきゃいいや。当時マシュマロの突破方法わかんなくてな。今でもわかんねえ。地割れとか採用してたよ。地割れ強えんだよな。ルーンテラのミラー配信でプロジェクト世界カラフルステージブラニューアウトをしながら遊戯王の話をしています。次、カルピネイター選手 VS セク選手か。注目の一戦ですね。これでさ、さ、トルピネスター選手 VS セク選手が行われて勝った方と、アッパードラフトのさ、最後の人がもう戦うじゃん。でさ、その決勝戦でさ、アッパードラフト側にいた人が負けた場合ってもう一試合だよね。この配信8時まで下手なホラーゲームより怖いな。なんか俺、ホラーゲームあんまり好きじゃない。やりたいとは思わないって言ってたんだけど、一番出口あって、あれは別にホラーじゃないんだけどさ、ホラー要素のあるゲームも面白そうだな、配信でやるの面白そうだなってちょっと心境の変化があって、最近僕はあれ買いました。うつどまゆ買いましたね。近々ちょっとうつどまゆ。チームウィンターセール来た？チームウィンターセール22か。12月22日からチームウィンターセール。へえ。うつのまゆ買ったんでね、近いうちに配信でやりたいなって思ってるんですよね。スチームセール、アトミックハートセール、あのゲームって配信でやっていいの？アトミックハートなんか、
Welcome back, everybody. We are 2 matches away from determining this year's Legends of Runeterra World Champion. We have got Alan and Spids on the casting desk to bring you through this lower bracket finals. It is between Talpinator and Seku. Alan, I have a feeling I know who you think is going to win this, or you hope will. So who do you have winning this match?
Listen, there is only one possible winner coming out of this series. It's NA versus EMEA. Like, come on, is there any doubt? Obviously, we are taking it home. Like, maybe there would be a doubt if in the upper bracket was EMEA player waiting, then maybe there would be a chance for NA, but like, come on, like, we have to take the third trophy home. Am I right, Speeds?
You don't have to listen. No, you don't have to listen to that sort of propaganda. We support NA here. We know that Seku's got this. He's been playing so well that I think we can all rely on Seku.
No.
There's some strong cases for both of these players, which makes this matchup so tough to predict. Looking at the bracket, Seku had such a strong start in the upper bracket, sadly falling 2-1 to Chenia. Chenia is now going to be waiting in that grand finals match, and Seku has one last chance at redemption here to make his way back up there. But it's against Talpinator, who is on a 4-match win streak in this lower bracket. I feel like that's as strong as case as any, Alan, if you want to put another accolade onto Talpinator's record.
Yeah, definitely.
まあ
We
正
can't
直
really
タルピ
tell
ネー
who
タ
is
ー
really
選
ahead in
手
this
とセク
matchup
選手
due
だ
to
と
the fact that Doi did not face each other.
持ち込
And
み
in fact,
的に
both of
は
them brought
タルピ
such
ネ
a
ーター
unique
選手の方が
lineups
速度が
that we
速そう
don't
で
have
はある。
really data of
ミッ
how
ドレ
you
ン
know,
ジ
they go by
展
clashing each
開
other. So we can just go by head to head, but think like
で押
how
してい
Alpinator was
く
navigating so
ミッ
far
ドレン
in
ジ
the
展開
previous
バフ型のデッキを
series,
3
taking
面持ち込んでるからセク選
2-0
手っ
Tiger,
て。
2-0 JO1. Like, come on, look at this
ニーラジャン
performance.
ナ
This
と
man is
モルガ
unstoppable.
ナ・リベンがかなり速いん
gets a bad
で、
draw once and you're gonna discount him? Really, Alan? Seku got his bad luck out just
まず
last
ドラゴンデ
game
ッ
and
キがあれ
I
6ターン目以降からエンジンかかるからその時点でだいぶ厳しそうに
fallacy
見
that
え
you
る。
can create to get that luck back and try and get this. I think Seku's gonna get this. He's
あの
actually
デ
gonna
ッキ
draw his
は
units on curve for one.
芝穴で一
That's
旦
the question, isn't it?
相手の勢いを止めるっていうのが多分基本的なプランになってると思うからそれ次第ではあるか。それで芝穴が手をつけられない化け物になってしまったらってなるからどっちかっていうと芝穴をしっかりフォローする感じの構築にした方がいいんじゃないかなあのデッキ。
playing a card game, but on the flip side of that, you look at Talpinator, who might have
芝
gotten
穴が盤
some
面
really,
に鎮
really
座し
good
てしまえば
draws
多分
earlier
相手
on
何
in
も
this
できないから
tournament
そ
in
こ
order
から
to
だっ
take
た
some
ら
of those
煮るなり
wins.
焼くなり
But
好きにできる
just
みたい
another
な。
credit to him. Spids, we gotta level the playing field a
まあで
little
もあれが
bit
限
here,
界
and I
か。
think agree with Alan on one thing, which is that
ア
we
ラティ
did
フ、
see
アラティフ、アラ
Talpinator
ティフ、
take
アラティ
down
フ、アラティフじゃなくて
JO1
ジェムドラゴンが入
earlier,
ってるの
and
が
that was a pretty big upset, don't you think?
判断、なんか採用理由聞きたいなって
Massive
思いました
upset. I
ね。
mean, we've seen. I mean, it's every game's an upset, basically. With all these
That's
amazing
true.
players, someone's gonna have to lose, and everyone. And I mean, when we're at these final three, whoever wins this is able to continue, and whoever loses is out. Every such like a heartbreak. One of us is gonna be sad in a couple of minutes, Ellen. Like in 20 minutes time, one of us is crying, one of us is celebrating. I really hope it's not me crying.
Listen, worst case scenario, I've heard the Seku is half Polish. I'll be good.
That I can't tell whether I should give you credit for that one. I guess I'll leave it up to Seku whether or not he's gonna claim being 50-50 there for EMEA and also the Americas. I'm not sure about that, but I do know that this matchup is going to be super tough. Even just looking at the different decks, you brought this up, Alan, Spids. There's like basically 6 different decks in this matchup. And so I'm just going to go ahead and let you both get into the meat and potatoes of that, because I'm sure there is a lot to break down in terms of the deck lists and the ban strategy for these 2 unique lineups. So, Alan, Spids, have fun with this. It's the lower finals for all the marbles to head up to the grands.
かなっていう女の
Most
人
definitely, we are heading into the finals of the loser bracket,
すごいね。
ladies and gentlemen.
一番頑張ったよ
And
ね。
hey, even if you are the most
ずーっ
experienced
と
competitive player,
実
you
況
are
解
going
説の左側の
into
あそこの
this
ね
one. This takes
枠に
kind of
固定
rounds.
でずっと居
It's
続け
gonna
て
get you. Like, no matter what,
実況
you'll
解説
still
中
feel
継
the
か中継ぎな
pressure.
のかな
And this pressure
中
can
継
make
ぎ
you
のキャス
do
ターのね、
mistakes.
左側の枠にずーっとい
Both
て、
of these players have
ずーっと
they know the
笑
pressure,
顔
but the
で明る
difference
くい
is
るから、
so much larger in Worlds. We know
あれ見
Cheney
た
has
目以
been
上
here
に大
before.
変だ
They've
よ、あ
had
れ。
this experience. But for Seku, it's sort of new, right? The best that Seku has done is sort
他
of
人
done
が喋ってる時
okay
も
with
ずっ
WC.
と笑顔だからね。
Talpinator, very, very similar, done all right in some of these
明る
tournaments.
い表情、
But
明る
it's
い
going to be
明
so
るい
hard to
雰囲
deal with
気。
that pressure. Sometimes you falter, or sometimes
崩
you
さないで
power
ずっと
through
い
it
るか
and
ら
are able
ね。
to get that mental edge over the opponent.
ネクラさんっていう人
Definitely,
すご
if
い
you
ね。
grab already,
ようやるわ。
you might be mentally grabbing the trophy. If you are thinking, I'm 2 steps away
それに
from
比べ
being
ボルバード
world
さんを見てください
champion,
よ。
you might be already living the dream which didn't come yet, and it might set you back. So we'll see if this is gonna be the case here, where players choke, or it will be the opposite, where this adrenaline, where this pressure will actually motivate them to play perfect
ア
set
ド
of
レナリン
games.
もう枯
And
渇してん
then
じゃ
we'll
ないの
jump
大丈
into
夫
the decks and to try to break it down for you folks. Who should be ahead statistically
いや、
by
船
just
ピン
looking
差
at
しの
those
この
decks.
ニーラジャン
And
ナ、
first we're gonna go with the Talpinator.
いいね。見張り版、見張りの達人か。見張りの達人3組目、こいついい仕事すんなって思うな。1コス3-2ブラッシュ。こいつマジでいい仕事するわ。
This Tide Dancer as a one-off has shown up every single game, giving everything plus 2-0 and Thrash. When you play 3 spells, it's such a powerful, powerful deck. Combined with the Nora Elder Dragon, the only deck out of these 6 that is part of that XYZ lineup, the most brought deck still here.
Yeah, having that early bird we've seen being MVP in so many games, just throwing away those tokens from the player's hand being absolutely crucial to them. And like you have to remember that we are planning ahead and playing around certain cards, and then when it's taken away from you, the whole plan starts to falling off, and then we're gonna get followed up by the final deck from Talpina to Riven Morgana, which usually tries to close the game very early on round 6, round 7 with those overwhelm units slash Morgana attacking.
いや、エルダードラゴンのレベルアップ見たいけどね。見れるとしたらもう最後このセク選手のデッキかな。ノラエルダーはエルダードラゴンのレベルアップを想定したデッキではないので。
This deck is able to punish that greatly. We saw that with against Jorginho when you just have to play
こ
for
のデッ
one
キかな。
or the
エルダードラ
other
ゴンのレベルア
option
ップ見
there.
れるとした
Riven
ら。
Morgana is able to pressure a lot, but we've got Seku's lineup. We saw this Dragon deck have a little
昨
bit
日
of
一昨日はレベルアッ
difficulty
プ
with
した
its
んか
own
な、エルダード
draws
ラ
a
ゴン。
little bit ago.
配
We
信
can
で。
see that there are a lot of 2 drops and 3 drops, but if you don't end up drawing them, your hand gets clogged up with, I think from my count, 14,
Cannot
6 or more
stop.
drops.
この
Might
ユ
have
ニ
been
ットは阻止
13.
されない。
It can break quite badly, but when it gets its curve, this deck feels phenomenal.
Yeah, but again, you can choke you on your own curve if you don't draw those early game. And the final but not last deck from Seku. This deck has been absolutely phenomenal for Seku, providing so many victories back to back, having so much utility, especially in the spell sector. Birdie nice, dealing with those wide boards, and also players having to be feared of that, having harsh wits against some possibly tall units, so you can actually go aggressively without worrying to trading with those Poros where Zolani can kill you,
いかんな。
and providing absolutely amount of
ああいう
pressure.
ああいうニラジャンナみたいな、ああいううまいプレー見るとどうにもギアが上がってしまって、燃費が上がるわ。
a lot of swarm capacity, but Yumi is so great at being put onto one of these 3 daring poros or something getting elusive from one of the many other sources that keywords are spread throughout this deck. Yumi creates a great alt win con and had such a glow up over this year. Yumi has seen play in so many decks, such as the Fizz
俺の
Yumi,
体
such as
力は
this
持たん
deck,
よ。
that this has sort of been Yumi's year. Rotation has been really, really good for her.
Yeah, most definitely. Jo1 tweeted yesterday or today that Poro King will take the whole
まあ、ポロキンバンかな。
We'll
ポロ
see if
キ
he
ン
was
バ
right.
ンの。
If Seku can bring back to the finals, the absolute
うわ、エル
finals
ダーバン
with
か
Poro King
な。
deck. And we're gonna see shortly the bans. Players still debating.
正直、バフしたユニットをブロードメイン鏡で除去されちゃったらどうしようもないから。いや、でも、早いデッキ嫌だよな。だからもう持ち込み時点でタルピネーター選手が相当有利ですね、これは。早いデッキ2枚と、そのブロードメイン鏡というサイズ無視の確定除去持ち、確定除去効果持ちシステムユニットがいる時点で結構辛い。
The American way, just see what happens. You don't have to use your thought to go for it. You just think, I think the Bane should probably be the Riven Morgana.
オリジン地域3枚なんだ。
Too great in its combo potential, especially with big overwhelm units. You have to find your hushes or your freezes to deal with that. Talpina's got a really tough decision to go with, though. They've spent the last, like, I don't know, 4 rounds dealing with the XYZ lineup, and now they have to deal with Seku's completely random roster. I want to say Talpinito wants to ban the Nico deck. I think that's been the most consistently strong and difficult to deal with, but you could also ban the Poros because he is the king after all.
Yeah, I think Nico sounds like the best strategy to go for ban, given how
ドラゴンがバンされた。
No, he decides to go for the ban on the Shivana Elder Dragons instead.
相手の得意を潰しに行ったんかな。一番このデッキ癖あるもんな。
Meanwhile, Seku getting rid of the Rivana Morgana.
See, we're getting into game right now. Seku has got a Poro Snacks and a Poro King in hand. Exactly what you want. All you need are actually some Poros, so you're able to get these units buffed up. Talpinator finding the early bird, though, which is amazing against the Poro King. You're able to discard that early, and the Poro King is such an important champion for this deck. Right? If you don't end up getting those excess snacks, the Poro deck only has 2/2s against one of the better decks in the format, which is this Respect Your Dragons deck.
This early bird might come very early because Talpinator just seen Seku keep 2 cards in opener, and as we've seen,
あとお話を引ければだいぶ
Poro King players usually just hard mulligan
救われるね、もう
either
このポ
Poro
ロキン
Snag
は。
or Poro King. So I would be very surprised if we don't see the
キーワード
bird
除去
come
でしょう
down
ね。
before turn 5 from Seku. Because again, that would be a massive discard. And the longer you wait, there might appear in the hand cards like Celestial Wonder, Zolani, which might take down the bird for the king himself. There might be like, Mr. President, get down, I got you.
Earlier today, I was actually DMing Seku about this
ここで
matchup,
早起き
saying,
したら
hey,
ポ
what
ロ
are you
キンが
thinking
飛び
about
ま
the
す
early
が
bird? What do you think about the broad main? And he said, yeah, no, those are the
ま
cards
あ
that I'm scared of.
1、
If Talpanita draws those
3、
sort of cards,
4、
I'm in an
5
awful
まあ
position. And we
普
look at
通にしても
Talpanita's
次でいい
hand,
か
early bird and 2 broad mains is going to feel absolutely awful. I think Talpanita's got every single card they could possibly want. Seku's going to have to try their absolute best to try and
まあおや
find
つ優
some
先
win.
で
Going for this little like
すよ
aggressive line
ね。
here, I think that makes sense because Seku's going to have a really, really, really tough time in this matchup. It's so unfavored.
I mean, given the spot, Talpanita has
この
not
タイミン
much
グで
to
ユ
do,
ー
so
ミは
he
弱い
might just
か。
jump early bird because there is nothing else to do. Maybe spend an early wall up. That's also fine. But when the next turn, he's looking at his hand. What am I doing next turn? The only play I have available to me is actually early bird next turn. So might as well keep the blocker and just spend wall up this
ブロ
turn.
ッカーが
So
欲しか
some
ったの
great
か。
mana management between turns. And we see the top deck is
ハンドがま
not
ずい
in
ね。
Talpinator favor.
早起き
So
する
just
しかな
jumps
く
this
て、
early
ここで
bird
ポロ
and
キ
we
ン
see
飛
Seku
んで、
disappointing, discarding the Poro King and not having much to go for him. But he still has
展開
he
する
still
か。
have Paro Snacks in play. So there is a pretty reasonable board presence. While Talpinator hand is so heavy. He doesn't have much play until turn 6.
Seku has found his alt win con in this deck. You can't stay for the Poro King. We don't see the Zalani in the hand just yet. But going for that Swarm potential, I mean, we saw Seku lose to
パ
this
イ投
early
げからの
Demon
物
Swarm.
騒なパイ
So
を
now
警
seeing
戒
that,
する
hey,
んだ
now
った
I
ら
can
こ
go
の
for this
後もう
line.
出
I
さない
just
方が
top
いい
deck
ね。
this Lonely
羽
Poro.
衣
That's 2
で
mana
避
for
けた
an
いね。
equivalent of 2 2/2s. It's like old Mirai Ward and an old House Spider, but even better because they can continually be buffed up with things like Porosax. Talpanita doesn't have an amazing turn 5, but once we get into turn 6 and turn 7, Talpanita will feel absolutely amazing, spamming out these broad mains with the Perilous Pastry. We're going to see the Explorer's Blunder come down. That way the blocks are going to line up a little bit better. You
じゃあ
can't
出
choose
してい
your
いんじゃない
challenge anymore, but I don't know if that's all that important. What do you think about this Blunder?
So Talpinator casts the spell just for the sake of casting it to discard
ユーシブ
Plaza
プ
to
ロ引けれれば
discard
な、
the
そこに
Verbo.
ユーミ乗せ
Like,
て
you
飛
know,
ばしていいん
like,
だけ
he
ど。
has nothing to
こ
spend
れだとあ
mana
んまり意
on
味はないね。
next turn, and the top deck he gets doesn't really make him spend his whole mana. And like we see, this is a
イヤ
pretty
サム
brutal
か。
hand.
イヤサムに乗せればいいの
Talpinator
か。
only thing he can do is just throw a bunch of pies at Seku. And at this point,
パイ
Seku
投
is
げ
looking
パ
at
イ
his
投
hand
げ。
as he's
ああ、おや
pretty
つは
heavy.
怖え
You
な、お
have
い。
another buff. You have a side
おや
of
つ
your
は怖え
hand.
な。
You can go for Tellstones, invoke cards. You can go for buff. You can apply so much pressure from the
これ
second
ブロメン
side.
鏡に
Meanwhile,
静寂打つことで
acting like he has
確
some
定除去
decisions,
避けれる
while
のか。
he just doesn't. He's considering playing Pythos now, Pythos in combat. Again, not much things to be going on for him.
You see the double pie toss on the stack, probably targeting this Jubilant Poro, but it will be answered with by the Pale Cascade, able to pressure even more. Seku has got the hand they
まあ
need
羽
for this
衣打
go
ってい
wide
いんじゃ
attack.
ない
Talpinator's got to see this and be really unhappy. You can see a sort of smile on Seku's face as they're able to try and go for this Pale Cascade.
終われた
Get
ら
this
もうその
extra
お
damage
ー
in.
強
It can
え
be blocked by the Portal Pioneer
ほん
in
と
the next
マ
turn.
ジで
And
強い
Seku drawing a really good card here in Poro's stories, able to flood the board even after these broad mains come down.
今
Seku,
一番欲しい
despite
カード
losing
だ
the
ね。
king, is gonna be able to get in with the army anyway.
So we see the
これ
Talpinator
止まるしか
set
な
up
く
his
て
Plaza Guardian.
で
If
一
he
応
gets a
物
challenger from the
騒
board
なパイで
into the
ユー
broad
ミ
main,
に
he
傷
might
つ
be
けて
actually
おく
stabilized
ユーミを
going
傷
into
つ
the
けて
following
おい
turns.
て
The storyteller with the extra poros will definitely be
お
handy in refilling that board. On top of getting potentially harsh for open attack for his next
回
swing,
復かチャレンジャー引きに
preventing
行ったな多
broad
分
main to be doing some plays. And
チャ
we
レンジャ
see
ー引
there
け
is
ず
no challenger. Challenge was so crucial in his position, and he just missed it.
なるほどな
Talpinator's be able to develop
チャレンジャーが
one
本
main
命だ
next
った
turn,
で
and
しょう
this
ね
unit
今の
might
は
end up having to be signed in just to look for that extra wall up. Broadmain is able to deal with the Poro bot, which is quite nice. But Seku's gonna be able to be 6 wide anyway with at least 4 2-2s
これ
or
3-3でブロックすればいい
5 2-2s as well as this 6
これは
6 maybe when
3-3
it
プロ
comes
で
to
ブ
the
ロ
next
ッ
turn.
クし
Talpinator
て
open attacking is something you can always do
な
for
くていい
free
の
when you're
か
playing these control decks. Seku
どうせ
doesn't
ブロメン
really
鏡で
want
取
to
られっけ
block
ど
in
な
this
多分こ
position
れ
because they don't know what's in their hand, is willing to take that damage. And Seku's now going to play
ブロメン
affectionate
鏡で
Poro,
3-3
be as
しょられ
aggressive
た
as
こ
they
と
can
を
be.
想
This is
定じゃあ
looking
チャレンジャーも
really,
う一体出てき
really
た
good for Seku. Talpinator's going to need to find draws to get their way out of this.
I
いやこれは厳しい
strongly
ね
disagree with Talpinator open attack here. Because again, he's aware he needs to deal with the
ブロード免
wide
許を
variety of the
うわ回
board.
復引かね
And exactly, he found the challenger. That's what I wanted to mention. You needed to go for the challenger to start chunking on this board
じゃあプロの
down.
話
And
じゃあ
he
け
found
ん
the
プロ
challenger,
の
he
話
decided
で
not to
展
pick
開
down
しま
because
し
he
ょう
has
ね
no more attack token, which he just spent it. Attack token is a resource you don't
イン
want to
パ
always
ク
throw
トと
away.
チャレンジャー
Again,
です
Seku had a
ね
great refill to the board. It wouldn't
あれ
matter
違う
that much in the high side, but still, Starpinator is something that he couldn't play around in this position.
ま
And
あ
Seku
どうせ勝ちか
looking at the wonderful
コ
open
テンパン
attack,
1枚この
maintaining
確か
the
タイプネイザー選手の野田エルダーはコテンパン2枚差しなので
while having the power of
まあコテンパン
impact to
1枚し
support
か
even
な
more
くて
damage even if blocked.
だよねそっちの方がいいよね
I'm really happy that you pointed that out with the broad main challenger. You fall into these positions when you're
でこれ
playing
で
LR, especially if you're
この
tired and have been playing for so many hours.
脅
Where
か
you're so
し
used
ポ
to
ロ
just
を
attacking when you're playing the control deck, give a pass to the action. You're gonna see Seku be able to attack here.
脅
Talpinator
か
not
しポ
able
ロ
to
1
draw
枚
any
もし
sort
くは
of
他
card
の
that's
ポロ
able to
3体
interact
どっ
with
ちから
things.
取れば
No
OK で
Warlock,
コ
no
テンパン
Pythos
1
for
枚
the
だけじ
unit.
ゃ無理っ
And
て
we're
状
going
態
to
にな
see
るん
this
で
win come in Seku
そうね
1-0 against Talpinator in this losers finals.
We see Poro King taking another
ポロ
victory.
は早いな
Like
結構
pretty cleanly played by the Seku, drawing perfectly. We see what happens when this deck just draws all the tools you want. Even though Poro King didn't level, he just fell.
ニーナ・ジャンナーサイズ負けすると怖えんだよな
The deck could just snowball the victory. And we see how the pink
サイ
deck
ズ
just
で押され
struggles
る
into
こ
the
とを
stuff
考
that has
え
bunch
る
of
とやっぱ
HP,
ノラエルダー
somehow
ぶつけた方がいい
special
か
fielder
ニー
or
コには
toughness.
Seku's lineup and Talpinator's lineup were all trying to be anti-meta
だよね
options to beat the
うわ
XYZ,
なんだ
but
なんだ
Talpinator is actually on one of those decks in the XYZ, which means Seku is feeling really, really favored into this
や
lineup.
ばい
Talpinator trying
や
to
ばい
hedge their bets, not going all in
ヤダ
on
ドゥスキ
that
の雪
line,
犬が2
and
体
starting to get punished a little bit for it when they haven't been previously because they haven't found lineups like Seku's in the past. Seku got an amazing draw, by the way. They've got two Omen
雪犬
Dogs, as you
1
love
体
to
返し
call
ていいんじゃ
this
ない
card, able to buff up the units that they draw entirely into
雪
a
犬
deck that
と
relies
沖縄
on
1
damage
枚
based
ずつ
removal like
返
the
し
drop the
て
bomb.
雪犬
We've seen
Oh.
Respect Your Elders just falling short
変
in
キープかと思った
so
ら
many
違うかった
matchups. Even though it's the
アヌ
most
ラ
popular
フループ
deck brought by the competitors
まずいっ
on
て
this Worlds, this is the most deck I feel we've
まずい
seen
っ
just
て
fall short because it's being targeted by the players.
殺せ殺せ
The first Omen Dog come down. A scary omen for what's about to happen in the future turns, as another one will be played
殺さざ
very
るを得な
soon.
い
We do see the first one interacted with the drop the bomb plus the group shot, preventing that open attack from coming through. But there will be another one in response, and having dropped the
これどっ
bomb
ちから
pretty
出すんだこ
early
れ
does mean that it won't
雪
be
犬
able
から
to
出し
set
た方がい
up
い
the
アヌ
return
ランドフルー
response
プまだ
turn
出すの
8.
早いか
But you have to do it. You have to get rid of this Omen Dog
But-
ASAP. We see two Anura and Froops drawn, and there's no good 2 damage removal to deal with them anymore. Seku's turns going into the
2
future are
匹目
looking
のヤダル
really,
スクの
really
雪犬
powerful. Talpinator's going to have to
コ
find
テ
something
ンパ
in
ン
order
は
to deal
さ
with
す
that.
がに打てないでしょ
We've seen how threatening is a dog.
打つんだ
Talpinator spending 2 cards to remove that, and now wall
徹
up on
底
top
的
of
に
it.
許さない
Like,
ね
look how much resources a poor dog can take away from the opponent.
あ強い
While deciding to even play another dog instead of Froop here, which would accelerate your further turns. This is
こっちはもう有無を言わさず展開していくだけですね
coming down, accelerating
ここで沖縄引いたの偉いな
You just
似
look
た
at
点
each other's
似点だ点
hands,
ある
right? Talpinator's got all of
ある
these expensive cards,
け
and
ど
Seku's got all of these cheap cards. The Omen Dog still
ブ
existing
ロ
on
メ
the
ン鏡
field,
1
looking
体
as scary as
です
ever,
か
while Talpinator's trying to play this trinket trade, looking for
ただ
any
まあ
sort
天
of
波があるん
interaction
よ
piece.
な
They take Bandle Tellstone to try and deal with this Omen Dog, and I
状
think
況
that
か
is the line they are going for, but it will be answered by the Sky Splitter, which is going to be such a
はい
blowout
2
against this
点
hand.
飛ばす
Seku
ま
has
じ
drawn
そうだね
amazingly
ここで
and
許しちゃうとマジで
I
き
have
ついよな
Talpinator is
Rex
playing
いらん
around
か
dropping Plaza Guardian next turn. It's gonna
そう
be
だね次
discarded
プラザ
already
ガーディアン
for
湧く
mana.
っちゃ湧
He needs
く
to
か
find
ら
something to back it up in the following turns. Now he has to decide, okay, I need to win the game somehow. What's my
厳しいね
best discard options here? Is it Rex? It might be Rex because I
Bye bye
won't have
Rex.
Activator. Broadmains
あ
are
もちろん
probably too
天波
valuable to just chain one back to back. And then we see a Sky Splitter protecting through being able to ramp into further development.
でアヌーラフル
and
ー
on
プ
board
か
mean
ら
all of these cards are going to be discounted so much. Seku's probably going to be 6 wide if my count is right
これ
by
は
the
並べ
next
るべ
turn.
きでしょ
See the Wiggly Burblefish drawn, but just not enough right now. You could do Wiggly, get the spell, and then try and see. Well, the spell will never be cheap.
アヌー
You
ラ
can't do
フ
Wiggly
ル
plus
あそうか
Guardian.
ヤダルスクの
But
雪犬は
Seku's just
殴れてないん
thinking,
だ
how am I going to be able to deal the most damage here? We do see the overwhelm unit come come down the Glacial Saurian, try and you can still go 6 wide because of the
ガ
draw that was
ーディアンが出てくる
play
こ
there.
とを
We
想
could
定
see
し
the
ての
tough come down to try and block a little
アタッ
bit
ク
more
5
favor.
点か。
Even though Seku still didn't deal a single point of damage, he's looking pretty good given how wide is his development going to be, and we see the 5 wide attack
アヌランドフープをブロックはさすがにできないわな。
in trading into tough unit, and Talpinator will be only able to develop 1 unit per turn coming in, and he doesn't have any spells to support Broadmain, no cycle, so even though we see those drops coming down, we don't know if this is gonna be
いや、
enough.
これ
We
強
see
い。さすが
very
に
nice
セ
of
ク
the
選手
Conseco,
のデッ
which
キが
might
回って
actually
る。
shut down completely Talpinator's board
ア
next
ヌランド
turn
フ
when
ー
he
プにチャレン
decides
ジャ
to
ー。
develop, and Talpinator will take the development time action
こ
for
っから
him,
抑え
and
れる
then
か。
Barrick might come down, which would be devastating for him.
このチャレンジャー
We've
が
seen
いい味
Seku
出し
with
て
a
る。
lot of these
ワンチャンある。
unit-based hands being able to spam wide, but there are quite expensive units in Seku's deck, such as this Warden, as well as the Buried and Ice. We haven't seen this come through very much, but it's such a blowout against so many
Artist
decks,
かな。
right? And when Talpinator is relying
Gem
on
が
their
偉い。
units as defense, this 9 mana one-sided removal can be so important. See the Deck Hunter come down, create this Lunari Cultist, being able to get some gems, buff things up. Won't have the mana for it if they still want to threaten the Buried and Ice. They don't even have to play Buried and Ice next turn. They will be able to play it in a attack token if they want. Seku's in
いや、これ
really,
氷
really
の
good
世
position.
界引っ張
Talpinator
って
has
きたの
finally
マ
got
ジ
into
で
the
偉い
turns
な。
where they can play things. They can play this Broadmain and the Sign-In in future turns.
沖
They
縄
are
は
threatening
ま
a
あ
non-insignificant amount of damage with this quick attack unit.
どうぞって感じか。
I think Challenger
で、ア
is
ヌラン
pretty
ドフルー
important
プから
on the
カルティスト出し
Broadmain
て。
due to just a pure power of being able to remove stuff from the board, because again you are
とにかく
facing a
展開して
pretty
氷
wide
の世界打ったらもう
board
勝ちだな、
presence.
これな。
Finding Sign-In makes a guarantee that you will be able
い
to
や、
refill
盤
your
面の打
hand.
点が足
You
んない
just
か。
need to
2
get there.
個
You
が
need a
来
bit
ない
more
と
time.
盤面
And
がちょっと
Seku
厳し
will
そう。
not give you the briefing room. Will develop that fruit. Will develop further threats being discounted. We might not see Birdie Nice quite yet. The next turn, we might see a setup for the turn 9 instead.
Both players just thinking about what their best outs are. When you're in a tournament like this, you have to have the deck list open. You have to be thinking every single possible permutation that they could possibly play. There are so many variables. The tree diagram goes absolutely insane with this. They're going to play the Inuran Fruit into the Lunari Cultist, probably going to try and develop into their next turn, because they know that Talpinator is kind of a one unit every single action, like
ああ、グルショ偉い。
right? They can only afford one of these unless they've got the cheapened cards like the Burblefish and the Plaza Guardian.
ただそうするとこのターンもう一回レイブンブロメンキを出さんといかん。
which is a very cool way of gaining that extra tempo. Sort of lets you develop a 7th unit by stunning out one of theirs. And it's 5/5 because Omen Dog just keeps buffing it up. What are they feeding them, boys, in your duel?
雪犬とあれか。
Which we've seen perhaps Crystal on the dog just to prevent a kill on it. But perhaps Seku is thinking about keeping the
武器使い出したらもう一枚ジェム組んじゃんねこれね。
There is a unit with 5 HP plus toughness perhaps, which are pretty common on the side of the Talpinator. But given that he already selected the tough boon, it can't really show up again from the Talpinator side. We're gonna see either Impact, Fearsome, or Heal here, and we see that he'll be selecting Ocean boon, damaging Nar, setting up a kill on it with the King instead.
Seku can see that has been set up, knows there's a ping in him, because otherwise you're always seeing the Omen Dog here trying to deal with that. We are going to see the gem come down to play around 2 different pings if it was something like a Perilous Pastry and a Pie Toss at the same time. We do see Nico is quite far from the level up. It's probably much closer now because this attack has finally come through with the Cultist and the Yordle. This is a lot of damage to be taken going down to 6 HP, but we are going to see the Pie Toss come down and get down to 3. And Talpinator has come back with the presence all of a sudden.
氷の世界が絡みついてくる。
They do have that board now.
氷の世界が。
I believe Nico is leveled already, but we just need to draw it on the Seku side. So next turn we're gonna probably see some combat cook development, and hopefully draw into something more powerful and potentially maybe even, like hold on to mana, see what we draw next turn, and then decide if we want to go with the combat cook line. Or we want to go into buried line instead. We see a pretty good amount of blocks here.
フラゲを出して次のターンの開幕再燃出してそこに氷の世界合わせてくるっていう展開が見えるな。
Into Talpinator being able to only develop like 1 blocker into 5 or 6 units swinging, providing potentially lethal.
なんでセクさんのデッキのデッキカバー最年なの
because we are getting into the point of the game where the draws are extremely important. Seku has outs, Talpanita has really good outs. There are multiple options. I think Talpanita has the better possible draws. Seku needs to find either Warden or Nico, while Talpanita needs to just find any sort of expensive unit or any sort of ping in order to deal with the board quite effectively. I think there's like maybe 15 draws that Talpanita's really happy to see, but Seku's only happy to see about like 4 of them. We're going to see the Burblefish come down, choosing Chemtech Blight or Infernal Might. Infernal Might dealing a little bit more damage, but Chemtech Blight, when you block, is able to get extra options for your broad main because the pool is so small. Most of them do quite well. We're going to see the Impact trying to threaten damage because this sign-in can come down and give +1/+1 to everything.
Next turn we'll see also
これ再燃出しちゃうと、再燃出したいけど。
having still the keyword. Seku being able to develop 2 threats. And
氷の
next
世界が飛ん
turn,
でく
if
る。
he can choose to develop 1 more unit into the buried,
で
which
逆
would
に
give
セク
him
選手はここの
his
氷の
team
世
to
界
block
決め
this
て、
turn on top of
うまい。
being challenged from the broad main.
コテン
So
パン
the problem is Seku is looking only about 3 wide attack unless he decides to play buried now. And Talpinator, we can look at his camp. He forgot about buried and he
ただ
just
これは
developed into it and he's absolutely devastated.
That is such a different experience. Playing around Buried in Ice is so painful because when you forget about it, it always gets you, and it's such a blow. Seku now is able to develop 5
前
wide.
でよかったね。
Talpanita going to be able to play the sign and get death.
ここで再燃出されてたら割と
certainly going to choose. Okay.
絶望的だっ
Choose
た。
the impact, get the extra stats.
わー、
Drawing
コ
into
テン
another
パン2
wallet
枚
is
目。
a
2枚目のコテンパン。あれ
really good save.
なん
You
かい
already
る
see
ぞ。
one from Controller just
なん
drawing
かいる
into
ぞ。
one of the 2 left in decks. We saw a wallop really early on, I think, in this match. Might have been the last
なん
match
かいるぞ。
actually. Seku able to
た
pressure
だ、
in for
あ
quite
い
a bit.
つを出
Talpanita's
すと
going
コ
to
テン
need
パ
to
ンが
find
使えないの
something
で
in。order to deal with this even more. We
い
do
やー、
see
その
the
プラザ
Elder
ガーディアン偉
Dragon
い。
and the Plaza Guardian. Good developments for Talpanita.
めっちゃ偉い、そのプラ
Really
ザガーディアン。
solid development coming from the Seku being able to develop 3
あ、
threats
これは
and
勝
back
っ
it
たな、
up
トラ
with
ピネ
that
ーター
Sky
選手。
Speeder. Unless
勝ったか
somehow
どうだ
Alpinat would be able to remove that fruit, which we know
どう
he
だ
doesn't. So he needs to start overwriting those
耐えたように
units
見え
he
るけ
had
ど
on the
な。
board that are entombed to get a bit
プラザ
more
ガーディアンで
blockers.
1
We
体
might
踏
see
み
the
潰し
Elder
て、
Dragon coming
海塁
down
学者プ
this
ラザガー
turn.
ディアンで踏み
But
潰
again,
して、踏み
then
潰
there
し
would
て、
be a
コテンパン
problem
コテンパンで
of
耐えたよう
having
に見える、
no
俺は。
more mana for any combat tricks. So this is most likely to be a
なんだ、
turn where we
な
just
んなら
develop
先
the
コテン
Plaza
パンでもい
Guardian
いまで
and
は。
double wall up. The question, is it enough? And then
Seku is
if
Seku's going to be 5 wide, but we also have to remember that these Buried in Ice units aren't gone, right? If Seku doesn't get lethal this turn, there's going to be such a massive clapback on the response. Some of these units even having summon effects like the Burblefish being able to create extra things. Talpanita is going to play the Plaza Guardian. It's the only thing that allows him to keep up both of these wallops. Going to get the Oceanic Will Heal too. Seku's upset at this because they're trying to go for a win this turn and they're going to lose all their units to Talpanita's attack. We see upcycled Rake versus Shepherd's Authority. Neither of them too amazing when I see Shepherd's Authority so that it's able to attack in that trade. But Seku's in a really tough position. That extra healing came in.
再燃も氷の世界に巻き込んでいたとしても、無理か。ブロッカー1体とコテンパンで5点で済む。点入れても6点しか通んない。
an art to not generate that extra Poké Stick to allow that will allow Seku to cycle the deck, and then we're gonna see a massive board from Talpinator because we are only staring at what 2 damage coming from the cat, and that's about it. The rest can be block / stand out. And
この
yeah,
デッキハンターがミーコでもないし。
giant board coming from Talpinator from those Antoms, and even Elder Dragon himself can be dropped next turn, which might be even leveling here, which we actually haven't seen once coming from Respect Your Elders.
Hurt you. I don't think Elder Dragon's gonna level. I'd love to be wrong. I'd love to see that guy can be unable to be stopped. Seku had to attack here. You might argue Seku isn't supposed to attack because they're not able to survive the open attack from Talpinator, but they have to. They have to play for this out. They have to play for that win. Elder Dragon at 13 out of 75. I don't think that's going to be enough on the attack just because these units don't have 10 strength each. So unfortunately, we're probably not going to be able to see that. Seku's bulging their eyes saying, is it really 2 wallop? Come on now. You can't be serious. You can see how upset he is. I would be too.
Listen, and the really good blocks from Talpinator due to he decides to block the 2 units he can kill while maintaining alive 2 of his
デッキハ
attackers
ン
for
タ
the
ーに
next
点
turn.
波打ってブロッカー確保するっていう手段はあ
So
る。
he can propose himself
ただブロッカー3枚あってもこれは無理か。
from being on the defensive foot into offense in the following turn. Really solid play.
これでデッキハンター延命したとしても厳しいか。これで矢井田クラゲ王の召喚実効果もまた発動してスペル持ってくる。強いな、クラゲ王から持ってくるスペル。
I think they can't survive though because of the not block weapon.
Yeah, that should be lethal, but second, like the good heads up attack from the top Nator, because there could be second very nice. So like even if we as casters would love to see that Elder come down and take a swing with his whole crew, we really can't. The Talpinator needs to take a safe play to just open a swing with his whole board. And we see that he'll be slightly short to stay alive, and we're gonna go into game number 3.
さあ、ゲームはナンバー3へ。ミイラジャンナ VS プレウドニーコか。見応えあるね。
We're gonna see Nilla Janna versus Nico. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I've seen this matchup before, even when playing Nico or Nilla Janna myself. Have you seen this before, Alan?
Not quite. Back
in
the days, and Nico was just not strong enough. Now it has the support of the Omen Dog. Just so big for this deck.
見てる方がなんか力あるわ、なんか。
Extra buffs on those cheap units, where Nilla Janna was just such a powerhouse. And now, even though despite all the nerfs it received, it still shines in the top 4 of the worlds.
Of these swarm decks looking to do their swarm in a little bit of a different way. The Freljord deck trying to buff up the units, while Nilla Janna trying to get like cheapen things. You know, the Master Lookout's very efficient in its swarm. Seku has a really interesting hand of the Precious Pet. Talpinator's deck famously doesn't really have a lot of fearsome blockers, so a card like Precious Pet can be quite good. You're going to have to burn it down with something like a Mystic Shot, because this deck I don't think is on the 2 mana ping 2 units for 1 damage. So we do see the Precious Pet as a keep, as well as the Omen Hawk. Massive. You get these Freljord buffs, they're going to help out so much.
The cards for the Talpinator are like Nila early, because there is nothing really that can block her out outside of playing 1-drop plus Sky Splitter, or like some other 2 drops plus Sky Splitter, so that Nila is pretty much guaranteed connecting. She doesn't see any support on top of the units. On the other hand, you look for cards like Boat.
バスだけ出しても意味ねえな。このタイミングで密書打っちゃうって手もある。
If it doesn't get the early Nico level up, or it doesn't get the early Omen Hawk into Omen Dog, getting the buffs, like you don't have really good blockers. And we're gonna see here if Seko decides to take down Nila.
まあまあ、流撃埋める役割だな、これはな。あれ、天下打たん。
Not deciding to go for it, not deciding to rock Blash, keeping the Sky Splitter around for future, dealing with burn when the attacks go through. You also see Seku smirk when they drew this Buried in Ice. I think they're thinking that, hey, by around turn 7 or turn 8, I might get a really cute link. We do see the Yudulski Stygod getting the +1/+1, it might come down as a massive unit, but it's sort of a awkward time to draw it. You would have preferred to draw it last time because you've got these 4 drops or the dog, and we're going to see the Combat Cook instead with that +1/+1, picking Combat Reel or Pot of Pain. Which one's better?
To be fair, I'm not sure. I'm still thinking about not trading with Nila, because you're starting at 4 mana, you floated, you burned 1 mana. If you go into turn 4, you still have the mana for another Sky Splitter that you would keep, and you really need to take down that Nila, because it's a big win for the deck. And you can essentially trade for free with her, putting the Sky Splitter on your Precious Pet. So like and Seko take very fast pass, like he was very convinced you never trade there. So like I was still going over that.
ニーダーを見逃したの結構すげえ判断だな。俺流撃埋まっちゃうから1回で止めたいっつって止めに行くけどね、結構。待って、なんか何あのデッキトップバフバリューセット。
He's trying to keep the Sky Splitter for the future turns.
One of the beautiful things about LOR is that even the early turns matter. This turn 3 play that seemed maybe a little bit innocuous. I personally also would have played the Sky Splitter there. It seemed rather clever to me. try and go for that. But Seku knows this matchup way better than you and I do, Alan. I think if he's kept this card, he's done it for a very, very, very specific reason. Some quick attack units, not the easiest for Seku to deal with, and that's the sort of way that Talpinator's deck tries to pressure. Instead of using evasive keywords, I mean, there is Brash, but it's mostly through these quick attack threats. We're going to see the Na come down. We might see the Dog come down in the future. We can also, if we wanted to, see the Buried in Ice to try and deal with this board. It might be a little bit too early, but it is a possible line for Seku.
は1枚あると考えた方が良くて。
I'm looking at the hand, and we are presenting next turn 12 plus 1 plus 1. So Seku has 14 damage next turn, including Pocky Stick. So if he decides to go for the Buried in Ice, just take down the whole board and swing in, not accounting any sort of removal, he would be able to propose almost lethal. But obviously we know that Talpinator deck is packed with different type of removal, and we see that Sky Spitters were kept to just protect your units from different type of removal, like here protecting Nar from the Whirlwind.
See the Sky Splitter come down, kept from earlier, needing to be played against this Na. Talpinator has gotten some really good draws, and their board is rather large. It is pressuring quite a fair bit. We do see Vigrush, Zubi, Fleeting. Probably will come down to shuffle another Slipstream.
Talpinator 選手は時計人形とアイオブストームでドロソがあるからビグラッシュしてるっていう判断もあるとは思ったけど。
If Talpinator decides to attack with this Nilla, we're going to see the quick attacks at least threatened right now to try and go in at least the 3-1 because you are able to threaten the Mystic Shot on top of it. So if this combat hook were to block, the Mystic Shot would come down and deal with this unit. Seku would get the weapon back. That's one of the powerful parts of Weapon Masters. You always get that weapon back. But we're going to see this attack come through. Talpinator just thinking, is this really what I want to go for?
So Seku needs to decide whether
ペルマナ1ある状態でペルマナ1ある状態で殴ったらニーラがもう1枚ありますって言ってるのを自白してるようなもんだからか。これで殴っちゃったら、あ、ニーラもう1体いるんだなっていうのがバレるから、これを嫌ったんかな。だからニーラを序盤に許したツケでこんだけ流撃引き込まれてデッキブンブン回っちゃってるけど。ジャンナこれレベルアップできないこのターン中に。このラウンド中にジャンナ多分レベルアップできるな。
The only thing he has to be worried is about just to block out Seku this turn.
無理か。
But we see that
そうか、お前8枚になったんか。
much threats going on. Just regular units which we can.
あれ8分の5だ。あ、いけるわ。
Seku might be going for something
いけるか無理か。1枚足んねえか。アップドラフトしたカード引いたりしないと無理か。3ヒット交換できるんだったら雲も殴っちゃっていいと思うんだけどな。board looks so full, even if they have the Nilla level up, even if they have the Janna level up. でも氷の世界打ってからの一斉攻撃要因として考えてんだったらまあ大事か。
Because it's sort of their only out, as you point out. There's not that many other good options for Seku. We do see Eco counter go up. I think that was a level. And we're going to see some blocks come through because Talpinator's deck is nothing if not able to have their units be replaced.
一応ニーラ裏密書で天波のナーに対して
Darkin Spear, he's gonna put it as an Aska next turn into swing into Warden. How about that?
I mean, it's a line and it's sometimes the thing you have to go for. Seku is on a couple of copies of Darkin Spear. And I mean, I've personally been blown out by that sort of play many times. Anaka can do so many amazing things. Talpinator lining up the blocks, making sure they're not taking too much damage. Gonna see the Slipstream come down, try and find some burn pieces, see if that's how they're gonna interact. We see the cold shot again given fleeting. Like it's one of Talpinator's favorite things to do, give this cold shot fleeting so that it just shuffles back into parallel convergence. Gonna see these blocks lined up. I think these are good blocks by Talpinator.
インパクトが偉いと見るべきか。
From Talpinator that being Tide Dancer, Cold Shot, Acorn. I think this is my first time I see him actually draw Cold Shot. I haven't seen Acorn yet, but Tide Dancer being there every single game. How is this man doing it? Also, Clocklink being there every single game. Being even for one.
で、ニーラ裏もう一回追うでしょう。
Nilla spell into the Mystic Shot be committed, and then Talpinator just the legend drawing two Nillas and getting the getting both of those
2に
spells.
生き残
Deku
る。
trying to keep this Nara alive to get the draw to draw the water.
これ
but
タル
not
ピネ
able
イター
to
選
get
手が
there.
相当
Talpaneita
有利に
having
こと運んで
everything
ま
they need
すかね。
by trying to get what they need to get the win.
いや、打点が
Deku
ね、
still has another Nara in hand to try and look for a pokey stick.
これ氷の世
Again,
界で
it's
一
gonna be
掃され
so hard
た
to try
瞬
and
間
find
に
that
結構
Talpaneita
辛いか、もしかして。
getting that draw, they're going to try and win
いいカード。
really soon.
Alpina leveling up that Nyla pretty quickly.
いや、氷の世界を打たせる暇ないか、こ
This
れ。
is where it might bite him back because again, remember that Nyla could have been removed. We'll see how crucial it will be for the
強い。
Alpinator
強い。
to lead him to the victory. Also, Janna leveling up with the drone Marine. Holy, what a board presence.
さあ、欲張るか。見張りの
They need
立つ。
Seku
お
has prayed and
お
drawn this harsh winds. All they need to do
パ
is
パ
get
パ
a
パパ
knock
パ
and
パラレルトアップ
parallel
だ。
convergence. I've just seen it in hand. That is absolutely amazing for Talpaneita. They get this attack. It's very hard for Seku to try and deal with this, and even in the parallel convergence, be able to come out right after. What an amazing draw from both players, but let's be honest, Talpaneita got the better draw here.
墓穴打たさずに終えない。
Look at this draw. Parallel convergence just like that? Right
た
after
だ
you
し
just
か
shuffled
し、
it with full board? After freeze already being deployed, we can override some units and we can
だが
go
しか
for
しとんでもないことしてくる。これニーラのアタック時効果があるからさ。
While Seku is staring at his hand and he's thinking, what am I trying to cook here? There is nothing to really do. I can just try to sculpture
アイオブ
in
ストーム
this
でいいんじゃない
not so great hand.
アイオブストー
A little bit
ム。
annoyed. I think you've got this lockdown, Alan. I think the EMEA player is going to win.
いや、これはタルピネイター選手の勝ちだ
Amazing
ね。
draw, that protagonist energy from Talpaneita. They've had this all tournament
で、
and
ニーラ
they're
の火力
continuing
増
to
しちゃ
harness it.
は
With
な
when
い。
we see the Nila champion spell come down to get rid of this blocker, getting rid of any possible way
うん。
for Seku to try and deal with this parallel convergence. You can play the Master Lookout into
いや、
it.
なんか
I'm
セ
pretty
ク
sure it's
選
someone's
手のリアクシ
Is
ョ
it
ン
some
いい
exact
な。
copies or new copies? I want to say they're exact, which means that they will have
Exact
frostbitten
copies,
units.
yes.
So
Yes,
it
so-
may not necessarily be the turn, but it should still be an amazing play.
Yes,
This is actually
unless you
not
want
as
to
easy as I thought.
overwrite. Unless you want to overwrite
旦那
your
が場に2
champions,
体いるとき
it's
に
not too
アイオブ
amazing
ストームを
just
使う
yet.
ことによって
Again,
コストに
Terminator
軽
has to be
減
aware of like very
狙ってんのか
nice,
な。
but again, there should be much follow-up given that Seku has only 9 mana and he's staring at 7, 9, 10 damage potentially with the Poké
オン
Stick,
リー
which is
9 マ
not
ナ
too
十分
amazing.
なんよ。じゃ
And he
なー。
decides to go for it. Wow. He decides to go for an override. Perhaps we're gonna see another override coming with Clockling. Going over Nyla.
フラッシュのアタックが優先したか。
Still damage just by her pure attack. Going with the another two. And Seku sees the parallel convergence. He can't believe it that Talpinator already drew
それ
it.
は無理。
I mean, who could believe it, right? Seku has been blown out so much in this game. Talpaneita has drawn everything they need in both of these matchups. Seku is able to block this a little bit. Isn't necessarily dead, but Seku has got to hope and pray for an out. And it's an out that I don't even know where you would find it, right? Warden isn't even enough at this point because there's no way of dealing with Talpaneita's board, and with 14 health, there's no way that Talpaneita is dying anytime soon. This has not been Seku's day at all. This one match has... The last two matches have all had bad RNG for Seku's perspective.
何でもある、何でもある、何でもあ
Okay,
る。
let's be fair and honest to Seku.
何でもある、
He
もう
was
もう
facing
何でもある。
enemy player now. Like it was determined
ああ、ブローバック引いて
for
る
the。future. Like it was like there was just no shot he could have done
いや、
it.
これはしゃあないね
Like,。that's not on
GG
him. Like it's doomed to be happen because we are taking a fair trophy for a trophy home, and you just can't deny it. Look at this gameplay.
Worst thing that can happen in
いいな。
life is when Alan is
セク選手
proven
いい
right.
な。
I'm so sad to see this, but Talpaneita played well, right? Talpaneita did what he needed to do. and
顔がもうだいぶ
Seku
シュア
tried
の
to
顔
play
になっ
for
て
his
る。
outs. It just wasn't there. In the last chapter, in the last moments, he didn't manage to get his draw. Damn it, Alan, I can't believe you made it. But we're going to send this over to the analyst desk and Necra to see them break down, maybe with less bias than Alan and I.
トラピネイター
I
選
hear
手
all
が
the
勝て
bias
ば、
in the
お、
world.
ボルバー
I
ドが笑
hear
った。
it all. I'm so sorry, Spin,
あ、ダメだ。
that you had to
また
put
興味
up
に戻
with
った。
that.
あ、
Alan,
笑
though,
った。
is going to be able to see it to the future.
ボル
Talpaneita
バード
did
笑って
win
くれ。
this matchup. Skarzig, I see you having a reaction, so what's going through your mind?
お、ちょっと
I
ちょっ
was
と朗
going
らかな表情になってる、
absolutely
ボルバー
ballistic
ド。
behind the scenes,
そうそう
folks.
そう、ちょっと
John
こう、
Anila,
お
for those of you who
おお、
follow the deep
成
lore,
長
knows
してい
that
る
is one of
配
my
信の中
favorite
で。
decks. and it is
あ、ダメ
just
だ。
a
また興味にな
list
った。
that has this underdog energy to it. Now that it's been
そう
nerfed,
ですこの
if
ボル
you
バードさんとこ
underestimate
の
it, if you
ネ
give it
クラ
so
ネ
much
クラ
time to
さん
draw
のこの
cards,
見てこの
it just
他人が
pops
喋ってる
off
時の
on you.
表情の作り方
And Topineer had his back up against the wall the entire time
右見
versus
て
this
左見
Nico
て
deck. It was looking so doomed in the Elder Dragon deck, and then managing to stabilize from there was exquisite. And there is one moment in that other game I have to call out. When the pool shark came down and said, "Do you have a problem with called shots?" And then the called shot gets shuffled right into the deck. Mwah, you can't write scripts better than this, people.
いいパーレルトラップでした
Game just
ね
giving it to us. Yeah, I love it. I feel like we just had so much entertainment from this last match, but it all started by trying to figure out how the bans were going to work, how these decks were going to line up, because Boulevard, no matter how you sliced it, these matchups were always going to be a little funny.
Yeah, Seku took game one we've kind of just established a baseline of like, did Poros open with Poros next? If yes, win rate skyrockets to like 80%. Seku did that in game number one, so that one was a little bit of a wash. Game two looked really rough for
いや
Talpinator
なん
to
か
kick
プレイ
things
ス
off
タ
at
イ
a
ルが
very
なんかかっ
expensive
こいいから
hand,
トラ
and
ピ
we
ネー
just
タ
saw
ー選
Yoshino
手寄り
lose
だ
in a
なちょっ
similar
と個人
fashion
的
of
にはでも応援
Broad
この
Main
後
and too many of the Plaza Guardian Burblefish type cards as well as Sign-In. But the Nico Warden list is just a little bit too light on the actual power that it's putting down in the early game. A 6-wide attack is very threatening on paper, but then when you actually look down and notice like, oh, this cat has 1 attack, this bird has 1 attack, I'm only taking like 7 damage off of a 6-wide swing. And it just gave enough time over to Talpinator. And then that game number 3 actually cracked my brain in half. I feel so sorry for Spids. Alan has dragged her through Karma's set mirrors on multiple occasions, and now she had to be there for the Janna Neela pop-off for EMEA. But we mentioned earlier in the day that Tide Dancer, that Neela, this is the script, this is the lore of Fate's Voyage Beyond, and Talpinator's just playing the role.
Yeah. Once you
ま
get
あ
the
結果
Janna and the
論だと
Neela
は思う
set
けどやっ
up
ぱ今の
against
試
a
合
tempo
その
deck like Nico
3
that can't
タ
really
ーン目
interact
の
with
ニール
that
アタッ
backline
クを
directly, is trying to
主に
force the
10
opponent
波打
to
っ
block.
て
I was actually calculating like, oh my god, this Janna's going to level up, it's going to
3-4で
take
受け
over the
止め
game.
た方が
And
良
it
かっ
ended up almost
た
not
んじゃない
mattering.
かなって
But
気は
right
する
there
か
at the end
な
for
いやまあ
Neela
フィア
and
サムアタッ
all the
カーを
formless
温存し
blades
て
that
なんか
have ever
失
been
う
printed
タイ
to
ミ
come
ング
into the
作り
hand
た
to
くなかっ
set
たん
up
かな
these tricks and these up trades, it was way too much for Seku to handle despite having double Sky Splitter.
Yeah, you want to talk about, oh, the Janna
まあ
level
10 波をもっと重要なユニットに温存したかったっていうのもあったかもしれないけ
I'm not
ど
drawing 1 champion.
ニーラがそもそもやっぱアタックした
reaction there, just like, what am I dealing with here? What am I playing against? How am I supposed to beat
ことによる
this?
流撃によって除去札をたくさん引き込まれて結果的に後から乗せる10波が打点を追われてたってとこもあるとやっぱニーラは早めに潰せるんだったら潰すに越したことはないんだろうな。
He's gonna have a bit of a break coming up, but man, what a great player to spectate so far this weekend. Every time he's been on the stream, it's been a sight to behold.
Truly the plot armor. Like, the plot armor just thickens for Talpinator, I think, at this point. Winning some really difficult matchups, taking down so many strong players. Boulevard, it really just feels like it's coming up Talpinator. Do you think that he has a shot to win the whole thing?
Oh, absolutely. It would be disastrous for an EMEA player to win yet again with Alan on the broadcast. So it's really kind of an inevitable, unavoidable future. But again, hats off to Talpinator for being, if not the most aggressive, one of the most aggressive players in this tournament, being the only player to bring Janna Neela, one of the only, I think it was like 3 Noxus players in the entire tournament, definitely one of 2 Riven Morgana players, and saying that, yeah, I saw the top end of the meta, I figured out how to beat it, and now I'm moving into the grand finals.
So special for Talpinator. It's been so much fun to watch his journey throughout the lower bracket. That's going to be 5 matches in a row now that Talpinator has won in order to secure his spot in the grand finals. Sadly, this does mean that Seku is out of the tournament. Will be going home in 3rd place. Still nothing to scoff at, but you know, for all these players, it is the end goal of that world champion title that everybody has their sights on. So now we only have 2 players left. It is Chenia versus Talpinator, EMEA versus Korea. Boulevard, I think I know usually where your heart is on this side of the coin, but I'm going to ask you both, who do you have as your favorite to win? Boulevard first.
Let me tell you, last year I was like, have you heard of Korea in a Riot game? Let me tell you about Chenia. Let me tell you about KDF Reroll. This year, let me tell you about Chenia. Let me tell you about JO1. Let me tell you about the player who looked at Mordekaiser, Morgana, and the Elder Dragon and said, I'll have none of it. You printed a champion that cannot be stopped. It already existed. His name is Fizz, and I'm bringing him to the finals, and I'm bringing him to a victory.
でも日
I'm
本
going
語キャスター
Chenia.
がずっと喋ってくれてたらな。
When I'm going
俺は
up
そもそも
against
配
the
信してねえ
best
わ。
of
だ
the
ったら。
best, we need prep. We have to study these new cards. We have to look at old decks and try to get in as much testing as possible. And you have to channel the final factor you need to be a world champion, and that is protagonist energy. Plot armor. Talpinator is... Every single set has been mind-blowing. How hard he's had to struggle these uphill battles. It's the perfect hero's journey to this point, Boulevard. And I think Talpinator is really going to take it all. We'll have to see.
Ooh, okay. We're tied up on the desk right now. One for Talpinator and one for Chenia. Well, we're going to have to figure out exactly what's going to happen as we take a short break. Get ready for that grand finals. This is it, the last match of the broadcast. Chenia versus Talpinator for the title of Legends of Runeterra World Champion. Don't go anywhere. It's coming to you really soon.
すげえな。早朝6時、日曜の早朝6時なのに10人近く見てんのすげえな。すげえな。Twitch の方の日本語ミラー配信もやってるんですけど、やってる方いるんですけど、10人、30人みんな見てんだ、起きてんだね、この時間ね。今日だけだろう。今日だけ？一昨日、昨日、今日だけだろうけど。
Thank you so much. My name is Boulevard. Joining me now, we have senior designer Ryan Dirtle, aka Tyler Morgan. We're just going to jump right into the questions here.
この時間に10分以上ゆっくりすると寝そうだな。
It's going to be going along with the new set around next March.
All right. And do you maybe want to give us a champion that's going to be rotated? I know last year you told us Twisted Fate and Misfortune a little bit early, or Aurelia rather. Is there any one that maybe you could tease us with?
I think it's pretty safe to say that Akshan's leaving at this point.
All right, you heard it here first, folks. Now, for our next question, where did the inspiration for curses come from?
Yeah, so that definitely came from us exploring Morgana's mechanical identity. We wanted to make some new form of interaction with your opponent to sort of model the 2 years route that she has in League. So we were playing around with different ways to do that, and curses were sort of the thing that we came up with that we liked the most.
I think they've landed really well. So another question for the expansion, of course. What were the challenges of successfully incorporating Elder Dragon's power fantasy into LOR? We see a lot of questions about it cannot be stopped and what that means exactly.
Yeah, so that's a bit of a long story. So from the very beginning, we knew that we wanted to do Dragon Boons, or like something like Dragon Boons as a way of executing the buffs that you get from the Drakes in League. And so that brought us to Dragon Boons. Then we knew that he was going to be a Runeterra, but we weren't sure what his slice is going to be. So we ended up on that like 6+ mana cost slice, which felt like a cool, really different way to build your deck that had some exciting deck building implications. That brought us back to his play effect. So play all Dragon Boons on me was just like really, really exciting text that immediately made Elder Dragon into an unstoppable 13/13 monster. So we didn't really have anywhere for his level 2 to go. Like we knew it probably wasn't going to show up in that many games. So we sort of had this like extra half of a card lying around. And so from there it's like, okay, if this isn't going to come up that much, what is the coolest possible thing we can do with that card? And thus cannot be stopped.
I think you guys absolutely nailed it. So aside from the Elder Dragon, we got Morgana and Mordekaiser this expansion. When developing the set, how did you land on those champions?
Yeah, so when we started working on Fate's Voyage, the idea that the team sort of rallied around was revisiting the old gods of Runeterra. That's also how we got Jaina and Volibear in the first half of Fate's Voyage. So Morgana and Mordekaiser both sort of stood out as larger-than-life figures that we thought players would be excited to see visiting the game, and that's sort of what tied the set together.
世界大会も日本語媒体ないけどこういう風にやってるんだよって日本語媒体ミラー配信っていう形でも日本語媒体で YouTube にこういうねイベントの記録が残ればいいなと思ってやってる配信のこういう空き時間で俺は
Yeah, so
スマホをいじり
Elder Dragon himself was just
ダンジョン飯を読んでいる。ダンジョン飯完結おめでとうございます。ダンジョン飯な面白いよな。買ったよ13巻14巻。
Excellent. And for our final question here, why were Morgana and Mordekaiser chosen as the first champions to be dual region outside of Bandle City?
So for both of them, it was more of a thematic angle, and the fact that we both ended up happening in the same set is like just kind of chance. So for Morgana, obviously Morgana has really strong thematic ties to Demacia. Like if you look at the universe page, she's listed as Demacian, but there just aren't that many Targonians, so she kind of needed to pull double duty. So originally we started off with her as just pure Targon, and then over time we sort of realized we could expand your deck building options by extending her into Demacia as well. And we thought players would appreciate having the optionality there. For Mordekaiser, like in the lore, he's obviously deeply tied to Noxus. He's core to its founding and all that. But his thematics around like death and resurrection are like pretty strongly associated with Shadow Owls in our game. So we worked with narrative to create a situation where Mordekaiser could feel plausibly Noxian and Shadow Owls on the same card.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dirtle. That was excellent. Now, back to the desk.
黙って読んでちゃまずいよな配信中です。でもそうね。やっぱね、7時間 こうやってミラー配信で見て喋り続けるのと、7時間ゲームしてずっと喋り続けるのはなんか全然違うな、リロードが。7時間ゲームした方が倍楽だわ。なんでこんな疲れるんだろう。頭使うからかな。普段ゲームしてる時も頭使ってるつもりなんだけど。いや、まあプロセカは2時間しかできねえしな。そういうもんかもしれん。いやいや、俺も離席するって体にしときゃよかったんか。手。実際、クラフトボス飲んで、トイレ近くなってる説はあるから。もう一回トイレ行ってこうかなって感じはするけどな。LORF もいるわ。ようやるわ。俺、この時間いるのはもう最後までいいんだろうな、これ。いや、お手洗い行ってきます。俺が、これをミュートにして、トイレ一体なんだかんだでした後寝ないことを願っててください。 ダンジョン飯面白いわ。ダンジョン飯。12月15日にね、13巻、14巻同時に発売されて、物語を無事完結して、とても面白いので、皆さんぜひ買って読んでみてください。あと、1月からアニメも始まります、ダンジョン飯。楽しみにしてください。なんでこれ、大魔しかしてね。
The moment that everybody has been waiting for, the grand finals of the 2023 Legends of Runeterra World Championships is upon us. Welcome Boulevard and Skarzik back to the desk to bring us through this final match of the weekend. I'm sure you are both ecstatic, Skarzik.
I mean, this matchup has just had so much going on for it. There's so much hype and just so many factors that built up over these days. So much in the making for this final matchup. And don't forget, you know, these players aren't just competing for the bragging rights and the prestige. The first place winner gets to design a follower, and the second place runner up gets to design a spell. And these are excellent ways for them to cement their permanent legacy as part of the game.
I feel like the nerves must be at an all-time high, Boulevard, for both of our players that are sitting here in the grand finals, especially knowing what is ahead of them. These are two incredibly gifted players. You know that this is not going to be an easy match for either of them.
No, it's a nerve-wracking experience to have this much on the line, the title of world champion, because while they are playing for other prizes, mostly playing for the title of world champion and the pedigree that comes alongside that. Can EMEA get their third title in a row, maintain that 100% streak, or can APAC sort of upset the narrative from year one and finally get that first win?
I love that you've been able to bring that insight when it comes to the APAC region, because Boulevard, you've shared so many storylines about these players over the last few years. And I feel like that has been important to watch their growth as a region to now. This feels like it's been their best tournament year to date, hasn't it, Boulevard?
決勝戦。
Absolutely. It's a little unfortunate that JO1 and Aurora fell out in the top 8 and Chenya had to ride it all the way to the finals. We had Yamato in the finals year 1 as well, but I think that APAC is continuing to gain a little bit more publicity. It's one of the regions that for a lot of people happens in an awkward time zone. They don't get to watch their tournaments as much, and thus the players are constantly sort of underrepresented. There's just not as much footage of these players playing the game like there was in the earlier days of LOR, when there were some more showmatchy tournaments for them to play in. But now it's really nice to see their personality shine through on the stage, even in just the player
全員が
cards.
1回まで負けていいから、
Shenya's favorite card from the new
まだ1
expansion
回負けて
is
ない人が負けるか
Mordekaiser,
ら、
but he
タ
was
ルピネー
able
タ
to
ーさん
set
が
that
勝つと、
aside for
も
what
う
he
1
thought
回
was going to
BO3
win the tournament.
言い直しか。
Sometimes you got to win with your favorites, though, and so we'll have to see whether you can get that done. I mean, on the flip side of things, right, Skarzik Talpinator gets to rock with one of his favorite decks. That's the Jananila. I feel like that also has to say a lot about how Talpinator is feeling going into this matchup.
And this is a factor we maybe haven't talked about too much, because the players have had the chance to test with the new expansion that released just a couple weeks before this tournament. They might have zeroed in on these new cards, but you also have to leave room for your own comfort picks. John Anila was taking over the metagame not long ago, and the players that really enjoyed it put in tons and tons of reps. So even in this new metagame, in a post-nerf state, John Anila is still able to find the means to get these wins just through pure draw power, it seems.
We have seen the heart of the cards when it comes to Talpinator's drawing potential, but You have hit the nail on the head that these players had to come in prepared. They only got access to this new expansion just about a week and a half before we had the World Championships. And so everybody was going into hyperdrive to figure out this meta. And it has certainly paid off for our two players that are in the grand finals right now. Looking at Talpinator's journey, he got dropped into the lower bracket by Yoshino and has had to win 6 consecutive matches in a row, even getting the revenge onto Yoshino in order to find his way into the grand finals, where Chania has had smooth sailing. It has been a full upper bracket run here for Chania, even beating Seku in that winners finals to be able to make it here. So this is going to be one star-studded grand finals, and let's not waste any more time. Chania and Talpinator are waiting to be able to grab that world champion title. Boulevard Skarzig, take it away.
Skarzig, it's back to the old Classico. Boulevard and Skarzig together again. Now, Necra mentioned that there has been a very long run by your Talpinator so far in this lower bracket. If I've done my math correctly, currently Chenia is 10-1 in this tournament, while Talpinator is 11-3. So Talpinator's played a considerable more amount of matches than Chenia has, and that is going to be the advantage that Chenia has going into this. They are well rested.
Yeah, when you come out of this lower bracket, some players do begin to thrive when they hit that low point and begin to bounce back. But I think that anybody who's been following the broadcast today, has been following Talpinator's journey, can see how hard he has to fight for every single victory that he's gotten today. And there is no way I think a player can have this much mental endurance, especially stepping up onto the world stage with so much more on the line. Not just, I want to stay in the tournament, I want to make it to the next round. This is where all the chips are on the table, Boulevard.
Absolutely, and we're going to take a look at the deck list because, Skarzig, I talked a really big game earlier on about how confident I am in Chenia. When we take a look at the head-to-head matchup, take off the player cards and look at the lineups, I'm very worried for Chenia because Chenia kind of needs to sprint. It's a mad dash. You kind of walk a little bit, then you have this one really big push, and that's kind of it. If that doesn't work out, then your lineup kind of falls apart. We see it with the Poros, we see it with the Fizz-Yumi. On the side of Talpinator, it's a little bit more of an engine. You know, we've seen the draw come out of this Jana Nilo to keep him in games for so incredibly long.
And with Respect Your Elders, this is always a deck that players are either trying to just ban outright because they don't want to deal with it, or they're trying to target it down. And this is a deck that even when you have a good matchup, if your deck doesn't put on as much pressure as it's supposed to, and you let a player like Talpinator get to turn 6, turn 7, start getting these insane protagonist top decks, suddenly a winning game becomes a losing one quickly. Not even having to rely on Early Bird, one of my top picks, just going on pure, you know, broad main Burblefish engines. And speaking of which, Riven Morgana. Every player that has left this up thinking, well, it's just a simple aggro deck, I've got stuns, I've got removal, I should be fine, finds themselves between a rock and a hard place. Riven and Morgana being able to generate extra spell shield seems to be too much.
And that's a big concern when we look at Chenia's lineup specifically. You look at the Poro King, you look at the Fizz-Yumi, very, very light on interaction, even going with the Seraphine Karma set, which is going to be lighter on the stuns and the recalls than a more traditional Karma set, paying that deck building tax that Seraphine requires. Taking a look here at the Fizz-Yumi from Chenia, it's really just that 3 sisters getting access to Flash Freeze, that one of Wallop that Chenia would probably prefer to use aggressively. That is going to be their only way to try and stop this Morgana deck from running them over, and a similar story with the Jana Nila.
Yeah, we think that we can count out Fizz-Yumi, however, but it's always a deck that can hit the board early and start to hit hard. Meanwhile, with Poro King, is Chenia strong enough to get one Poro Snacks in the opening hand to completely change the dynamic of any given matchup?
Poro King in the grand finals is a real treat, and there is one deck in the lineup for Talpinator that this list can try to pick on, and that is the Nora Elder Dragon. But Talpinator has been in this position before. The last 5 matches or so that they've been in has been players trying to pick on his Respect Your Elders, and he's having none of it. Then we finally get to take one last look at the Seraphine Karma set. You can see that this is a little bit different than traditional Karma sets. So many more one-ofs.
A lot of 1-ups equals a lot of utility. 9 lives has been a card that has really jumped out and surprised me this entire tournament, Boulevard. And the threat of Pursuit of Perfection, having that one final obstacle to throw in your opponent's way to take a game, gives you that extra, that extra oomph to get you over the finish line. Alpinator still after his very short rest, trying to get back in the zone to figure out what the ban could be here. Chenia, well rested, has been sitting in the winner's side.
モルガナやエルダードラゴンなどの新環境のデッキと多分一番使い手垢のついているニーナジャンナを持ってきた選手 VS キズユーにポロキングセトカルマ
Okay, here's what I need to do instead of looking at Talpinator's games and going, how am I supposed to beat this guy? Look at what's going on here. We keep talking about the protagonist energy.
振り回されず新環境を得てもなお戦えると確信した新環境のデッキではないデッキ3つを持ち込んだ選手セトカルマとリベンモルガナをバン。さあターミネーター選手はまずはニーナジャンナを持ち出す。ニーナジャンナ VS ポロキングデッキ。
Talpinator on that signature Neela Janna, the only player in this tournament to bring it. We've got a heck of a game one ahead of us here in the grand finals of the World Championship.
ポロのおやつ2枚は強いな。
Cards and gets another Poro snacks. We've got some great scaling on the table for Chenia. This means that
ここからポロのお話とかを引いてきたら一気に加速する。
One of the only cards that Talpinator hasn't really been able to stick or take advantage of for this game. Could maybe get a little bit of love with a mana discount. Affectionate Poro coming down to threaten.
I was so worried about Chenia's opening hand. You can have hands with the Poro deck for sure, where you get all of the snacks, but then you fail to convert that into actual Poros. But Chenia gets the Poro stories. That's going to be 3 1-1s coming out of this, and a Sunburst. Again, this is more of what I was worried about, right? We haven't seen a single unit drawn from Chenia yet, but because one of the generates units, they are still in this game.
分回るぞで、ターミネーター選手はニーラもジャンナも引けてません。どうしてもそこからの流撃もしくはジャンナのアップドラフトからのラウンド開始時の2ドローとかを使わないとクラウドワインダーのコスト低減とかも入ってこないんで、クラウドワインダーを5コストのまま使い回すような動きをしてしまうと非常に弱い。
I know there was a lot of twos here on turn 3. Could help Chenia start to take over the board and really stop the snowball from Talpinator, who has an uncharacteristically weak hand scars. We haven't seen any of the champions just yet.
Chenia has the potential to just play Poro snacks, weave it in while there's not a lot of pressure going on, especially now with another elusive unit.
おやつ食ってA コンだけ引っ張んじゃない？あ、両方引っ張るか。両方引っ張んだ。2枚目のおやつがあるから、ユニットの温存を図るかなって思ったんですけど。まあ、お話があるからまだ大丈夫か。ジャンナ引きたい。引いた。
I knew this wasn't going to be easy.
このジャンナ素晴らしいですね。
Is completely in the zone with his eyes locked on victory. Understands that my best chance at victory is to answer the Poro King on
ポロのお話からしっかり使って、まあ大きなでもいいけどね。
Incredibly easy to stack when the time comes.
Question is, will it be enough to slay the Poro King? Because at the moment, even a level 1 Poro King is a 5/5, and unfortunately not going to be pulled out by the Poro Herder. I feel like Poro Herder actually has a higher chance to pull the Poro King than any other Poro. The amount of times that he has come in clutch for me in situations like this has been great, but Chenia not going to have such an easy route. Does pull the Pouty Poro though, and with that second snacks, it's going to hit that Empower 3, get those tough regeneration and overwhelm keywords.
さんいらっしゃい。お久しぶりです。どうもどうも。今はルーンテラの世界大会の決勝トーナメント最終日。
says, okay,
はい、
next
最終
turn,
日の
you've
決
got
勝トーナ
access
メ
to
ント
Poro
の、
King, or you're going to have to sunburst this
決勝戦
Janna.
ですね。
If players don't interact
こ
with this
れで勝った
champion,
方
she
が世
can
界一で
snowball
す。
and level incredibly quickly. What an audacious choice again from
あ、
Talpinator.
いいな、トップ。
Second Poro stories from Chenia means that they've got all the 1-1s they could hope for. Not going to use this turn to take out the Janna. Going to set up as many
のは
Poros
打
as
つだけテン
possible.
ポロス
Try to
か
get a really big push in and set Talpinator onto a 2 or 3 turn clock. But when we look at Talpinator's hand, we see the Neela, we see the Cloudwinder, and the Slipstream. A board of 3/3s doesn't mean much if Neela level 2 gets to knock them all down to 1 HP and sneak through that brash attack.
Talpinator going to choose Augmented Clockling. Wants to look through the deck for one more instance. Doesn't want to chain with Exalted Cloudwinder. I think this tells us is fishing for a cheaper block. Wants to play Neela this turn and go for the counter attack on the next token.
It's going to be a few more Poros thrown down from Chenia. Talpinator still has that Howling Gale, but probably really hoping to save it for the Poro King, but it's already a little bit of an uphill battle, right? Skarzik, 1 Poro Stories has resolved. The King is currently a 5/5 on level 1, will be a 6/6 and outside the range of that spell once he hits level 2.
Since Poro King did not hit the board on curve, Talpinator being faced with a very interesting conundrum. I can Howling Gale now for tempo, play Neela. I've got Slipstream now. Try to set up for this best attack token. If Talpinator can put Chenia on the back foot, it becomes a lot harder to weave in the snacks as they come. Chenia might no longer have the tempo to play this expensive Sunburst to answer Janna, and with this attack is offering up the capability for Talpinator to trade down 1 blocker.
There's 2 cost reductions on a spell in Talpinator's hand that Chenia knows about, perhaps just thinking, what if it's Eye of the Storm? What if Janna is able to block my fearsome Poro and trade effectively onto it after the snacks, but does just full send everything in? See a block from the Mariner, a block from the Janna. What else is Talpinator going to line up, or do they just want to take the 4, potentially 5 damage after the snacks?
I think this is definitely a great decision. The Janna is always going to be looming large over the opponent's game plan. Are you going to put the extra resources down to answer this? If not, her ability to level, especially in response to removal, is unprecedented. And he has 3 mana now for
2点
snacks,
守る
but
目的のブロックだったら沖縄の方にジャンナを入れた方が、おやつの追加打点も気にしなくて済むん
So
だけ
many
ど。
decisions now for Chenia. Poro King seems straight up at first, but when you're playing a similar board-based matchup, the trades can get very intricate.
It's going to be up to Chenia to push as much damage here and now because they've got an uphill battle ahead of them. They still don't have the big finisher in the Poro King. And this is not a matchup where we really think that Zolani's going to be able to climb to the heights of assimilating the entire board. But I want to just remind everyone that it doesn't take a 16-16 Zolani to end the game. A 10-10 overwhelm is not something Neela Janna is going to answer particularly effectively.
Yeah, and Talpinator even floating the Howling Gale, still trying to respect the Poro King. I thought for sure that would come through to deny that Pouty Poro from continuing to scale, but Slipstream rewards him with a couple cheap units to keep this development strong.
We're just continuing to see more and more elusive units on the side of Talpinator. Chenia has yet to find a daring Poro, but still has that Poro Stories in hand. The Destined, unfortunately, going to be a little while before they can go ahead and get that one turned online because the Poro King is still absent. It's just a vanilla 3/3 for now. And again, Chenia does not play Yuumi. They put it in the Fizz deck, so that secondary champion from the Poro list is absent from this game.
プロキング、そうですね。出た当初はね、結構
that I'm kind of beginning to see take shape.
小回り効かなかったん
By the
ですけど。
time Chenia gets the Poro King,
そうです
the
ね。
rest of his followers will have been traded
レベルア
away
ップしたとき
and
に、
won't have the means to generate any more
やっぱおやつを、
snacks.
特製おやつを作ってくれるようになったのがだいぶでかいですね。あれありがたい。ジンクスがレベルアップと同時にミサイル作るみたいな。
look threatening enough? No, it doesn't look like it. It's just going to be 5 elusive damage, nice and safe coming through. Chenia's got the Hush if they want to take a block onto one of these, but need to save that for something a little bit later on. That Brash keyword, that boat from Talpinator being so pivotal in a lot of their matches.
I also love that Talpinator is just going for some chip damage, right? You can just go full send with the Exalted Cloudwinder, try to attack, force some trades down, force some chip damage. Additional tick, a 0 mana Howling Gale is obscene tempo for the next time Talpinator wants to
ユニッ
attack
トを
through
バフ
all
し
of
て
this.
横並べしてビートするっていうのがその
Jenny is
やっ
now
ぱその
really
カード
starting to
ゲームに
establish
おけ
that
る
Poro board, but they've got to find something
一
just a
生
little
の
bit hardier.
上
These
等手段
elusives
で
are
はあるん
really
で
getting underneath of them, and with no
それが
daring
でき
Poro
る
coming out of the Poro
まあ
stories,
プロデッ
Chenya
キは強いで
doesn't
すよ
even
ね
necessarily want to draw a daring Poro here. It would almost certainly get eliminated by something in Talpinator's hand. Whatever Chenya draws needs to have a big impact on this game.
And Talpinator actually having so much riches has to
なるほど
overwrite a unit
も
in
うハウ
play
リング
to
ゲートは意
get
に
that
介さないか
Cloudwinder down to keep this chain of card draw up and running. Chenny has got a beautiful board right now with a bunch of 3/3s, but needs something that actually lets him convert. Talpinator has plenty of chumps and more resources coming.
I was going to say, I don't really mind the override on the side of Talpinator. You kind of just need to draw as many cards as possible, and now Talpinator finds that one of both that we have hyped up so much, but the Fabled Poro is going to spread a myriad of keywords to the remainder. We got a couple of challengers. We've got Quick Attack, Spell Shield. We've got Spell Shield on the Pouty Poro, and Life Steal, importantly, onto the Fabled Poro himself. Black Shield backup for Chenya.
あら強い
Oh,
で
this
す
is
ね
looking really good now, being able to snipe some of these elusive
世
units.
界大会の決勝
keep
ポ
them
ロキングいますよ
down, maybe finally putting an
素晴ら
attempt
しいの
on
が
the
世界
sack
大
to
会の
get
決
rid
勝
of
ポロ
this
キング
Jana
もいる
or
し
this
新
Neela.
しく追加された
Talpinator
チャ
has
ンピオン
some
モル
pretty
ガナや
slow
エルダードラ
developments
ゴンもしっ
here
かり
with
進
the
出して
board
るん
full.
で
Can't take an
モルデカイザー
in-between
も
play
全
the
然
way
い
he
たん
would
でトッ
like.
プ
Would
8
have to
に
override another
23
unit,
人く
and
らい
when
持ち
your
込んでた
opponent
か
has
な
the attack token, it
モル
feels
デカ
so
イザーも
bad
結構
to
い
not
て
use that unit as a blocker instead.
めちゃくちゃいい環境ですね今の環境は
Talpinator has the means to fight through the Black Shield as
だから
well. Chenya
新チャンピオンもしっかり埋もれてないけどかといってこういうポロキングやニーラジャンナみたいな既存のデッキを淘汰するような踏み潰していくような強すぎる性能ってわけでもなくてマジで今のルーンテラはいい環境だと思いますよゲーム
Even if Talpinator does lose control of the board here and the life advantage as Chenya climbs back up to
イルシブ
potentially
の方を警戒する
17,
か
I think
まあ
Talpinator still
そう
got
だ
a
な
really good shot
ニ
at
ーラ
finding that
自
next full
体
cycle
は
of cards that'll get them back into this.
これブロック入ったら当然死ぬし最悪ハッシュの沈黙で止まるもんな一回アタックされただけで
This is the key turn. If you force your opponent to block down, wipe their board, maintain your pressure and your presence, it might be difficult for Talpinator to come back. And I know that sounds like it's not
で
that big a deal for
で
John and
聖なる
Neela
陣
when they're drawing a lot
風
of
で
cards, but you
33
also
多
have
分
to think
33
about
のポロ
having enough actions to develop all of these.
嫌なのがおやつをもう一枚素で持ってる場合かおやつを素でもう一枚持っていた場合ハンドにあるニーラ裏じゃ追えないんだそれが辛いんだそうかニーラが場にいる状態って船出してもあんま強くねえのかここに旋風うわーブラックシールドが刺さるいやーブラックシールド素晴らしいうわすげえもうこれを見越しての勇気のポロでのジャンナチャレンジャーかじゃあもう逆だったら俊敏なポロクイックアタック持ってるアイユニアのポロだったら陣風聖なる陣風聖なる旋風打ってブラックシールドのスペシをニーラ裏で返してということができたんですよいやすごいねこれラウンド回した瞬間にラウンド回した瞬間に3バーストで船焼かれるいやでも大丈夫か折り返しで打てるか大丈夫だなどうだポロキングデッキメインエンジン引けてないんだよな
There's the Slipstream, there's the Windborn Mariner, and closing it out with a Divine Whirlwind.
3 spell shield units on the opposing side. Neela's ability does go through that, but it's going to be difficult to set up any additional procs because of that clutch keyword development.
Talpinator could go straight into combat and activate the Brash. It doesn't seem like the most effective
流撃
use
があ
of
るの
their
は
mana, and
あり
the
がたい
turn
よ
it's
ね。
not a guarantee.
まず
Okay, we're
流
gonna
撃だ
start
よ
off
ね。
the slipstream. That's not unexpected though. There's really not a lot of developmental punishes
ビ
coming
ッ
out
グラッ
of
シュを出
Poros
していい。
outside of that sunburst, which I
ゼロ
imagine
まあ
Chen
船
is
乗りも出してい
immediately
い
gonna throw down
か。
onto that Tide Dancer and could get punished by a Mystic Shot plus another card here to activate it before it actually goes down. Chenia playing super
あ、そうか、
safe with
いや、
the
そうか、そうか、
hush
ハッシュ、
actually, not
ハッシュ
gonna
そこ
give
でいいのか。
Talpinator the window of
そうか、そうか、
opportunity.
そうか、そうだ。
The
3バーストでやること考え
Still
てた。
going to get some AoE. It looks like here comes Windborn Mariner still committing to keeping this board as
そうか
wide as
俺ハッ
possible.
シュ2
If
打
you're
に使っ
trying
て
to
る
go
と思ってた
into
け
a
ど、そうか、そうな
swarm
るのか。
contest like this against Poros,
そう
it's
なるんだね。
always risky. Penya's hand is basically almost face up at this point. Talpinator has demonstrated time and time again his
アタッ
ability
ク
to
できな
read the
い。
opponent's hand. Is almost certain that this card might be a sunburst, and now
そこ
goes
しか、
in
そ
with
こはいける
Mila,
な。
some
そこしか
AoE
いけない
damage
な。
from chip to the Nexus, and this elusive
ここは
going to slowly
あ
find
ス
him
ペシタフ
getting
の
closer
33
and
がいる
closer
か
to
ら、ちょっ
victory.
とそこにスペル
Chenia not unleashing the shackles
打た
just
され
yet
るの
says
はあ
I'm
んまり
never
良く
gonna
ない。
block with this plucky Poro. It's got the challenger keyword. That's how I'll use it in the future. I want to leave this sunburst open and see how Talpinator plays through the combat for this turn.
3
Before
バ
I
ーストで
decide
船
if
焼
I
いた方
want
が
to
いい。
finish off this boat before going
3
into my
バ
next
ース
turn,
トで
or if
船
I can
焼
go
い
ahead
て、
and find something else to develop here before starting off my next
ミイラ
round
が止
with
まんねえ
that
な。
before I go into combat. And it
で、
looks
トッ
like
プでポロ
I
キン
would
グ引かない
imagine
と
at
結
this
構
point
厳しい。
Chenia just gonna
ケニ
take
ア
out the
選手
boat.
が。
There's really not a bigger threat to be found, but no, Chenia actually going to unlock the Poro.
Leaving the Tide Dancer up. Unbelievable. This card has been so pivotal to Talpinator's run through the loser's bracket to get to this point. And Chenia says, it's time for me to unshackle. What's going to be the top deck? Maybe it's Poro King with one Poro in hand that can generate a snack, and with Pepper's snacks, that is enough impact damage to maybe see the victory. Chenia, do you
トップ
have
ポロ
the
キングで
top
勝ちだ
deck?
な、これは。
Can you
お
make
そら
it
く。
happen?
I'm wondering if even something like
顔に打つしか
Zolani
なく
off
ない
the
もん。
top would be enough. We talked about it's nowhere near the assimilation level, but if it's just an
だよね。
8-8 with overwhelm or something along those lines, that could very well be
で、
enough
で、
to
ニー
close
ラ
this
と
out,
ビクラッシュで
especially
埋め
if
た
the
流
Tide
撃
Dancer
を
does go down. It
タ
looks
イプニー
like
ダ
we're
選手
about
は
to
引いて
finally
打点
make
を
it
持
to
って
the
く
end
る
of
し
this
かない。
round, so we
ポロ
will
キング
see
引かれた場
what
合。
comes off the top for each of these players. Chenia, what's the draw?
ポ
It's
ーロだ。
Aurora
そして
Borealis.
タイプニーダ選手のトップは見張りの達人。さあ、このポーロ強いぞ。
Quick attack Poros, one with challenger, nice overwhelm coming through. With Talpinator at 8 HP, has to be very respectful of this turn. And a daring Poro, not too shabby. Another big elusive that must
い
be
や、いいポーロ
respected.
ダです。いいポーロダですね、これはマジで。
Challengers, that elusive would connect Skarsig. The problem is that I don't think there's enough residual damage outside of that to really secure a victory for Chenia. They're
いや、
gonna
イル
need
シ
to
ブの
buy
ポロ
one
出す
more
べきだとは
turn,
思う。
but Talpinator is the player with that Neela in play, has the second Neela in hand, so
まあ、
really
イン
nothing
パク
Chenia
ト
can do
ポ
to
ロ出して
permanently
ワ
deal
ンチャ
with
ンの
this
リーサ
champion.
ル1点
Other
詰め
than
もあっ
maybe
たけ
going
ど。
for a challenge onto the first Neela and then a sunburst onto the second, but there's not enough mana for that.
With enough trades being forced down, if
ビッグラッシュ
Talpinator
の方
feels
が
the
や
need
ば
to
いのか。
develop further for the next turn, maybe it does open up a window for that other sunburst. I know that Neela, when she attacks, is 2 damage guaranteed.
ブロック入らざるを得ないね。おやつ2枚見えてっからね。
Talpinator, aware of the double Poro snacks and the 6 mana, lining up their blocks. The Neela will persist unless Chenia commits the snacks, but then they are down below the range of the sunburst, and they are so low on Nexus health. Skarsig and Talpinator has been a beast when it comes to drawing that burn in this tournament. We're going to see the double snacks committed. It's a full board wipe onto Talpinator.
The board is gone, but there's a second Neela in hand. That is 2 damage that Talpinator has access to on the open
さあ、
attack.
ただ流
Another
撃を引く可能性がある。
shuffled into the deck.
ターピネーター選手。流撃が2枚以上埋まっています。
Understanding
ト
that
ップ
that's
デッキ
no
のトッ
longer
プ
going
に。
to be guaranteed damage.
から流
With
撃を
the
引い
Powder
て
Poro having tough,
動く可能性は十分あ
it
る。
still takes 1 damage, so the Master Lookout being additional brash target could get there.
Yeah, that's true. I don't think... Oh, Poro snacks is not going to be enough, actually. And blowback off the top to secure it for Talpinator. This is going to be 2 damage onto the Nexus. Next round would be able to draw anything and push it through. But as you mentioned, the brash keyword actually makes it so that Chenia doesn't even get to see that the burn was top deck. Talpinator covered on 2 fronts
あとそもそもブロッ
here.
カーいないか。
Unbelievable for this to come down to the wire like
Oh,
this.
Both
players threw everything they had down on the line, but Chenia with no Poro King could not outscale the mid game of John Anila the way he would have liked. The final master lookout going unblocked means that Talpinator will take game number 1.
And this is a matchup that Chenia wasn't necessarily expecting to win, but it sure would have been nice given how close they got to have to not 2-0 that Respect Your Elders deck, to only need one opportunity to find that deck faltering, but instead Chenia now has to 2-0 the most represented deck in the tournament. They've been able to do a great job of that so far, but Talpinator on the other side of the coin has been in a similar position. They have had this Respect Your Elders deck targeted time and time again and continues to pull through.
そして今1コス3にブラッシュって考えるとすげえいいカードだよな。
When they draw the right cards, when they draw exactly what the deck is built around, can end games very, very quickly. Talpinator's build of
これトラピネーター選手が勝ったらもう1試合だね、これね。
Only one copy
覚悟してお
rather,
こ
is a little bit more early game focused. I believe is still on the no junk
覚悟の準備を
construct
しておいてください。
and navigating the early mid game
覚
to
悟と
get to turn 6 has always been a tall order for him.
Aurora Borealis is in the opener for Chenia unless they go ahead and kick it back. It is an extremely mana-intensive card. It is 11 mana to really take advantage of the full Poro snacks. Chenia kicks it all back, looking for something a little bit on the later end, and is not rewarded, just finds a couple of
供給量
Poros.
の多さで
I
ポロ
like the
が
mulligan strategy there. Understands I just need main deck snacks, perhaps a Poro King. 1-1
And this-
plucky Poro with tough, immune to these Vandal
抜きん
pings.
出ていきそうなイ
This
メー
is
ジ
the
があるけ
tournament
どな。
life for Chenia. If they lose this match, they are eliminated. They are
実際
second
さっ
place.
き逆ですよ
Talpinator
ね。
is
そ
our
の
victor, but they're
ジャン
not
ナ
going
ニラ
down without a
vs
fight.
ノラエルダーだった場合、
Couple
ノラエルダーの
Poro
除去力が足んなくて息切れしてジャンナニラのドロス回って追加火力をさばききれなくてジャンナニラが押し切った形になったんで、その逆の形ですよね。まあ今回はタルピナッター選手がノラエルダー使ってここに対してポロの話で火力をどんどん追加してこれるポロデッキでポロのお話をちゃんと聞けている。ここからポロキング、
that the broad main is probably
まあ
going
ポ
to
ロ
be
キングは
babysat,
死ぬ
just
か。
waiting
ポロ
in
キン
the
グは
wings
無理
to
だな。
answer Poro King as soon as he sees the light
まあ
of
どっち
day.
かっていうとポロのポーロラやポロのおやつを素引きしてどんどんマッシュアップしていって
You're not doubling up a caustic riff and taking out everything. It's
マッ
got
シュア
to be
ッ
a
プ
slower, more
音
methodical
楽
process. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Talpinator just going after the Poros while
ビ
they've
ルド
still
アッ
only
プ
got 1 HP. But actually, Chenia not drawing any Poros that can die to these pings, finds the Fabled Poro, has the Plucky Poro, has this 2-3, the Poro Sled, a Pale Cascade.
Hatch Poro bot. What keyword did you get this turn, my son? Is it
なんか
another
タルピネータ
tough
ー選
unit
手なん
to
か
be
祈って
developed?
る
It
よ
would be
祈
massive
って
on
る
the
よ
side of Chenia to keep this early pressure up. And Talpinator as well knows
やっ
that
ことねえ
hey,
のか
I might have broad main, but that's still a very expensive
リンケットトレー
commitment.
ダーあるから
You
やっこ
can
とあん
see
の。
here on round 6 when that comes through. Chenia won't
ま
have
あ
the
まあ
attack
まあま
token
あ。
just yet, but what it means is that the Poro King being in play, the potential to get another Poro, to get at least one special snack, I think might be all Chenia needs to jump out ahead in this game.
So far, they haven't been able to draw that
一旦
Poro King off of this
2-3
Poro
日
Herders.
体
It's
で
not
殴り
working
か。
as well for Chenia as you would have liked, and now the Lonely Poro has, okay, generating a Daring Poro. It's not the worst thing in the world, but unfortunately, without the snacks, it's just a 1-1 elusive. This is something that was relegated to coming out of Poro Cannon. No place in the main deck.
It's
おやつの
great
ないう
late
ちに
when it
ポロは削
scales,
ってお
but
かない
right
と
now
ね、
we've got a
一
lot of
点授業
2-3s
で。
trying to turn up the pressure. Talpinator has to ask, do I want to
まあ、羽
stop this
衣と
damage
かの
now
コ
or
ス、
save
羽
these
衣
chunks
と
from the
ポロのお
Poros or
話、
actually
ど
bigger?
っちか見られると嫌かな。
It's like
いたず
willing
ら
to
さ
at
れる
least
と嫌かな、
sacrifice
悪
an
ふざけ
otter
で。
puss to this. Now, one of the things that we've seen
いた
throughout
ず
the
ら、
day,
ポロのお
especially
話の
here
コ
in
スト
Day
プラス
Number
2とか
3 stars,
できたら
is
だ
the
いぶで
amount
かい
of。pressure that players will put on the Respect Your Elders deck on turn number 5, right before their clunky hands start to come online. The broad mains come down, the sign-ins draw some
ブロメン教
additional
に対して
cards
は
and、things like that. But Chenia doesn't have a lot going on. The Fabled Poro here is only giving a keyword over to one other card. Now getting a prank down onto this Sunburst. And the Poro Sled is probably something that you want to come down before the
おや
Fabled
つが引けま
Poro.
せん。
That's something that's going to take advantage of the keyword a lot
ポロ
better.
デッキ、
And we get some medium
おやつが引けません。
hits off the Conchologist from Talpinator, but drop the bomb is good enough to keep
デ
things
スレ
under
ス、お
control.
前デスレス
Deathless,
つくんか。
the result
お
finally
前
for the
デスレス
patched
つく
Poro
の
bot.
か。
Keeping another unit in play is always nice. As the summons keep happening, you get more snacks on the king. We'll have to see if Chenia feels like extending with the Poro sled. This still comes down on the turn before Lord Broadmane. This is another incredibly wide attack that Topinator has to deal with. One more Conchologist for development, one more block, and perhaps drop the bomb we'll see on this turn to pray for Riptide Rex here in the next 3 draws.
Skarzik, we've talked so much about the lack of junk construct in the list from Talpinator, but when you just draw all 3 Conchologists, it doesn't really matter. You're not getting more impact pulled out of the sled. And luckily for Chenia, these 2-1s are not going to be blocking the Poros effectively. They are going to get traded down. This is still a pretty healthy life total for Talpinator out of a list that doesn't have any burn, and is going to just be fully unit-focused in terms of the damage it can output.
Now, Talpinator does have eyes on this Cascade in the hand. Even when that comes through, could deal 1 damage to the plucky Poro, but then once the round passes over, I believe it still counts as being undamaged.
勇気のポロ22 にしていいよね。どうだこれ盤面優先した方がよくない？いやでも次のターンに6ラウンド目でブロメン鏡とか出てくること考えると3バースト打つためのマナが欲しいか。じゃあ何も打てねえわ。じゃあ何も打てねえわ。
With Chenia playing a deck that wants to draw the game out as long as possible, I definitely could see a world where Talpinator brings this to a top deck war. There's a lot of swinging and blocking back and forth with Plaza Guardians or some such, and Elder Dragon might just be played to block a giant Poro King or Zolani at some point.
ブルショまで打っておくと
Chenia not willing to use the Pale Cascade onto the Poro herder. Just says, you didn't draw good enough Poro for me. I'm willing to just let you go down. But this is also the pivotal turn 5 drop the bomb that sets up the turn 8 Riptide Rex. Talpinator just giving himself another top deck out. While Chenia finds another Poro herder. Just everybody drawing 3 of their 2 drops this
っていう
match.
流れかな。で凝縮でブロードメイン鏡を温存するかどうかですよね。
How strong Poro Sled is, kind of being that backup threat alongside the king. The summoned Poros also augmented by snacks. The additional summons have a chance of accelerating Poro King. The summon itself counts to activate Poro King's snack if they're both in play at the same time. Now Talpinator seeing a very strong tempo swing, answering the sled, and then taking all of Chenia's mana thanks to that ranked Sunburst.
Chenia throwing down the Sunburst onto the Lord Broadmane, but because Talpinator slips in a condense, a 1-1 or even a 2-2 Lord Broadmane is just as difficult for Poros to answer as the full HP 3-4 is. And Talpinator's continuing to draw down these reduced cost cards, the Plaza Guardian, the Burble, the sort of win conditions that go alongside the Nora Elder Dragon. And Chenia once again whiffs on finding the Poro King, and without a Poro Snacks, I don't know that Chenia is going to be able to slip through this elusively like he has in the past.
プロキングが出てきたらすぐに処理たいなって思ってんだろうな。 これエルダードラゴン出てくるな。チャレンジャー。
Just to get another boon and another big blocker.
That's going to be Challenger Quick Attack, sort of the one of the more terrorizing keyword combinations that we've ever had in LOR. Chenia going to pull a Fabled Poro, which again, the Poro King has been absent, the hide-and-seek champion of the Grand Finals here, taking the crown from Mordekaiser.
In a different board state, one might try to fish with the Pale Cascade, have enough mana there to play the Poro King down, but because Talpinator has a 1-cost Lord Broadmane in hand, the threat of having another 1 mana ping to get rid of the Poro King means that Chenia has to continue with this line. Not even going for Fabled Poro. Now that Talpinator is committed to a 5-5, can just go incredibly wide. 11 HP, still pretty dangerous from this position.
いや、チェニア選手もこのプロで削り切るしかないもん。
They want to go for. Talpinator could even take out one of these units. Chenia could replay yet another one from their hand. They've got the mana for it as well as the Pale Cascade. And just try to chip maybe 4-5 damage into the Nexus of Talpinator. Try to set up for that miracle lethal on a following turn. As it stands, Talpinator's going nowhere fast unless the top deck is Riptide Rex. Talpinator's more than a couple of turns off of finding lethal on Chenia.
There is a desperation play of just using Lord Broadmane to
グルショ2枚切んじゃないかな、
right
ここ
now
で。
with
グル
his
ショ2枚切っ
unsummon
て、
ability. And then you have
グルショ2枚切って次エルダードラゴンでもよくない？
use your other pings in order to deal with bigger threats. And Talpinator's
そうかそうか
feeling
そうか
the
そうか。
pressure here. Deathless on Broadmane's not too shabby.
No, neither is +1/+1 and tough. Having a 2/2 tough, I mean, Chenia at the very least has shown us what a 2/2 tough can do
これ
throughout
する
this
ことによ
tournament
っ
with those
て、
plucky
まあ、何があ
poros.
ってもとりあえず
Gonna
お
be,
やつ
yeah,
か
looks like
歯
that
車
he's
があ
going
って
to
も
be
1体
Deathless
処れるし、
coming down onto
なんな
this
ら
Broadmane,
ブ
so
ロ
even
メン鏡
actually
が
just
これ
more willing
壁
to
と
use
し
it
て
as a
ブロ
blocker
ッカーに
now
入れ
and
る
get
か
one
ら
with some additional
This is
stats.
similar
確か
to
に
what
この方が
happened
い
in
いわ。
game number 1. I have answers for the Poro King, but as long as he doesn't come down on curve, if you do catch me without that answer in my
1枚で
hand,
も多
I
く壁が
still
欲し
think
いも
that
ん
it's
な。
not going to be a punish. I don't think Poros can scale up enough. We'll see
発
if
想が
Talpinator
柔軟っ
wants
す
to try to get a
ね。
cheeky additional block with this first half of Lord Broadmane now.
I think just about everything in Chenia's deck that is
おや
going
つ
to
は
kill the
消えた
Broadmane
が。
would silence it first, and so the
おやつ
Deathless
の線は
keyword
消えて
really
る。
just opens it up as a
ただ、
blocker, and
間
Talpinator
違い
kind
な
of deciding,
く
do I want to try to trade onto
バ
one
フ
of these Poros,
が、
maybe force the Pale Cascade
打
out of
点飛ん
Chenia
できたら
for
歯衣で避け
damage,
るん
or
で。
for an effective trade rather than for damage. And Chenia just really going, you know what? I'm not finding snacks. I'm not finding the king. I need to just send as much in as
チェ
possible.
ニ
And
ア選
hope
手側
that
からする
if
と
the
沖
king
縄早
does
く取
come
ってくれっ
down,
て感じだと思う。
maybe I can get a spicy snacks before it's eliminated so that
デ
I
ス
can
デ
have
ス
an
の
impact
ポ
lethal
ロボ
down
ッ
the
ト
line.
強えな、あ
Broadmane's
れ。
not blocking.
処理する
No
気起きねえ
group
もん。
shot committed. Talpinator daring Chenia to use that Pale
う
Cascade.
ん。そろそろ、
Pale
ハッシュ。
Cascade pushing through just a little bit more damage. This
いらん
is
な。
just a couple more points of chip with impact. Proto Poro looking really scary from this position. Talpinator looking for Nora, has a couple spells, maybe get something off of Burblefish, but needs some card draw here. This wouldn't be the first time that Talpinator's had his back against the wall with this Elder Nora.
Absolutely not. It's a position that they've become quite comfortable in over the last 5 hours, and now they're down to the final minutes. 18 left on the clock. Unlikely to play a factor in the ultimate decider of this matchup, but we get the top deck from Talpinator. It is not Riptide Rex. It is the supplementary condense that you put in the deck to take advantage of that Titanic unit, and it's just going to be a perilous pastry onto the Daring Core to kick things off for Talpinator.
お前、おやつないだろ。
Yeah, nicely done controlling these threats, trying to block down versus everything else. Getting that Poro out of the way clears a path for Nora to get one more portal. Another blocker, perhaps.
まあ、イルーシブ
Condense
ブロッカ
onto
ー
this
つらいね。
Burblefish
まあ、ハッ
also can
シュ
be
がある、
quite
これに
nice to
関して
get
は。
even more wide swings. We've seen this Respect Your Elders deck. You think it's just trying to build towards
ただ、
Broadmane
まあ、ク
control,
ラゲ
but
王
can
が出て
suddenly
くるんだ
pivot
よな。
towards an aggressive line once the Burblefish come down with the Infernal Might and Impact.
ただ、
And we've gotten word from production that this
凝縮が
round, the Poro
厳
bot
しい
is
か。
elusive. So that is a 2/3 elusive that Chenia could throw down. Would love to wait until after combat happens to do so to protect it from this Plaza Guardian. But the Hush onto the Nora could also clear up a blocker from Talpinator as well.
いちいちのプロで殴り殺そうとしてるの面白いな。
See the wiggly Burblefish come down. And Skarsnik, we might even see a follow-up condense onto the Burblefish.
Yeah, I do like that
あ
line a
ー、強え。
lot.
そのパイ投げは強えよ。
A lot of, and every time it looks like there's a clean line of play because of all of the different choices that Bandle City offers. It changes your game plan again. I toss to pivot for more control at 4 HP. All of these 1/1 Poros are incredibly threatening.
It's worth noting that now Group Shot is online. It's going to deal 2 damage instead of 1. Talpinator's deciding to go to combat. This is going to give the green light to Chenia to throw down their patched Poro bot and maybe even follow it up with the Fabled Poro. The question now, does Chenia care about letting this portal go through? Are they going to hush the Nora now or save it for something later? It is going to be the hush on the Nora. Talpinator has an option to protect this with the Group Shot and the Pie Toss if they want to.
Dealing 1 damage to the
ブルショ
Poro
パイト
herder.
スでここ
Just
で
with
大き
the
な取っ
Nora
てくれ
chip
た
to get it out
ら
of the way means that Talpinator is going to trust that the pings in hand and the broadbane are going to be
取ってくれ
enough
ない
to
わな。
weather this next attack token.
お
It's
話
a
だけし
very
て
big risk, but he
あ、お前
has
YouTube
to
なんだ。
make that call. Patched Poro
まあ
bot
意味
with
はあんまない
elusive
か。
now hitting the board. All we need is for this fabled Poro to hit the right keywords, and we're going to a game 3.
Alpinator down to just 4 Nexus health, a couple of removal spells, and a Condense in hand. That would be the last spell to fully reduce the cost of the Wiggly Burblefish, develop another blocker, maybe grab the healing Dragon Boon out of it as well, as Challenger,
トップ次第。
Impact, and Deathless have all
ト
left
ッ
the
プ次第
pool
です。
so far. On Chenia to see if they want to end the round. It's either Poro Stories and pass back, or just end round Poro Stories to kick things off on your turn.
The more development you make, the
マ
more
ジでポロキン
actions
グ
you give
来ねえと
Talpinator, the more
っていう話だ
dire
よ
the
な。
situation can
だか
become.
ら、
Chenia
タルピネー
might
ター
take
選
the
手
risk
も
of just
ここ
one
で
fabled
ジョグ
Poro
切っちゃ
trying
う
to
と
high roll
次
it
トップ
right
ポロキン
here,
グしか
right now.
Zolani the Bloodweaver
出
has
せねえ
to
な。
be
出せない。
maybe even at +0/+0
う
Skarsnik.
ん。
I don't
育
know
っ
if
てない、
anything has
この
actually
ロ
even
キツバー
died
に。
with increased power. We're gonna get a couple more 1-cost Poros out of Chenia, but none of the elusive keywords that they were searching for. And now it might just be that fabled Poro coming through to see if some impact can be down. Yeah, the very turn 8 or turn 9 rather +0
プラスゼロ、プラスゼロ。
+0 Zolani.
No snacks. Zolani's going hungry
No
this
snack
game.
Zolani hungry
Poro
this
can't
game.
overwrite the Poro herder just to maximize the number of keywords that will be given.
さあ、
Talpinator
エルダードラ
develops
ゴンが
Elder
出てき
Dragon.
た。
This is
エルダー
also
ドラ
going
ゴ
to
ンは
automatically
全てのドラゴンの加護を使うので
Talpinator
2点
back
回
up
復も
to
つきます。
6 with a big body in play, and one elusive blocker says, I think that this is good enough, and we'll see if Fabled Poro has anything to say about it.
Fabled Poro, all you have to do is give elusive over to 5 Poros, yourself and 4 others, and then maybe impact onto the one that's already elusive. We could see Chenia taking their hand off the mouse and keyboard going, this is quite a
まあな
pickle.
ん
I
か
found
ま
myself
あ
in
おや
how on earth
つ
do we
と
get
一
out
緒に
of
殴っ
this?
てき
Because
た
even
と
if
して
things
も
do make it back over to Talpinator's turn,
ん
there is no
あれ
fearsome
チャレンジャ
blocker
ー
for that Elder Dragon, and it looks like there were no elusives rolled onto the Poros. No, actually, the Jubilant Poro does pull elusive, and 1 impact given over to the
大
Fable
丈夫
himself.
か
So close. With no main deck snacks, it becomes so easy for the pie tosses and all of these pings to keep the Poros under
イン
control.
パク
Talpinator
ト
once
チャレンジャーで
again
3人
is
引っ
back
張っ
against the
て
wall at the 11th hour,
残りは
has the blocks, and is
ちょっと
capable of surviving
なかな
this
か
turn.
難しいものがあ
Elder
るな。
Dragon now with Deathless, Challenger, Impact can begin to take over this board and threaten anything big that Chenia wants to develop from this point onward.
And Chenia had faith in their deck. They kicked back the Aurora Borealis, said this is too slow. I'll find some main deck snacks. I'll find a Poro King. I'll find something to become a world champion, claw my way back into this and tie the series up to a game number 3. And it just wasn't available. Instead, mocked by the top deck of the Zolani the Bloodweaver after not finding snacks for 9 consecutive rounds.
A deck with this specific anti-meta energy shares the same weakness as those very same meta decks. You need the cards that matter to turn these matchups so far in your favor. After the swing, 3 HP now left for Talpinator. Chenia has to make the read that I can buy 1 more attack token for myself.
さあ、ただエルダードラゴンのアタックは当然たまらないので
Poro Snacks or Pale Cascade or Targonian Telestone, something to develop a fearsome blocker, or the Elder Dragon. While we never got to see its level 2 Skarsnik, as a 13-13 impact to fearsome would be enough to destroy the 14 remaining Nexus health that Chenia has. It looks like we're about to make it to the end of the round. Talpinator with the Perilous Pastry and the group shot might want to take a couple more pot shots before they go over to the draw, but no, it is the round passed over. Chenia, can you draw it? No, it's Daring Poro!
And Talpinator develops Wiggly Burblefish, just taking that insurance of what if that's a snack, my opponent has a fearsome blocker. As you said earlier, Boulevard, Talpinator is obligated for the folks at home who have witnessed his entire journey to bring it home with the Elder Dragon.
And it might not be the level 2 animation that we were hoping for, Skarsnik, but it gets it done regardless. The The Zolani coming down as well. Chenny is showing their hand, saying, this is what I've been dealing with this game. This is what my deck has done to me. And Talpinator continuing to play it slow, unsure of what tricks are in Chenny's sleeve, not wanting to run in there, get the rush onto the other dragon, and give Chenny another turn to try and finish off that 3 Nexus HP.
Yeah, even though from our perspective, we can tell Talpinator is very far ahead, is able to close out this game. Talpinator still showing his opponent due respect. This is the grand finals of the World Championships, and Talpinator is on the cusp of being crowned.
もう1試合あると思ってたけど、これでタイプネーター選手優勝かあった場合って、正直よく分かってません。まあまあまあまあ、こっからね、おやつトップワンチャンあるからね。ドロー効果の発動することがない妖精がいるな。
Main Talpinator dragging this one out, going even further into the pool of control.
Nothing will stand in between Talpinator and his victory. Is covering every single obstacle, every single instance that could possibly prevent this. And even after all these portals have come down, I don't even think he's kept track of this Destined Portals off of portal
負け筋となる優勝ユニットを全て引っ張り、
challenging the elusive, the rest of the attackers come marching in.
It doesn't matter. The Elder Dragon cannot be stopped at level 1 against this non-fearsome board. Chenia just has to hit the skip block button. There's the GG Shen. There is the game. There is the match. There is the tournament. Talpinator is your world champion. EMEA for the 3rd year in a row.
止まんなかった。
Absolutely exquisite, heroic lower bracket run. Talpinator had just a short time to rest before taking on Chenia, a titan from Korea.
エルダードラゴンってレベルアップする前もストップできできないんだな。
What the desk has to say about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Boulevard and Skarzig, and congratulations to Talpinator.
これもう一試合あると思ってたわ。
Wow, Alan, I'm gonna give you first stab at this because I feel like you must have so many positive things to say about Talpinator winning.
じゃあ、タルピネーター選手が見事優勝という形になりましたね。おめでとうございます。もう1時間かと思ったわ。まあ、予定通り7時で終わったか。
Yeah, extremely deserved. I mean, he won me over the last couple of games. Every single time we've watched him, we've seen him play his absolute heart out, getting the draws, getting the protagonist energy. Every single thing he did felt right. Chenia still played really,
プラスゼロプラスゼロドラに良かったね。
and that means next time he's going to do even better, and therefore mathematically.
あれ性格悪いよね。わざわざ出さなくていいじゃん。
Congratulations.
だって2-2じゃん。
That's amazing. I think that Talpinator has also just cemented themselves as a part of the history of Legends of Runeterra. Alan, I can't remember the last time we've seen a run quite like this.
あれはもうネタとして出した。
Obviously, this is also the first year that we've done double elimination bracket, but think about that when you have your back up against a wall for so many rounds. You don't have the comfort of getting a chance to have a third chance there. Alan, like that pressure must be insane.
No. Listen, that was all part of strategy. Listen, would you rather sit whole day, watch other people play, or you would rather go warmed up right on the field, smashing one by one opponents? Like, come on. That's obviously, it's part of strategy. Like, there is no shot Talpinator would like to play from upper bracket, just play one game in a day. Like, come on, it's better to just play 10 series instead of 1.
If you're not from Europe, this is your cue to take a break from the internet for a couple of days because EMEA is going to be so confident about all of this. And honestly, it sucks, but it's kind of deserved. It's so well, it's so consistent. They're clearly the best region in LOR, as much as it pains me to say it.
No, it doesn't pain me at all. It's not about accurate.
Listen, I come from Teamfight Tactics also, where NA is dominant set after set after set. And EMEA's always yapping over there like, no. This set is our time. And I can't believe that I leave all of that just to come over to EMEA true dominance over in Legends of Runeterra. It has been incredibly deserved. And I think that Palpinator has won all of our hearts. I'm coping.
Dominating on TF.
Wait till we see Alan compete. Then we've got a real match on our hands there. But you know, just a huge celebration though to Talpinator, especially when you look at the bracket. Like, let's just give that visualization really fast, right? Genia was waiting in the upper bracket through that winners finals, and then all of a sudden, like, Talpinator already in that winner round 2 had to get dropped because Yoshino was able to beat them 2-1. And from there, I mean, Spids, this is just like Titan after Titan after Titan that Talpinator had to slay in the lower bracket.
I mean, when we talk about this top 16, we talk about everyone being so amazing. Talpinator going through the gauntlet of Runeterra into JO1, into Tiger, into Yoshino, into Seku. Amazing players consistently showing how strong Talpinator is. Incredibly deserved, knowing what draws to go for, knowing the outs, knowing how to play against enemy teamers. It's so difficult to play so consistently, but that's what makes them deserving of that champion.
So much fun too, and sadly, Talpinator did have to send a few EMEA players home, Alan. So I know that must have been heartbreaking, but they got it done in the end.
Listen, we can have only one champion. At the end, it's togethers work. Like, we just came here, conquered, and we are going to wait for the next year to take one more.
Oh, I don't know about that. I think that SEA,
プレイングうまか
Korea,
ったね、本
APAC,
当に
that
ね。
whole
まあ
region,
み
I
んな
feel
うま
like
かっ
has
た
just
けど、
been
ターピネー
showing
ター
up
選手の
bigger and better every single year in terms of their growth,
プレイングが
right?
毎回
I
な
know
んか
Spids, you've covered a couple of
思い
the
切り良くて
OCE
よかったね。
broadcasts. I'm wondering if you could give some insight there into just the level of competition on that side of
自
the
分のアタッ
globe.
クトークンがないターンにジャンナー裏を切って泥を回してパーツ探しに行くみたいなああいう動きはすごかったね。
innovating these new ideas, and we saw this throughout this tournament. APAC came out with some of the most interesting innovation. We saw Mill in the top 64 brought 5 times.
どうしても打点も生かしたいなってこうもったいない症候群が出ちゃっ
And they've
て
done so well in Worlds consistently, typically doing better
ああ
than
いう
AM
タイ
as
ミング
they've
ではな
done
かなか
this Worlds
使え
as
ないと
well.
思うわ。
So, I mean, APAC deserves to get first at some point, and it just sucks it wasn't this time around.
Maybe look at 7 worlds.
いやまあちょっ
6
と
if you
ポロ
behave.
おやつを食べれないポロ
And
デッキ
then
は
the
ちょっと
rest
か
of
わいそうだ
that
っ
is
たな。
EMEA, obviously.
あれポロのおやつ1枚食ってで話変わったよな
They were not
序
even
盤で。
close this time. Again.
We had a few players that put up a good fight. Gotta give some credit over there to Seku, who did end up in that 3rd place.
Alright.
I know, just a couple of steps away from the ultimate grand prize of being able to be the world champion. And we're only letting Alan do this because he's also a world champion. So he can get away with a lot because he also holds that title. But we gotta take a look at the prizing as well, because these players also went home with a sizable amount of money. When you look across the board, we had $140,000 of prizing. Everybody in the top 64 went home with something, but Spids, the prizing got better and better from 16th upwards.
Rising just got better every single time. Talpinator getting that card that he can get, choosing a follower that he can put into the game based on anything that he wants, obviously with some restrictions based on balance, I hope. Chenia also getting that spell. You know, these top 2s get like the lump sum. They get so much. I'm so excited to see what Talpinator adds as a follower. I mean, the Rusticles follower was really cool. It's so
2位で
cool
もだいぶ
to
も
have
ら
a
える
part
わ
of。yourself in the game. I'm so curious to see what Talpinator chooses.
まあ倍近
What
く
do you think,
あるけどね。
Alan? If you had to guess based
なんか
on
2
what
人ね。
Talpinator left on the table for this world
タ
championships,
ル
what's
ピネ
that
ータ
follower
ー
look
さん
like?
2人いねえか
Surely it won't be an aggro follower that will support
増
Naila
殖した
Jana deck, right?
増えてる増えてる。
I feel like it would be fitting though, right?
Definitely would be. Or maybe some Riven Morgana support, but the deck, since it was already bad enough, maybe some help to the Jana Naila instead.
That's true. That's true. And when we watched Talpinator play through the tournament, I think more often than not, we actually saw that Morgana and that Riven get banned spids.
ドワーフの
What
方
was
も
it
もう
about
解
that
散した
deck you
か。
felt
さ
like
すがに
just had to be the target?
Riven Morgana can just get there sometimes, right? If you draw enough copies of the Riven and the Blade Fragments and the Might and the Fire Spitter, it's such a hard deck to try and beat with your lineup. Your lineup has to be really targeted to try and beat that deck, while Jananilla does have some ways it can lose. I mean, we didn't see it in this tournament, but in theory it could
こ
have
れずっと
lost
語ってそうだ
into
な。
things like Rocket Barrage from Karma Set. But, I mean, we saw in this tournament, Jananilla keeps drawing, keeps getting there, but Riven Morgana does end up being the ban a lot of the reason, just because it's so hard to
まあと
try
りあ
and
え
build
ず
the lineup.
僕も締めの挨拶的なことをしてお
Hey,
くと、
but Chenya still grabs a decent
そう
share of
ね
the total
新規を交え
140k
た
prize pool
いろんなデッキが見られ
and gets
て
to design the cooler card, the spell card. You can make so many broken cards here, so I can't wait
今
to
の
see
ルーンテラ
how
は自体
Chenya
いい
will
環境
cook
だな
up
って
together
思う
with
し、
Riot.
I'm expecting that it's going to be a Poro-based spell.
ね、うまいプレイ
Oh,
ング
surely
で
another Poros
Snack.
snack.
Yeah,
うまい
exactly.
プレイたくさん見れたから、
More buffs to Poros. Hey, can't wait.
まあ楽しかっ
And
たです
that's where
ね。
we're gonna let Alan go try the deck on the ladder. And remember that you all can actually get access to some of these decks that were played at the World Championships. If you go into your in-game client, you can buy the World's 2023 bundle that comes with exclusive cosmetics, as well as 4 unique decks that were brought by some of the best players at the World Championships. I don't think I got a chance to ask.
いや、
You know, Seku is one of my favorite players because he loves building these mid-range decks to
たまにある。
a
あ、
really fun degree.
大丈夫かこれ。
Getting your boons on these units, combining keywords is often one of my favorite parts of this game. So I'm probably playing this Seku deck as soon as we get off of this broadcast.
Alright, since Spitz picked up the Shivana deck, I would go with the probably War Mother that Aurora brought, since it gives me
やべ、いつもこの配信終わってから終わってたからさ、今回もそれで終わろうと思ったら終わるタイミングわかんねえんだけど。
old school George War Mother. It was such a base deck, and seeing the War Mother being viable again gives a good vibes again.
あっとくか。
I'm still on the Poro King, but I swear
寝たいし。
yesterday, Alan, we heard that you were gonna go try
というわけで、じゃあ
that
タルピネー
Elder
ター選手
Dragon
優勝おめでとうござい
Shyvana
ま
deck.
す。
Do you have anything
とい
to
うわけ
report
で、
back to us?
今シーズンのルーン
Oh,
テラ
I
も
didn't have a
楽
chance
しか
to
ったの
play
で、
it.
また
I am in the
来シーズンのルーンテラも皆さんよろしくお願いします。というわけで、ご視聴ありがとうございました。なんか、縁も竹縄ではございますが、もうございますがって感じで、みんな楽しく喋ってるけど、このまま終わろうと思います。お疲れ様です。
Make sure you go check it out. It's gonna be an amazing
おやすみなさい。
way to
ではで
try
は
to。get your hands on some of these deck lists and see for yourself why these top players brought them to the World Championships. But we're hoping that we'll get a chance to speak with your new 2023 Legends of Runeterra World Champion. So we're going to take a short break to hopefully get that interview set up for you, and then we'll be back to talk to the champ. Hello, everyone. Please join me in welcoming your 2023 Legends of Runeterra World Champion, Talpinator. Yay! We are so excited for you. Congratulations. What does this moment, winning the championship, mean to you?
A lot to become better in the bidding, in playing decks, and the first years I don't have a lot of good results. If you